My name is Chen Xiaojiang, a handsome young man. After my untimely demise, I sank into the river. I began my new life as a noble scion during the Heian period, with my childhood companion residing next door. The young master of the estate is Muzan Kibutsuji. That day, as I scaled the wall to enter his courtyard as usual, I discovered him, holding an immobile doctor in his embrace. Chapter 1. 6 Lives, 6 Worlds. If I return this ball, may I request you to be my friend? If I return this ball, may I request you to be my friend? Very well. Splendid. My name is Muzan Kibutsuji. The frail, yet exquisite youth spoke thus. The path of the sword I pursue must transcend all. Do reveal your name, for I am Tsujikuni Yorichi. Such a pitiable devotee. Life is a precious gift that must be cherished. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. I shall repay you. Remember my name, Kibutsuji Taro. And also Ume. He has lived multiple lifetimes, yet in each, he has had his head severed by a malevolent demon and presented before the Demon King. On an overcast afternoon, with rain seemingly imminent, Shinya Nakahara collided with the moon Hashira Kanroji Mitsuri at the entrance. Ah, do you have business here as well? The here, indicated with a thumb, referred to the wooden mansion within the office of the Demon Slayer Corps' uniform tailoring department. To this inquiry, Shinya nodded. I came to collect my new uniform. Shinya, have you toured again? Being addressed in such a manner had become quite customary for him. The shift from Nakahara to Shinya carries no special significance. If one were to insist, it might be to accommodate the similarly surnamed Jinya and his brother. Shinya now also refers to the moon Hashira by name, which lacks profound reasoning. It simply arose from his younger brother's address of Mitsuri-san. You truly have a short memory. How many times has it been? A uniform that should withstand a certain degree of attack has been torn yet again. Or do you possess a penchant for exposure? Shinya, quite the interest. I must say, your family would weep. This merely indicates how troublesome the enemy is, you fool. Thanks to you, both Q and I have been promoted to grade A, damn it. Try to engage your brain before you speak. You're on the verge of tears, Mitsuri. However, despite their mutual use of first names, there remained a hint of discord between them. If one were to question whether they harbor dislike for one another, it would indeed evoke hesitation, but they maintained an extraordinary lack of decorum while simultaneously preserving a remarkable dissonance, ranging from quarrels to physical brawls, beetle sumo wrestling, and even gluttonous competitions over tempura rice bowls, engaging in a wide array of conflicts. Nevertheless, it would not be prudent to continue their bickering in such a place. Together, they passed through the gate and entered the familiar mansion. Although walking together ignited frustration, adjusting their schedules for one another fueled even greater ire. To bicker over a mere uniform is utterly tiresome. Surely it is preferable to endure such trivialities than to sustain an injury. Indeed, I commend you for the reduction in injuries. Ms. Kaneo has also praised you, stating, Mizuno-kun is a child who can accomplish whatever he sets his mind to. Where did you learn that insincere tone? Its subtle similarity is rather nauseating. Following his reunion with Jinya and the others, Shimi's encounters with the Butterfly Mansion have drastically diminished, or rather, it should be said that he has deliberately reduced them. In the past, he would disregard the concerns of others, bleeding without a second thought, sometimes even inflicting wounds upon his own arms to incapacitate demons. However, having now reclaimed his family's present, he can no longer engage in such reckless behavior. It would elicit worry. Furthermore, due to Kyuka's betrayal, stating, this fellow fights in such a manner. I have told him, yet he refuses to listen, so let me speak on behalf of the family. His younger brothers have become increasingly sensitive to their elder brother's injuries. Particularly distressing are the reactions of his sisters. Just upon seeing Shimi's wounds, his younger sister, Yoshimi, would be on the verge of tears, while his elder sister, Sadako, would erupt in fiery rage, being scolded with tears glistening in a visage reminiscent of their mother. Admonishing him for sustaining such injuries weighs heavily on the eldest son's heart. Consequently, he was compelled to suppress his reliance on his unique blood-based combat style. When he returned from a mission unscathed, amidst Kyuka's raucous cheers, he lunged forward to strike him, and for that, he hopes for understanding. What brings you here again? To retrieve Inosuke's headscarf. Is the Hashira contemplating a career change to a ninja? Huh. That's hardly amusing. You seem to be enjoying yourself, yet are feigning a fearsome demeanor. Unperturbed by Shimi, who appeared ready to pounce, Tsukigumi continued. The hat has finally fallen apart. On his dark, flowing hair, the tattered hunter's hat was absent. He recalled Kyuka mentioning that Tsukigumi feared sunlight. Nighttime assaults are a different matter. However, during daylight missions, a hat is an essential item for protection against the sun. So you wished it on the ninja's headscarf, correct? Indeed. Engaging in conversation as they walked, they swiftly arrived at the workshop. The sounds of the loom, the snip of fabric, resonated in a quiet yet steady rhythm. But this is their weaponry. With needles replacing swords, they meticulously mended the art of combat. Pardon the intrusion. I am here to disrupt. Their voices overlapped as they stepped into the maelstrom of sound. The subsequent operations of the squad, hidden. As support for the Demon Slayer Corps, they worked from the rear. Among the various departments, the sewing division held an unspoken rule. Do not allow Masao Maeda near women. Masao Maeda was a man renowned in the sewing department for his unparalleled needlework skills and exceptional craftsmanship. I wish to create garments that cling closely to the female form, he declared, his dead fish eyes earning him the moniker of Scum Glasses, a truly reprehensible pervert. Upon hearing that there were women among the new recruits, he would forego sleep, dedicating himself entirely to the perverse pursuit of crafting clothing. And upon seeing a female recruit come to alter her uniform, he would excitedly leap forward with a measuring tape in hand. When he encountered a blushing girl due to an ill-fitting uniform, he would solemnly spout nonsense such as, "No, this is perfectly normal, common sense, the truth of the world. Women should be attired this way." He epitomized the essence of a scoundrel. Creating garments that can infinitely enhance the beauty of the female form is a mission passed down through generations. That mission has long since become obsolete. Even such jests did not deter him, as he accumulated worries double-fold since the tolling of the New Year's bell. He was a perilous individual on the brink of being issued a warrant, barred from entering the Butterfly Mansion. A formidable scoundrel whose enthusiasm and skill formed a nightmarish combination. The insults were ceaseless. Consequently, due to the shameless uproar instigated by Maeda, many squad members would arrive at the sewing division, shouting. Thus, the kind-hearted members of the sewing division came to an unspoken understanding. To prevent Maeda from interacting with women had become their mission. When the flower Hashira, Kusei Tamaki, came to have her uniform repaired, Maeda, sincerely expressing his desire to liberate the voluptuous beauty of the flower Hashira's form, was tasked with sewing a replacement uniform for the Rock Hashira from scratch. The Rock Hashira's large physique effectively restrained his hands and feet, or rather, just his hands. When commissioned to craft nurse uniforms for the girls working in the Butterfly Mansion, Maeda, with a serious expression, suggested, considering functionality, let's make the skirts quite short, prompting the entire sewing department to rally and pummel him. Do not aim for the hands, target the face with full force. The members of the sewing division endeavored in various ways to shield the women from Maeda's vile grasp, thereby safeguarding their own stable working environment. However, if they were to cease their efforts at such trivial levels, Maeda Masao would not have earned the title of Scum Glasses. Regardless of what anyone said, Maeda, with his iron will, pursued his desires relentlessly, employing various methods to satiate his whims. He would secretly observe his colleagues, sending new recruits suggestively risque uniforms, telling passing female squad members, "Your uniform has come undone. I'm here to fix it. Ah, please wear it like this. I implore you," feigning alterations to engage in harassment. Truly, he was a scoundrel of the highest order, a shameless creature suffering from the agony of wisdom teeth decay. The members of the sewing division once despaired, wondering if anyone could thwart that man's ambitions. Yet hope had not abandoned them. Maeda Masao's nemesis had arrived. The first was Tsukigumi, Kirikage Tsukigumi. At the moment when he was grasped by the chest and admonished with "eradicate the lecher in place of the moon. What kind of garments do you dare to present to brides-to-be? You incorrigible scoundrel!" Maeda cried out in desperation. The wrath of the moon pillar, akin to that of father whose daughter has been defiled, was nothing short of formidable. It was not the murderous intent of a mere adolescent. Even those members of the sewing department who were not the recipients of his ire huddled in the corner, trembling in fear. Had the young female warrior not inadvertently referred to the moon pillar as father, thus diffusing the tense atmosphere. All would have returned to their tasks with trembling hands. Chapter 2. The retired moon pillar. The second individual is the squad member, Mitsuri Kanroji. It appears he inadvertently stumbled upon Maeda engaging in lascivious behavior towards female squad members, seemingly inciting a furious outburst from the elderly Maeda, akin to a terrified man who had lost control. Consequently, this led to a bewildering misunderstanding. Was the only type of individual in the sewing department such a scoundrel? The other members of the sewing department were hardly able to endure the fallout. It was indeed terrifying. Without their uniforms, they could easily be mistaken for gangsters causing a ruckus. Maeda, in a fit of rage, was frothing at the mouth and rolling his eyes. Had it not been for the unity and fervent apologies from the sewing department members to clarify the misunderstanding, the situation could have spiraled out of control. On that day, the collective heart of the sewing department was in unison. They did not wish to perish. That was the sole sentiment. Having been thoroughly beaten by the moon pillar and Mitsuri, even Maeda must have felt the threat of mortality. As the ancients say, the habits of a child are the habits of an adult, and perverse inclinations do not easily extinguish. Nevertheless, following these incidents, the frequency of provocations markedly diminished. Indeed, Hirokage Hogetsu and Mitsuri Kanroji are fearsome presences. This holds true not only for the self-inflicted Maeda, but also for the other members of the sewing department who were inadvertently swept into the chaos. Thus, I must intrude. With the arrival of Maeda's two formidable adversaries, the scoundrel with glasses, what mischief have you concocted this time? The sewing department inevitably fell into a state of panic. Have you sent lewd garments again? Unrepentant. Have you feigned measuring sizes to engage in lewd behavior? Utterly perverse. The great Mitsuri and the moon pillar have arrived together. The two titans, whom one would not dare provoke, have united. Please believe us. We are diligently working. The true villain is that scoundrel with glasses. Some members toppled the sewing box. Others knelt before Mitsuri in tears, while some rushed into the inner workspace where Maeda was located. Suddenly pulled out, Maeda's eyes darted around. But upon seeing the moon pillar and Mitsuri standing side by side, he let out a wail reminiscent of a funeral procession. No matter the outcome, it was certain doom. Yet the perverse Maeda Masayoshi would not fall without a fight. Desperately avoiding the gazes of the moon pillar and Mitsuri, Maeda spoke in rapid-fire bursts. Please stop. Opposing violence. I am innocent. It is a misunderstanding. To accuse without evidence is truly violent. The real depravity lies not in us, but in your lewd gazes upon women. Is it not? Blaming your own unfulfilled desires on us is simply unbelievable and unforgivable. The uniform being short is merely due to that woman being in her growth phase. It is not a result of us gradually making it shorter. Is that clear? I am busy. There is much work left. I do not wish to waste time on such unfounded accusations. Mitsuri cast a skeptical gaze at Maeda's frantic justifications as he pushed his glasses up with his middle finger. The moon pillar regarded Maeda with a calm demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Is it Miss Shitake's uniform, then? Oh dear. Has the matter of the re-unit been exposed? You've fallen into my trap, you fool. I had not intended to confront Mr. Maeda out of anger. But now I cannot simply overlook this. The verdict is guilty. 3 years of imprisonment or 30 minutes of lecturing. Wah! Digging my own grave, sob. Maeda was buried alive. He clung tightly to a column of the building, squeaking like a newly emerged cicada, only to be ruthlessly pulled away. The strength of the moon pillar, who had recently entered his growth phase, was no longer to be trifled with. I had thought you had ceased your public sexual harassment. Yet you resorted to such cunning methods. When will you truly reform, Mr. Maeda? I will not yield. I will not yield. I refuse to yield. Maeda shouted defiantly, his lustful heart unquenchable. Do not speak as if it is a profound saying. I detest when people recite such things in front of me. Do not use a 57577 format. Strike you with a 337 rhythm instead, perhaps reflecting on the last lecture that had frightened even the other sewing department members. Hogetsu dragged Maeda out of the workspace, a gesture of consideration that was appreciated, accompanied by the screams and roars echoing from outside as a backdrop. A member of the sewing department maintained an unchanging smile towards Mitsuri. Lord Mitsuri has come to collect the new uniforms, right? Of course, they are already completed. Please take them. Oh. Once resembling an explosive porcupine radiating a murderous aura, Mitsuri's demeanor has softened recently, as the rumors suggest. The current Mitsuri no longer exudes the same terror as before, though his face still bears a fierce countenance reminiscent of a freelancer. If there is anything else, then I leave it to you. For Maeda, it was fortunate that Mitsuri did not seem inclined to deliver a lecture. Clutching the freshly made uniform under his arm, he exited the workspace. The moon pillar and Maeda returned a full 30 minutes later. So, what brings you here, Lord Moon Pillar? Upon their return, Maeda queried the moon pillar in a hoarse voice. When reprimanded, Maeda cried out, Yet he belonged to the type that forgets as soon as it passes his throat. So he quickly regained his composure after the scolding. The high rate of reoffending and sexual harassment is precisely due to this. If one resembled that type of Mitsuri, fear would linger, but as long as the moon pillar does not do anything, he remains an ordinary youth, so there is no need for concern. I want a headscarf like Inosuke's. A headscarf like ours? Yes, to shield from the sun. My apologies, but what about your usual hat? Upon hearing this, the moon pillar smiled softly and responded, I had a bit of a mishap during the mission. I'm fine, but the hat. It has sustained considerable damage. If you hadn't tucked it away lazily into your pocket. That expression twisted slightly with loneliness, and it was likely not an illusion. Maeda had been engaged in the sewing department of the Demon Slayer Corps for quite some time. He had been there since the moon pillar joined. Therefore he knew that the moon pillar had always worn the same hat, which had become quite worn since his initial entry into the squad. That hat must hold cherished memories for the moon pillar. Perhaps it was a gift from family, meant to protect the delicate-skinned moon pillar. Many squad members charge into battle supported by memories. Is the hat still around? It is, but it cannot be repaired, can it? I asked the hat shop at the base, and they suggested it might be best to discard it. That is merely the incompetence of that craftsman, Maeda stated bluntly. Though it requires some fabric, it can be mended. Additionally, the color has faded, so it will need to be re-dyed. I will provide you with color samples. Please inform me of the original color. While speaking efficiently, he handed over the color sample booklet. Yet at this point, he could recall that color without needing instructions. It was a hue reminiscent of dark clouds before a thunderstorm, a beautiful shade of rain cloud. Ah, but that sounds troublesome, doesn't it? As long as it can shield from the sun, it's fine. I just want Inosuke's headscarf. It's surprising to hear you say troublesome. Supporting squad members is our duty as the Inosuke unit, and adjusting his round glasses, Maeda continued, this headscarf is not merely for sun protection. It is worn to conceal one's presence. It belongs to our Inosuke unit and cannot be handed over to a squad member. Chapter 3, Mitsuri. Why are you wearing Mitsuri's clothes? Or perhaps the location of the Kanroji family, or the path leading to the swordsmith village, or the traces of battles against demons. Concealing all of these, the shadow of the Demon Slayer Corps is the Inosuke unit. Should they be discovered by demons, their affiliation would not be easily discerned. Thus, all Inosuke members conceal their faces. The headscarf serves this purpose. If the moon pillar's presence were to be revealed, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps would feel uneasy. Please be cautious with your words. The appearance of a pillar on the battlefield is a tremendous salvation for the squad members, and even Maeda, who has never stood on the front lines, is acutely aware of this. Now, please hurry and fetch the hat. Huh, is that all right? Really? Please do not underestimate me. Despite Maeda's abrupt remark, the Moon Hashira remained perplexed. From the seemingly questioning gaze, it appeared that rather excessive comments had been made at a store like the hat shop down the hill. It seems this Moon Hashira, although having entrusted the sewing department with requests for new or repaired uniforms, had never crossed the threshold of this residence for any other reason. There is no need to be overly concerned, just casually delegate tasks, as any other team member would. Supporting the team is an inherent duty. There is no question of inconvenience in that regard. I have long wished to express that, whether it is a haori or a hat. Please refrain from commissioning outside craftsmen any further. How do you intend to respond when inquired about the damage? Yes, I apologize. There is no need for apologies. Oh, thank you. Not at all. Now please hurry along. If you bring it today, well, it can be completed by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Without waiting for the Moon Hashira's reply, Maeda pushed him out of the workshop and exhaled as if he had accomplished a task. Now it's time to work. He turned back to the room and caught the gaze of his colleagues, who were whispering and shoulder to shoulder. That scoundrel glasses guy. He certainly works diligently when it comes to men. It's impossible to fix something with an unclear condition. His craftsmanship is quite commendable, that scoundrel glasses guy. If it weren't for his shortcomings with girls, he would be the finest craftsman. It's precisely because he cannot that he is known as scoundrel glasses. Do not insult someone by their surname. Apologize to all the Mr. Maedas in Tokyo, and especially to the one here. You should be the one apologizing to all the Maedas nationwide. The disgrace of Maeda. He has never felt any shame regarding his peculiarities. How regrettable, ba. Though it is unfortunate to be consumed by shameless fervor, and he is beyond redemption when it comes to harassing girls. Maeda has not been expelled from the sewing department due to the recognition of his skills. He is undeniably a key figure in the uniform sewing department of the Demon Slayer Corps. Written as Maeda, pronounced as scoundrel glasses. The collective reproach from his colleagues, Maeda, really, had no effect, and Maeda was about to resume the interrupted work. What is it, Maeda? Where is the uniform that was placed here? I handed it over to Lord Taketu. A moment of silence ensued as Maeda's face paled. No. Lord Taketu's uniform is this one here. Maeda raised another uniform nearby. Then what about the uniform you just handed over? When questioned by his colleague, Maeda swiftly averted his gaze. The backlight obscured the depths of his lenses. It's a work in progress, a prototype. A familiar sense of foreboding began to circulate among the colleagues. There were only signs of impending trouble. Hey, wait, what is that gap? Could it be the new super risque uniform? Masayoshi, you are truly remarkable until the very end. Please convey this to my father. Is it something that would make you realize you die from such a pale face? But what I handed to Lord Takadu was just the top, right? Yes, just the top. Each stitch infused with the intention of allowing a woman to assert her chest boldly, with the first to the third buttons removed, cool, and open palms together. Don't say everything out loud. The colleagues lowered their eyes in silent mourning. Chapter 4, The Stepson Kaname. Several hours later, I just brushed past Lord Takatu. He was wearing that uniform normally. Then the Moon Hashira exclaimed. As expected, he has an exhibitionist tendency. A fight broke out. What? How terrifying. Trembling, with unsteady hands. Maeda worried about when he would be annihilated by Takadu. Overhearing his colleagues chatter about uniforms not meant for men. Oh dear, oh dear. It was only a few minutes later that he found himself weeping with a runny nose. The day promised for the hat repairs arrived. Upon seeing the holes, loose threads, and faded colors all beautifully restored on my hat, the most jubilant was Take-Chio. The hat is fixed. How wonderful. It looks so much cleaner than when we first met. I'm so happy that it has been repaired to this extent. When the full moon is happy, I am happy too. Take-Chio, perched on my shoulder, spread his wings as if to express his joy. How adorable. The soft tips of his wings are so healing. Is this no longer a pure white angel? I should send something to Mr. Maeda next time. I'll try to walk in the shade on a sunny day, heading home. Having returned from my mission last night, I stopped by the sewing department, so it has been about 10 hours since I left home. Currently, there are no tasks incoming. I thought I could concentrate on research before nightfall. Oh dear, who is that in front of the house? A guest? A guest? As Take-Chio mentioned, there was someone in front of the residence. A male team member leaning against the door, gazing up at the sky. Seeing the black and white striped Haori fluttering in the wind, I suddenly had the urge to run. And the white serpent peeking from the team member's right shoulder glanced at me. After a moment, the youth also turned this way, instantly furrowing his brow. To my approaching figure, he showed no concealment of his displeasure as he snapped. So slow. How long do you intend to make me wait? I don't recall agreeing to wait for you, Iguro-kun. In response, Iguro-kun merely snorted. The scent of blood faintly wafted from the arm exposed by his Haori. I was once not adept at handling women, because it would remind me of the women back home. Of course, I understood that the women in the Demon Slayer Corps were worlds apart from my relatives in terms of temperament. Yet, regardless, I still instinctively sought to avoid women at all costs. Have you been injured again? Do you think there is another reason for being here? If there is, I would rather know. Without waiting for the downcast Moon Hashira to respond, I swiftly entered the residence. I am not skilled at dealing with women. Is that why I find the butterfly mansion, filled with women, even more challenging? New team members who frequently sustain injuries are surely taken care of at the butterfly mansion. But I have never set foot in that house. Not even once. The mere thought of a space filled with women reminds me of my hometown. And my injured foot would curl up as if wanting to escape, a memory from when I had just become a team member. You made me wait here for half a day for nothing. I can't move from here, nor can I train. So I can only count the arrows and clouds to pass the time. Such a waste of time. So, waiting for me is less efficient than going to the butterfly mansion for treatment. Deciding to go, for everyone is a good kid. I can't tend to my wounds. And with no one to rely on, that day I was brought to this residence by the Moon Hashira for treatment. Especially when this unassuming fellow, who exudes no sense of boldness, turned out to be one of the Hashira. It was the most astonishing moment of my life. Not used to being called Kurakara. I preferred to call him Hogetsu, and he chuckled without a shred of authority. His utter lack of presence led me to mistake him for an ordinary team member, and I spoke to him without any respect for the Hashira, reflecting on it now, though I did not amend my ways. Lowering my head to such a laid-back fellow would only infuriate me, and if I were to change my attitude, Hogetsu would likely feel sad. However, it's not good for Iguro-kun to just criticize me without warning. At the very least, if you had informed me, I would have returned earlier. How should I explain an unexpected injury from an urgent mission? Or do you mean to say you got injured intentionally? How clever, not envious in the slightest. But is there some medical expertise involved? Hogetsu's treatment is quite impressive, compared to that received at the Butterfly Mansion. I cannot compare since I do not know how things are there, but Hogetsu's treatment has never faltered. Therefore, for injuries big and small, I always come to this Moon Hashira's residence rather than the Butterfly Mansion. As the time for consultation arrives, please tend to my injuries. Due to your sluggishness, I have resorted to performing the most rudimentary emergency care myself. Alas, I feel that such hasty measures may have been better left undone. Silence. Do not impose excessive expectations upon an amateur. The Tsukabashira residence lacks a proper examination room. Thus I find myself seated upon a round chair in the research lab. The delicate damaru, descending from my neck, frolics playfully alongside the elegant Tansho Hozuki. Perhaps their shared white and crimson hues foster a bond, as my thoughts briefly drift there. The sting of antiseptic seeps into my wound, which is quite severe, and the blood loss substantial, wouldn't you agree? Have you been eating properly? Without nourishment, one may succumb to weakness, you know? As for my meals, I dined the night before last. Fool, one must eat daily. Rice is essential. Unlike you. My body operates with remarkable efficiency. Is that so? Perhaps it's your short stature that contributes to your low fuel consumption. I envy you. You scoundrel. You continue to belittle me with veiled remarks, yet fail to comprehend the true meaning of fuel consumption. Go consult a dictionary. Having spent my youth confined to the tatami, I am rather uninformed about the world. Although my relatives engage me in conversation to appease me, I have grown up without acquiring the knowledge possessed by those women. It was only after venturing outside that I first encountered books and was subsequently captivated by haiku and senryu. In the presence of beauty, I can momentarily forget the ugliness of my blood. Thus, my visit here must surely be a result of the enchanting name Kuri Hanalun. The clear full moon peeking through the rainy season clouds is in perfect harmony with the gentle visage of this man, whose demeanor radiates warmth. A stark contrast to the fervent hatred and anger prevalent among the Demon Slayer Corps. I find solace in watching as he meticulously stitches my wounds, his deft hands moving with fluidity akin to the artistry of sugar blowing. It is peculiar how entirely different crafts can captivate one's gaze. Well, that concludes the treatment. Next time, I shall visit the Butterfly Mansion, where the facilities are far more comprehensive. My choice of destination is my prerogative, and I am not beholden to your directives. Ah, indeed. If dining is out of the question, at the very least, I shall have a cup of tea. Brew it as you usually do, but make it a bit diluted and warm. Damaru will partake as well, so do ensure it is not too hot. Responding to my order with diligence, Hozuki vanishes towards the tea room, often bestowing upon me nourishing tea, a pity considering my infrequent meals. Initially, I found its flavor to be a curious enigma. Neither particularly palatable nor unpalatable, but I have since become quite addicted. To the Butterfly Mansion, is it? Hozuki's suggestion is indeed reasonable. Unlike the Butterfly Mansion, where there is always someone on duty to attend to the injured, the Tsukabashira residence is often deserted. Up until now, I have been fortunate to visit when they are home, but that may not always be the case. I inhale the deeply ingrained herbal bitterness that lingers in the research lab. It is a uniquely discernible scent that, while distinct, is far more pleasant than the greasy odor of meals. At the very least, I find it agreeable. I am contemplating my situation. This cannot continue indefinitely. Nonetheless, I desire more time to gather my courage, to depend on this place until I forget the scent of that tatami. However, circumstances often take a sudden turn. Iguro-kun, from tomorrow onward, I shall be stationed at the Butterfly Mansion. What transpired in the few minutes it took to fetch the tea, just before the cup reached my lips? I was struck with that statement. As I stared wide-eyed, Hozuki raised a finger and said, "Look, Miss Hughes has retired, and her successor, Miss Kane, has become the flower pillar, correct?" Chapter 5, Confirming Names, Mr. Iguro Abanai. Even so, I remain utterly ignorant of the personnel changes within the Demon Slayer Corps. With names I do not recognize, how could I possibly recall faces? Aside from Damaru, I have no friends, and my rigid demeanor and stubborn tone have rendered me unable to form easygoing connections with others. It seems that in light of the task transition, Miss Kane must temporarily leave the residence due to a shortage of personnel. It appears she hopes for a bit of assistance, as Shinobu's crow has come to relay the message. For how long? About half a month, I suppose. Therefore, the next time I am injured, it will be at the Butterfly Mansion, Iguro-kun. Self-treatment is strictly prohibited. How I choose to care for my own body is my own affair. Such treatment will only lead to festering wounds. If my arm were to rot and I became unable to fight, that would be troublesome, wouldn't it? Please, do visit the Butterfly Mansion. Agreed? Persuaded by his firm tone, I found myself at a loss for words. Though we are of the same age, at times, Hozuki behaves as if he is significantly older. Perhaps it is a matter of our height difference. I have been well cared for. Damaru, let us return. As I left the Tsukabashira residence, unable to articulate a response and incapable of nodding in agreement with Hozuki's words, I fled, as if escaping. On my way home, Damaru, draped around my neck, peered at me with concern. Only Damaru understands my past and my heart. I gently caressed my friend's small head and let out a deep sigh. Half a month. Indeed, half a month. On the flip side, I simply need to be cautious and avoid injury during that time. Even if I do sustain an injury, it should be a mere scrape that does not require treatment. If that is the case, I need not visit places like the Butterfly Mansion. Half a month passes swiftly indeed. Thus, I convince myself of the events to come in a few days. Severely wounded during a mission, I am unceremoniously transported to the butterfly mansion, where I encounter love. As I lay in bed, the moment the woman stands beside my pillow, a sharp pain shoots through my head. And thus, I realize, so this is what love is. Confirming names, Mr. Iguro Abanai, correct? If Jinai were to take human form, she would undoubtedly transform into this young lady. She introduces herself as Shinobu Kocho, and she is as lovely as a wildflower, aside from a sprained ankle and lacerations. It is said she has also been afflicted by the poison of a blood demon art. As she lifts her face from the treatment ledger, she offers a gentle smile. I will prescribe an antidote. Please remember to take it after every meal. Her eyes, akin to wisteria boiled to a gel, narrow softly, intensifying the throbbing in my head. Is there anything else you are concerned about or wish to inquire? Nothing in particular. Is that so? Then, I would like to ask you something. Shinobu Kocho gently interjects, her smile unwavering. Is it all right? You've been bitten by a snake on your head. Not a snake. It is Damaru, such a fine name. Please be sure to call him that. Damaru-kun, is it? The moment Shinobu repeats that name with a hint of incredulity, the sharpness in my head intensifies. Damaru, biting my head, begins to writhe, causing the corners of Shinobu's mouth to twitch slightly. Is it all right for you, Mr. Iguro? How about Damaru-kun? It appears quite painful. Indeed, to an onlooker, Damaru seems to be struggling in distress. However, I shake my head gently against the pillow. It is fine, I assert, fully meaning it. Damaru's heart beats like a bird's claw, not out of pain, but perhaps this is a form of affliction in itself. Are you truly all right? You are bleeding. I am merely flustered by the unfamiliarity of the situation. Damaru is not in pain. Do not worry, he will calm down soon. The wound is not deep and will stop bleeding shortly. I see. By the way, Mr. Iguro, this is your first time utilizing the butterfly mansion, isn't it? Was it quite startling to find yourself in an unfamiliar place? I will bring the medicine, she concluded, hastily departing. The moment she vanished, Damaru immediately released his grip and regained his composure, or rather, he did not calm down. He began tapping my chest with his tail, twisting and writhing. Do you like it? As a serpent, Damaru remains noncommittal. Is it guilt for my lingering terror and aversion towards women that troubles him? The pink aura that had enveloped him moments ago now coils around my arm, filled with unease, as if a lie. A forked tongue, probing with curiosity, emerges. Yet I wonder where in this world one can find joy in the budding romance of a friend. Next time, I shall visit the butterfly mansion properly. It is becoming rather embarrassing to trouble Hogetsu. Uttering grandiloquent justifications, the round eyes of Tamaru sparkled with delight. The cold scales inexplicably felt imbued with warmth. Is this the fever of love, perhaps? I am uncertain, bewildered. For the rest of my life, I may never experience feelings akin to those of Tamaru. Contemplating this, the temperature of the scales against my skin brings a tinge of loneliness. Love, it seems, is an emotion to which I am forever unconnected. I possess neither the courage to yearn for someone nor the qualifications to be yearned for. I am deeply anxious as I await the arrival of Iguro-kun at the butterfly mansion. For just moments ago, Takechio whispered to me. Tamaru has informed me that Iguro is quite inept at dealing with girls, making him equally ill-suited for the butterfly mansion. Consequently, when I heard that Shinobu had gone to assess Iguro-kun's regained consciousness, her face was devoid of color. It is unclear how he sustained a snakebite to his head, but everything else seems rather ordinary. Is it truly ordinary? Can one wager on a bear's gallbladder? Indeed, how suspicious I am. Upon returning to the lounge after examining the team members, Shinobu wore a countenance thrice as displeased as usual. Her perpetual smile had become a rigid mask. The corners of her mouth seemed to twitch. With her hand pressed against her cheek, she let out an utterly exhausted sigh. To prevent the injured from feeling uneasy, one must maintain a gentle expression, she remarked. Adhering to Lady Kanae's advice, Shinobu's facial muscles have been working diligently these past few days. Perhaps she is emulating her sister, welcoming the team members with an easily comprehensible smile. Such effort is commendable. Lady Kanae would surely commend her as well. This is only natural. In the absence of my sister, I represent this residence. Feigning indifference as I turned away, I merely concealed my shyness. Is it due to the recent addition of 3 new girls, aside from Aoi-chan and Kanae-chan? Or is it the nature of being 13 that has caused Shinobu to take on a sisterly demeanor? It evokes a sense of nostalgia. I recall the warmth in my chest upon seeing the awakening of my sister's heart after she became close with Kagae-kun's daughter, Yumi. My apologies. Shinobu Dano. Suki no Hashiradano. We have received another injured individual. Entering the room is Aoi-chan, clutching a medical record, having likely measured the pulse and temperature in advance. Aoi-chan is quite capable. In addition to caring for the recovering team members, she manages numerous chores within the butterfly mansion. Without her, the mansion would scarcely function as well. With a space beside Iguro-kun vacant, I guided the newcomer there. Understood. I shall proceed with the examination. Aoi-chan, you should also rest. You have been working since early morning. No, I cannot rest. I still have to conduct functional recovery training with Kane, and there are clothes left to wash. With an unwavering demeanor, she handed the medical record to me and promptly excused herself. Her movements were swift. A brief respite would not bring misfortune. While she is inherently diligent, she has recently grown even more obstinate. I apologize. I will ensure Aoi takes a break. Do not concern yourself. With a furrowed brow, Shinobu uttered this as she followed Aoi-chan out of the room. Aoi-chan's transformation occurred after the final selection. Aspiring to be a swordsman, she stepped onto the land of Fujisaki Mountain last month, yet she was unable to conquer her fear of demons. For 7 days, she merely fled, unable to wield her sword. The girl, trembling in fear of demons, with a pale face, clutching her uniform and blade, could not undertake her mission. Naturally, no one amongst the children of the Butterfly Mansion blamed her. Only Aoi-chan herself could not forgive her shortcomings. She is skilled, earnest, hardworking, and possesses a strong sense of responsibility, and perhaps it is this very nature that compels her to focus more on her failures than her successes, as if punishing herself by never averting her gaze. This is also why she dons a caretaker's uniform over her team outfit. Unable to forgive herself for not becoming a swordsman, she cannot allow herself to remove her uniform and revert to being an ordinary girl. I hope she does not overexert herself. I admire diligent children. Yet, it pains me to witness a child pushing herself so relentlessly. My heart grows heavy as I recall Aoi-chan's faint dark circles, seemingly indicative of her restless nights. I hope Shinobu can successfully persuade her. I can only pray fervently. My gaze falling upon the medical record before me. Upon seeing the names inscribed therein, my eyes widened in surprise. So, when shall I be discharged? Do lower your voice. There are others resting. Based on the procedure, discharge is anticipated in 2 weeks. That was rather loud. My sincerest apologies. The volume has not decreased at all. While it is indeed good to exhibit vitality, it could also hinder recovery, hence it should be discussed in hushed tones. Can we whisper? Have you experience in this? I often conversed in whispers with my younger brother. Then, please speak to me at that volume. Understood. Suddenly falling silent. What is the matter? If you do not lean closer, I cannot whisper. Is your volume knob set to either 1 or 100? Unable to contain myself, I exclaimed. And Iguro-kun beside me offered the most reasonable retort regarding my noise level. Although I find myself in the all-female Butterfly Mansion, Iguro-kun remains as acerbic as ever. Moreover, he declared his intention to utilize the Butterfly Mansion in the future. How vexing. Should one inquire about the change in his sentiments? It seems Tamaru has ignited a spark in him. He expressed a desire for them to meet as often as possible, thus resolving to make use of the mansion. Such is the nature of Iguro Abanai, aged 16, ever willing to lend a hand to his soul friend. Truly, as a practitioner of the serpent-breathing style, shedding one's skin is second nature to him. Incidentally, Tamaru's affection for Shinobu was not directly stated by Iguro-kun, but was inferred from his words. You seem quite close to Kocho Shinobu. What is the nature of your relationship? Based on his response, he would not easily let it go. And Tamaru's retort suggests it might indeed be so. Shinobu and I are merely friends borrowing the research room. I harbor affections for another. Furthermore, what Shinobu enjoys are candy, ginger, and ghost stories. The current trend seems to be tales that are terrifying once one comprehends their implications. Essentially, within this room, it is just you and me. Even if loud conversation occurs, I would not mind. If I do not mind, then no one else will either. Rather, it is more unpleasant to engage in covert discussions right before one's eyes. Relying on Iguro-kun's words, I relinquished the notion of whispering. Taking a seat in the circular chair designated for visits, my gaze swept across the upper left corner of the medical record. Thus, I confirmed the name. Rengoku Kaijiro? Indeed. I am Rengoku Kaijiro. With a powerful gaze, he responded, embodying the Rengoku lineage deeply rooted since the Sengoku era. He is the son of Shinjiro Rengoku and the nephew of Shinjiro Rengoku, aged 15. He is 1 year my junior. He suffers from fractures and bruises. And the demon's blood demon art has yet to be fully purged. Oh, the dizzying sensation akin to the earth turning upside down. How could one retain such vitality in such a state? All right, then I shall prescribe medication, take it after meals, and strictly adhere to this. Is it bitter medicine? I detest bitterness. This undoubtedly stems from Shinjiro Rengoku's bloodline. It evokes an overwhelming sense of nostalgia, causing my heart to ache. I must endeavor to make it as palatable as possible. Please endeavor to drink it. Any other concerns? Is there no food yet? None. Understood. Until now, I have felt a sense of nostalgia and gratitude for the Rengoku lineage, yet now it is merely a source of torment. Who might praise me for not panicking and responding normally? His features mirror those of a fallen comrade, and his eyes bear a striking resemblance. I cannot bring myself to meet his gaze. Chapter 6. What is the daily life of the Tsuki no Hashira like? Such occurrences invariably transpire on nights of resplendent moons, veiled by the stars. On the eves of the night, in my tender youth, I was cradled upon my grandfather's lap, who would invariably utter the same words. You resemble Shinazugawa and Rengoku. The visage of those memories remains hazy, a bittersweet reminiscence. It has been an eternity since my grandfather departed from this world, a time when Kaijiro still resided within my mother's womb. As for my grandmother, I know not even the sound of her voice, for she had passed away before my birth. Particularly, the shape of her eyes mirrors that of Kaijiro's. For he is my grandfather's eldest son, my father's brother, in other words, my uncle. He succeeded my grandfather as the Flame Hashira after the latter's retirement due to injuries. But tragically, he met his demise at the tender age of 17 during a mission. My grandfather often regaled us with tales of my uncle, particularly when he had indulged in drink, his tales flowing endlessly. He spoke of my uncle's character, his culinary preferences, and the immense admiration my father held for him, as well as my uncle's remarkable prowess as a swordsman. In summary, he was a voracious eater, frequently engaging in gastronomic competitions with the likes of Zenitsu. However, compared to the richly detailed accounts of my uncle, the tales of a certain individual named Zenitsu are exceedingly fragmented. My grandfather spoke of him as though he were a third son, yet my understanding of Zenitsu was limited to his name alone. He was a comrade of my uncle, a fellow swordsman with whom he shared a close bond, and from my grandfather's words, I could only infer this much. It was not until after my grandfather's funeral that I came to know him in greater detail. The snow fell gently, and the resplendent full moon illuminated the night sky, a memory that remains vividly etched in my mind. Though I was too young then to comprehend the concept of sorrow, I recall awakening in the stillness of the night and sitting on the frigid porch, driven by some indescribable emotion. The porch, devoid of my grandfather's warm presence, felt cold and lifeless. It was my father who approached me, speaking softly. Kaijiro, you mustn't sit out here in the cold. Typically, my father would be out on missions during the night, yet on this particular evening, he was home. He lifted my shivering form and settled beside me on the porch, mirroring the same gestures my grandfather had once bestowed upon me. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to etch my memories into the fabric of time, and I began to recount to my father all that my grandfather had shared with me, the tales of swords, my father's childhood, and the time when my uncle was still alive. During this exchange, I impulsively inquired about Zenitsu, a question I soon regretted. My father's brows, usually so vibrant and lively, furrowed with an unfamiliar vulnerability. I had never witnessed such a fragile expression on his face before, and it filled me with surprise and a twinge of anxiety, fearing I had crossed a line. Yet, my father quickly regained his composure, much like I had when recalling memories of my grandfather, and began to narrate his own recollections of Zenitsu. His words flowed intermittently, reminiscent of raindrops falling sporadically. Zenitsu was a man whose smile radiated like the dawn, brilliant and gentle. He possessed a mane of hair as white as freshly fallen snow, and his eyes were like rubies, gleaming with warmth. He wielded a breathing technique named after the precious moon, not of flame, water, or wind. A swordsman of exceptional caliber, embodying strength, gentleness, and integrity. In those days, I believed that the future of the Demon Slayer Corps would rest upon the shoulders of my brother and Zenitsu. Yet, my father's aspirations remained unfulfilled. For Zenitsu was exiled from the Corps, branded as a traitor for utilizing the breathing techniques derived from demons. His gentle nature and commendable achievements were overshadowed by this singular fact, leading to a complete dismissal of his worth. Even his distinct appearance drew scorn, with accusations linking him to incidents caused by demons targeting those with white hair and red eyes. I, too, was among those who cast judgment. My father proclaimed this with a tone that bore the weight of regret. He wished to apologize but lacked the courage and opportunity, ultimately parting without uttering a single word of remorse. Regret was all that remained for him. Though tears did not fall, there was a sorrow in his brow that spoke volumes. You resemble your brother. He echoed the very words my grandfather once said. His gaze, steeped in nostalgia, was a painful reminder of the gentleness that once was. Become an exceptional swordsman, Kaijiro, he urged, as his large hand caressed my forehead, an ethereal, distant memory that now feels almost unattainable. Time has transformed my father. In an abrupt change, he cast aside his sword, relinquished his title as Hashira, and even abandoned his guidance for us, his successors. I remain in the dark about the turmoil within his heart, a pain that only he can truly comprehend. You and Sanjuro possess no remarkable talents. Do not entertain foolish dreams, he declared coldly, a stark contrast to the expectations he once held for us. To assert that his heart remained unmoved by this would be a falsehood. Nevertheless, he implored me once more, become an exceptional swordsman, Kaijiro. The fervent flame you ignited within me continues to burn brightly in my heart. I believe in you, the you who once believed in me. Shortly after joining the Demon Slayer Corps, I became aware of the existence of the Moon Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, a man wielding the rare moon breathing. Akin to the swordsman who had once fought alongside my uncle. It was this singular fact that captivated me. Or perhaps it was merely an echo of my father's reminiscences that drew me to him. I yearned to converse with him. Although I had yet to determine what I wished to say, despite the differences in our standings as Hashira and Corps members, he was rumored to be unbound by such hierarchies. It was said that he was amiable, gregarious, and gentle. Thus, I hoped that he would not mind were I to approach him. As I navigated the busy days of a swordsman, slaying numerous demons, I awaited the day I could finally meet him. I longed for that moment to arrive. And at last, it came. Yet please take care, he said, never once meeting my gaze, not even for a fleeting instant. He left behind a smile that felt as though it were staring at me, yet simultaneously looking beyond me. A hollow expression that starkly contrasted the rumors surrounding him, leaving a chill in my chest. Have I incurred the Moon Hashira's disdain? What do you think, Iguro? I inquired of my companion, who lay on the adjacent bed and, seemingly annoyed at the interruption, opened one eye. His green left eye bore into me with sharp intensity. If he were to respond with ignorance, I would be content, yet the considerate Iguro pondered over his answer. To have that kind-hearted man despise me would be a Herculean feat, achievable only by a truly cunning villain. Rengoku, do you believe yourself to be that cunning sort? He retorted, his words still as circuitous as ever. I think you are simply too straightforward, I countered, interpreting his words to mean that I was not disliked. Although Iguro's manner of speaking was convoluted, he was not one to fabricate comforting lies, yet I wished to believe in his words. Well, he replied, a look of disbelief upon his face. Are you perhaps happier being disliked? I dismissed the notion, for being scorned by that individual would be utterly tragic. Had I not heard the stories of the renowned Sound Hashira? They say he would invite you into the bamboo grove, where you would be tormented in the abyss of the bamboo hell. If you harbor some peculiar masochistic tendencies, I shan't stop you. The fact that he knew such things only highlighted the close bond between Iguro and the Moon Hashira. How enviable. What a remarkably fluid stream of consciousness you're having. Are you awake or dreaming? I mused. I am not well acquainted with Mitsuri. He is merely a kind-hearted busybody, and I do not believe our connection is particularly strong. Do not utter such nauseating words. Should you speak of it again, I shall sew your mouth shut like a pouch. Understood? Ah, calling him by name. It seems your relationship is quite close. Understood. Then your ears are merely ornamental, I quipped, leaving Iguro dumbfounded as he turned away, using his arm as a pillow. However, it is true that something about that guy felt off just now. I wonder what the Moon Hashira is typically like. Overly friendly and informal. Too cheerful. To the point of irritation. Ah, I find myself feeling a bit like you. Iguro pointed a finger in my direction. The charm attached to his neck bobbed up and down incessantly. The more I listened, the more perplexed I became. Why did the Moon Pillar adopt such a distant demeanor towards me? Alas, pondering over matters that elude resolution serves no purpose. It merely leads to a futile cycle of thoughts. In Chapter 7, Shinobu mentioned that the Moon Pillar is akin to a sharp-toothed rat that would perish without sustenance. I swiftly redirected my thoughts to a different topic, the first thing that came to mind being dinner. I had heard that the meals at the Butterfly Mansion are exquisite, and I eagerly anticipated them. Iguro had fallen asleep, and I soon followed suit. My awareness was roused by the sound of sliding doors being opened. As I blinked awake, the room was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Your meal has arrived, announced three petite maidens who entered, accompanied by an enticing aroma. Two of them carried trays laden with food, while the last held a pouch of medicine. In an effort to compensate for their diminutive stature, the girls stood on tiptoes to place the trays on the table beside the bed. Their gently swaying butterfly hairpins were utterly charming. I had heard that the current mistress of the Butterfly Mansion, Kane Kocho, adopts children left orphaned by demons. These youthful maidens, appearing scarcely older than half of Iguro's age, were likely here for that very reason. Please savor it carefully, they urged. Thank you ever so much, I replied. Iguro, it's time to eat, get up. Seemingly reluctant to leave the warmth of slumber, Iguro groaned as he rose. The girls huddled together, fear evident on their faces as they confronted the displeased boy who was entangled with a snake. Despite their trepidation, they persevered in fulfilling their duties. Please, take your medicine after eating. This is for Mr. Rengoku, and this one is for Mr. Iguro. Then, the girl with braided hair extended her hand, her fingertips pinching a small paper pouch. With a barely audible sound, she set it down beside the tray, revealing a small treat. Oh, it appears to be a sugar ball. Is this also medicine? Iguro inquired. The treat glimmered like amber, even more striking than his wide-open eye. No, it's just ordinary amber sugar, as you mentioned. The Moon Pillar said that if you take your medicine properly, This will be your reward. The girl with the light blue belt waved her hands in a fluster, while the girl with the light pink belt, her hair barely reaching her shoulders, eagerly added her affirmation. The child with the pale yellow belt nodded earnestly behind them. It's just for this occasion, so please keep it a secret. Then we shall take our leave. Please, do take your medicine. The girls departed, their timid steps reminiscent of frightened rabbits. Iguro pinched the sugar between his fingers, and as the translucent light of the sunset danced upon it, I noticed his mismatched eyes seemed to glimmer. Did you make this by hand? He mused. I recall you mentioning your ability to make sweets. Upon hearing this, I understood that this treat was crafted by the moon pillar himself. After examining it like a gem, Iguro delicately placed the sugar ball into his mouth. Watching it disappear between the bandages, I couldn't help but exclaim, "No, Iguro. You shouldn't indulge in sweets before even touching your meal. It's merely a taste test. If the moon pillar, who seems to dislike you, has added something unpleasant, it could spell trouble." He scoffed disdainfully, rolling the sugar ball around in his mouth for a few moments. Then, casting a glance my way, he snorted as if to say the very notion was absurd. This sweetness was far too meticulous for someone whose presence he resented. Every dish was delectable, and the medicine he drank was not bitter at all, despite Iguro's grimacing face beside me. The sugar ball melting in my mouth offered a gentle sweetness, a flavor that seeped into my very soul. Welcome back. The voices of 3 young maidens echoed through the room. The sisters, Naoi, Hio, and Sumi, adorned in belts of different colors, had been taken in by the butterfly mansion after their families were slaughtered by demons, just like Aoi. Did you finish preparing the meals for the patients? I inquired. Yes, the meals for Mr. Rengoku and Mr. Iguro were delivered perfectly. The medicine was also given without a hitch, and of course, the sugar as well. The girls exchanged smiles, their laughter ringing in unison. We made amber sugar for Mr. Rengoku and, incidentally, for Mr. Iguro as well, though there's no particular reason for it. Though I worried that this might draw the attention of Makio through Rengoku, I had already proceeded with it, recalling the time when I had given sugar to the tearful Makio as a remedy for the bitter medicine. It felt natural to follow that memory. As for the sugar, let us keep this a secret from Shinobu. All right, this is the one, right? We'll keep it a secret. They all nodded in agreement, placing their fingers to their lips. Although it was something that wouldn't affect the medicine's efficacy, should Shinobu find out that they had consumed sweets after taking their medicine, they would surely be scolded. It would be an ordeal for the patients. And I wouldn't easily escape the consequences either. I would surely receive a punch to the stomach. Well then, you 3 should go have your meal. Aren't you joining us, Moon Pillar? I must go on patrol now. I'll eat something light when I return. Having promised to help Miss Kane oversee the butterfly mansion in her absence, I had made some accommodations in the task arrangements. But I could not simply abandon my designated area. Take care, they bid farewell, waving as I set off to patrol my assigned area. Though there were no abnormalities or signs of demons, the area was vast, and it took considerable time. I left the mansion before 6 o'clock, but returned well past midnight. Relying on my keen night vision, I walked through the dark corridors without lighting a lamp. Then, from the kitchen ahead, a faint light flickered. I wondered if someone was inside and peered in to find a girl with twin buns resting her head on the table, breathing softly in slumber under the glow of the oil lamp. Aoi-chan. Ah. As soon as I called her name, she startled awake. Oh, would it have been better if I hadn't woken her? Just as I regretted my timing, Aoi hurriedly tidied her disheveled hair and bowed. Welcome back. You must be weary from your patrol, Moon Pillar. Yes, I have returned. What are you doing here so late? You might catch a cold. Naoi said that the Moon Pillar should eat when he returns, so I thought I'd get everything ready. I'm sorry. I had intended to finish just in time for your arrival. Aoi bit her lip, looking as though she believed she had made a grave mistake. I'll prepare it immediately, she said, ready to spring into action, but I quickly intervened. It's all right. Look, there are rice balls made by Naoi and the others. But, is there enough for you, Moon Pillar? Yes, it's just right for a late-night snack. You usually eat a lot. Really, I'm fine. Do I appear that greedy? Shinobu said that the Moon Pillar is like a sharp-toothed rat that would die without food. Shinobu? I couldn't help but roll my eyes in a manner reminiscent of 80s shoujo manga. I had so many things I wanted to say to her absence. It gave me a headache. Am I really a rodent that would perish after just a few hours of fasting? How did she even know about that sharp-toothed rat? Was it in the animal book I had given her before? Speaking of which, Miss Kine also mentioned that Kogitsukoin resembles a chipmunk, accompanied by an adorable illustration of a chipmunk with its cheeks puffed out. Regardless, we are both rodents. Comparing a grown man over 170 centimeters tall to small animals seems problematic to me. I wouldn't starve to death over something like that, and honestly, I could manage cooking for myself even if I were hungry. Aoi-chan, why don't you go rest in your room? No, I can't let the pillar rest while I do. I am ultimately of no use. Her resolute voice carried no tremor whatsoever. She prepared to boil water with an air of decisiveness, seemingly convinced of her own competence. Since the day she miraculously survived 7 days in the treacherous Wisteria Mountain, she harbored a profound disdain, more intense than her loathing for the demons that had taken her family, towards the pitiful sight of herself, who fled in desperation to cling to life. Aoi-chan, am I impressive as a Hashira? When suddenly posed with such a question, I turned around to find the moon Hashira, seated upright, gazing at me with utmost seriousness. What a peculiar inquiry. Among the 9 core members of the Demon Slayer Corps, being so young yet achieving such a remarkable feat is something I should have understood without needing to articulate it. Of course. So that is how it is. What do you mean? I tilted my head in confusion, and the moon Hashira responded with a gentle smile, reminiscent of the moonlight itself. Aoi-chan, who could accomplish with ease what I, as a Hashira, struggled to achieve, was indeed more remarkable. The sudden revelation was difficult to digest, leaving me momentarily bewildered as I gazed at him. He began to count on his fingers, his hands hardened from excessive training. The cleaning of the expansive mansion, the copious laundry, preparing delicious meals for many, caring for the injured, and overseeing their rehabilitation. How could one body possibly manage such tasks? If I were to undertake even a fraction of what Aoi-chan accomplished, I would surely find myself overwhelmed and unable to finish within a single day. Compared to the act of slaying demons, my contributions seemed utterly inconsequential. Though I felt it was impolite to retort against the Hashira, I had no choice but to disagree. My self-assessment paled in comparison to the pillars. I was merely a coward. If I were truly a coward, I would have descended the mountain long before the 7 days concluded. My voice, though gentle, came out with surprising clarity as I countered. I did my best until the very end. I did not run away. You misunderstand. I was unable to put forth any effort. I was simply paralyzed by fear, unable even to descend the mountain. I was a useless individual who fled from demons and now shied away from my duties. If I kept running, why do I still wear the uniform? The question came as light as a whispering breeze, almost naively so. If I were to shed my uniform, it would be much simpler to escape from that selection and claim that I am not a member of the Corps. That is because if I were to remove my uniform, I would also be fleeing from the very fact of my escape. In that case, I would truly have no place left to belong, nowhere to go. It was because I felt that I could never forgive myself, not even in death, that I continued to wear this uniform. Such a wretched rationale. Aoi-chan, on the other hand, faced herself with admirable honesty. No, it was merely that she was being scrutinized. Ever since the selection concluded, I had been unable to escape the gaze of my own self-judgment. Chapter 8. The Defamation Within the Demon Slayer Corps. Regardless of how Aoi-chan perceives herself, I hold her in high regard. Therefore, I implore you not to speak of yourself in such a manner. Each person possesses their own strengths, and the capabilities of those hands differ from one to another. There is no hierarchy among the things one can accomplish. I would be saddened if you were to feel excessively self-deprecating. The voice, filled with compassion, evoked memories of my parents perishing in a pool of blood. How wonderful it would be to seamlessly accept his gentle words. Yet I cannot. I cannot allow that to happen. Thank you very much. The words of gratitude spilled forth, laced with an undertone of apology. The moon Hashira seemed to notice, his brow furrowing as he shrugged his shoulders. Aoi-chan, as he called my name. The moon Hashira rose and gently ran his fingers through my hair, as one would soothe a restless infant. Do not dwell too much on your troubles. Excessive pressure may lead you to unexpected places. Yes, I am deeply sorry for causing you concern. There is no need for apologies. Even if your words stem from a place of genuine care, it is impossible for me to suddenly grow fond of myself at this juncture. I cannot wield a sword, cannot slay demons, and I continue to burden the Hashira. What am I truly striving for? What purpose do I serve here? I despised my useless, timid self, a sentiment that had festered since that night of selection. Effort and self-harm are two entirely different matters. You must rest properly. Do not force yourself to rest at night either. Overexertion can lead to collapse. If you find it difficult to sleep, I can prepare soothing tea for you, if that would help. However, the resentment towards my unrelenting self seemed to soften, if only slightly, due to the warmth of his voice and the gentle touch of his hand. Just a little bit. Would there ever come a day when I could truly forgive myself? A day when I could gaze upon myself without the critical glare? A day when I could look ahead with hope? There was nothing to answer my queries about the future. The kettle placed over the fire merely let out a soft hiss. From the brightly lit kitchen, Kanawo Kurikara quietly departed. Relying on her keen eyesight, she strolled through the dark corridor without a lantern, having just returned from a midnight visit to the washroom. Earlier, she had spotted her brother, Kurikara Kogetsu, at the corridor's end, assuming he was returning from patrol, which caused an inexplicable flutter within her heart. After much hesitation, she entrusted her fate to chance and followed her brother, arriving at the kitchen where he and Aoi were engaged in conversation. Unable to enter, She lingered outside, eavesdropping intently. Back in her room, Kanawo stared at her hands in the darkness, recalling her brother's words directed at Aoi, who was troubled. Each person is different in what they excel at. What can these hands do? What can my hands do? Healing is not my forte. Cooking is not my strong suit either. Cleaning and laundry take me several times longer than others. Aoi's hands seem to work magic, effortlessly accomplishing everything while I consistently lag behind. My rehabilitation training is passable, but without guidance, I am at a loss. I could never work as Aoi does. I have never experienced being proficient in any single endeavor. What is the purpose of these hands' existence? No matter how intently I scrutinized my hands, there were no answers written upon them, nor would any revelations emerge. For a girl burdened by emptiness, persistently pondering this question, persistently questioning her own heart, felt akin to threading a needle with closed eyes, an arduous task. Slaying demons. After what felt like an eternity, with beads of cold sweat trickling down my brow, Kanawo exhaled. Slaying demons. This is the only thing I have yet to accomplish. I had contemplated the possibility of being devoid of any talent, of being unable to achieve anything. There is no guarantee that I would succeed at anything. Even so, the path remaining before me is the only one I can take. Kanawo. Endure. Aoi. Naho. Kyo. Sumi. And then, my brother. Memories of my family, connected by butterfly hairpins, flooded my heart, along with the inexplicable feelings that surged within me. I merely wanted to do something. Though I could not comprehend why I felt this way, the girl could not name this emotion. A girl unfamiliar with love clenched her fist in realization. Her heart raced, and her palms grew damp with sweat. I am acutely aware that my words can be sharp. I also recognize that my appearance is less than appealing. That fellow, truly infuriates me with his caustic tongue. He, a mere subordinate, lacks the awareness of his station. Thus, even if fellow corps members speak ill of me behind my back, I remain unscathed. In the resplendent garden of the butterfly mansion, I gazed down from above at the corps members who seemed to have returned from rehabilitation training. Seated beneath the cherry blossom tree, it was laughably absurd that they were so engrossed in gossip, completely unaware that the very branch they sat beneath concealed my presence above. Especially that bandaged one. He has been wrapped in those bandages since my entry into the corps. What exactly is concealed within? Perhaps fangs or something of the sort. It could be that fellow is a demon. The laughter of the team members comforts the raised, fanged head of Tsuru, although I regret not possessing fangs. Their words are not entirely unfounded. Born of a clan that harbors demons and raised on riches acquired through their malevolence, I too bear an ugliness akin to that of demons. Thus, I remain indifferent to their remarks. Speaking of demons, that individual has also been rumored to be one. Hasn't he? The moon Hashira, is it? However, if it concerns disparaging the full moon, that is a different matter altogether. To dare label that kind-hearted individual a demon is indeed audacious, even if it is mere baseless gossip. I grasp a caterpillar that is crawling nearby on a branch and lean out from the tree. Yes, indeed, I detest the Nicaran blade. Moreover, there was a time when rumors circulated, wasn't there? The moon Hashira is said to have mixed blood with demons, a traitor to the Demon Slayer Corps, perhaps? I believe there might be some truth to that. Allowing the Upper Moon 6 to escape was undoubtedly intentional. What is he doing as a Hashira? Truly, it's disheartening. How painful. Suddenly, what is this? Ugh, a caterpillar? Chapter 9. The flame Hashira bears a striking resemblance to my friend. The team members emit horrid shrieks. Witnessing their panicked retreat brings me a sense of satisfaction as I brush off my hand, which itched from the caterpillar encounter, and sigh, feeling as though I have accomplished a task. Now, regarding whether the caterpillar I encountered was poisonous, my fingers, swollen and reddened, are a matter for the evening. Upon seeing my fingers, Shinobu Kocho, who came to inquire, bears a beautiful smile that suddenly tightens with tension. You were stung while climbing a cherry tree, weren't you? What on earth are you doing? Your sprained ankle hasn't healed yet. Why go to such lengths to climb? Do you have a penchant for heights, Mr. Iguro? She stands with her hands on her hips, looking down at me seated in the chair meant for visiting patients. Her tone is gentle, yet undeniably irate. Her petite shoulders taut. What a roundabout way of scolding someone, Shinobu. It seems you can't bring yourself to be harsh with me. All right, you too, that's enough. With the moon Hashira intervening and standing in front of me, Shinobu, who wanted to retort, is left with a grimace. It appears she cannot muster her usual strength against the moon Hashira either. I shall handle Mr. Iguro's treatment. You should return to prepare the medication, Shinobu. Your remedy for tonight is not yet complete, correct? Yes. I am sorry for the intrusion, but Mr. Iguro, during your convalescence, I implore you to please take it easy, all right? She emphasizes the word please repeatedly before departing the room. Tsurumaru, I do not wish to criticize your taste, but is that truly acceptable? It seems quite fond of writhing near my neck. I failed to comprehend how our earlier conversation contained any elements worthy of struggle. in the dimly lit infirmary. It is only I, the moon Hashira, and Tsurumu present. Rengoku is absent due to his recovery training. I extend my hand to check for any remaining stings. Complying with his request to retrieve tweezers from the first aid kit, I obediently present my finger. It's fortunate it wasn't a stinging moth. If you learn your lesson from this, perhaps you'll refrain from indiscriminately handling insects. Does that imply I am a man who enjoys frolicking with caterpillars? Is that what you mean, Moon Hashira? What do you mean by leaving such severe marks? An accidental brush wouldn't lead to this. It's an unavoidable consequence of circumstances beyond my control. I retract my fondness for insects. I do not possess such an interest. All right. He responds casually as he tends to my swollen finger. You should also cease climbing trees. Falling would be quite disastrous. I would never commit such a foolish act. Silence. You who has only just recovered, Iguro. Moreover, if a branch were to break, it would be too pitiful. Pitiful? The cherry tree's name. This is the first I've heard of a cherry tree having a name, but I can understand given its magnificent stature. I've heard it was planted by the first user of the breath of flowers over 100 years ago during the Edo period. Oh, such a historical cherry tree. No wonder it is so beautiful. Isn't it? Why do you look so proud? Although I wish to inquire, the medicine is finished being applied. Swelling will take a few days to subside, but even if it itches, do not scratch. I need not be told such things. I am aware of it. Do you think I am an ignorant child, unaware of the world? More or less. Do not think the world consists solely of moonlit nights. How dare you speak ill of the moon? Complaining against a Hashira named after the moon is futile. This fellow's nights are always moonlit. There is no darkness of night raids. Yet, to my dismay, the moon Hashira dismisses my threat with a smile and begins to tidy up the medical tools, returning them to the first aid kit. Are you leaving? It seems so. Lingering would be bothersome. Although he speaks thus, he likely wishes to avoid meeting Rengoku. The tweezers that he failed to return to the first aid kit clatter dryly as they fall to the ground. He does not pick it up, instead. The moon Hashira glances at me with trepidation, his complexion pale. What expression is that? Do you truly think you've managed to conceal it? With such evident negligence? Do not speak of me. Even the dull-witted Rengoku has noticed such distance. Really? Very seriously. Rengoku is quite concerned. That Rengoku, is it? How do you intend to take responsibility? You know it is not a burden one can easily bear. It is not. I dislike Rengoku. Rengoku has done nothing wrong. This is my issue. It is solely my fault. He picks up the tweezers, his gaze fixed upon them as he mutters. The silver tweezers, spun about in his fingers, gleam in the twilight. I am one who cannot bask in sunlight, a being filled with remorse. Rengoku shines too brightly, causing me to shrink back. A lonely smile chokes my words, for I have come to slightly understand that sentiment. Bearing the sins of my clan. I too occasionally harbor the feelings that the moon Hashira speaks of. However, I do not know what sins this man carries within his heart, surely. They pale in comparison to the taint of my blood. By that logic, every time I face Rengoku, would I not be blinded? Iguro is beautiful, so it's fine. Unlike me, do not presume to judge without knowing anything. I am not as beautiful as you imagine. I hail from a lineage so grotesque it surpasses your imagination. Such matters do not exist. They do. Do not make me repeat myself. To be candid, I am quite agitated at this moment. I am furious at the moon Hashira's attempt to evade Rengoku. He cannot possibly be more repugnant than I, cannot possibly bear more guilt. Yet he presents himself as the most abominable of men, and I cannot forgive him. Why does this cherry blossom-like man care about his own ugliness? It is utterly perplexing. Ah, yes, the cherry. The moon Hashira resembles a cherry blossom, akin to that splendid tree blooming in the butterfly mansion-esque garden. Iguro, unbeknownst to me, the tweezers have been returned to the first aid kit. The moon Hashira, having prepared to leave, wears a faint smile, devoid of his usual brightness, presenting a mere illusion. If we were to call the blooming of flowers a blossoming, what emotions should we assign to the scattered sakura? Beneath the cherry tree lie corpses, you know. In that fleeting moment, believing myself to be the most grotesque, I sensed it. A sense of guilt akin to the hellish weight of being surrounded by 50 corpses resides within the moon Hashira, similar to my own. Rengoku resembles my friend. Not a single tear falls. Beneath his smiling visage, petals lie buried, and the moonlit cherry weeps. Just like those I have slain. Chapter 10. The Demon Slayer Cord Gathers. The downcast eyes of Iguro Abanai. The ethereal smile of Kaneo Tsuyuri. In the silence laden between the two, only Tsurumu fidgets awkwardly. An unspoken stillness envelopes the scene. Though it lasts but a moment. With a resonant bang, the entrance door swung open. I heard everything. The loud intrusion startled both Iguro and Hogetsu, causing them to widen their eyes and almost simultaneously exclaim that name. Rengoku? Rengoku-kun. In stark contrast to the lively response of Rengoku, Hogetsu's complexion abruptly paled. As if to shield him, Iguro stepped forward from his chair. Since when have you been listening? like a rude rat scuttling in the dark. I misjudged you, Rengoku. It all began the moment you uttered my name. I apologize for eavesdropping. Standing tall, Neo posed with an imposing presence, though it was unclear whether he was apologizing or simply resigned to the situation. However, considering his nature, it was likely a sincere expression of gratitude. Then, with his striking eyes darting toward Hogetsu, Rengoku took a bold step forward, swiftly closing the distance between them. The handsome brows and shape of his eyes left Hogetsu breathless. Tsukihashira, the pale-skinned youth, fearing what words might escape Rengoku's lips, lost all color, resembling a corpse. Iguro and Hogetsu's conversation had been entirely overheard by Rengoku, including Hogetsu's remark about having killed a friend who bore a striking resemblance to Rengoku. On that foundation, Rengoku declared, I am not your friend. I am someone else entirely, named Rengoku Kyujiro. I wish to convey my most urgent sentiments candidly, while I cannot help but be reminded of a friend. I hope you do not avert your gaze from me. Frankly, I am deeply hurt. His tone was devoid of blame. I do not mind your past in the slightest. Likewise, you need not feel indebted to me. Please do not cast the shadows of the past upon me. Nor were his words of comfort. As a fellow member of the Demon Slayer Corps, I hope you will regard this Rengoku Kyujiro, simply facing forward, merely looking at the present, and sincerely expressing his heart. Rengoku Kyujiro is indeed such a youth. Rengoku was aware only that Hogetsu had mentioned killing a friend, oblivious to the details of that past. He had no intention of listening or unearthing it. Perhaps it was somewhat arrogant to voice his wishes without knowledge of Hogetsu's history. Yet, for Hogetsu, it was not so. The speechless boy gazed blankly at Rengoku. His wide copper-colored eyes seemed to glisten, and he regained some color in his cheeks. The haunting past still lingered in his heart, but at least he would no longer suffer in the presence of Rengoku Kyujiro. Sensing this, Iguro sighed inwardly. Rengoku nodded in satisfaction. The warm evening sun enveloped the room. Standing in the glow that matched Rengoku's eyes, a soft voice whispered, Thank you. The corners of his mouth relaxed slightly, reminiscent of scattered cherry blossoms. Shortly after the tranquil air flowed, Rengoku suddenly recalled something. Please allow me to express my gratitude that I almost forgot. Gratitude? What does that entail? It must be about the amber candy. Iguro responded to the perplexed Hogetsu. Yes, it is exceedingly sweet and delicious. Well, it's not bad at all. Iguro enjoys it very much. Do not exaggerate, Rengoku. Whether it was Iguro's voice, which could not hear the bitter remarks, or Rengoku's cheerful smile that remained unaffected by shyness, Rengoku's bright demeanor persisted. He was even moved by the sweetness following the medicine, exclaiming that he would like to have it again next time if possible. No, that was a one-time offer. You must find a way to negotiate. I implore you. The medicine is too bitter, and I wish for something to offset its taste. But if Shinobu finds out, I will be scolded. Hey, did you still go ahead with it knowing you would be reprimanded? A chilling voice interrupted the amicable conversation, causing the atmosphere to freeze instantaneously. Trembling, they turned to face the source of the voice, where the open door revealed Shinobu Kochu, tightly gripping her medicine pouch. Her youthful face radiating an anger that belied her age, yet adorned with a smile. I heard everything. In stark contrast to her beautiful smile, a menacing aura seemed to loom behind her. Thus, Shinobu scolded them soundly. Even Kyujiro-kun and Iguro-kun were sitting here. Oh dear, such events transpired in my absence. Kanaho-san, with her hand against her cheek, remarked that it had been quite a challenge. Ultimately, the task, which had been extended for 3 weeks, saw her return just yesterday. As a token of gratitude for looking after the butterfly mansion in her absence, I was invited to enjoy Kanaho-san's tea today. The fragrant aroma of blooming cherry blossoms wafted to the eaves. The brilliant spring sunlight filtered through the cherry blossoms, making tea in the beautiful garden an exquisite experience. I apologize for that. I usually wouldn't tea be so finicky, but my absence seemed to have made her anxious. It's all right, Shinobu has a point. I may have also relaxed a bit too much. My intention to help inadvertently caused trouble. Trouble? Not at all. Thanks to Hogetsu-kun, everyone is quite pleased. Pouring tea back into the empty cup, Kanaho-san offered it to me, her smile radiating warmth akin to the sun. You helped mediate during the quarrel in the large room, moved heavy objects, and also took care of Chio and the others, right? And there was Aoi's matter as well. No, regarding Aoi-chan. All I managed was to provide clumsy comfort, but she began resting well at night. She no longer pushes herself, though that child is still far from accepting herself. She has taken a step toward recovery, which makes me very happy. So truly, thank you, Hogetsu-kun. Whether I deserve that gratitude, I am uncertain. Upon my silence, Kanaho-san retracted her smile, troubled by the pause in conversation. To break the awkward silence, I introduced another topic. Kanaho-san, are you aiming to become a swordsman? Well, who told you that? Shinobu, very angry. I did not approve of it, you know. As she spoke, Kanaho-san clenched her fists on her lap, lowering her head. I was somewhat surprised by this. When Aoi-chan expressed her desire to become a swordsman, did you not approve? That child is capable of thinking and acting for herself. She possesses an unwavering will to join the ranks. Yet Kanaho is not like that. Her heart is still but a budding flower. I cannot allow a child like that to venture into danger. The reason Kanaho wishes to become a swordsman remains unclear. According to Shinobu, it was only when she noticed that Kanaho had picked up a training wooden sword and was silently practicing. Kanaho herself has never articulated her desire to become a swordsman. Generally, Kanaho is quite reticent, unable to convey her feelings. However, since she mimicked the forms of the flower breathing, attempting to master the techniques, it seems Shinobu is concerned that this might be the case. When told to stop, she would momentarily cease her training, but upon realizing, she would once again grasp the sword. Kanaho possesses remarkable athleticism, a prodigy who defeated squad members during rehabilitation training. At that time, she was often half-jokingly suggested by the squad members she trained with that she should become a swordsman. Shinobu seems to believe she might have taken that seriously, which prompted her to start wielding the sword. The strength of a person lies in their will. It is because one does not want the flower blooming in their heart to wilt that they can grow stronger. The whisper melded with the spring sunlight. What kind of flower will bloom in Kanaho's heart? I have been eagerly anticipating that day when she will tell me, in her own words, of its arrival. As if dreaming of that day, Kanaho-san gently lowered her eyelids. The spring breeze played with her hair. That was back when I was still a disciple of the Kanagawa flower style. An unforgettable spring season. I was summoned by the flower Hashira. Shortly after Kagaya-kun's examination had concluded, it has been reported that the cherry tree planted in the courtyard is in poor condition. The consultation revealed that it neither blooms nor bears buds, causing considerable distress. Although I am a doctor who treats people rather than plants, I had no particular reason to refuse when I found some free time, so I ventured into Miss Flower Pillar's courtyard. Miss Flower Pillar, have you ever managed to kill fish mint? How astute of you. That truly is a remarkable skill. I see, I understand now. May I call upon a helper? If you please. Upon stepping into the courtyard, I immediately grasped the formidable nature of the adversary. Miss Flower Pillar's garden was indeed a sight most disheartening. A mere glance brought forth a pang of sorrow. Alone, I was powerless to effect any change. 3 minds can hardly rival the prowess of Zhuge Liang. This was a challenge that transcended mere dimensions. Thus, I enlisted the aid of the idol Jitaro and Nezuko, as well as the other pillars, forming a valiant party akin to a heroic squad set to assault the final labyrinthine stronghold of the Demon King. We returned to Miss Flower Pillar's courtyard once more. But wait, courtyard? Say, Tsukiyomi, is this truly a courtyard? This must be a misnomer for a field of failure, no? Uneasily, I glanced back at Nezuko and Jitaro, both of whom seemed to share my sentiments. However, voicing this thought would surely lead to Miss Flower Pillar's ire, so I maintained my silence. Yet, the pillars displayed commendable bravery. What is the breath of flowers? Are you a user of the poison breath, which can only be executed by Flora? May I inquire if fire has been set? The color is 2T brown, casting doubt upon my vision. A desolate land devoid of even a single blade of grass, where vibrant hues are absent. My master's garden has never reached such an nadir. Ah, the courtyard of the flower pillar, weeping indeed. Perhaps it ought to be renamed the courtyard of withering. I shall send you all flying, you rascals. The illusion that is Miss Flower Pillar is confined solely to her exterior. Within 2 seconds, her words and actions aligned as she skillfully dispatched all the pillars. Even the fashionable wind pillar, capable of tearing through throngs with bare hands, succumbed to her might, physically. Thus I surmised that the mightiest pillar of our time must indeed be Miss Flower Pillar. Now, thank you, Dr. Hanazawa. I would like you to examine the condition of this cherry tree. Facing away like the cursed dogs of the Inagami family were the pillars, while the gentle, smiling Miss Flower Pillar stood beside a slender tree, which nearly met a tragic fate due to being planted in the wrong location, yet it still clung to life. Together with Jitaro, I conducted an examination and found no abnormalities in the soil or the tree itself. It seemed as though some formidable supernatural force had nearly drained it of life. If there is any anomaly, it must be traced back to Miss Flower Pillar's fingers. Resolutely, I inquired, Miss Flower Pillar, do you cherish this cherry tree? Of course, she replied. Then please, do refrain from approaching the courtyard. It will inevitably wither away. I narrowly avoided being struck down by Miss Flower Pillar, but do not lay a hand on Tsukiyomi, you ruffian. If you wish to strike Tsukiyomi, you must first defeat me. Jitaro and Nezuko shielded me, ensuring my safety. Though Miss Flower Pillar is merciless towards colleagues and adult males, she shows a different demeanor towards girls and youths. Most who have done nothing but cause mischief have indeed engaged in some wrongdoing. Yet, in the case of Miss Flower Pillar, she is genuinely a person who has done nothing and yet withers. If I were to insist, her very existence has already gone awry. Is she a witch who absorbs the life force of plants? Thus, in order to combat this non-theoretical horticultural force in a negative sense, we must also rely on non-theoretical wishes. Let us devise a name that will not wither, a name that embodies its essence. Let us conceive a formidable name, one that can subdue the poisonous grip of the flower pillar. The resurrected pillars also joined us. As we gathered in a circle around the pitiful cherry tree, Miss Flower Pillar, slightly displeased due to being prohibited from approaching her own garden, pondered a fitting name. While the spirited Rengoku raised his hand. Lord Commander, silence. The wounds are too deep when it withers. He was immediately met with disapproval from Mr. Wind Pillar, but this prompted others to raise their hands in succession. Thank you, Hanazawa. You'll be spewing blood soon, you fool. Wouldn't it be lovely if the cherry tree bore a hue? What do you take Tsukiyomi's blood for, you rascals? Then, Yamamoto Kenzaburo. Do you presume that such a feeble name can protect the cherry tree from the flower pillar's malevolent grasp? The more I considered it, the more impossible it appeared. Should we not abandon the notion to avoid further scars? How about calling it Kibutsuji Muzan, with withering as a premise? Please spare me. I could not help but stand up and exclaim, for to name the ailing cherry tree Muzan would be a travesty. At the very least, let us name it Yurichi. That name feels as though it could triumph. Even if it withers, my heart would not ache. Thus commenced the naming convention aimed at saving the pitiful cherry tree. We racked our brains, conjuring up hundreds of names. The discussion became temporarily chaotic, teetering on the verge of devolving into a brawl, until we resorted to a draw. Therefore, the cherry tree's name was decided upon as Inevitable Victory. Thus was the name easily established, inscribed as Inevitable Victory. A splendid name indeed. My suggestion of eternal full bloom was also rather commendable. It is said that plants possess hearts, so it is better to praise them. Thus, let us lavish praise upon this nearly withered inevitable victory, nurturing a spirit strong enough to conquer the withering pillar. Cough. Miss Flower Pillar. We fervently encouraged inevitable victory. May you thrive, inevitable victory. Remain powerful, inevitable victory. Do not succumb to the rain, the wind, or the withering pillar, inevitable victory. Always envision your strongest self, inevitable victory. Do not allow the withered old hag to bloom beautiful flowers, inevitable victory. Were it not for the women and children, you would be crying. You little girl from the Hanazawa family. Before the resplendent figure of inevitable victory, we shall strive to excel. Tears and sobs can wait until next year. Chapter 11. Please return me 0. Regarding the reports of demon corpse theft. Incidents of demons stealing the corpses of suicides have been occurring frequently across various locales. This crime appears to be perpetrated by multiple demons, and it is surmised that there exists a leader orchestrating them. Following the identification of the demon's lair based on eyewitness testimonies, a punitive squad was assembled, with full command entrusted to the Flame Pillar, Rengoku Kaijiro. Report of the extermination. January 9th, Meiji 17. Rain began in the evening. During the process of exterminating the corpse theft gang, an upper moon demon made its appearance. The exact number is unknown. Several members of the squad fell into a state of panic, disrupting the formation and fleeing. Flame Pillar Rengoku Kaijiro engaged in battle with the upper moon. Due to the sudden intervention of the upper moon, many belonging to the corpse theft gang escaped, but the mastermind demon was defeated by the kanji-level member, Hirakazu. The village at the foot of the mountain suffered no damage. Flame Pillar Rengoku Kaijiro encountered the upper moon and fell in battle after a fierce struggle. Due to the poor visibility from the rain, the details of the conflict remain unclear. The upper moon has since fled. The Jo level, Shimazawa Shirzwa, is deceased. The corpse discovered in the mountains was found mutilated into dice-like pieces. The kanji level, Nakaji Nobuaki, survived, but due to demon poison, he lost his sanity. By the time he was found, all his limbs had withered. He could not be saved and subsequently passed away. The kanji level, Hiranuma Takashi, has gone missing. A large cocoon discovered in the mountains yielded a suspected Nichiren blade of a squad member, but the remaining parts had all liquefied, rendering identification impossible. The Shin level, deceased. The Jo level, deceased. The Jo level, deceased. The Shin level, Hirakazu, is the sole survivor. Successfully defeated the mastermind of the corpse theft. This report was compiled based on the testimony of squad member Kirikase. It is truly absurd. I once held this belief unwaveringly. The fissure in a fact I had never questioned emerged in the late autumn, 20 years after my elder brother's passing. Amidst the mountain, shrouded in the scent of withered leaves, as my nasal passages dried. It was at the moment I rescued a certain man from the hands of demons that I found myself asking, "Who are you?" The man holding the lantern gasped as soon as he laid eyes upon my face. He possessed a strikingly handsome visage, one that would linger in memory after a single encounter. However, I could not recall him at all. Had we crossed paths before? No. Approximately 20 years ago, I encountered someone who bore a striking resemblance to you. Thus answered the man who called himself Butterfly. It is said he makes his living through the art of pharmacology. He ventured deep into the mountains in search of plants that bloom solely at night, only to be beset by demons. So I resemble him greatly? Indeed. We don the same Haori. Is he your elder brother? The query was posed with a tone that mingled uncertainty with an unmistakable conviction. As night deepened, I resolved to escort this butterfly down the mountain. Along the way, he never inquired about the well-being of my elder brother. His demeanor suggested he was already aware of his fate, which unsettled me further, yet what troubled me most was Butterfly's detached attitude, rife with an unmistakable ire. It was clear that his anger was not directed towards my brother, but rather towards the Demon Slayer Corps. As his gaze shifted from my face to my attire, the black high-collared uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps. Have we perhaps offended you in some manner? I foolishly asked. My inquiry was akin to casting a stone into a vessel brimming with water, causing the surface tension to shatter. For a fleeting moment, Butterfly's throat caught, and emotions welled silently in his eyes. Your organization has slain my mentor. The flickering light of the lantern illuminated the depths of Butterfly's pupils, where an inferno of unbridled fury burned. Bearing the weight of his gaze, I felt a pang of sorrow, yet was not overtly surprised. Anyone could succumb to becoming a demon. There existed no discrimination, distinction, or barrier in this truth. Those who transformed into demons, family, lovers, friends, acquaintances, and those dear to us, were oftentimes slain by the Demon Slayer Corps, giving rise to resentment, anger, and curses against us, just as this butterfly now exhibited. Demons feast upon humans. They must be eradicated. Such sentiments were predetermined when encountering individuals of this ilk. Apologies would not be offered, for it was understood that even an apology would not quell the anguish of the living. It was far simpler to bear the burden of their wrath, resentment, and curses. The corners of Butterfly's eyes glistened with moisture. What curses might erupt from his trembling lips? I braced myself to endure it all. Yet, my mental preparation was wholly misguided. Absurd to the point of ridicule. It is you Demon Slayer Corps who transformed my mentor into a demon. I was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend the implications of his words. My mentor does not consume or kill humans. He selflessly saved our nearly doomed homeland and my father. Yet you set fire to his home, claiming demons fear sunlight, and in the light of dawn, he was burned alive, leading to his descent into demonhood. His outburst surged forth like a torrent unleashed. The children who lived alongside my mentor were indeed demons that fed upon human flesh. However, they were taught not to attack humans. They adhered to this teaching, consuming the bodies of those who had taken their own lives, when the supply was insufficient. My mentor would offer his own blood and flesh to sustain them. We all lived in tranquility, had the Demon Slayer Corps not invaded. Numerous lesser demons, the bodies of the suicides, and my brother's final mission to combat the theft of corpses flashed through my mind. Was the fire set by the Demon Slayer Corps? I had heard the story of that mission before. The sole survivor, Yuko Kurosaki, had recounted it in detail during my brother's memorial visit. Yet, he had not mentioned the tumult that ensued at dawn. It is all the fault of the Demon Slayer Corps. The death of my mentor and the destruction of my homeland are entirely upon you. Butterfly's cries devolved into sobs. Destruction, you say? A plague. Shortly after I began working in the town, everyone perished. No one was saved. Had my mentor been alive, it would have been different. He would have saved everyone. My homeland was utterly destroyed by you. A hoarse sound escaped his lips. Forgive me. I beg your pardon for such a lapse before my savior. Although it does not pertain to you, I find it difficult to keep these feelings bottled up. From the depths of my heart, I was irretrievably, surely intended to express my profound hatred. Yet the words eluded me, and the man bowed his head in trembling silence. He ought to have been a gentle soul, one who endeavored to treat others kindly. That posture inexplicably overlapped with memories of someone I cherished. How could one commit such cruel acts? Was it solely because he was a demon? Does being a demon alone render one guilty? Is the earnest endeavor to refrain from causing harm not deserving of respect? Merely because he is a demon, do you deny the goodness within him? Annihilating demons is the duty of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yet, to avoid becoming a demon oneself, there exists an insurmountable boundary that must not be transgressed. I had once thought this notion to be absurd fiction. Yet the expression on Butterfly's face was not one that could be explained by lies. Therefore, the notion of a demon that does not consume humans may be, no, absolutely impossible. Demons feed upon humans. Without this, they cannot survive. My previously unwavering conviction was overturned by the revelation. Please return Mr. Zero to me. Within the name woven through his tears lay an irretrievable trust, for memories instilled the belief that, if it were him, perhaps it was indeed possible. Chapter 12. The Haori of the Iron Rabbit. The details of how I parted ways with Butterfly and began my journey home have since grown hazy. If I were to forget entirely, it would be better, yet certain memories remain vividly clear in their nuances. The man named Zero. With his white hair and crimson eyes, did Butterfly inform me, or did I inquire myself? Even this is uncertain. Everything is veiled in ambiguity, save for the colors that linger in my mind. I had heard he was a gentle soul, and that alone I held as undeniable truth. The demon suspected of masterminding the theft of corpses was my brother's closest friend. To me, he was akin to a second brother. It was said that words were inscribed within his eyes, characters etched into his very gaze. To comprehend their meaning would surely invoke a cascade of cold sweat. What was amiss? Butterfly's account diverged significantly from the testimony of Yuko Kurosaki. The demon at the heart of the corpse theft, which was Zero, ought to have been Kurosaki's target. Yet he failed to mention the characters inscribed within Zero's gaze. Once a single crack appears, suspicion spreads like wildfire. Even the death of my brother, who was said to have valiantly fallen fighting against the upper moons, now raises doubts. The upper moon that killed my brother, could it be? What secrets had that man concealed? Why did he omit the details regarding the fire attack? Did he harbor a guilty conscience? Was there something else he was hiding? At that time, Kurosaki had already retired, living in seclusion in the mountains as a trainer. I, burdened with the responsibilities of a Hashira, was too occupied to seek him out. Yet I resolved that once my current duties concluded, I would confront him directly to demand clarity. At that moment, I still possessed the capacity for such thoughts. My life truly resembled a slope from which, upon losing footing, one would perpetually descend. On one assignment, there were massive casualties. Due to my delay, 50 individuals were devoured by demons and perished. With misplaced kindness, I facilitated an encounter between the surviving youths. Only later did I learn that the boy had been raised as bait for the demons, while the girl was the daughter of a family that sacrificed themselves to save her. The girl cursed the boy, fearing that if he died alone, 50 members of his family would be spared. The boy was crushed beneath the weight of his guilt. He, the same age as my son, could no longer lead a normal life. Upon returning from the mission, my wife lay cold. I had not even been able to bid her farewell. I could not comfort my grieving sons, nor embrace them to share in our sorrow. Instead, I collapsed upon my wife's lifeless body, howling in unbearable despair. As a swordsman, a husband, a father, I was utterly powerless. The moment I realized this, the most delicate part of my heart shattered with a resounding crack. At the end of my downward spiral, I crouched in the depths of despair. I lacked the strength to climb back up, even the courage to stand. Here, in this place, if my life were to come to a standstill, then I would never fall again. Bearing the festering wounds, I turned my back on everything. I could advance no further. The waves of despair extinguished the flame within my heart mercilessly. Many members of the corps draped their haori over their uniforms. Some do so to conceal weapons, others for the relics of lost loved ones, while some purely for fashion. Their purposes are varied, yet the wearers are numerous. Consequently, such incidents occasionally occur in the Butterfly Mansion, where the uniforms of the Healing Corps members are stored. Oh, is this Rengoku's? Wasn't he discharged yesterday? Oh. As I unfurl the freshly laundered pure white haori, the harmonious voices of the Butterfly Mansion's 3 sisters intertwine melodiously. The reason for my folding of clothes lies in my visit to the Butterfly Mansion, where I chanced upon the 3 sisters mewing and collecting a plethora of garments under the gradually darkening sky, prompting me to lend a helping hand. Oh, but look at Mr. Rengoku. He wears his haori splendidly. Perhaps it belongs to someone else? I must confirm this at once. After a hurried investigation alongside the flustered sisters, we concluded that it must have been mixed up with Akaza's haori. The sisters, perhaps feeling guilty for the mishap, huddled together with tear-filled eyes. Alas, there is little to be done. The butterfly-patterned haori of Kaname, the patchwork haori of Ju, and the distinctive kill symbols adorning the haori of Shinobu are all quite recognizable. Yet a solid color haori inevitably leads to confusion. Do not be so frightened. Akaza and Kaijiro are both gentle souls. They will not lose their temper over a mere mix-up of haoris. I shall take this to Kaijiro and exchange it for Akaza's, shall I? Upon hearing this, the 3 sisters' faces brightened instantly. Though not without hesitation, I could not allow them to remain in distress. Given the care I have received from the Butterfly Mansion, it is only fitting that I undertake this small task. With the haori securely in my possession, I set off for the Rengoku estate. No worries. Just a quick trip. The Rengoku home is down this road. Ah, but this path is shorter. No matter, let us proceed this way. Under the guidance of Teichio, I arrived at the Rengoku estate, a place that mirrored my memories precisely. With a mixture of nostalgia and trepidation swirling within me, I knocked on the grand door. Hello. Who is it? A youth resembling the Rengoku lineage peered out. Unlike Kaijiro, he bore softer eyebrows, suggesting he must be his younger brother, Senjuro. My sincere apologies for the sudden intrusion. I am Kurawaki Hogetsu. I am here regarding Kaijuro's haori. After explaining the situation and handing over the haori, Senjuro nodded in comprehension. It was clear he intended to return it upon discovering it was not his brother's. Please wait here, I will fetch it. Ah, no need. I'd prefer to wait outside. I wished to avoid lingering, uncertain of how I would face Makio, one of the few who knew my true identity. Despite my disguise, should I be recognized, it would spell disaster. Senjuro hesitated slightly, but hurried inside, returning shortly with a gentle clatter of footsteps. Is this the one? He asked, presenting the carefully cradled white Haori. Yes, that is indeed Akaza's. Thank you very much. No, we should be the ones expressing gratitude. I apologize for the trouble. Not at all. With my task complete, and having successfully avoided an encounter with Makio, a momentary sense of relief washed over me. Just then, the sliding door to the entrance swung open with a loud clang. I sensed a disturbance in the air. Before I could escape, a rough voice laced with the scent of alcohol reached my ears. What is all this commotion at the door? The unmistakable smell of liquor wafted through the air, accompanied by a brusque demeanor. How I wished to dismiss the rude man glaring at me on our first meeting with ease. The man was none other than Makio himself. How outrageous. That sweet boy. I detest such dramatic contrasts. Fearing recognition, I must depart swiftly. Yet, all else faded into insignificance as I was overwhelmed by the cruel passage of time. This shock even eclipsed the entanglements of my past life. I could only stand frozen in place. Do you understand this feeling? It is akin to seeing your shy, bespectacled self in an old-school photo transform into a brazen blonde vixen in the graduation picture. My vocabulary faltered in the shock of this dimensional rift. I felt an overwhelming urge to seize a time machine and rewrite history. If you do not understand, please try to. Fortunately, I had worn my hat low. It seemed Makio had not perceived my true identity through the veil of my disguise. Father, this individual is merely returning my brother's Haori. I began to explain. I am the demon slayer, Kurawaki Hogetsu. My intended farewell was abruptly interrupted. I was struck. Kurawaki, you wretch. Caught off guard. I found myself tumbling to the ground, the metallic taste of blood filling my mouth while my left cheek burned. Oh no, I stained Akaza's Haori. And my hat fell off too. Though the sky was overcast, the sunlight still felt scorching. Stop it, father. What is the meaning of this? Silence. Do not come near my house again, you. Before I could retrieve my hat, my collar was gripped tightly. The glare above me was fierce, with a raised fist threatening to descend. I had not anticipated needing to dodge. This scene felt eerily familiar, and instinctively, my body stiffened, as if I believed I had to endure without flinching. Yet, the anticipated impact never came. Our gazes locked. The moment I saw those fiery eyes widen in surprise, I finally snapped back to reality. The blood drained from my face as I swiftly freed myself from his grip and hurriedly donned my hat, fleeing at full speed. A name echoed in my mind, striking me like a blow to the back. Even so, I would not look back. I have returned. Ah, Hogetsu. Welcome back. The first voice to greet me upon returning to the butterfly mansion was Pierce's anguished cry, quickly followed by the overlapping wails of the three sisters, all gathering around me in distress. What happened to your cheek? I merely fell. It looks like you've been struck. It was just an accident, truly. It's not serious. It looks so painful. Your eyes are so red, aren't they? Huh. I instinctively touched around my eyes, finding no abnormalities. I prodded my eyeball. It felt just as it always did. My contact lens fell out. I stood frozen, covering my eyes, as the three sisters grew increasingly anxious. I will go fetch Lady Shinobu. Right away. Wait, Pure, don't. Please rest, Hogetsu. It's really nothing. I'm fine. My eyes are perfectly fine. Oh, I'm sorry, but I must attend to something. Please give my regards to Lady Shinobu. I escaped the three of them, fleeing from the butterfly mansion, which echoed with their panicked cries, and set off home at full speed, employing my breathing technique. What will I do without a spare pair of contact lenses? How will I face anyone tomorrow? My contact lens must have fallen at the Rengoku estate, likely dislodged during the scuffle. What should I do? Go back to the Rengoku estate to retrieve it? No, that is out of the question. I lack the courage to face them again after that incident. Why did Mr. Makio become furious upon hearing the name Kurawaki? Was it directed at his brother or Kaijiro? But Kaijiro had already retired before Makio joined the ranks. If there were issues, they must pertain to Senjuro. What could I have possibly done to provoke such a reaction? Did I inadvertently make him run errands? Or did I mistakenly buy him bread? Yet, Mr. Ubuyashiki, while stern, would never stoop to such actions. What, then, could it be? As I tended to the bruises on my cheek, lost in thought, a visitor arrived. Hogetsu, you little rascal, the butterfly lady's sister is furious. I was terrified when she asked me to drag you here, even if I had to. Is that your senior? I instantly regretted it as soon as the words left my mouth. The familiar footsteps belonged to Mr. Murata. What on earth happened to your eyes? Get them treated properly. It's just a color lens that fell out. Don't scare me like that. Wait, color lens. What are you doing? You little rascal. Where did it fall? Let us go look for it together. Mr. Murata truly has a healing presence. Just his appearance alone brings a sense of reassurance. I feel like I've been pierced by 1,000 needles. Though I felt guilty for Mr. Murata's worried gaze on my bandaged face, I was nonetheless grateful for his concern. But should I write to my master? Please refrain from such reckless actions that could unleash a nuclear bomb. If word reaches Mr. Ubuyashiki and calls upon the former Flame Hashira, that would truly be catastrophic. I certainly do not wish to be pursued relentlessly by that fierce and formidable lady. I calmed Mr. Murata and recounted the incident, although I refrained from disclosing the identity of my assailant. I vaguely mentioned that I had been struck by a former male team member. Upon merely uttering the name Kurakara, Mr. Murata became suddenly agitated. The surname Kurakara is quite rare, which led me to believe it might be a familiar acquaintance of my master. Mr. Murata tilted his head in contemplation, seemingly oblivious to his duty of escorting me back, as instructed by Miss Shinobu. While I did not intend to highlight this to avoid complicating matters, I could not help but worry about the potential repercussions for Mr. Murata should he also incur her wrath. I could only pray that we would not both be scolded, as Miss Shinobu is the type to unleash her full indignation. It would be challenging to evade her ire, especially since my face had been recognized. Should I reveal the location of the incident, it would inevitably lead to the revelation of who had attacked me, which I wished to avoid. I intended to have a new pair of contact lenses fitted, but until then, I would use a scarf to conceal my face. Just as I was pondering this, a knock echoed from the entrance. Could it be the impatient Miss Shinobu coming to confront me? As I braced myself with trepidation, Mr. Murata gently pressed my head down. Allow me to greet our guest. You remain seated. Watching his retreating figure as he approached the door was utterly captivating. I felt a deep appreciation for having such a senior brother. Meanwhile, I strained to listen intently. Is Lord Akaza present? It was Kaijuro. Why had he come again? The timing of his visit sent an ominous shiver down my spine. I am merely here to rest, I thought, but I heard the unmistakable sound of shoes, indicating that he was indeed home. Pardon my intrusion. Please do not disturb. Do not approach the entrance. Go downstairs at once. I will relay your message. Although I apologized for the careful arrangement of shoes, I insisted, listen, the room is this way. Hear me out. Halt. I am the senior here. What rank are you? You're a mere Mizunoto. Higher than me. I could almost hear the silent exasperation of Mr. Murata, a Nishiu, as he rolled his eyes. The firm footsteps approached the room without hesitation, and in a state of panic, I searched for anything to shield my eyes, but found nothing particularly useful. The footsteps halted before the door, and Mr. Murata's voice echoed a warning. However, the door creaked open regardless. My apologies, Lord Akaza. I helplessly closed my eyes. In that fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of Kaijuro pulling the door wide open, with Mr. Murata entangled around his waist. Chapter 13. Kaijuro extends his hand, offering you something valuable. When Kaijuro visited my home, I was taking a brief nap. I only learned of my father's violent outburst after I awoke. Having heard it from my younger brother, Kaijuro did not exhibit any particular rudeness. However, upon hearing his name, my father's wrath erupted unexpectedly. The act of striking a guest and expelling them could not be dismissed with a mere how rude. Perhaps feeling guilty for not stopping my father, Kaijuro's eyebrows furrowed even lower as he recounted the incident. When I inquired why my father had struck him, he offered no response, merely concluding the matter by throwing a remaining jar of liquor. Ah, brother, that. Emerging from my father's room, empty-handed, I was timidly presented with Kaijuro's palm. Mr. Kurakara had dropped this. Upon the scarred surface of his hand lay two small pieces of fabric, each bearing a translucent circular object the size of a fingernail. They resembled the lenses of a distant eyepiece. As I tilted my head in confusion regarding the purpose of these objects, my brother remarked that they likely belonged to Kaijuro's eyes. In the aftermath of my father's assault, Kaijuro's eye color had changed. I grasped the implication. Perhaps out of guilt for revealing this secret, my brother slumped his shoulders, on the verge of tears. If these items were meant to conceal his eye color, Kaijuro would surely be at a loss without them. I resolved to visit Kaijuro, to apologize for my father's actions, and to return his lost belongings. Although my brother expressed a desire to accompany me in seeking forgiveness, I advised against it. It would be unwise to encounter Kaijuro together. Upon arriving at Kaijuro's residence, I encountered an unfamiliar team member, a man with notably glossy hair. I recalled that Kaijuro had a senior brother. It must be him. To protect his junior brother, he even wrapped his arm around my waist to obstruct my path. Such a good senior brother. While I felt a pang of guilt for his evident struggle, I also knew that entering without the host's invitation was indeed impolite. Nevertheless, I still wished to bow my head in apology. Lord Akaza, I called, pushing open the suspected door. Inside, Kaijuro sat, gazing up with his eyes closed, rendering his eye color invisible. I sincerely apologize for my father's actions. I humbly come to express my contrition. G.U.H. Do not ignore my presence. I suddenly knelt in a deep bow. What are you looking at with your eyes wide open? Ah, my apologies. It was not my intention. That unintentionality is what frightens me. It's the opposite. As I nearly collapsed in apology at Kaijuro's feet, the dark-haired team member, who had been pressing me down onto the tatami, roared in protest. Rising to his feet in a protective stance, he glared at me. Did your father strike Kaijuro? Mr. Murata, enough? How could that be enough? You have inflicted such injuries upon him. It's merely an exaggerated appearance. It is not a severe wound. It does not hurt. It's not about the severity of the injuries, but the fact that you were struck that infuriates me. Just stay still, you good-natured fool. Ah, I apologize. As the senior brother yelled at me, Kaijuro not only tightly closed his eyes, but also pressed his lips shut. Mr. Murata's gaze turned once more toward me, sharp as a blade. You struck him solely because of Kurakara? What reason is that? If you have grievances, address them directly to our master. His shout seemed to reflect his indignation on behalf of Kaijuro, who seemed indifferent to his own injuries. I found his posture unexpectedly beautiful. Despite its roughness, it was somewhat enviable to have such a figure beside Kaijuro, though it was not the time for such thoughts. I am profoundly sorry. The reasons remain entirely unfathomable. My father refuses to disclose anything. I should have allowed him to apologize properly, but since that is unachievable, I humbly apologize on his behalf. Upon concluding my statement, I felt a wave of shame wash over me, not due to my father, but rather for my inability to persuade him. I felt as if I were being scolded for an apology that seemed like a jest. However, Mr. Murata did not raise his voice at me again. Just as he seemed poised to roar, his voice abruptly halted, likely due to Kaijuro's gentle tug on his sleeve. Furthermore, I came here to return the items Lord Akaza had dropped. I reached into my garment. The two circular objects protruding from the cloth bag caused Mr. Murata's eyes to widen in shock. Not only did Kaijuro slightly lift his gaze, but he also widened his eyes in astonishment. Oh wow, I've been saved. Thank you. Kaijuro, you fool, close your eyes. Oh no. I hurriedly attempted to cover my gaze, but it was too late. I stared into Kaijuro's eyes for a full 3 seconds. The ruby hue of his irises matched the color of the swordsman my father had described. My eyes flicked to his hair, which, though black indoors, had a slight white hue at the roots. As I came to a conclusion about his appearance, Mr. Murata exclaimed, "Do not tell anyone." Understood, it goes without saying. With that, the matter was settled. I assumed that Kaijuro could not open his eyes in my presence either. After offering a brief farewell, I prepared to take my leave. However, as I descended to the entrance hall, Kaijuro pursued me. His eyes had returned to their original hue. Although Mr. Murata said that, I do not mind. Kaijuro, you need not concern yourself either. Despite his cheerful words, the bandaging on his face was far too severe to be taken lightly. Surely, it must have been a merciless fist. The more I looked, the more guilt I felt. Thank you for returning my belongings. Though it is a token of gratitude. How could I accept a gift? I am here to atone. All right, take this. He firmly grasped my hand, his gentle words contrasting with his strong grip. Truly, the strength of a Hashira is remarkable. As I marveled at the object now in my hand, I discovered it was a delicate bamboo dragonfly. If it flies too far, you will be scolded, you know? When you are troubled, let it carry your burdens away. It will bring you some solace. Do I appear to have any troubles? No. As always. Though that alone is concerning. Your words are truly difficult to comprehend. Kaijuro's candid remarks elicited a bittersweet smile from him. While I did not grasp the underlying meaning, I understood it to be a reflection of his concern. I gratefully accepted the bamboo dragonfly, but I, Kaijuro Rengoku, shall never release it into the skies. My bold declaration did not seem to surprise Kaijuro at all, as he regarded me with an expression that suggested he had expected as much. The remnants of gentle lips curled into a bitter smile. Then let it be for my younger brother. He must be concerned about this incident as well. So be it. Recently, he has been troubled by the presence of mice in the kitchen. Perfect timing. If necessary, I shall concoct some rodent-repelling dumplings. Please. The mounting discomfort grew increasingly incomprehensible. Like swallowing emotions that clogged the throat, I drained the contents of the wine jar in one go. Kurahara, what are you hiding? The face of the soldier named Kurahara Hakagetsu surfaced in my mind, overlapping with the figure from my fading memories. Not merely in resemblance. It was identical. In my confusion, I even called out his name to his retreating silhouette. The demonized Zero should have been killed by Kurahara. It is impossible for him to be alive. But was he truly killed? It is dubious. Everything is suspect. Stop. Pondering yields no answers. Yet as long as my mind functions, I cannot cease to think. Once those memories I wish to forget linger in my mind, they pull forth a myriad of others. The coffin of my long-sleeping elder brother. The flutter of butterfly wings. 50 skeletons. The visage of my deceased wife. My weeping sons. The handwritten words of the flame pillar. The breath of the sun. My own powerlessness. It no longer matters. Everything is tedious. It has ceased to matter. My heart thus conveyed. I allowed the alcohol to trickle down my throat once more. I know full well that it is not indifference, nor boredom, that lingers in my mind, but aside from this, I possess no means to alleviate my suffering. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. A clear and resonant voice rang out. It must be Kyujiro returning from apologizing to Hakagetsu, the moon pillar, even with the breath of the moon. Such a technique should only be known to Zero and the demon who taught him swordsmanship. How can the current swordsman wield it? Indeed, that boy is. No, I must not think, must not dwell. The wine jar is light. There is no next cask of wine. I clicked my tongue, stepping out to procure new wine. I caught sight of my sons in the corridor. Oh, are you going out, father? I did not respond to Kyujiro's inquiry and walked past him. Unlike Chizuru, who shrank back at their biological father's frigid demeanor, Kyujiro called out in a cheerful voice, "Please be careful. How long can my son's brightness endure? No, it surely cannot last forever. He is my son. He will inevitably taste the same disappointment as I, cowering in the face of insurmountable setbacks. It will be so." From afar, I overheard this conversation. "By the way, Chizuru, reach out. I have something good for you." Thank you, what is this?" "An excellent bamboo helicopter gifted by Lord Hakagetsu." "Excellent. Yes, it is said that when you are in pain or troubled, you can release it. When it flies high, your spirits will lift." I struggled to resist the impulse to turn back. The bamboo helicopter. It revived childhood memories. Zero often crafted them. I once left one on the rooftop and apologized to Zero, but no, I cannot reminisce. It will only bring pain. Drinking deeply until I was utterly intoxicated, I sank into a slumber as heavy as mud. My dulled consciousness led me to a nostalgic dream. Chapter 14. The Flame Pillar Family's Red Bean Rice. I fell spectacularly, face first into the ground, under the watchful eyes of my elder brother and Zero. Overwhelmed by pain and shame, I could not lift my face. My brother said, "Mikishiro, squatting won't heal your wounds. Stand up." His voice held no harshness. It was a tone of admonition. I fought back tears as I attempted to rise, ultimately collapsing back to the earth. The dirt scraped my nose, causing it to flush with heat. The sight of my bloodied palm intensified the pain. "Does it hurt?" Zero squatted beside me. After a gentle nod, he spoke, retrieving the bamboo helicopter. "Watch closely, Mikishiro-kun." With a swift motion to the right, then to the left. Like a warm-up exercise, Zero vigorously rubbed his palms together. "Away with the pain," he exclaimed as the bamboo helicopter soared through the air, rising high until it vanished beyond the rooftop, carrying my anguish away. "How was that? It flew quite well, didn't it?" Zero's bright red eyes lit up with joy, his laughter dazzling as he assured me that the pain had dissipated. Whether my mood truly lightened was uncertain, but after a long absence, I looked up at the sky. For the first time, aside from drinking, I raised my head. This small act felt remarkably refreshing for someone who had been perpetually bowed down. Only during the flight of that bamboo helicopter did it seem as though I breathed in new air. The bamboo helicopter twirled joyfully, soaring high, 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 as if drawn into the full moon, forever flying, flying, flying. It landed on the rooftop. "Father," Rengoku Kyujiro spoke quietly, his expression rarely serious. He had something to say. His words were directed at Rengoku Mikishiro, who was kneeling before him. Chizuru, clad in sleepwear, gazed anxiously at his brother and father. Why was it like this? If not for the presence of his sons, Mikishiro would have truly wanted to bury his head in his hands. Everything began with the bamboo helicopter taken from Chizuru's room. It was all that boy's fault for creating a bamboo helicopter that flew over the rooftop. The loss of his son's possession sent cold sweat pouring down Mikishiru's brow. The panic he felt was a stark contrast to the man who had just moments ago wished to break the bamboo helicopter, but it was understandable. At this moment, Mikishiru's awareness sharpened. His mind raced as he considered how to retrieve the helicopter. Though he had been away from the front lines for some time, he still had the agility to leap onto the roof. No, if it were to fall to an unfortunate spot, the consequences would be unimaginable. To prepare thoroughly, he needed to retrieve a ladder from the storage shed, which became a pivotal moment in his fate. In the deep of night, when all good children should be sleeping, the clatter of the ladder would awaken anyone. It was only natural that Rengoku Kyujiro would wake. The same applied to Rengoku Chizuru. Following the sound, they found their father busy on the ladder. The brothers exchanged shocked glances. What on earth was their father doing at such an hour? With unvoiced questions, they held their breath and observed their father's actions. Rengoku Mikishiro was in a flurry, searching for the bamboo helicopter, and he noticed the moment his son spotted him, catching his breath as he descended the ladder. Their eyes met in the night, the distinctive Rengoku gaze filled with intensity. Time seemed to halt. How extraordinary Kyujiro's eyes were. The man who could translate his keen sight directly into vision. His eyes captured the object in his father's hand from 30 paces away. It was the bamboo helicopter meant for Chizuru. Why was their father holding something intended for his younger brother? Kyujiro narrowed his eyes. His usual lively demeanor now replaced with seriousness. Father, wait a moment. This utterance carried the weight of a command akin to that of their late mother, Rengoku Ruka, when she would say, "You wait for me." The serious expression of the eldest son, so reminiscent of his mother, rendered Mikishiru unable to defy him. A mere murmur would suffice, yet here they stood. That was Shinjuro's bamboo helicopter. It seems rather inappropriate to bring it out without his consent. My apologies. What use is your apology to me? Even your reprimands sound as if they are from a wife. Such an overbearing son, burdened by his mother. I am sorry, Shinjuro. No, it's quite all right. Shinjuro accepted the apology with a choked voice, and Kyujiro ceased to press the matter, returning to his usual demeanor. Consequently, Makio was liberated from his wife's spell, returning to the hellish home that was unchanged from yesterday. As he reclaimed his bottled-up emotions, Makio frowned in displeasure, as was his habit. Quickly noticing this, Shinjuro curled up as per his usual manner. Father, Kyujiro then shouted loudly, as was his custom. How well does the bamboo helicopter fly? How about it? It flies quite well, doesn't it? The son's voice overlapped with the lines from his dreams. Recalling the figure that had cried out in pain as it flew away, this trivial matter lightened Makio's mood slightly. For such a mundane concern. A nod was both a response to his son and an acknowledgement of the dream. That is splendid. Kyujiro smiled broadly. Although Shinjuro, perplexed by his father's unusual demeanor, managed a slight smile. His brows hung low, as if on the verge of tears. The next day, red bean rice appeared on the dining table. Shinjuro timidly glanced at his father, but Makio remained silent, using his chopsticks. Aside from Kyujiro exclaiming how delicious it was, the table remained quiet among the three of them. Yet the previous sense of stagnation had completely dissipated. While it could not be deemed a dramatic change, the long-stalled gears finally began to turn. A faint sense of reality slowly enveloped the Rengoku household. I am leaving now, father. Kyujiro never failed to offer his farewells. As usual, he visited me today. With my back turned to Kyujiro, I remained silent, repeating the same response as I had for years. At this point, Kyujiro would not waver. He bowed to my unyielding figure and quietly closed the door behind him. How many times now have I dismissed his voice, his words, with a bored retort? Yet, the eldest son did not falter, repeating the same actions. Unafraid of my demeanor, yet undoubtedly wounded. Injured, he still rose to his feet, facing forward, continuing onward. Like our deceased father, like my brother, a swordsman. Like my wife, who, despite being ravaged by illness, still lived with dignity. Kyujiro is my son. He inherits the blood of a man who has been continually wounded and crouched in despair. Thus, I see my own reflection in him. I am convinced that he will ultimately achieve nothing, soon to be swallowed by disappointment, and for that reason, I turn my back. I simply do not wish to witness the flames of despair. Yet, Kyujiro is unlike me. His visage is that of a father, his gaze that of a brother, his spirit that of a wife. There is no denying he is the son of a father, the nephew of a brother, and the child of a wife. Kyujiro. I call out his name, almost as if in a soliloquy. His footsteps have already receded, surely unheard. Be careful. I should have apologized long ago. But that sentiment is premature. There are matters that must be addressed first. Setting down the heavy wine jar, I rise. Aside from seeking wine, this is my first outing in years. It has been a long time since I utilized my breath to run. From the foothills I arrived at, I gaze up at the slope. The mountains, adorned with bamboo groves, are where Ubuyashiki Kagaya, my mentor, has taken refuge. It is time to confront the answers I have been persistently avoiding. Regardless of how cruel the truth may be, I am prepared to accept it. I must advance from the depths of the abyss. On the steep mountain path, I begin my ascent step by step. The wind mimics my father's voice, as if advising me to be cautious. The warm breeze that caresses my eardrums, though merely an auditory hallucination, causes my heart to blossom. Yes, father. I roar into the void, running without pause. The world at dusk, my golden hair sways, casting shadows of burning flames. Riding the favorable winds, the flames of my youthful spirit continue to blaze, extending throughout the long night. Chapter 15. Has it been arduous to be alone for 25 years? The summit after the climb is exceptionally vast. There, a solitary house stands, its lights spilling forth. Someone is inside. Surely, this must be Ubuyashiki Kagaya's residence. Rengoku Makio inhales deeply and exhales. His heart beats inexplicably loud. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Is Lord Ubuyashiki at home? After knocking several times, Ubuyashiki Kagaya promptly appeared, his eyes widening at the unexpected visitor. Upon seeing a familiar face not seen since the last condolences, Makio felt the weight of the years. Pondering how much older he had become. For the past 25 years, how has Ubuyashiki Kagaya lived? continuously deceiving the squad with false reports? No matter how much I ponder, I cannot grasp it. Thus, I have come to inquire. What transpired 25 years ago during the mission against the dead moon? In an instant, the other's complexion changed dramatically. Why fabricate reports? Was it the upper moon who killed my elder brother, Kokushibo? What have you concealed? Tell me the truth. Wait. Discussing this now is ill-advised. Obuyashiki, though anxious, did not deter Makio. The death of my elder brother, the matter of Kokushibo, and the boy named Hogetsu. I wish to know everything. I have come here prepared to accept all truths. Even as he deeply bowed, there was no response. Regardless of how much time has passed, no request for him to leave has been made, nor has he been told to understand. Surprised, he lifted his head, only to see Obuyashiki drenched in cold sweat, his face pale. He trembled slightly, standing frozen in place. Puzzled by such fear, Obuyashiki avoided Makio's gaze, not turning his head, but glancing behind him. Influenced by this, Makio also turned to look behind him, swallowing a cry that nearly escaped his lips. Their gazes met. From the depths of the house, an unusual gaze pierced through. There was a woman, a man, and a man disguised as a woman. Makio recognized the faces of two among them, the woman and the man disguised as a woman. They were Kyuju Tamaki, who until recently was the flower Hashira, and Urakami Ikaru, the wind Hashira. Why were they, former Hashira, present here? The dead moon. Wasn't he that the mission in which the former flame Hashira lost his life? Casting a bewildered glance at the stunned Makio, Urakami spoke in his usual feminine tone. Why is Kokushibo's name mentioned there? I'm quite curious. Could you share a bit? Beside the squinting Kyuju stood a man whose face resembled a Heian mask, unfamiliar to Makio. I think I also heard the name Hogetsu. What happened to Hogetsu? Has he been slandered again? Are there strange rumors circulating? Has a chicken's corpse been thrown into the entrance? Is a massacre about to reoccur? Oh, you want to be my opponent? Come on, Urakami. Makio was befuddled. It was precisely because the subject matter was sensitive that he had infiltrated under the cover of night, yet he had not anticipated the presence of others. It was utterly impossible to discuss matters one-on-one with Obuyashiki. Even if he requested them to step aside for an urgent conversation, the three showed no inclination to comply. Had I stumbled into an unfortunate situation? Regret came too late. Obuyashiki sighed deeply, a sound that resonated painfully. Obuyashiki Sauka, Urakami Ikaru, Kyuju Tamaki. If one were to inquire why these three, known as the radical faction during Kokushibo's era, found themselves in Obuyashiki's home, it could only be explained as a coincidence. The events began with a gathering to honor Kyuju Tamaki, who had served as a Hashira for over 20 years. Organized by Sauka and Urakami, who were also contemporaries. Initially planned to take place at Sauka's home at the mountain's foot. The gathering was intended as a casual affair, reminiscing about battles alongside Kokushibo over drinks. However, thinking it would be more enjoyable with a larger group, Sauka invited his junior to join. Though Obuyashiki had retired to become a mentor, he had no disciples to nurture at present. Thus, considering it would be fine to indulge a little, he eagerly accepted his senior's invitation. In hindsight, perhaps that was the beginning of the downhill slope. Rengoku, at the very least, should have sent a letter beforehand, as a matter of basic courtesy. I sincerely apologize, truly I do, as I engage in self-reflection. It is on this day of remembrance that I find myself, alongside the indomitable Rengoku Kyujuru, seated beside you, Yugo, who mumbles with the vacant eyes of a dead fish. The individuals seated directly across from us are, without a doubt, the three radicals. Perhaps it is the mention of Zero's name, or perhaps it is the luminous moon. But the intensity of their gazes is scorching. Were their looks lethal, both Kyujuru and Yugo would likely be half dead by now. In terms of tension, it is akin to being 7/10 done before reaching full maturity. At this juncture, it is the formidable woman, Kasei, who speaks. Speaking of the dead thief, it pertains to the mission Yugo undertook. The upper moon made an appearance, and the flame Hashira fell in battle. The ranks became disordered, and the soldiers were mercilessly slaughtered by demons, leaving you as the sole survivor, having slain the mastermind behind the dead thief. This is what the rumors suggest. Is it not? Indeed, Miss Tamaki, that is accurate. Yet, what of that false report? I choose to remain silent. Oh, I see. Then, Rengoku, would you care to enlighten us on what you inquired about this individual? Guided by Kusei's probing, Kyujuru clenches his fists upon his knees. Even under pressure, the content is not easily divulged, especially the matter of the mastermind behind the dead thief being Zero, which is something he cannot possibly utter. Amidst Kyujuru's sealed lips, the gruff voice of Rengoku resonates. It is Uraka. At this stage, remaining silent is no longer an option. From your prior conversation, one can already surmise what is to be discussed, pertaining to your senior, Zero. Although it is merely a vague notion, I truly wish to disbelieve it. Zero and the upper moons are like the moon and a turtle in their disparity. A nod comes from the man with a prosthetic leg. To this man, Kyujiro casts an incredulous glance. Although he refers to Zero as his senior, unlike Kusei and Uraka, Kyujiro has never encountered him within the ranks. Pardon my intrusion, but what is your relationship with Zero? Are you quite close? What do you mean? I am merely a junior, the man replies. I was once a soldier before my leg was like this. The one casually resting his antiquated prosthetic on the tatami mat is Kurikabudo Sasuke, a contemporary of Kusei and Uraka and Yugo as senior. Oh dear, but do not underestimate being merely a junior. I hold the utmost respect for Senior Zero here. Oh, how vexing, you truly jest, Sasuke. He is distinguished, the foremost in Japan. What the? Shut your mouth, you oddity. I am the foremost junior among all juniors. Please cease. Both of you are derailing the conversation. Kusei reprimands them, and the two, often at odds, temporarily retract their fangs. In any case, Sasuke clears his throat. Our admiration for our senior is profound. I can assert that no matter what we hear, we shall not betray him. Hence, can you enlighten us? We desire to know everything about our senior. If you hold such respect for Zero, I implore you to exercise patience. You must have perceived the changes he has undergone. For the sake of his honor, I hope you refrain from delving deeper. How infuriating. Your mind is truly rigid. It is precisely to protect that honor that I urge you to speak. Rubbing his head in exasperation, Sasuke glares at Kyujiro. During that tumultuous exile, we, the mere foot soldiers, could do nothing. We failed to protect that individual. I am weary of this. I wish for it to be different this time. To protect, I must understand what transpired. What of the demons? Even if he became a demon, that person would not turn into a villain. Such is the essence of Senior Zero. With fervor, Sasuke expresses his sentiments, prompting Yugo to turn toward his junior. Yugo, who had remained silent, trembles, witnessing how deeply his senior revered Rengoku Zero. Yugo is acutely aware of this. He fears the repercussions of perpetuating the long-concealed truth about Rengoku Zero. However, he has indeed exerted himself, as if gently dispelling Yugo's fears. His brother's gaze is soft. You fabricate lies for the sake of others. The forged report regarding the dead thief was also to protect someone, was it not? Enduring alone for 25 years must have been arduous. I apologize for not realizing it sooner. Can you share some of the burden you carry with me? Kurikabudo Yugo resolves to protect the 25 years of silence at all costs, and with determination, he rises swiftly. No, it is not an act of fleeing. Before I speak, I must make some preparations. With that, Yugo exits the room, only to return shortly, arms laden with a massive bowl, pot, bucket, and cauldron. Here, Rengoku this one. Brother this one. Miss Tamaki can use this, and the oddity can use the cauldron. As he distributes the bewildered for their respective items, Yugo plops down in his seat with a grunt and begins to recount his tale. Wait, before that, what on earth are these bowl, pot, bucket, and cauldron? Upon learning that my senior is still alive, that occurred slightly before the dead thief mission. It is said that during a certain mission, I became aware of the existence of a wondrous demon who, despite being a demon, aided humanity. The demon, feared by others as a hunter of his kind, was a man with white hair and red eyes. Coupled with a purple Nichiren blade, it became clear that the hunter of his kin was none other than Rengoku Zero. Yet, Yugo did not report to anyone about Zero, who should have perished but, for some reason, survives as a demon. Neither to the higher-ups nor to the former friend of Zero, the Flame Hashira, nor to his own revered senior. He intended to bury it deep within his heart and take it to the grave. If one were to inquire why, it is because Rengoku Zero is no ordinary demon. His eyes bear the mark of the upper moons, a testament to the 12 Kazuki. The reason for such a mark in Zero's eyes remains unclear. Yet Yugo postulates that it is a strategy devised by Kibutsuji Muzan. Even transformed into a demon, he does not consume humans, does not lose the pride of a swordsman, nor abandon his Nichiren blade. Indeed, to other demons, he is a symbol of death. Muzan must have sought to eliminate such a threat discreetly. To ensure that Zero was mistaken for an enemy of the Demon Slayer Corps, he inscribed that loathsome scar upon the moon. At that time, the Demon Slayer Corps exiled Zero out of hatred for demons. Should Zero's existence, marked with the upper moon, be revealed, it is not difficult to envision the Corps acting according to the enemy's design. As the conversation unfolds, it soon shifts toward the dead thief. The dead thief, a curious collective of demons that solely consume the remains of those who have taken their own lives. Demons possess diverse predilections. Some feast solely upon women. Others crave infants. There are those that desire specific body parts, such as the variety. The dead thief, who only consumes those who have ended their own lives, is but one type of demon, as perceived by the Demon Slayer Corps. However, this is not the case. The dead thief does not assault humans. Thus, they deliberately steal corpses. They do not feast upon the remains at the scene, but rather take them back. Once thought to be due to a leader who offers the remains, yet this too is incorrect. It is said that the leader of the dead thief is a demon who does not consume humans, but rather a man who even offers his own flesh to starving demons. Demons, who should be unable to coexist due to their tendency to devour one another in the struggle for prey, instead live harmoniously around him like a true family. The act of not consuming the corpses on site and bringing them back must be for the purpose of sharing the food with other family members. Chapter 16. Ringo Kazero becomes a man-eating demon. 25 years ago, during a mission, Yugo and the then Flame Hashira, upon visiting the mountain where the dead thief lurked, heard such words from the villagers. The villagers, on the brink of death, were saved by the leader of the dead thief. Thus, the demon, who ought to have been terrifying, was embraced as a precious messenger or a kind-hearted neighbor. The man at the pinnacle of the dead thief was that gentle, harmless, and stable demon. At this point, Yugo pauses for a breath. Subsequently, the four listening to the narrative will understand the significance of the items they received. At the villagers' request, the Flame Hashira switched from extermination to persuasion regarding the dead thief. However, at that moment, a child ran home, exclaiming, "Mr. Zero's house has been burned down." It was then that they realized the leader of the dead thief was their senior. The revelation of Senior Zero becoming a demon was also realized by the Flame Hashira at that time. Oh, how shocking. The first to succumb to tears was Urhara, who buried his face in the pot that had been handed to him. The lamentations echoed like the mournful wails of a great dog at death's door, the sound reverberating in the pot and amplifying the chaos. His sobs turned into dry heaves. No, this pot is no longer usable. The flames were ignited by the squad members who disregarded the standby command. Since it was daytime, they thought to scorch everything with the sun. Fortuitously or unfortunately, the weather worsened midway, preventing them from achieving their wishes. However, by the time they reached the dwelling, everything had been reduced to ash. The predecessors nothing more than charred remnants. Sosuke, striving to maintain his composure in front of his junior, succumbed to the pot as despair. In an attempt to suppress his emotions by biting his cheek, he only succeeded in causing a discordant symphony of blood and tears. The dashing middle-aged man with a scruffy beard coughed due to the horrid taste. Surely, the predecessors had reached their limit. Having not consumed human flesh, their regenerative abilities faltered, and starvation stripped them of reason. The deranged predecessors fell under the protection of the Flame Hashira, while we, the lower-ranked squad members, were supposed to guard the village. Yet, only I followed orders. The others ventured into the mountains, slaying the small demons that emerged from the burn marks, pursuing those that should not have attacked. Each met with such a fate. Humph, they deserved it. Well then, Zero, what of my brother? Tears dripped from his chin into the bowl as Makashiro inquired. The comrade to whom he had entrusted his back had transformed into a demon, ultimately falling victim to his own blade. What emotions did his brother harbor as he faced death? I think the fatal blow was dealt by the predecessors. What of Zero? Where is he now? Dead. The predecessor's neck was severed by the Flame Hashira. How can you assert that so confidently? You mentioned the village, Kurakazaki, so you did not witness the scene. Is Zero still alive somewhere? Do not speak such nonsense. Otherwise, how could the Flame Hashira smile? Makashiro's voice trembled under the sharp reprimand. I did not see the scene, but just from the expression on the Flame Hashira's face, I understood immediately. This man prevented the predecessors from becoming demons, successfully preserving his dear friend's honor. Recalling his brother's visage, so tranquil and serene, a smile that seemed to signify the fulfillment of a mission, I still believe it was born from successfully safeguarding the village from the upper moons. Yet, that smile surely was a contented grin, one that marked the beautiful end of his dear friend. Do not doubt that smile. As his brother, do not question what he did. Yugo's cry pierced the eardrums, resonating within Makashiro's heart. Indeed, when beside Zero, his brother always wore such a smile. The beautiful smile from his memories and that final expression were indistinguishable. There was no room left to doubt Yugo's words. Brother, he softly called Zero's name, quietly weeping. I understand the situation. Yugo, why do you forge falsehoods? Had I been there at the time, I would have reported the truth, but with certain reservations. The female pillar, having served for many years, is truly remarkable. The barrel is empty. Wiping away the tears that trickled from the corners of his eyes, Kasei cast a long, scrutinizing glance at Yugo. There is something quite astonishing. The upper echelon is so easily deceived. At Kasei's inquiry, the other members expressed their agreement. Since the appearance of the squad member who killed the crow and fabricated a report, every mission report, no matter how minute, required dual verification by both the squad member and the crow. If a squad member alone forged the report, they would be obstructed by the crow. Should the crow be slain, they would face corresponding suspicions. Yet, Yugo had never dealt with a crow, nor had he heard of any suspicion from the upper echelon. Well, I alone could not manage it. I admit, it is a presumptuous statement. But unexpectedly, the other party's expression remained unclouded. Of course, I had already received the report from the crow beforehand. On this basis, I still wish to hear your account. I would like to hear it from you, the sole survivor of the scene. Then, please recount the same during the Hashira meeting. Yugo bowed his head in silence. He did not want to speak. Imagining the reaction of the current Hashira, who drove Zero away due to their hatred of demons, made him feel nauseous. I do not want to speak. Tales of demons masquerading as humans, mocking those who burn and slay demons. Then, simply say what you are willing to express. Doubting he had misheard, he raised his head abruptly. The youthful eyes, round and innocent, absorbed Yugo's gaze. With a gentle smile, the young man tilted his face. His lustrous hair cascaded down his cheeks. If one were to liken it, it was the visage of a child proposing a prank. Or perhaps the liberated smile of one finally able to indulge in their passions. With an age-appropriate, adorable demeanor, the young leader uttered something extraordinary. That is to say, "No, please do not make me say it. Why? It is an intuition. I am speaking, you see. Tell me to do so." His voice, lacking an evident Adam's apple, rose melodiously, akin to a song. If Zero were to endure further disgrace, our future would be fraught with suffering. Should the responsibility for harboring Zero fall upon those nearby, the gears of demon slaying would remain flawed. For the sake of a brighter future for humanity, I must act thus. There had been rumors that those of the Canoe family possessed an extraordinary intuition that could be termed foresight. However, to tread upon such a perilous bridge based merely on intuition was hard to believe, concealing the fact that a squad member had become a demon. If the Hashira were to discover it, it would not only mean a loss of credibility, but would also shake the very foundation of the squad. Though aware that if the lord of the Canoe family, the apex of the Demon Slayer Corps, were to become an ally, it would preserve Zero's honor and the wish of Rengoku Kaijiro, Yugo was still engulfed in confusion. He even felt uneasy whether this innocent boy was plotting something nefarious. As if sensing this, the young man spoke. Our Canoe intuition is absolute. It cannot be defied. As for us, Yugo, we are slaves to our intuition. Even if there are things we wish to do, the things we must do take precedence, regardless of how contrary they may be to our emotions. His round eyes shimmered with moisture, akin to the sun-dappled surface of a sparkling lake. Yet now, the desires and necessities aligned perfectly. Thus, I. The boy's expression remained unchanged, a smile masking his true feelings. But his trembling lips were cracks in the facade. The voice that emerged from those fissures quivered with genuine joy. What a liberating feeling. At that moment, Yugo realized. Just as they had been filled with rage and sorrow due to Zero's exile, this boy who had issued the punishment must have felt the same. Recognizing this, he silently bowed his head. Kurakazaki Yugo, reporting the matter of the dead thief's subjugation. Chapter 17. Zero and the Crescent Moon share blood ties. White hair and red eyes can comprehend. No one would believe that a person of the Flame Hashira's caliber could be slain by an ordinary demon. Hence, I fabricated a false upper moon. To count the dead thief's subjugation as my own merit, how should I phrase it? Though I know that the act of disguising the Flame Hashira's desperate attempt to prevent the predecessors from becoming demons is an insult, it remains true that the sorrow of slaying his dear friend is overwhelming. Therefore, it was not the predecessors who killed the Flame Hashira. Nor was it the Flame Hashira who killed the predecessors. I merely wish to assert that in my report. Having concluded his narrative, Yugo nonchalantly declared, "That's all. I've hidden nothing," while gracefully waving his hand like a magician. Makishiro, confronted with a barrage of events, found himself devoid of doubt. It was precisely for this reason that he inquired about the matter that weighed most heavily on his mind. "So, who is that boy named Kirikaharatsu Hogetsu?" "I found him," came the reply from Yugo's senior, Sosuke. "He was saved from an attack by a demon last night." "Is it because he employs the moon-breathing technique that you are so concerned? Speaking of which, you seemed particularly anxious about whether Zero-senpai is alive. Just to clarify, it was not Senpai who taught Hogetsu the breathing technique. I have heard the name, but I do not know the individual." "Oh, wait a moment, Kirikaharatsu. Didn't you teach Hogetsu the moon-breathing technique after memorizing Zero-senpai's forms?" "That is what I heard from Kayasuke." "That is a falsehood. Zero-senpai was exiled for being taught breathing techniques by a demon, a precautionary measure. But what about me? Unlike you, I have many shared missions with Zero-senpai. It's not entirely a lie, you know." "Wahaha." Sosuke, caught in a fit of laughter, was suddenly incapacitated by the infamous technique known as the Cobra Twist, causing a desperate cry to escape his throat. The moment the name of the legendary Mizunotaki Zero was mentioned, the two immediately reacted. QCI cast a frigid glance at the frivolous individuals who had remained unchanged since the era of active duty, only to find Makishiro's demeanor peculiar. With a pallid complexion, Makishiro was muttering to himself in confusion. "So who is that boy? Is it merely a coincidence?" "But, no, what am I truly concerned about, Rengoku? If you have something to say, do so quickly." Impatiently urged by QCI, Makishiro furrowed his brow and surveyed the gathering. That boy, Hogetsu, is he Zero's child? Zero-senpai passed away 25 years ago. The moon pillar is only 16 years old. The ages do not align. How can this be explained? That boy looks exactly like Zero. Time seemed to freeze for everyone present. In truth, very few people are aware of Mizunotaki Zero's appearance. Although his visage has been leaked as one with white hair and red eyes due to the strategies of the most nefarious team members, only a handful can recall his features. QCI, Uraga, Sosuke, and Yugo are among those few. Not to mention, Makishiro was unaware of even this fact. Thus, Rengoku exclaimed, "You. Do you know what Zero-senpai looks like, you fool? Are you lying? Hogetsu looks just like Zero-senpai? How infuriating. When we met before, I should have taken a closer look from head to toe. Wah, how similar could they possibly be? There are various kinds of melons, right? Like cucumbers and bitter melons? Which type of cucumber? Senpai likes sweet things, so I think Zero-senpai is more like a watermelon. How about that? Wait a moment, brother, calm down. Hogetsu likes pumpkin stew, but if Hogetsu is indeed Senpai's child, then I can understand that strength. The ability to use moon breathing. The white hair, the red eyes, this could all be explained. Wait a minute, Kirikaharatsu. Not only red eyes, but also white hair. He resembles Zero even more. It would be hard to believe he is an unrelated person. Is he a fool? Kirikaharatsu? Stop the noise. Neither my brother nor I have seen Zero-senpai's face. You fool. And please do not spread the word about the white hair and red eyes, you fool. Even if he is a half-demon. Understood. Oh, wait a moment. If Hogetsu is truly Zero-senpai's child, how dreadful. When did that happen without anyone knowing? Though I have no memory, it must be so. I am that child's mother. Don't say such disgusting things, half-demon. The maternal rights are mine, half-demon. I will take him by any means necessary. You will witness maternal love, oh ho. In the midst of this cacophony, the three men, one of whom was a half-demon, became increasingly chaotic. QCI, with a hint of irritation, rubbed his brow in exasperation. How burdensome it is to be the calm woman amidst such turmoil. Thus, the ages do not align. The moon pillar appears to be merely a child. He is still too young to even take a sip of alcohol. What if Zero had a child after becoming a demon? If he is a half-demon, perhaps his growth rate differs from that of a human. The red eyes, the moon breathing, and a face that resembles that of a living being, coupled with the final blow of the bamboo dragonfly. The elements are so compelling that it becomes impossible for Makishiro to consider Mizunotaki Zero and Kirikaharatsu Hogetsu as separate entities. If not a parent-child relationship, then the idea of reincarnation seems more plausible. Yet, QCI's reaction remained cold. Do not be foolish. It is impossible for demons and humans to bear children. QCI's stepson and the current flower pillar, Kocho Kiname, had concluded thus during her research on demon physiology. Recalling the slanderous whispers about the moon pillar being the child of a demon, she firmly countered, based on the facts presented. It is impossible for Hogetsu to be the child of a demon. Do you understand? It cannot be explained more plainly, and if you cannot grasp this, I too will be troubled. Moreover, blood relations are not limited to parentage. There is no need to restrict it to biological children. Speaking of which, Zero-senpai mentioned having a younger brother. To be precise, it seems to be a cousin. Wait, Kirikaharatsu, I am not aware of this. I have not heard of it. Is that a boast? Is this really a boast at this point? But Zero's cousin became a demon, right? There should be a report submitted. Moreover, could a cousin resemble him so closely? Does the Rengoku family not have mirrors? Have the ancestors not imagined this and repeated it? Can you deny the stance of genetics? Press your hand to your chest and think carefully. You, with a face that seems to be nested within a doll. If Zero and Hogetsu share blood relations, the white hair and red eyes could be understood, and the ability to use moon breathing could also be comprehended. As the astonishing persuasive power of genetics was laid bare before Rengoku, the notion that Zero and Hogetsu might not be parent and child, but rather share some form of blood relation, was treated as a certainty. However, since the younger brother has become a demon, that line must have been severed. QCI had just stated that demons and humans cannot interbreed. Considering other blood relations, it dawned on Sosuke. Could it be your sister's child? Zero-senpai had mentioned being called father before. Who is your father-in-law? Uemi would never marry. It is hard to imagine that at her age she could have a daughter. Uemi must refer to his sister. Only our female warriors can call that person father. Recognize your identity. Is your boiling point in check, QCI Tamaki? QCI's palm struck, blooming an out-of-season blush upon Sosuke's cheek. Amidst the chaotic scene, the only one maintaining composure was the one who had cast calmness into the ditch. And the five individuals returned to a semblance of calm as they drew closer together. Ultimately, rather than arguing here, wouldn't it be quicker to simply ask the moon pillar? However, that boy Hogetsu is completely unwilling to discuss his past. His parents matters, where he comes from. But brother, Since it has come to this, we must ask. If he truly is Zero Senpai's blood relation, we must be even more determined to protect him. I also support the notion of Kirikaharatsu being a younger brother. Hey, let's go meet Hogetsu. Though the pillars are busy, he should have some time during the day. Let's do that, suggested the half-demon Uraga, panting heavily. Oh, this fellow is not thinking of anything good. Instinctively, Kirikaharatsu realized that he had not considered the idea of merely wanting to gaze upon Hogetsu, who resembles Zero Senpai. QCI too. Sensed this with her feminine intuition. As cold glances were cast from various directions towards Uraga, Makishiro pondered over the matter. Chapter 18. Ju Tomioka is not adept at conversation. When he visited the Rengoku household, he raised his fist, and the boy merely stood there, unflinching. He did not shy away, fully aware he would be struck. Yet he did not appear dazed. Instead, he looked up at Makishiro with unwavering eyes, as if accustomed to the blows of a fist. Knowing what he had endured in the past made Makishiro feel a twinge of fear. His facial injuries were quite conspicuous. Throughout the previous day, every person he encountered inquired about his cheek. Ugh, this is unbearable. Mitsuri offered a silent, supportive smile, while Kanemitsu expressed his discontent. What did you eat to warrant such a large reaction, you fool? This sparked an inexplicable rage, and only Kayasuke could express gratitude for preventing the two from escalating further. However, what could have led to such a state for Kyujiro? With a resounding slap of his palm against his fist, he cheerfully inquired. The stark contrast between his face and fist was alarming. Even in its clenched form, it seemed excessively forceful. Kyujiro. Thanks to the medicinal treatment, the swelling had subsided. Yet the bruises on his cheeks had not healed in time for the upcoming Hashira meeting. Thus, in the courtyard of the house of the Tsuchigumo clan, prior to the arrival of our esteemed leader, I found myself grasped by the shoulder by Mr. Kasumi, who was visibly shaken. What happened to your face, Tsujikuni? Who did this? Speak up, he implored, shaking me as if to elicit a response. Stop shaking me, or I might actually vomit. I sincerely apologize. I lost myself in the moment. For a fleeting moment, Mr. Kasumi, who had been quite irritable since the incident with the former Wind Hashira, had been overly attentive to me. While I was grateful, it was somewhat burdensome at this juncture. Surely, this was not the work of a demon, but a human hand. Even a skilled Hashira like you should not have to endure such an attack. Could it be that a young girl was taken hostage? This despicable act is unforgivable. Mr. Kasumi exclaimed, trembling with indignation as he clenched his fists, drawing the attention of the other Hashira, who began to gather around. A strike like that would be quite the spectacle. Who could possibly be responsible? A voice chuckled, poking my cheek with a headscarf. Stop poking, it hurts slightly. I protested. But Kanami-chan gently restrained the hand that held the scarf, sighing as she regarded my injuries. Kyujiro, you really should be more truthful. You insist you just tripped. But what sort of grand tumble could lead to such a state? I've already said it was exaggerated. This injury is nothing to fuss over, right, Mr. Shinazugawa? I attempted to divert the conversation by addressing Mr. Shinazugawa. However, he merely fidgeted with his rosary, tears welling in his eyes. My hopes for support were dashed. It was unacceptable. To assault Kyujiro, what reasoning could justify such an act? Alas, how tragic. The heart of the assailant must be desolate. Could it be that a malevolent spirit has taken hold? Here, I would offer a sermon, no, an exorcism. I merely tripped, I assure you. Now, let us conclude this topic. I forcefully redirected the conversation, pulling the solitary Ju into the fray. Congratulations, Ju, on becoming a Hashira this time. You encountered a lower moon demon alongside Rengoku and managed to sever its neck, thus earning your title as the new Water Hashira. As a newcomer to this Hashira meeting, he appeared slightly bewildered by the raucousness of his senior colleagues who were arguing over injuries. His expression was inscrutable, leaving his true thoughts a mystery. I was concerned that, due to Kanami's request that Ju be treated kindly, he might become isolated, so I endeavored to integrate him into our circle. Perhaps it was due to Ju's reticence around anyone other than Rengoku. Kaname must feel remorseful. It must be challenging for him, but hang in there. I support you. And I assure you, I will take good care of you. Here, we have Kaname, who can get along with anyone, and the eloquent one in the headscarf. Though conversations with Mr. Shinazugawa may not be fervent, there is always a connection found among quiet individuals. Mr. Kasumi is also notably gentle with those younger than him. At this moment, I had considered the matter too simplistically. The existence of Ju Tomioka, Kanami's expression, filled with a sense of remorse, lingered in my mind. With time to spare before our leader's arrival, I proposed we introduce ourselves. Ju took merely 3 seconds. No, 2 seconds to do so. What a remarkably succinct introduction. Is he perhaps concerned about global warming, aiming to reduce carbon emissions? Is that stoicism a facet of his environmental consciousness? The air felt dense with silence. Yet Ju seemed unperturbed, which only intensified the peculiar atmosphere. Since I had met him at the Butterfly Mansion, I introduced myself. I am Shinobu Kocho. Let us strive together from this day forth, Ju. However, Kanami's smile instantly dispelled the tension in the air. Thank you. I shall bring delicious sweets to the Butterfly Mansion next time. As a type of teacher who cannot allow a lonely boy in class to remain isolated, Kaname continued to engage Ju with gentle inquiries. By the way, Ju, what do you like? Since this is a rare opportunity for introductions, could you share with me? As fellow Hashira, everyone wishes to befriend Ju. The atmosphere, which had been somewhat oppressive, returned with a surprising intensity. What is Ju saying? Wait, stop. My thoughts have ceased. Ju's mannerisms were known to lead to misunderstandings, as Kaname had previously pointed out. His current statement must carry some deeper meaning that I could not grasp. The truth was deeper than Lake Baikal. Someone, hurry and bring Ringoka back from the currents. Haha. This newcomer is audacious. And no, I'm merely nervous. This is not an argument. Stop glaring at the headscarf. I was not anxious. Our esteemed leader has arrived. I exclaimed. Headscarf, I already said it was my turn to greet today, so hurry up and line up. I urged the headscarf and others, finally managing to deflect the situation. Only Ju struggled with verbal communication. Kaname, with her kind and serene smile, was my only companion and source of comfort. Chapter 19. Ju has become the Water Hashira. After the Hashira meeting concluded, Ju hurriedly departed after offering the bare minimum of greetings. The Hashira, outraged by his demeanor, were eventually pacified by Kaname and me joining forces. Though it would be disheartening if he continued in such a manner next time. Is Ju truly that kind of person? The last time I spoke with him was several years ago at a diner, where he was merely a boy with rice stuck to his mouth. Living in his own world, far from the closed-off demeanor he exhibits now, his expressions often lead to misunderstandings, which he seems to excel at. Yet he has never uttered words to sever ties. I was deeply concerned, prompting me to visit the Water Hashira's residence. I wished to inquire about his behavior during the Hashira meeting, and, since the 1,000-year bamboo grove fell under the jurisdiction of the Water Hashira, I thought it best to introduce myself as someone who would like to dig bamboo shoots. Excuse me, I am Kujiro. Is Ju home? I would like to speak with you. Although I pondered how to respond if he rejected me, fortunately, Ju allowed me to enter without hesitation. Considering I was a close peer of his beloved senior, Kaname, it would be difficult for him to treat me coldly. What is it? He asked, still as aloof as ever. Once inside, we sat across from each other in the spacious dojo. I felt welcomed, though his expression was so impassive that it hardly felt like a warm reception. That stoic demeanor truly reminded me of Mr. Yuki. Had it not been for Kaname's explanation that he was essentially a good child, my heart would have shattered. It concerns the 1,000-year bamboo grove. Every spring, I go there to dig bamboo shoots. Previously, I harvested some without permission due to the absence of the Water Hashira, but now that you are the Water Hashira, I thought it best to seek your approval. I cannot grant permission. The bamboo shoots from the 1,000-year bamboo grove are a seasonal delicacy beloved by all the Hashira. Every spring, there is fierce competition during the digging season. The previous champion was a hero born from the Sunrise Mountains, who adored food and was particularly fond of Mr. Shinazugawa. Even that gentle Mr. Shinazugawa would mercilessly vie for victory, as the bamboo shoots from the 1,000-year bamboo grove entranced the Hashira. So here lies a dilemma. What will the Hashira think of Ju, now that they cannot dig their beloved bamboo shoots due to the new Water Hashira denying them permission? It goes without saying. The wrath over food is formidable. Please, consider making an exception. Find a way to grant permission. I cannot allow it. Don't say that. I beg of you. Water Hashira, please? Please? I am not the Water Hashira. The words, delivered with a sharpness, left me bewildered, causing me to freeze in place as Ju continued. Thus, I cannot grant permission. At that moment, it dawned on me. During the Hashira meeting, Ju had stated to Kaname that he could not engage amicably. Did it not carry the same meaning? Could it be that he felt he could not foster friendships because he was not a Hashira? But, wait, he is a Hashira. Isn't he? Ju, you have become the Water Hashira, have you not? No, he replied. But you severed the neck of a lower moon, did you not? That is. A shadow of sorrow draped over the face of the determined warrior as he spoke. It is all thanks to Kanroji. The lower-ranked demon was vanquished alongside Kanroji. Yet, it was I who became a Hashira after severing a neck. My actions were but a mere beheading. All the merit of that achievement belongs to Kanroji. Why then, should I be the one to ascend to the rank of Hashira? In terms of strength and character, Kanroji is far more deserving than I. I had intended to convey this sentiment to our esteemed leader during the Hashira meeting, but I could not bring myself to do so. I realized that Kanroji's dominant hand had been rendered incapacitated. She sustained injuries during this mission, wounds she bore while protecting me. The deep gash on her arm has weakened her once formidable strength, one that even demons feared. It has become exceedingly difficult for her to wield a sword with her injured hand. Kanroji, ever resilient, claimed that she would simply train her other hand. Yet I cannot allow her to become a Hashira in her current state, where she cannot unleash her true potential. The word death surged through my mind unbidden. Would I lose Kenroji, just as I lost Sister Nanako? I could bear my own demise, but the thought of losing my dear friend is unbearable. I do not wish to lose anything more. Thus, I have unjustly occupied the seat of a Hashira. I am acutely aware that it is Kenroji who is truly suited for this position, yet I have selfishly claimed it, motivated solely by the desire to prevent her death. I despise this aspect of myself. I find it repugnant. A man like me, so unworthy, should not aspire to be a Hashira while harboring such a base identity and seeking camaraderie with my fellow Hashira. Originally, I should have fulfilled my duties as a substitute Hashira for Kenroji with distinction. Yet, with my current mindset, I am incapable of bearing the pride that comes with the title. We had made a pact, after all. We had vowed to uphold what was entrusted to us. My inability to fulfill this promise to my dear friend fills me with shame. I do not even deserve to don the Haori imbued with Kenroji's spirit. Yet, without it, my heart feels as though it might shatter. I long for Kenroji's strength, yet I know I can never become her. Afterward, I failed to visit Kenroji, paralyzed by the fear of what she might say upon seeing me in my current state. Would she strike me? No, that would be bearable. The thought of her severing ties with me, casting me a disdainful glance, fills me with tears. I wish to vanish. If the fear is so profound, I must rise, look ahead, and stride forth as if fleeing. Yet, I find myself utterly incapable, engulfed by terror. It is all thanks to Kenroji. I am not adept at articulating my thoughts. Even when I strive to express myself, I tend to become frustrated when the other party fails to grasp my meaning. Perhaps it is best for me to remain silent. The painful truths I harbor are not ones I wish to voice. I long to conceal them within my heart. I, who merely rode the coattails of my victory over the lower-ranked demon, am unworthy of the title of Hashira. Yet why do I find myself sharing my innermost thoughts with the man before me? It is likely because his voice evokes memories of my sister. It is not merely a matter of pitch. There is a gentle softness in his tone that bears a striking resemblance to hers. For one who lost their parents at a tender age, Sister Nanako was both a sister and a mother to me. Perhaps that is why his voice resonates with maternal warmth, lingering in my ears like a soothing melody. The voice of Kurikahara Hogetsu embodies that kind of affection. Thus, my heart has unwittingly spilled its secrets. After that, I said nothing more. I remained motionless. The moon Hashira also held his tongue, and silence enveloped us. Yet, he showed no signs of departing, his head bowed in contemplation. He seemed to be savoring my sparse words, ruminating on my feelings. Earlier, Shinobu had mentioned, after a heavy silence, when you are in pain, Ju, you tend to think negatively, but with Kenroji by your side, you need not linger in the shadows. The moon Hashira paused, as if selecting his words carefully, whispering, I have heard about Kenroji's condition. It is indeed tragic, exceedingly so. I can only imagine how deeply it affects you, for you hold Kenroji in the highest regard. But no matter how Ju perceives himself, to others, he is a Hashira. He must conduct himself accordingly. If only I could easily switch to a positive mindset upon hearing these words, it would be a relief, but it is far from simple. As he spoke, the moon Hashira's brow furrowed. Yes, what should I do? He scratched his head, seemingly at a loss. I often feel that this man possesses a unique aura, akin to the moon that serves the night sky. Though he seems distant, he feels remarkably close. Illuminating, yet not blinding, instilling a sense of comfort during our conversations. If being a Hashira is beyond your reach, then let us foster camaraderie as companions. I could not refuse this proposition, for the words of Shinobu echoed in my mind. Make sure to get along with everyone, accompanied by her radiant, unyielding smile. Is this also a challenge? But surely, there are no tasks among Hashira. We must familiarize ourselves for times of emergency. I cannot bear the thought of others misjudging Ju. And I will mediate, at the very least. I can engage in casual conversation, can I? I nodded. Just now I nodded, right? Good. No, wait. That was merely a slight dip of my head. Confused, I attempted to clarify. Moon Hashira. I used his name, as practice to become familiar with everyone. Let us first grow closer. Moon Hashira is rather lengthy, isn't it? For syllables versus 5, there is no real difference. If there is no difference, then let us stick to 4 syllables. Kurikahara. I managed to abbreviate it impressively, yet the distance between our hearts remains vast, thus I rejected it. I hope you return. If you do not call me properly, I shall cling on, you know? I will not call you. Ju appeared rigid, yet beneath that facade, he was surprisingly weak against assertiveness. Shinobu once said that a gentle push would suffice to resolve matters. I will not give up. What on earth has Shinobu taught me? That elusive smile flitted across my mind. The back and forth between me and the moon Hashira continued for hours. Regardless of how coldly I treated him, the moon Hashira remained undeterred. Is it true that one must possess a strong heart to be a Hashira? It seems even more unfit for me. The moon Hashira appeared determined not to leave before I called his name, exuding an air of intent to stay indefinitely, proposing a division of household chores, compelling me to acquiesce. Hogetsu. What is it, Ju? Return. I cannot go back without permission to dig bamboo shoots in the 1,000-year bamboo grove. Do as you wish. Since I am not the water Hashira, I have no authority to grant permission. Yet, the moon Hashira regarded my words as if they were permission itself. Smiling as he clarified, thank you. I shall return. Please do not come back. Chapter 20. After Rengoku's passing, you have withered. The conclusion of my interactions with Ju returned me to my home, Kurikahara Hogetsu. Ugh hi. It was the anguished cry of my protector, Kurikahara Sosuke. There were others, including Urokadaki, whose wails resonated like a shattered flute, but Sosuke's lament overshadowed all. There should have been no visitors announced, yet 5 individuals stood before the moon Hashira's residence. Sosuke, Yugo, the flower Hashira, Kanroji, their master, the wind Hashira, and Rengoku Kaijiro. Confused by the unexpected arrival of those with whom I had just quarreled, my thoughts were abruptly disrupted as Sosuke seized my shoulder and propelled me forward. What is the matter, Sosuke? Hogetsu, what is with that face? Who did this to you? Was it a demon? No, it was a human. The perpetrator behind me averted their gaze with astonishing speed. Calm down, brother. This is not a demon. It is the fist of a human. He was struck quite forcefully, wasn't he? I hope his teeth are intact. It was merely a fall, so please do not concern yourself. His teeth are quite robust. Though it has only been a few hours, the bond of master and disciple lingers, and one cannot help but feel unsettled at the sight of the other being assaulted. In the midst of the chaotic elder brother, Yugo feigns calmness. Yet his brows are as sharp as a sword. The moon pillar is no longer of an age to be considered a child, yet to Kusei, the age difference feels like that of a father and son with his junior. She inspects the injuries with a stern expression. The perpetrator's complexion has turned a ghastly shade. Is he here to confess, drenched in cold sweat? The face of the young Hogetsu is injured? To lay hands on such an adorable child, one so innocent that merely gazing upon them causes no pain. Should not the one who struck them pay with their life? Inform the perpetrator, do not confess. The fists of the love-struck maiden, Uraka, show no hesitation. Should they find the culprit, they will bypass trial and proceed directly to execution. The perpetrator must understand this. Hesitating to confess, Hogetsu, too, implores the perpetrator with his eyes, conveying that he is fine and truly wishes for them to disregard it and cherish their life. It is simply a plea to avoid witnessing the execution of an acquaintance, yet how tragically counterproductive it is. Consequently, the heart of the perpetrator, Rengoku Kyujiro, is stirred. Innocent and unjustly assaulted, yet still displaying kindness towards the assailant. The resilience of the young Hogetsu evokes the image of his brotherly friend, Zero, causing Kyujiro to curse himself for wanting to silence his own concern for his well-being. Here, let us remain silent, nods the young Hogetsu. Rengoku Kyujiro responds with a nod, albeit with intentions entirely contrary to his own. It was I who struck him. In an instant, sensing the unusual aura of malice, the young Hogetsu unleashes a sweeping kick towards Kyujiro, while simultaneously, the lethal fist of the love-struck maiden, traveling at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, hurtles towards the spot where Kyujiro's head had been, along with a spinning kick aimed at severing Kusei's neck, all occurring nearly simultaneously. In a desperate moment, Rengoku Kyujiro finds himself thrown to the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling. He had resigned himself to accepting punishment for striking the innocent child, yet that was not punishment. It was pure death. A fleeting glimpse of the fleeting lights appears. That move is one he cannot intercept. Its power exceeds expectations. Although he had heard that after Rengoku's demise, he had decayed, what thoughts could he possibly harbor after striking a child nearly the same age as his own? Such a simple death is far too naive. Prepare to have that leg torn and skinned off, you scoundrel. No, he was so enraged that he lost all sense. Kyujiro, flee quickly. With Hogetsu's hand gripping his, Kyujiro runs for his life, pursued by 2 Hashira. Take down that wretched old hag. You old fool. Susuke, cheering from behind, swings his fists, while Yugo emerges from nowhere, a hoe tucked under his arm as he scurries out. This hoe is intended for digging. In other words, it is preparation for post-incident handling. In every sense, this group is filled with tenacity. This sudden shift in conversation leads to the current missed Hashira, Ayasegawa Ruri, who has maintained his position amidst the fierce changes in Hashira. Now, as the most senior Hashira since the former flower Hashira, Kusei Tamaki, relinquished his position to the butterfly Hashira, Kane, he once harbored disdain for his junior, Hogetsu. For the missed Hashira, who lost his family to demons and became a solitary wanderer, demons are beings to be abhorred. Hence, it is only natural that he harbored no fondness for a swordsman wielding the moon breathing, said to have once belonged to demons. One could even say he detested it. However, That disdain for the moon Hashira beautifully transformed when he was saved by the former wind Hashira during an attack. A voice that was male yet spoke in a feminine manner, with a running style reminiscent of a new breed of monster. Not only did he stand up to save the one who had insulted him, but he also expressed concern, asking if he was all right. What a display of kindness. In that fleeting moment, the mist Hashira was freed from his hatred towards the moon Hashira. He found no reason not to be captivated by the past rudeness of a youth who incessantly apologized while crying and clinging to him. Having existed as the same Hashira for several years now, the moon Hashira has become the most cherished junior to the mist Hashira. The fondness for him has recently threatened to breach the atmosphere. Thus, during this Hashira meeting, it is no surprise that the sight of his junior's cheek caused him to feel a stir of emotions. The moon Hashira himself insists that he simply fell and is fine, so please do not concern yourself. Yet the marks of having been struck are unmistakable. The rock pillar, flower pillar, and sound pillar all worry for his injuries and are outraged at who did this to him. They ponder if it was a brawl with the Tsuguko of the Hashira, yet he would typically respond, I was struck by Mitsuri, but I hit back. So it was a draw. Fighting among the ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps is strictly prohibited. Yet the moon Hashira and the Tsuguko of the Hashira would both provide equally poor excuses. It was not a fight. It was a full-body wrestling match. Since hands alone could not determine a victor, they used their feet as well. Or perhaps they began a beetle wrestling proxy showdown. They exchanged punches for reasons that seem farcical. Both are aware, in the corners of their minds, that they are violating core rules and avoid brawling in public unless it is a spontaneous altercation. Moreover, for them, this is part of their playful banter. If it were a truly severe fight, Sayuri would intervene, thus allowing their interactions to go unchallenged. Occasionally, Sayuri would join in the fray, and they would feign ignorance. If there were any members of the Shinazugawa team nearby, they would typically leave it to her to handle. So, if it was not the Tsuguko of the Shinazugawa, who could have possibly struck the moon Hashira so brutally? It could not have been the hand of an ordinary person. It was the result of a trained fist. Thus, it must have been a member of the Corps. He wished to deliver a single punch of admonition to the one who struck his beloved junior. But questioning the moon Hashira would only lead to a diversion of the topic. So the mist Hashira concluded the meeting with a heart full of anxiety. And so it goes. Over there, Mist Hashira. Help capture that useless shrimp head. It was the flame Hashira who had struck the moon Hashira. In response to the call of the former flower Hashira, who was pursuing Rengoku Kyujiro, the mist Hashira commanded, Call the rock Hashira, sound Hashira, and flower Hashira at full speed, please. With no mercy, he cast a net of encirclement, joining the pursuit of the flame Hashira. Running alongside the wind Hashira, who had once chased him, he was not without fear, but the sight of the wind Hashira, with eyes filled with fervor and a beastly roar, pursuing the flame Hashira, Rengoku Kyujiro, was a sight to behold. Yesterday's enemy is today's ally. Knowing the terror makes him exceptionally reliable. The might of Uraka, the skill of Kusei, the support of Kurakara, brother, and the post-incident handling by Kurakara, younger brother, along with the sagacity of the mist Hashira, becomes unbearable for both Kyujiro and Hogetsu. Hogetsu defends against the encroaching attacks, and even goes so far as to bribe the pursuers to intercept, for otherwise, Kyujiro would be caught in an instant and subjected to a rather spicy fate. However, with the active participation of the mist Hashira, the pursuers grew even more fervent, and relying solely on Hogetsu to cope became increasingly untenable. Murata-san, your timing is impeccable. Please, I request your assistance for a lifetime. It concerns the life of an individual. I beg you. Thus, he sought help from his senior brother, who happened to pass by. Do not assist. Hand over that Rengoku fellow. He is the reason Hogetsu was injured. Murata, whose eyes darted in confusion, heard the call of his master, Kurakura Yugo. Master, what is the hole under your arm for? Murata lacked the courage to ask. The simultaneous calls of his master and his junior left Murata in turmoil over which side to take, but ultimately, drenched in cold sweat, he stood with Hogetsu. While he felt that the one who struck his junior ought to face some consequence, the severity of the punishment seemed far too great. This straddles the line between vigilante justice and capital punishment. Furthermore, if this uncle does not return, his son, Rengoku Kyujiro, would be sorrowful. Families ought to live in good health. By the way, with the addition of the rock Hashira and sound Hashira, the situation became rather spicy. Namu Amida Butsu. Namu Amida Butsu. The cries of the individuals were likely not intended to instill fear, yet the presence of a giant exceeding 7 feet, chanting as if to immediately conduct a funeral for you, evokes sheer terror. Mikishiru has come to terms with the inevitability of entering the coffin, or rather, he has already accepted his own demise. At this moment, he is racing through the Sanzu River. Ruka, I shall soon join you, he laments. Do not give up, uncle. Do not squander the efforts of the brilliant moon. I am far more terrified than you. Having been inexplicably swept into this situation, I dare not glance back. I can only look ahead. Life is speeding away now. Apologies to Mr. Murata. I shall treat you to beef hot pot next time. Mr. Mikishiru, too, must not lose hope for survival. The call of Mr. Haimajima's Namu Amida Butsu is a plea, not a death knell. Just like Pikachu, the electric mouse. To the nearly heartbroken Mikishiru, with the radiant moon on his right and Mr. Murata on his left, offering encouragement. However, at this moment, the sound Hashira, utilizing the abilities of a former ninja, silently materializes. What is the urgent matter, Lord Kagaya? He inquires, as he witnesses that uncle striking the radiant moon. Hey, Yuzui Tenjin. When did you arrive? What is that in your hand? A hair removal clip. Protect your leg hair, Mr. Mikishiru. What an extraordinary scene it is. The commotion continues until the radiant moon cries out for mercy. Finally, the situation is diffused by the late-arriving Butterfly Kane. As a pacifist and humanitarian, Butterfly Kane fervently persuades everyone, for surely, Rengoku Mikishiru would meet a tragic fate of complete depilation. By the way, his leg hair is beyond saving. Both legs are now smooth, transformed into the fair feet of a beach maiden. For the time being, wearing a kimono is out of the question. Chapter 21, The Radiant Moon's Parents. Thanks to Sister Kane, the hellish chase has concluded, shifting the scene to the residence of the Moon Hashira. Mr. Mikishiru lies breathless on the tatami mats of the living room. Truly, I am, sorry for what I did, a cough. Alright, I have apologized, so let's forgive. Everyone. Mr. Mikishiru has apologized. I forgive you, so please do not strike again. Yuzui Tenjin, throw away that hair removal clip. No clattering here. This is not a bakery. The radiant moon is correct. No matter how outrageous the actions of the other party, being pursued by everyone is unacceptable. Right, Mr. Murata? Yes indeed. Lady Hanahashira is right. Mr. Murata, you truly are something. Though our times differ, we are still disciples of the same master, united as siblings in the art. I hope you treat me as you do the radiant moon. To the outsider, Sister Kane, who looks sorrowful and frowns, Mr. Murata appears flustered. In the presence of former upper-rank fighters and the current Hashira, Mr. Murata's expression reveals discomfort, yet he apologizes, for he is my emotional support. His absence would trouble me. But speaking of which, everyone, what brings you to the residence of the Moon Hashira? Mr. Haimajima gazes around, puzzled, at Mr. Kusai and others. Oh right. In the midst of all the commotion, I forgot. Mr. Sauka, Mr. Yu, and Mr. Kusai, why have you all gathered here? All are from the Zero era. Oh. Could it be that my true identity has been exposed? Have I been detected as Zero? It is possible. Mr. Mikishiru may have seen my face. The color of my eyes has also been revealed. I am a user of the moon breathing technique. Furthermore, I handed the bamboo dragonfly to Mr. Kyujiro. Regarding the radiant moon, I am a bit sorry. May I ask for those unrelated to the matter to leave? In response to Mr. Sauka's words, Yuzui Tenjin expresses his boredom. How cold. Aren't we companions who chased after that uncle together? It concerns the past of the radiant moon. We cannot let unrelated individuals hear it. Thus, Mr. Haimajima spoke up. The past of the radiant moon, is it? Does it pertain to the time we lived together? What? Mr. Haimajima, though I thought our relationship quite close, this is the first I have heard that you lived with the radiant moon. This was before I resolved to slay demons. Well then, everyone. White, murky gazes turned towards Mr. Sauka and the others. With Mr. Haimajima and Yuzui Tenjin at the forefront, those completely unrelated show no signs of departing. Mr. Sauka wears a temporarily troubled expression, but soon asks, do you know anything about the parents of the radiant moon? No. I know nothing about the parents. When I found him, the radiant moon was an orphan, relying solely on the boy Kaneo, so. But he did mention having family in the past. When questioned by Mr. Haimajima, I nodded, confused. I thought Mr. Sauka and the others were aware of my identity as Zero, but it appears they are not. I am relieved in that regard, but still wish to know what became of my parents. Could it be that my mother, who took me in, is a demon? Has the fact that I lived warmly with demons been exposed? Am I to be thought of as the child of a demon? What a misunderstanding. Demons cannot keep children, and even if they were to mate with humans, they cannot bear offspring. That is common knowledge. But if my mother's identity is revealed, it would be disastrous. Ugh, can I feign ignorance to get through this? Even so, they are not my real family. Though I feel as if they are like a true family to me. Ugh, forgive me, Yashiro, for saying such things for self-preservation. But my heart will always belong to my mother. Please forgive me. To my forlorn gaze, Mr. Mikishiru wore a curious expression. Not a real family. Were you taken in? Taken in, or rather, bought perhaps? Bought. Mr. Mikishiru emitted a strange sound, rolling his eyes. In this world, the buying and selling of people should not be a rarity. The Rengoku family raised you well. It seems you were adopted en route to being sold. Something along those lines. Hey, What a subtle way of putting it. Is this about yourself? I do not remember. I have no memories of that time. In response to Yuzui Tenjin, the retired team, led by Mr. Mikishiru, fell increasingly silent. It is unrelated to them. Sister Kane, however, furrowed her brows. So, you do not remember your father's face or your mother's face at all? Ah, not at all. Well then, do not wear such a sad expression, Sister Kane. Parents who sold their child? Even if I do not remember, I can assert that there are no good memories. It is originally my parents' fault that I have no memories. Although I do not remember, it seems I was often beaten. Suddenly surveying the surroundings, Sister Kane, not to mention the others, also wore grim expressions. I detest this somber atmosphere. To dispel it, I strive to speak brightly. It's amazing. I had a lump the size of a snowman on my head. It was snowing the day I was found, so I think snow piled up on my head. I fainted, so I do not know. Do not speak of a tragic past in such a cheerful tone. Mr. Murata, tearfully, immediately retorted. I had tried my best to avoid making anyone sad. But Sister Kane's frown deepened. Mr. Himejimo wept profusely, reciting Namu Amida Butsu in rapid succession. The other Hashira covered their faces. How outrageous my words were that day, leading to my collapse. At this moment, only Yuzui Tenjin, who felt it was enough, gazed at the retired team, all of whom had sunk into the tatami. Save for Mr. Kusei, who supported himself on the tatami. I have caused you pain. I have made you speak of painful matters. No, please lift your head. But why suddenly my parents? Trembling, Mr. Kusei inched closer to the core, frowning, gazing sorrowfully at me. Rengoku said you resemble a former member of our team. So, I wondered if your parents might share blood ties with that member we know. Is it possible they think I am related to Zero? My mother is unrelated? Oh, really? Ah, but thinking about it, it could be so. My face, in a past life, was that of Kintaro, and I also used the moon-breathing technique. Mr. Sauka and the others, through Mr. Mikishiru, must have recognized my face as similar to Zero's. If that is the case, it is only natural to conclude I am related to Zero. Speaking of which, Mr. Mikishiru, you seemed quite agitated when you heard the name Kirikuru. But it seems you resolved matters with the Kirikara family? That is good. After that, Mr. Kusei and the others took their leave. As they departed, I was unexpectedly called mother by Mr. Horiguchi, who is also the master of Kyujiro and the others. I could have blinked in surprise, but I solemnly declined. Chapter 22. Kyujiro, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. The blazing sunset enveloped the world. Looking back at the entrance of the Suki Hashira's residence, I saw the pale moon youth bowing as he came out to bid farewell. In the end, I was unable to glean the nature of his relationship with Zero. Yet, that question lingered, and curiously, my heart remained remarkably calm. Take care, Mr. Kyujiro. His cheerful smile was indeed reminiscent of that beloved person. The essence of the moon lingered there. Regardless of where we are or the form our connection takes, the certainty of it suffices. Ah, you are well. The pale moon youth continued to wave. His gestures were reminiscent of Zero. The shadows of the return journey stretched long. Home lay ahead of those shadows. It was a lengthy day, akin to the exhausting culmination of years spent in a crouched position. Father. A voice called from ahead. It was Kyujiro's bright tone. I glanced into the distance, where a figure the size of a dot was rapidly approaching. Was there yet another mission tonight, or had the task concluded? Dressed in the same black attire as yesterday, I pondered where he had been all this time. Chizuru must be worried. I had left a brief message when I departed, but it seemed insufficient after all. With his usual dignified demeanor, Kyujiro exclaimed, "Let us head back." I called out to that retreating figure. His golden hair turned back towards me. I conveyed my apology through my flame-colored eyes. I'm sorry. I felt a need to apologize, albeit belatedly. Even with a change of heart, those lost years would never return. The days spent with my back turned to my children could not be erased. I'm sorry, Kyujiro. Falling would bring pain, and sadness would bring tears. He was indeed that kind of son, Kyujiro, a perfectly ordinary child. Chizuru was the same. I had failed to embrace those children who had lost their mother and needed their father's support. Not only that, but I had even pushed away those tender-hearted children who sought closeness. Kyujiro's usually cheerful brows were now furrowed in confusion at the suddenness of it all. Yet, he quickly regained his habitual cheerfulness. With a beaming smile, Kyujiro laughed. No, father. It's raining. I was taken aback. No, it was tears. Kyujiro, who had been smiling, was crying. It's all right. His tears were reminiscent of rain on a sunny day. Pretending not to notice his tears, Kyujiro truly did not realize what was streaming down his cheeks. However, Chizuru must have felt lonely. I continued to turn my back to my son, consistently avoiding his gaze. Yet, the glimpse of his face I caught was surely that of a child longing for reassurance. Always striving to be reliable for young Chizuru. He never once voiced a complaint about my inadequacies as a father. This child, without fail, burned with passion, consuming everything. Be it sadness, loneliness, or even his own tears, like firewood. Like kindling. Reduced to ash, he would burn fiercely. The heat of the flames seemed to have even stolen away the way this child cried. Come on. Let us hurry home, father. Kyujiro took a step towards home. His hair shimmered like mirages in the setting sun, embodying the very essence of this child's heart. I felt as though he himself was ablaze, destined to one day turn entirely to ash. Kyujiro. I reached out, forcibly turning him around by the shoulder. Kyujiro's face revealed genuine surprise, his cheeks marked with tear stains that continued to flow. How many years had it been since I had embraced my child with all my strength? The now fully grown Kyujiro was no longer the small boy I remembered. He had grown taller, his shoulders had strengthened, and his waist had developed muscle. The more I felt this difference, the heavier the weight of those years spent in a crouched position became. Ruka, I'm sorry. When the day comes for me to depart this world, feel free to scold me. Father? Chizuru had an older brother, but who was there for this child? That was the role I should have fulfilled. Yet, I had failed to be the support this child needed. I truly apologize for all this time. The heart of this child, which continued to burn, must be an irreplaceable strength. As a swordsman, it was a resilient spirit to be proud of, something worthy of praise. Yet, I could not see it that way. As a parent, I feared for that heart of his. As long as the flame remained within him, he would continue to fight. When that flame extinguished, it would signal the loss of life. This realization weighed heavily on me. My own inadequacies had forged this child into such a powerful being. I had only added fuel to his fire. Kyujiro, I'm sorry for the burden I've placed upon you. It was likely too late for everything. No matter how many words I uttered or how many attitudes I changed, this child's heart would not cease. Finally, as I let out a sob, Kyujiro clumsily reached out, trembling, burying his face into my shoulder. My shoulder grew damp. At last, Kyujiro must have realized his own tears. His awkward hands wrapped around my back. Father, he whispered softly, an echo of the child's cries I had not heard in years. Kanato, are you leaving already? At the butterfly mansion, I donned my Haori under the watchful eyes of Mikomo, who expressed her concern. I nodded without turning back. I needed to visit Mr. Urokodaki soon to receive further training. The orientations of the right and left stances were different. I would need to relearn everything due to my ingrained habits. Won't you at least see Ju before you go? She suggested, prompting me to glance back at Mikomo. Her brows were furrowed, and she looked up at me with anxious eyes. No, it would only have an adverse effect. My dear friend foolishly believed that my arm's injury was somehow his fault. This was a wound I had sustained due to my own negligence. He had no reason to feel guilty about it. That Jew, with his demeanor, seemed to think that my injury was a result of his shortcomings. If he were a real man, he would have to bolster me up. I had to repeat this to him time and again. He even believed that the ability to sever the neck of the demon was due to the stage I had set. Truly, that guy does not comprehend his own strength. Since that mission by the sea, I had been recuperating for a year. Ju had tirelessly trained in my stead, running around for missions. While it was embarrassing, I felt that Kanato's words could motivate him to become stronger, yet it seemed to have clouded his eyes. Ju and I were no longer evenly matched. I regretted it. But he was above me. Yet, Ju, chasing after my shadow, failed to understand his own position. I had initially wanted to meet him and give him a punch. But striking him with this injured hand would yield no sound. My dominant hand, weakened from injury, was devoid of hope for recovery. However, my other hand was unharmed. While it would be challenging to use it, as it was not my dominant hand, I could thoroughly retrain it to regain my abilities. But at this rate, Ju. Mikomo, that guy would not remain a child forever. This was a good opportunity for him to learn how to stand up again. I knew how difficult it would be for Ju. Yet, this was for him. As long as he wielded his sword as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, an absolute tomorrow awaited him, unbound by any promises. For me, it mattered not when I withered away. Ju must also strengthen his heart. Does that seem heartless? Perhaps a little. Well, women might not understand, I said earnestly, and Mikomo playfully punched my back. It stung, but it was not unbearable. This pain was not just pain. When friends suffer, support is also a form of friendship. Yet, I have faith in Ju. I believe in the man who will take his time but will stand up again. That is also friendship. I will not allow anyone, not even myself, to insult my dear friend, to inherit the future entrusted to me. That day, I gently patted Ju's cheek. Promises must be fulfilled, such is the creed of a man. Consequently, I too must honor the vow made with Ju. One day, I shall undoubtedly catch up to him. Pray, do not let me simply close the gap, Ju. You shall not forget the words exchanged in that hospital room, I assure you. Do not crouch down, Ju. I will one day surely catch up to you. That place is formidable, yet I shall never yield. The day I can stand beside you will come. Should your heart still be burdened then, I shall strike you from behind. How many times must I do so? I shall knock you away before you utter any foolish words. Therefore, rise anew with determination. Ju Tomioka. Chapter 23. Cherishing Life, a mantra of my father's contemporaries. to abduct a child unloved by their parents, imposing a selfish affection, ultimately leading to their demise. This grotesque predation is twisted into a return to the womb, regarded as one's own child, a perverse cannibal. Within the ancient mansion visited alongside Kaneo, there resides a demon known as the Yado. Its eyes bear the proof of the 12 Kazuki. The number of humans it has consumed thus far poses a formidable threat. I fear I cannot triumph alone. Yet, with Kaneo by my side, and in the company of this esteemed mentor, no matter how harshly we are forced into battle, we shall never succumb. I firmly believe that victory is within our grasp through our combined efforts, until the moment the children abducted by the Yado shield the deceitful mother. Standing before Kaneo's blade. Oh, two voices converge. It is the voice of my sister, Tamayo, and mine. Are you here to see Kaneo? Yes, and you as well. My sister cradles a bouquet in her arms. I possess a similar offering. Though not arranged, we are in perfect harmony, heading toward the same destination, the resting place of Kaneo. During a recent mission, Shinobu and Kaneo encountered a member of the 12 Kazuki. I heard that even against the lower one, the two exhibited unwavering courage and impeccable teamwork, forcing the demon to the brink of decapitation. Alas, as the children shielded the demon, Kaneo lost his stance to avoid harming them, and in that moment, the demon aimed to slay Kaneo alongside the child, and thus he acted to save them. How reminiscent of Kaneo, gentle and considerate. He always strives to protect others. He was like that from the very moment we met, assisting us during the selection trials. Reflecting on these fleeting 5 years, I feel a pang in my heart. Kaneo's surroundings were always filled with smiles, as if his very nature radiated warmth. He was a beacon of brightness, tenderly caring for everyone, rescuing all, including myself. Surely, my sister shares in this sentiment as well. Rest well, Kaneo. My sister, with glistening lashes, offers her flowers. I follow suit, placing mine upon Kaneo's south final resting place. May he find sweet dreams. In the blink of an eye, a tear falls, akin to a shooting star. No, that fellow is still alive. The voice of Mr. Go-To echoes from the ward bearing the nameplate of Kaneo, and this occurred shortly thereafter. Though I feel guilty for disturbing the slumbering Kaneo, the bizarre misunderstanding necessitates my call. Do not create an atmosphere as if he has passed. It is ill-fated. With a mix of irritation, I stride through the ward door. Yet the tears in Tamayo's eyes speak volumes. This is the first time Kaneo has been so gravely injured, and it is indeed shocking. It is a relief he is alive, truly. I feel reassured, and tears flow anew. By the way, while bringing flowers is acceptable, please do not place them by his pillow. Use a vase instead. There is no place for a vase, alas. Kaneo's desk is already piled high with gifts from visitors. Indeed, it is quite the sight. It is not just quite the sight. Do not make eye contact. Are you two childhood friends? Lord Tsujikuni, please consider your gender. Tamayo, please consider your age. We are the same age, 19, though this one appears eternally youthful. Speaking to superiors and Hashira in such a manner is quite audacious. Yet the light-hearted Tamayo and the dazed Lord Tsujikuni would not heed my admonitions. The disparity between their demeanor in battle and outside of it is stark. It is a deception. Nonetheless, I must say, the number of gifts for Kaneo is truly remarkable. He has many friends, indeed. Surely everyone came to see him. They must be so worried. A wound to the abdomen is typically fatal. I glance sideways at Kaneo. Though he presently bears a serene, sleeping visage, it is no jest. It is a miracle he has survived. Mr. Kaneo's near-fatal injury was undoubtedly a result of the efforts of these two. To protect the child from the demon's assault, Kaneo, it seems, acted more swiftly than Tamayo's water-breathing techniques. He shielded the child just in time, avoiding a fatal blow. That was my doing, Tamayo declares proudly. Even so, his abdomen was still harmed. But I hear that the bamboo armor crafted by Lord Tsujikuni for countering water-breathing techniques proved effective, and though severely injured, there is hope. I did that, Lord Tsujikuni asserts, giving a firm thumbs up. Incidentally, Mr. Kaneo was transported to the butterfly mansion by me. He was nearly frightened to death by Inosuke's cries of "If you dare to die, I will slay you." But I delivered him at full speed. Speaking of which, why is Mr. Goto here? Did he come to visit Kaneo? No, it was Mr. Kaneo who entrusted me with bringing paper and a pen. Now deep in slumber, Mr. Kaneo has only awakened once since arriving here. Though it was merely for a fleeting few minutes, he made a request to me, present at that moment. He wished to write a letter to his parents, for he feared they would be anxious if they had not received his correspondence. That is all there is to it. Wait, Mr. Goto. Upon being called, I inquired, what is it? Lord Tsujikuni bent down, without hesitation. Kaneo's survival is thanks to your swift transport, Mr. Goto. Thank you. As I uttered those words, Tamayo bowed her head as well. It is said that Mr. Kaneo, Tamayo, and Lord Tsujikuni are contemporaries. Upon hearing of Mr. Kaneo's grievous injury. They must have been deeply anxious at the prospect of losing a dear friend since the selection trials. Warm tears of relief well up in their eyes. I merely fulfilled my duties as a shadow. Being regarded with such gazes makes me feel bashful. It is nothing. However, Lord Tsujikuni, today is the Hashira meeting. Please do not be late. To mask my embarrassment, I performed a bow and swiftly exited the ward. I am late. I am Go-To, 19 years old, single, and as you can see, a shadow. At this juncture, there is no need for elaboration. Shadows are the aftercare unit of the Demon Slayer Corps, composed mainly of those who could not become swordsmen, retired members, and the like. I do not quite fit either criterion. I joined due to my father being a shadow, placing me in a rather rare category among those who joined for such reasons. I am the only one aside from Maeda from the sewing department. Isn't it easier for those shadows who have successors? Due to my father's formidable ideas. I have been educated as a shadow since childhood. The training was arduous and unbearable. My father, who was often away due to work, would return home and, thinking it was time for special training, would take me out. What a remarkable father he is. My mother, smiling as she sent me off, would say, "Be back before dinner." Truly, they are a similar couple. After my father's retirement, the training became even more grueling. Those days were hell. If only I could choose my own future freely. I did not entirely resist. All of my father's contemporaries, swordsmen, perished without leaving anything behind. So at the very least, I wished to carry something forward. Because my father lamented his loneliness, I must fulfill my filial duty. I apologize for the perilous work imposed upon you by your father's capriciousness. However, do not gamble with your life. Though it may sound irresponsible, when faced with imminent death, flee swiftly. Cherishing life has always been a catchphrase of your father's contemporaries. Chapter 24, Shinazugawa and Ju Tomioka. Why utter such words? It is profoundly sorrowful. Harsh words are like blades that wound the heart. Go forth and exorcise, Shinazugawa. That is commendable. I have acquaintance with a skilled exorcist. It was startling to be met with such ferocity upon our first encounter. Without a hint of hesitation, you lunged forward. Although reluctant, I attended the second Hashira meeting as a water Hashira. After our leader departed, I stood at a distance, observing the disbandment of the Hashira in the courtyard of the Ubuyashiki estate. I deeply regret this. Surrounded by the other Hashira, Shinazugawa Mitsuri bowed his head in embarrassment. Newly appointed as the Wind Hashira, he had just uttered the most disrespectful words toward our leader during the meeting and now faced the ire of his seniors. Mitsuri, even though you claim to be agitated over the matter concerning Kaneo, your outburst toward our leader was unwarranted. The reason for Shinazugawa's outburst, as stated by the bewildered Jew, stemmed from the sight of our leader's nonchalance despite Kaneo's grave injuries, which incited tremendous anger. Having interacted with our leader, Shinazugawa had already altered his demeanor. Yet the fury of the Hashira who revered our leader was hard to quell, leading to such a situation. If the world is indeed as it is, then such rudeness deserves to be cut down. You have regained your life, Wind Hashira. The most senior and eldest, the Mist Hashira, regarded Shinazugawa with a fearsome expression. However, I empathize with Shinazugawa's feelings. When a friend is gravely injured, it is only natural for one's spirit to be thrown into disarray. To express such fervent anger for a friend, Shinazugawa is indeed a passionate man, unlike myself, who merely sulked when injured alongside Zenitsu. Next time, do not take matters lightly. Remember this, as it shall be momentous. The admonition surrounding us was encapsulated by Yuzui as the meeting concluded. As the Hashira departed, only Ju lingered beside Shinazugawa. I assumed it was a continuation of the scolding, but it was not. They seemed to be discussing Kaneo's condition. Was it a bright topic? Shinazugawa's brow began to relax. As the ominous words faded from his scarred visage, he appeared like an ordinary youth. The wild man from moments ago seemed utterly transformed. And as I gazed at him in confusion, he snapped, "Hey, what are you doing?" Shinazugawa's pale eyes bore into me. Not only did he glare, but he approached with a heavy tread. Ju, flustered, attempted to intervene, but to no avail. I found myself admiring his unyielding spirit, yet more than that, I was compelled to assert, "My name is not for you to utter." Tomioka Ju. I see. Then, what is it that you are staring at? Do not leave. It is nothing of consequence. I simply gazed inadvertently. The reason for my lingering is trivial. I intended to leave immediately after the meeting. But last time I incurred Ju's wrath for doing so, thus I restrained myself this time. That is all. I conveyed this to Shinazugawa. I am fine. Veins throbbed visibly at Shinazugawa's temples. Ju widened his eyes in response. His complexion darkened slightly. What was that look? Speaking of which, I was previously advised to get along with the other Hashira. Could it be that Ju is observing whether I can engage in a smooth conversation with Shinazugawa? If that is the case, I must meet that expectation. Last time, my brusque demeanor was a result of the shock of the sudden intrusion into the estate. Yet Ju is merely an open-hearted man. Thus, even someone like me has been taken into consideration, even worried over. Surely, my words would resonate well with Zenitsu here. Why you? You need not force yourself to speak. Ju, it is of no use to fret. I nodded reassuringly as best as I could. I despise conversation. Yet it does not mean I am entirely incapable of it. The art of speaking with new acquaintances was imparted to me by my sister, Makomo. The key is to introduce common topics. Now, let me find a shared point with Shinazugawa. I heard that your friend was injured as well. Oh no, Shinazugawa's expression darkened. I too recalled Zenitsu's somber mood. Such a gloomy commonality is best avoided. Let us change the topic. Regarding your attitude towards our leader. No. Reprimanding him upon our first meeting is inappropriate. Shinazugawa has already been chastised sufficiently by the other Hashira. Thus, it would be more fitting for me to commend him instead. He is like the proverbial carrot and stick. My sister often employs this method. Although my sister's approach of using praise along with reprimand is gentle. Shinazugawa, however, how should I praise him adequately? Do not shrink back, Tomioka Ju. Stop being so rigid. Organize your thoughts. Shinazugawa is an impressive individual. Like myself. He must be deeply anxious about his friend's injury, yet he stands so boldly before me. Indeed, Hashira ought to embody such strength. It is evident that men like me are ill-suited for this role. Yes, this is it. I shall proceed thus. Upon conveying my thoughts directly, a sudden cracking sound echoed from Shinazugawa. What do you mean? You gloomy bastard. His furious roar tore through the heavens. I was perplexed. Why is he so enraged? I merely offered a compliment. Chapter 25, Ju fell silent. Because I mentioned that, while I too have a friend who was injured on a mission, I did not direct such disrespect towards our leader. The water Hashira, Shinazugawa Mitsuri, reached an apex of discontent. As his awareness of Kaneo returned, his mood improved. Yet it was still insufficient. Hence, he sought solace, naturally appearing at the Tudu household where his siblings resided. This is Shinazugawa-san. I have heard you have become the Wind Hashira. Congratulations. The head of the household bowed in greeting, to which Mitsuri reciprocated with a deep bow. For those familiar with his usual rough demeanor, it was a sight worth a second glance. Yet Shinazugawa was not brutish to all. More importantly, as an elder brother, he could not afford to be disrespectful to the elderly woman who cared for his adopted siblings. Ah, Brother Mitsuri, welcome back. They exchanged gentle greetings upon entering the house, and the youngest sibling leapt into his embrace. In the brief moment their gazes diverted, the figure that had just been there vanished, as swift as ever. That elderly woman, in her essence and voice, had not made an appearance. Are you well? Yes. By the way, is that a local specialty? Ah, it's steamed buns. Let us share them with our grandmother. Wonderful. Thank you, brother. The youngest sibling, beaming with joy, clutched the package of local goods and retreated deeper into the house. Brother is back. The jubilant voices echoed throughout, and soon the other siblings gathered in succession. As a demon slayer, Mitsuri was often preoccupied with missions, so his chances to see his siblings were infrequent. Once a month was considered fortunate. Becoming a Hashira would surely diminish those opportunities further, which made him feel lonely. Yet Mitsuri devoted himself to slaying demons for the sake of his siblings' healthy lives. He held fervent wishes for the utmost safety within their home. Until the day all demons were eradicated, Mitsuri would not lay down his sword. Looking down at the gathered siblings, Mitsuri frowned at the sight of 5 of them. What is wrong, Jinya? Brother Jinya is chopping wood over there. They called out, Brother Mitsuri is here. But perhaps he did not hear them. I will go call him. Brother Mitsuri, please wait. No, it's fine. You all return to your duties. It is quicker to go than to wait. Since I merely stopped by during my brief respite before a mission, I could not linger long. Though the siblings were dissatisfied with not being able to engage in lengthy conversations with their elder brother, they had likely grown accustomed to it by now. Reluctantly returning to their tasks. Listening obediently was commendable, yet it also felt somewhat lonely. The elder brother's heart was complex. As the siblings mentioned, Jinya was indeed at the back, chopping wood with a rhythmic thud, 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 as he lost himself in thought. Hey, Jinya. He seemed deeply focused, lost in contemplation. Oh, yes, brother. You're here. Did you only notice the presence of your elder brother after being spoken to? The awkward expression on Jinya's face as he raised his axe was unmistakable. Typically, he greets with a cheerful smile, so the surprise on Shinobu's face was evident. Oh, is it not good that you came? Initially assuming he had intruded uninvited, he was relieved to find his worries unfounded. Jinya waved his hand in front of his face, quickly correcting himself. Wait, what kind of face is that? A silence fell, as if hesitating to respond. Eventually, Jinya softly remarked, I heard you've become a Hashira. Ah, yes. I did take down a lower moon, Shinobu replied. Is it true that Mr. Kaijiro was gravely injured? Could it be that Jinya wore such a gloomy expression out of concern for Kaijiro? The bright and amiable Kaijiro maintained a good relationship with Jinya and the others. It's nothing serious. Although he's recuperating, he's in good spirits. Just yesterday, he mentioned wanting to eat beef hot pot, and the guys at the Butterfly Mansion scolded him quite harshly. Yet, despite conveying Kaijiro's well-being, Jinya's face remained clouded. That lower moon must be quite powerful. Perhaps the strongest among those my brothers have faced so far. If you've become a Hashira, you'll have to battle even stronger demons, right? You'll encounter even more dangerous situations, won't you? Jinya's lifted gaze betrayed his deep unease. His voice tinged with moisture. In response to his anxious brother, Shinobu gently extended his hand, tenderly stroking Jinya's head as if to envelop him in comfort. Don't wear that expression. Don't worry about your brother. But enough. You're concerned about the others. I will take care of the demons. You stay here and protect everyone. Or do you not trust your brother? Jinya fell silent, but the tight line of his lips suggested he had not fully accepted Shinobu's words. For a while, Shinobu continued to pat him, though Jinya's expression remained stiff. Brother, Jinya said timidly, looking up at Shinobu from beneath his hand. His eyes tinged with anxiety, yet imbued with a certain resolve. I've been thinking. What is it? I want to fight alongside you. Just as Jinya was about to speak, the raucous cawing of a crow cut through the air, silencing his words. Startled, they turned toward the noise, where a crow was furiously flapping its wings against the wall. The task was delayed, its loud cawing urging Shinobu onward. I understand. I'm going right away. Be quiet. Sorry, Jinya, what? Nothing. It's fine. But if we don't go for the mission? The words Jinya had intended to say remained unspoken. As he was pushed through the door by Shinobu, the younger siblings bid him farewell. Take care, please don't get hurt. Their voices echoed behind him. As he exited, the youngest called out, Shinobu and I. Next time, bring back some bamboo shoots from Mr. Hogetsu. Turning back, the youngest continued animatedly with hands over his mouth. The bamboo shoots from Mr. Hogetsu are delicious. Last year, everyone fought over them, and Jinyu and I barely got to eat any. You fool, Jinya exclaimed. Don't say such ridiculous things. Your brother is very busy. Ignoring his brother's admonition, Jinya shouted at the top of his lungs, don't mind me. But Shinobu would not easily accept that. The bamboo shoots harvested from Hogetsu were rumored to be extraordinarily delicious. And even Kaijiro had mentioned them. At the time, there had been little interest in discussing it, but seeing the youngest so eager, they must indeed be quite delectable. If I eat those, Jinya might smile at me too. It had been a long time since they had last seen each other, and today, Jinya had not smiled even once. He says not to worry, but that guy never listens. I hope my brother can smile again. It is unconscionable for his troubled, somber face to remain. The gentle brother must be worried about his demon-slaying sibling, yet perhaps filling his stomach with delicious food could slightly divert his attention. With this thought in mind, Shinobu resolved to immediately visit the Tsukabashira's residence after the mission concluded. His gaze was sharp and crimson, his expression stern and severe. Bearing the weight of resolve on his strong shoulders, Tenjin Yuzui turned his back to his wives. I am leaving. His farewell was succinct. As he departed into the tranquility that sharpened his fighting spirit, his three wives implored, please return safely. We pray for your success. Do not lose, Lord Tenjin. They solemnly offered their encouragement, but Tenjin did not respond. Normally, he would return their support with a twisted smile, but today he began his march in silence. There could be no assurances of safety. No amount of good fortune could suffice. A moment's carelessness could lead to defeat. The sound Hashira, tempered by countless battles, now plunged into the fray, a hell on earth. Was he to exterminate demons? No, it was still daylight. Before the pale gray sky awaited foes more terrifying than demons. Honed and refined elites. What lay ahead was a contest devoid of mercy, compassion, or forgiveness, a battle fought with every ounce of strength. To surpass others, to tread over corpses, and to stand at the pinnacle alone, Tenjin Yuzui stepped into the battlefield, the soil of the Tsukabashira's residence. The air was thick with murderous intent and silence, permeating even the very soil of the courtyard. Recognizing the familiar faces of the rock Hashira, the mist Hashira, and the flower Hashira, Tenjin noticed an unfamiliar newcomer among them. The wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa. The man who had previously lunged at the lord of the mansion like a rabid dog during the Hashira meeting, though calm in appearance, was evidently out of his element. His heart was unsettled, overwhelmed. He is not an enemy, Tenjin thought. How pitiful to witness hell, even feeling a twinge of sympathy. Fighting requires a resolute heart. Now, the numbers had gathered. The moon Hashira raised his hand. Amidst the collective breath held in anticipation, the moon Hashira declared, the 5th annual thrilling and intense 1,000-year bamboo grove bamboo shoot contest begins. Wait a moment, Sanemi interjected. Right, Tenjin nodded. I felt the same way. He completely understood Sanemi's sentiments. Chapter 26. I am quite skilled at blowing. The bamboo shoots harvested from the 1,000-year bamboo grove, as the name suggests, are harvested from a bamboo grove that has stood for a millennium. They are exquisite, incomparable to any ordinary bamboo shoots found elsewhere, and are a rare delicacy that only the moon Hashira, Koreha, and Hogetsu can harvest. During the 5 years since Hogetsu became a Hashira, the Hashira have engaged in bloody battles over these bamboo shoots. A flurry of fists dances in the vibrant springtime. The scent of blood mingles with the fresh greenery. For the Hashira, spring is more permeated by the scent of blood than that of cherry blossoms. The first-time participant, Sanemi, gazed at the Hashira with eyes that seemed to say, "Is it truly worth shedding blood over bamboo shoots?" Well, perhaps bloodshed might be a bit of an exaggeration. During the last contest, the mist Hashira and Tenjin had begun brawling outside the arena, both ending up with bloody noses. Sanemi, the bamboo shoots from the 1,000-year bamboo grove are that exceptional in flavor. The taste of the cooked rice awakens memories of the Weeping Island, tears flowing endlessly. It is the flavor I wish to offer at the graves of the children in the temple, if possible. Whether in stews or soups, everything is incredibly delicious. Even Shinobu, who has a small appetite, would take seconds. Not only Shinobu, but Kanawo, who would only eat what was served to her, gazed forlornly at her empty bowl. The bamboo shoots harvested from the 1,000-year bamboo grove are also a popular dish at the Butterfly Mansion. How can one even begin to describe such deliciousness? It seems that as soon as you notice it, it disappears, leaving no memory of the taste untried. Should I say it is an illusion? It evokes a sense of seeing a high-level hallucination. How incredible! Are those bamboo shoots created by blood demon arts? Ignoring Sanemi's quip, the others vigorously nodded in agreement with the mist Hashira's words. So you've understood, huh? Sanemi stepped back from the crowd. The distance of hearts is 1,000-fold. Well, no matter how much I write about it, if you don't eat it, you won't understand that flavor. My wives love them too. Every time we compete for food, they cry. Thus, it's only fair that this captivating bamboo shoot be contested. Initially, they decided the victor by arm wrestling, but it was abandoned after the first round due to Kanroji's overwhelming strength. Ah, how tragic. What a bitter world we live in. The bitterness of this world is your unforgiveness, Rock Hashira. In a certain bamboo shoot contest, the fierce resentment of Takedo Michiro towards the overwhelming power of the competition was palpable. If the outcome were to be determined by sheer strength, the odds would invariably favor the men. Thus, it was decided that brute force would not dictate the victor this time. Incidentally, last year's event revolved around shogi. I see. Then what shall this year's theme be? Perhaps it is a competition of rhinoceros beetle sumo? Let us not inadvertently draw the conversation into our areas of expertise. Besides, at this time of year, the rhinoceros beetles are still in their larval stage. The clamor was incessant, and Takedo snapped back. I know, you fool. I was merely jesting. Who do you take me for? With a proud demeanor, he declared himself a member of the Demon Slayer Corps while also being an esteemed rhinoceros beetle breeder. The indomitable Taketo Michiro, with a haughty glare, surveyed the crowd. This year's theme is self-praise. As always, I shall serve as the referee. Please present your commendable self-praises. All right, Yuzui Tenjin, you may begin. With a swift start, he was awarded extra points. Wait, there are extra points? A confused Taketo inquired. Yuzui, brimming with confidence, was the first to raise his hand. He struck a pose, declaring, "My very existence is a testament to my greatness." Away with you, Yuzui Tenjin, 10 points deducted. It appeared that the scoring was swayed by the referee's whims and biases. Yuzui's score plummeted to 0, leaving him impoverished in points. Next to him, with an enormous hand raised, was Kanroji Mitsuri. I can play the shakuhachi. I'm exceptionally skilled. How impressive, a musician indeed, he exclaimed, awarding her 50 points. Do not be deceived, Mizunoto. The stone pillar merely plays at a basic level. It's not that remarkable. Ah, I see. Then let us settle for 40 points. Observing the fluctuations in Kanroji's score due to Taketo's remarks, the ever-calculating Taketo seized the opportunity. So, there exists a tactic to incite applause to diminish an opponent's score. Let us keep this brief. Allow me to smear you with dirt. Taketo, 17 years of age, was a man willing to resort to any means to ensure his siblings were well fed. Isn't that a bit excessive? I've heard the shakuhachi is so loud that nearby old ladies have scolded you with brooms. Is that true? That won't do, Kanroji. We must avoid causing trouble for our neighbors. Then let's settle for 10 points. Prior to joining the Demon Slayer Corps, Taketo had fought against demons and gangsters in areas plagued by crime. Compassion was a foreign concept to him. Only the pursuit of retribution lingered in his lexicon. Despite this, hindering his opponents would not contribute to his own score. While contemplating this, Kanroji's cheerful voice cut through. My self-praise must indeed be about them. All the sisters of the Butterfly Mansion are adorable. 60,000 points. The score suddenly spiraled into chaos. What, that many? The children of the Butterfly Mansion all strive for excellence, hence 6 of them garnering 60,000 points. How delightful. You certainly pay close attention to those children. Thank you. Himejima. Takato's points were deemed appropriate. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, the 0 points of the wind and mist pillars contrasted sharply with the cheerful laughter of the flower and moon pillars. This was not something that could be resolved with mere self-praise. Yet, to remain silent was to tarnish the honor of the pillars. With determination, the mist pillar took action. To self-praise? That could easily turn into a display of skill. Is that acceptable? Indeed, that is quite all right. Then, moon pillar. I can down a whole show of sake in one go. Disqualified. The concept of points evaporated. The once adorable junior members now regarded the mist pillar with a terrifying expression. Please avoid consuming large quantities of alcohol at once. It can lead to acute poisoning. Himejima is right, Kanroji. Alcohol should be consumed in moderation and savored slowly. Surrounded by the admonishing voices of the moon and flower pillars, the eldest of the mist pillar knelt, head bowed in despair. All right, mist pillar. Do not be so disheartened. A comforting hand from the 0-point Yuzui offered a semblance of solace. I admire your skills. Though it seemed that there were other self-praises that could be made, he maintained, I possess no other talents. Since childhood, I have dedicated myself to the sword, and honestly, there is little to boast about. Disqualification retracted. What is the value of 999 Batoma? The concept of points had exploded. I greatly admire those who dedicate themselves to the sword, indeed. Moon pillar. He covered his mouth, heart racing with uncertainty. What was that value again? Filled his mind with question marks. Yet the clever young man refrained from voicing them. Among the confusion, one individual stood out, understanding the gravity of the point system. Takatu. Batoma, you say? Are you aware, Takatu? The term refers to a unit of measurement between the blue lotus and the monastic period, also known as the red lotus. How impressive, Takatu. Your knowledge is profound. The value was beyond 4,000 jo. Whether it was 10,000 or something else, the incomprehensible numbers mocked them like mere fish. Oh no, I completely failed to grasp what is being said. Kanroji and Kaname were in awe, while Yuzui shrank back. To buy 5 apples for 3 coins. When entangled by 7 thugs, the answer is your life. Takatu's mathematical prowess shone brightly. Incidentally, Hiro is Takatu's younger brother. With such a grand unit, it seems the victory will belong to Kanroji. How unfortunate, Kaname remarked. Yet, faced with such staggering figures, Takatu's spirit remained unyielded. My self-praise is yet to come, Himejima. A fearless smile graced his lips. Am I being self-deprecating? No. This is a certainty of victory. How remarkably composed you are, Suzumi. Merely a matter of confidence. With what self-praise would Takatu break through the wall of Batoma? Then let us hear it. What is your self-praise? My family, excluding my father. He casually divulged the nature of his father, akin to a sushi roll sans ginger. If he were present, a great ruckus would surely ensue. The cuteness of my siblings is undeniable. You cannot claim ignorance of this. Furthermore, not only did my mother bear such siblings, but she tirelessly works to nurture us. Day and night. May my mother, my brothers, my sisters, and even that old man, be blessed. The value of this praise cannot be measured. Conversely, anyone who attempts to assign a finite value to it is a fool. I declare with confidence that it is of infinite worth. Takatu proclaimed loudly. The unexpected reverence he held for his family brought tears to Kanroji's eyes, warming the hearts of those around him. Takatu, I had assumed you were a man who would bite into Lord Muzan, yet it turns out you simply adore your family. The distance between everyone and Takatu's heart significantly diminished. I understand now. Indeed, the Takatu family is remarkable. However, Takatu, with a sword-like raise of his brow, was soon besieged by a grand sigh. The eldest son, a tremendous point deduction. Are you looking for a fight? The familiar sound of anger and fists flying was customary for Himejima, who adeptly caught the blows. Retaliation followed in kind. With hands entwined, they engaged in a peculiar ritual of spinning and shouting. What do you mean by taking all the bamboo shoots from another family? Is this a mafia debt collection? The result was a severe deduction of 70,000 points. No matter how much was deducted, the concept of infinity remained infinite. From infinite points deducted, what remains is surely something less than infinity. Enough already. The victor is the one among us, meaning I shall claim the bamboo shoots as my own. This is the first time I have heard of your fondness for bamboo shoots. It's not for me, but for the members of the Xuanmi. I will send some to them. Since they usually take care of me, I will send about 3. You should have mentioned it earlier. I wasted my effort, you fool. Those fellows are in their growth phase, so I will send 5 more. Greedy. To the 2 who are bickering loudly, Namu of Hibiya mourns. Such a good relationship, isn't it? Next to the smiling Kane, Yuzui bursts into laughter. The 5th bamboo shoot competition concludes with a decisive victory for the Kasumi pillar. Chapter 27, Sister Kane. Indeed, this year's competition was quite entertaining. It would have been great if Ju had come too. I wasn't invited. You were though? I asked if you wanted bamboo shoots, and you said no. I didn't know there was such an event. Ah, I'm sorry. I didn't explain enough. Don't be difficult. Look, the bamboo shoot rice is ready. No, bamboo shoots are not something I enjoy, so please share them with the others. Can that be arranged? No, but the 1,000-year bamboo grove belongs to the water pillar, so as a corresponding price. Anyway, you haven't eaten lunch yet, so eat up. Here, take the chopsticks. Is it delicious? Hakazetsu. What? Do you want more rice? Bring me the rice bucket too. The level of greed seems to be compatible with Misumi. The water pillar's unintentional words about the moon pillar at the pillar meeting 6 months later, regarding the wind pillar, suggested that the unyielding Kaneo was indeed quite greedy. Leading to another story. It was merely said that no one intervened, hence the quarrel. As for Ju, who seems uninterested beyond salmon and radish, he surprisingly attacks with his chopsticks. Thus, everyone loves the bamboo shoots produced by the 1,000-year bamboo grove. They are also actively given as gifts to those who have taken care of us. This portion is for Ms. Karika, this one for Ms. Kase, and this one for Mr. Murata, while these are for Yuzui's wives. Good, I can take so many to the Butterfly Mansion. Every year, a considerable quantity of bamboo shoots is offered to the Butterfly Mansion, where numerous members gather and work tirelessly overnight, hoping to eat something delicious to replenish their energy. With a pot full of blanched bamboo shoots, I entered through the door of the Butterfly Mansion. Excuse me. The entrance was eerily quiet. One would expect a presence upon speaking, yet today, no one appeared. I had considered that it might be inappropriate to enter unannounced. But since I had been graciously welcomed by Kane, who had said that Hakazetsu was always welcomed as if part of the Butterfly Mansion, I brazenly stepped inside. Excuse me. After placing the pot in the kitchen, I sought out Aoi. She is the one who manages the Butterfly Mansion's kitchen. Considering that Aoi had not emerged from the entrance, she must be at the training grounds. As I thought this, I made my way towards that direction. Approaching the training ground, the sound of footsteps on the wooden floor became more distinct. Just as I had anticipated, they seemed to be engaged in functional recovery training. It must be a full-body training session. The noise was quite lively. Stop it. My ears, which had been leisurely observing, were pierced by Aoi's furious shout. Stop. Please stop. Let him go, for goodness sake. Her gradually pained cries prompted me to leap up and wrench open the door. The first sight that met my eyes was Aoi's profile. With her eyes narrowed and a voice trembling with tears, she desperately clung to a soldier's arm. Don't nitpick. This is training, right? Don't be ridiculous. Have some shame. But the fellow didn't seem unwilling. It was you who made too much noise. Wah. It was a large soldier. His back obstructed my view entirely. He emitted pitiful squeaks. Aoi and her companions came rushing over, sobbing. Along with them, the soldiers turned their gazes towards us as if propelled back. At that moment, tiny feet swayed in front of the soldier's body. A girl was cradled in his arms. Kane, like a voiceless doll. Ah, no. I've been discovered. The man wore an expression that indicated he had been caught. In the whirlpool of commotion, Kane remained eerily still, not even blinking. As if to engulf her quietness, the hands that began to develop were predatory in nature. It was a truly horrifying situation. Realizing the nauseating greed there, I felt blood rush to my head and charged at the soldier. Thus, I delivered a thorough beating. That was right. Rather. It was good. Well done. Saying this, Masakazu, who had propped himself up from the bed, patted my head. Seated, I felt embarrassed and diminished. The earlier bloodbath, taking advantage of full-body training, was just minutes ago. I had forgotten that I had pummeled him to unconsciousness in front of the younger children and girls. Regrets came too late. Aoi squatted down, her shoulders trembling, while Kiyo and the others huddled together, mewing and sobbing. Even Kane's face turned pale, and she was sweating coldly. I had frightened them. Occasionally, there are those who observe training with such gazes. Well, I am a man, so I suppose holding a girl would feel quite nice and soft. But in reality, such actions are foolish. I have seen those who become excited from touching hands. But to embrace a girl much younger than oneself is a first. I must learn from the ultra-masculine Akaza. Though it was training, casually touching young girls and women is a troublesome matter in another sense. Oh, that person, who became a training partner for me, you see. Right. Then, Hakazetsu's face flushed in a moment of panic. Forget that, but it was entirely inappropriate. If Shizuku was present, it would be a ruthless 5-hit combo aimed at Min's vital points. That fellow knows that Kane would not raise a fuss, so he did it. My anger clouded my mind. The level at which Maeda appeared cute pales in comparison to that scoundrel. While Maeda is a straightforward scoundrel with glasses, that soldier is a twisted scoundrel, a mixed breed of malice. Aoi, who openly expresses her disdain for unworthy things, and Kane, who remains silent, are both in a deplorable situation. If Aoi were to undergo the same treatment, she would undoubtedly resist with all her might and retaliate. The other party must understand this. Thus, knowing that capturing Kane would be more challenging, it is not hard to imagine them committing wrongdoing against the quiet Kane. However, it is foolish to act in front of Aoi and the others. If Kane or Shinobu reports this later, it would be disastrous in every sense. Well, perhaps they plan to feign it as a prank, with no such intention. No, wait. Hakazetsu, you look pale. What's wrong? I'm sorry. I slightly envision the worst. What do you mean? That fellow, he might check. Check. As in, is it okay to touch anywhere, or would Kane cause a fuss? Assessing the situation, and then, later. When alone, ugh, that fellow is despicable. He told me about the hospital, and if you're going, I'll call Shinobu too. Hakazetsu, you should come along. Don't imagine it, please. But I fear that soldier is that type. He would confirm that the other party wouldn't resist, or speak, before proceeding cautiously. It's not impulsive assault. He is always planning and scheming. It's revolting. Ugh, are you alright? I'm sorry, it's just too vile. Would you like some water? Ah, there's soda too, given by Shinobu. Observing the ever-increasing gifts for the ailing around Masakazu's bed, it seemed they would soon bury him. Faced with the offered soda bottle, I shook my head vehemently. No, that is for the children at the Butterfly Mansion. I can't finish it alone. Give it to them. Alright, then Hakazetsu can deliver it. Masakazu, peering beneath the bed, began to pull out a box containing soda bottles. While I was taken aback, he pushed the box toward me and said, "It's you, it? Since I thought it would scare everyone, how should I apologize? Using this as an excuse. Isn't it slightly easier to strike up a conversation? Kyukaku-in, well, I feel that none of the children in the Butterfly Mansion are actually frightened. That's good then. You must have confidence, dear brother." With a mischievous smile, I was gently nudged with an elbow. I left the hospital room with a wry smile, only to immediately encounter Kanehone. "Hizuki-kun, I heard from Aoi," she exclaimed, recognizing my figure, and hurried over from the hallway. "I'm sorry for my negligence. Thank you for helping those children." Her light-hearted smile remained gentle, despite my misdeeds having reached her ears. Rather than being grateful, I felt the need to apologize instead. Doing such things in front of those children must have frightened them. I should be the one to apologize. Causing a violent incident at the Butterfly Mansion, it was rare for me to receive soda from Kyukaku-in, yet I lacked the courage to go to Aoi and the others. So I handed the box to Kanehone. "This is soda I got from Kyukaku-in. Everyone, please enjoy. Also, there are some bamboo shoots in the kitchen. Please let Aoi know." With that, I thought to leave that place. But wait, Kanehone grabbed my hand. Turning back, I saw her with an unexpectedly serious expression. "I have a favor to ask," she said urgently, causing me to shrink back at her gaze. Chapter 28. Aoi is angry. "Hey, Shinobu Kaneho, do you like Hizuki-kun?" The sudden declaration from my sister, with her beaming smile, nearly made me spit out my tea. The new floor of the research room was safe and sound. However, as the tea caught in my throat, I glared at my sister. "Sister, why are you saying such things all of a sudden? Shinobu could be a bit less angry, you know? Right now is a perfect break between preparations. If I were in the middle of mixing, my hands would shake and create a disaster. I wouldn't want to dirty my research room, which I painstakingly prepared with my hard-earned wages, over something like this. But what kind of thought process leads my sister to say something like that? Kaneho liking Hizuki-sensei? That's impossible. Well, why do you think that? But when my sister speaks of love, I had intended to be unshaken by such matters, but after joining the Demon Slayer Corps, it became a topic I could not avoid. I felt a bit shy, lowering my voice as if sharing a secret in this room devoid of others. "Is it that kind of love?" Yes indeed, my sister nodded, disregarding my embarrassment. With dreamy, sparkling eyes, I shook my head in dismay. "Absolutely not. Because it's Kaneho?" I couldn't even comprehend my own feelings. Love was something so foreign to me. I had mentioned it before, hadn't I? If Kaneho had someone she liked, she would certainly change. That person must be Hizuki-kun. Yes, absolutely. Where did my sister's confidence come from? Staring blankly, my sister's eyes sparkled even more brightly. With her fingers crossed over her chest, her voice filled with excitement, she leaned in and began to speak. "I heard this from Aoi. Among today's participants in the rehabilitation training, there seems to be an impolite fellow." Impolite, a refined term for my sister. If translated directly, it would mean a despicable scoundrel. To put it simply, a perverted individual who used the training as an excuse to inappropriately touch Aoi or Kaneho. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. We implement rehabilitation training to reduce the mortality rate of returning squad members. Yet there are those who fail to grasp that purpose and act lewdly during the sessions. We respond to such individuals with full force, specifically by delivering a beating that does not extend their hospital stay. Of course, I also taught Aoi and Kaneho. However, disregarding Aoi, who clearly detests such actions, Kaneho, with her somewhat unclear will, doesn't seem to possess an awareness of what is being done to her. She doesn't appear angry, nor does she show any sign of dislike. She just seems dazed. In the event that Aoi is watching, it would be a different story, but yes. For a lecherous individual, Kanaho is indeed an easy target. Fortunately, Kanaho has excellent athletic ability and dynamic vision, so she won't be easily touched. Today, the opponent seems to be an upper-tier member who caught her during a full-body training session. I'm angry on Aoi's behalf, but what troubles me is that person. They seem completely unconcerned. Isn't this a troubling topic? I can't believe they're so at ease. Disgusting. Which squad member are they from? What room number? Such an incident occurred while I was in the research room. Filled with indignation, I kicked the chair and stood up. It was time for the moment to showcase the Shizuku ripple technique taught by Hizuki-sensei and Takamo-san, glaring into the air, but my sister calmed me down. It's okay. It's okay. My anger at the thought of my children being treated so carelessly began to dissipate, but upon seeing my sister's face, my fists relaxed. The smile on her face vanished, replaced by an expression of sternness that I could hardly imagine. I had received a report from Aoi and spoke directly. So it's no longer an issue. My sister is fundamentally a gentle person. Even when glancing over, she appears to be that kind of woman. Thus, it is easy for others to underestimate her, thinking she won't get angry no matter what happens. Generally speaking, if one were to ask her if she forgives all wrongdoings, she would not. Upon the end of the rehabilitation, immediate withdrawal was mandated, and from now on, entry into the Butterfly Mansion is prohibited unless in the case of severe injuries. With that, my sister lowered her eyes. Her long eyelashes appeared sorrowful. Even my gentle sister possesses anger. However, her anger often transforms into sadness. She reproaches, educates, and admonishes, aiming for a gentle resolution as much as possible. That extraordinary gentleness is both my sister's strength and her weakness. In conversation, that fellow probably doesn't feel guilty nor has apologized, right? He did apologize. But it seemed insincere. My sister understands this, which is why entry into the Butterfly Mansion has been prohibited. If one teaches themselves to be correct, and the other repents for their actions, then things will proceed smoothly. However, if that person were so virtuous, they wouldn't have committed wrongs in the first place. I've reflected, and I won't do it again, is a statement that is undoubtedly a lie. They will likely repeat their offenses. My sister said nothing, smiling with a hint of regret. Just that realization awakened me. That man's attitude is quite unsatisfactory. Indeed, I should go and beat him up. Please refrain. If it's a burn, Hizuki-kun has already taken care of it. Ah, that's right. I had forgotten in my anger towards that man's excessive actions against those children. I had originally been discussing Kanaho and Hizuki-sensei. Just then, Hizuki-kun brought gifts of consolation. Upon witnessing the scene, it was impressive. According to my sister, who returned to her normal demeanor, Hizuki-sensei, in a tone befitting a true gentleman amongst the female squad members, expressed his indignation and dealt with the problematic squad member, thoroughly taking them down after receiving information from Kanaho. That, too, was to the extent that their hospital stay was shortened to the maximum limit. Furthermore, after the beating, they were transported to the hospital, treated for their injuries, and even bound to the bed. What a perfect aftermath. Truly commendable. And then, at that moment, Kanaho appeared different from her usual self. Different? In what way? I wasn't present at the scene, so I don't know the details, but in any case, Aoi said it was strange. She was not calm, shaken, and her eyes sparkled when looking at Hizuki-kun. Then, why did it turn into love? I asked my sister, my words measured and spaced out. Yet, my sister tilted her head in bewilderment, as if I had spoken something odd. Feeling restless before someone you like, your heart racing. Unable to help but steal glances if that isn't love, then what is it? It's common to be fond of a man who helps you. Isn't it? Well, yes, but that is only in stories Kanaho's feelings. Perhaps, Kanaho herself cannot easily digest. It has been several years since I adopted that child. Yet her heart remains like a seed that has yet to sprout. I have never seen Kanaho angry or crying. She has never once worn a frown. Is it possible for such a child to leap over all those emotions and experience love? She has only seen Hizuki-sensei angry and surprised. That is definitely not love. Absolutely not. She is quite stubborn. Isn't she? Why is it like this? Ah, I see. I'm sorry, Shinobu. I didn't notice. The obstinate sister, who never alters her assertions, has suddenly exhibited a remarkable acceptance. What could this mean? My heart is in turmoil, as I sense an odd premonition of misunderstanding, and indeed, it has come to pass. If he were to marry Kanaho, he would become our brother-in-law. For Shinobu, Hogetsu-kun resembles an older brother, hence the confusion. No, it is not that way. Oh dear, Shinobu truly is, so close to Hogetsu-san, yet utterly oblivious, smiling as if they were siblings. To me, Hogetsu-kun feels like a younger brother. No, it is not that way. I am endlessly led on by my sister's tone. In my agitation, I thump the table. The force is too great, causing the teacup to slightly lift from the surface. My sister presumes that Kanaho has feelings for Hogetsu-san, making sweeping conclusions without a second thought. Absolutely do not attempt to play matchmaker for the two of them, okay? To prevent my sister from meddling further, I issue a stern warning. My sister, with a light-hearted smile, lowers her gaze. What is it? I press my forehead. What repercussion have I already set into motion? I wish to act as though I did not hear it. What should I do? I implore Hogitsukuin to accompany Kanaho on a shopping trip. My sister is truly infuriating. With a cry akin to a lament, I dash out of the room, sprinting towards the town below. My sister follows suit. On that afternoon in May, beneath a canopy of clouds obscuring the sun, I search among the throngs of passers-by for their figures. A duck-billed cap in the color of rain clouds. A red and purple butterfly adornment. I use such markers to identify them. There they are. Oh dear. My sister spots them first. However, she emits an incredulous sound. What could have happened? I ponder, craning my neck for a better view. Being slightly shorter, I rise on my toes. In my line of sight, Kanaho's butterfly hairpin sways, while beside her, Hogitsu-san carries an unfamiliar elderly woman on his back. The beginning is Kanaho's suggestion. Shall we go shopping with Hogitsukuin to lighten the mood? Following her lead is far easier than contemplating my own actions. Yet, at that moment, my feet momentarily freeze. It is solely because I am with my brother. It feels peculiar to witness my brother's involvement with me. Cold sweat pours down my back, and my heart races. Do I not find this strange? I steal glances at my brother repeatedly. I wish to dismiss what others say, but why does only my brother elicit this response? Perhaps it is because I recall my feelings before they withered away. During the commotion at the training ground in the daytime, I exhibited a strange demeanor. Though my brother did not notice, I always seemed taken aback. All right, madam. Is this suitable? Yes, thank you very much. Pausing in front of a vegetable shop brimming with produce, my brother sets the elderly woman down gently. She bends her back even further, incessantly expressing her gratitude to him. We encountered this elderly woman during a robbery incident early on our trip to the town. My brother promptly retrieved her purse, and after confronting the perpetrator, he believed the matter concluded. However, the elderly woman, traumatized by the incident, appeared utterly paralyzed by fear, as she declared that she could not leave. My brother escorted her home, and now here we are. Is your back all right now, madam? You have calmed me completely. I am sorry for the trouble. It must have been heavy. No, not at all. I have business here too. It is on my way to shop, so please do not mind me. Oh dear. How can I not offer you something? What would you like? The elderly woman seemed to be a regular at the vegetable shop. Calling out to the shopkeeper, who was deep in the store arranging vegetables, she quickly had us the items we requested. This one is delicious too, she said, piling various vegetables high. The basket I brought was insufficient, so the shopkeeper, being clever, provided the largest basket available. Even that was twofold, overflowing with an abundant quantity. My brother, who effortlessly lifted it, elicited a dreamy sigh from the elderly woman, who remarked on his strength. I will carry the luggage, please handle the payment. Prompted by my brother, I frantically rummaged through my belongings. Yes, I have the wallet. This is my practice for shopping. The payment was swiftly completed. As we prepared to leave the vegetable store, however, the elderly woman called out to us. Take this as well. It's loquats picked from my garden. With both hands occupied, my brother was compelled to accept the overflowing basket of loquats, which he naturally handed to me. What a bountiful harvest. There's plenty for everyone at the butterfly mansion. Wow, thank you. I expressed my gratitude, echoing my brother's sentiment with a polite bow. Yet, I had not uttered a single word until now. How eerie it felt. The elderly woman smiled warmly, seemingly unfazed, while the shopkeeper regarded me with astonishment. That girl over there, what is the matter? She had been silent until now, her smile faltering. Sister. At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. Please, do not. Surely I am too shy. Nevertheless, the bond between siblings appears to be quite amiable. The shopkeeper admonished the elderly woman with a bright voice. Such a lively sister. I was worried that she had come along. The elderly woman teased, directing her gaze towards my brother. When referred to as sister, I felt a warmth in my heart. Yet also a chill. Why was that? Surely it was because of the bewildered expression on my brother's face thereafter. No, we are not siblings. In that moment, I recognized the gravity of my brother's words. I do not wish to be denied. The assertion that my brother and I are siblings must not come from his lips. I ponder this, and as the moment approaches, a freezing sensation envelopes my body. Why? My mind is blank, akin to winter when my brother vanishes. Why? It is terrifying. Painful, bitter, lonely, and empty. All of it should have vanished. Chapter 29, Siblings. My brother is strong and gentle, while I, like a doll, am adorable. We must take pride in one another, right? My heart races with a tumultuous rhythm for the first time. Sweaty and breathless, I cannot tear my gaze from my brother. He speaks, his voice resonating as if to erase everything, yet my throat fails to cooperate. Yes, I managed to voice a sound. A proud sister. I thought it was a daydream echoing in my ears. Would a strange man not approach? I was deeply concerned. I apologize for holding you up. No, thank you. I realize that this is the reality we are in. Kanaho, let us return. My brother's warm smile reassures me. Let us be friendly as siblings. Yes, and you too. Madam, please take care. As my brother turns, I follow slowly behind. He walks alongside me as closely as possible, matching my pace. With each step, my heart beats loudly. Yet this time, it is not a cacophony. My body is no longer frozen. Shortly after leaving the vegetable shop, my brother suddenly turns back towards me, wearing an apologetic expression. Kanaho, I am sorry. Kanaho, sister. Simply adding that bit makes my heart calm as the wind settles. I feel incapable of clearly explaining our relationship. Adhering to the elderly woman's words. I see. Yes. My brother did not deny our sibling bond because it was far too easy. There was no reason beyond that. He did not truly understand me. To my silent self, my brother's presence became increasingly heavy. I am sorry. That, well, really everything. I was furious during the day. And you must have been scared. I did not feel scared. When I was embraced by the team members, I froze. Aoi was angry and did not release me. I did not know what to do. Yet, I could not articulate those feelings. In moments like these, what is appropriate to say? I wish to toss a coin. But my hands are occupied with baggage. Hogetsu-san and Kanaho exit the vegetable shop together. My sister and I emerge stealthily from our hiding place, shadowing the pair as they make their way back to the butterfly mansion. Just as Shinobu stated, it was indeed my sister who leapt to conclusions. As it turns out, this is not a matter of romance. Kanaho's feelings for Hogetsu-san are of an entirely different nature. It seems Kanaho wishes for Hogetsu-kun in the same way as I do my brother. Why has Kanaho begun to feel this way? That reason remains unclear. Mr. Hozuki frequently visits the butterfly mansion, perhaps influenced by the fact that he was rescued by a fellow corps member during today's training. Regardless, observing the events at the vegetable shop offers a vague insight into Kanaho's sentiments towards Mr. Hozuki. Sister, you seem a bit anxious, she remarked while weaving through the crowd. Upon hearing the incident from Aoi, Kanaho reflected on the potential dangers that lay ahead and realized the necessity of thoughtful action in response to threats. Sister, you've often reiterated this, she murmured, casting a pained glance at her sister. Kanaho pondered that through love, if one's heart blossoms, then engaging in actions one dislikes becomes intolerable. With this in mind, she considered her sister's position as the mistress of the butterfly mansion, bearing the heavy responsibility of safeguarding numerous young girls. The usual light-hearted demeanor of her sister only heightened her concern. Yet it was likely a deliberate effort to prevent the spread of anxiety. Kanaho wished to articulate her feelings and sought to understand the rationale behind wielding a sword. Eager to begin sword training immediately after her sister became a Hashira, Kanaho embarked on her training. Although they hadn't taught her anything, Kanaho's keen eye allowed her to absorb everything effortlessly, mastering the flower-breathing techniques. Alone, she felt powerless, unable to achieve anything without the coins gifted by her sister. Such vague judgments rendered her incapable of hunting demons, as the coins bore no markings on either side to guide her. More than anything, it was clear that she was unprepared to recognize the lurking dangers. Nevertheless, Kanaho remained resolute, refusing to cease her training despite the risks. Why she aimed to become a demon slayer without confiding in her sister troubled them both. Kanaho, unable to act without someone's guidance, felt her anxiety swell. Surmising that merely following someone else's directive would not suffice in her journey to become a demon slayer. Though it's not love, I find myself reminiscing about Mr. Hozuki, she admitted. I apologize for the misunderstandings, Shinobu. It's nothing, but please refrain from such actions in the future. Thank you, Kanaho replied, touched by Shinobu's gentleness. Subsequently, she intended to apologize to Mr. Hozuki, acknowledging his busy schedule. As they approached, Kanaho and her sister halted, facing Mr. Hozuki, who bore an apologetic expression. The noise around them muffled their voices, but as members of the Demon Slayer Corps, they had honed skills in reading lips, allowing them to discern his words. I apologize for the sibling charade at the vegetable shop, and I regret the distress caused during training. Kanaho and her sister exchanged glances, shrugging in response to Mr. Hozuki's self-deprecating remarks. Mr. Hozuki, your lack of confidence is akin to a precious gem that dims in the shadows, Kanaho thought. Just then, Mr. Hozuki called out, startling both sisters, their eyes widening in surprise. Kanaho, Shinobu, what brings you here? He inquired, seemingly unconcerned. It's nothing too significant, Kanaho replied, her expression remaining unchanged despite feeling a slight tremor within. This uncertainty stemming not from denial, but from her understanding of her sister's softer side, which prompted her to smile at Mr. Hozuki. Naoi, Kiyo, and Aoi also contributed to our well-being, so there is no reason to feel afraid. However, she wondered aloud. If you're anxious, why not ask Aoi and the others directly? her brow furrowed in frustration at Mr. Hozuki's inability to accept her sister's words, while Shinobu maintained her calm demeanor. Such a whimsical dance of petals, how delightful, she exclaimed, clapping her hands. Now that it's the perfect time to return, shall we enjoy some refreshments? Mr. Hozuki suggested. Ah, it's my first time trying soda, Kanaho remarked, savoring its sweetness. Let us hurry back. Upon returning to the butterfly mansion, the trio approached Mr. Hozuki, expressing their gratitude. Munehishira, we are extremely grateful. Please accept our gifts, they said, presenting their favorite snacks, with Aoi bowing deeply in appreciation. Before they could extend their thanks, Kanaho, feeling immature, began with a heartfelt apology. Thank you, she whispered, her voice softer than a fledgling's chirp. Outside the butterfly mansion, she rarely spoke, and it was likely that this was the first time Mr. Hozuki had heard her voice. His eyes, once wide with surprise, gradually softened into a familiar smile. In truth, Mr. Hozuki was concerned about whether everyone felt despondent. Sho Kanaho, please. Aoi interjected, her tone shifting. Why would you fear the Munehishira? Naoi and the others mirrored her reaction, wondering if their tears had caused concern. No, it's just relief, Kanaho reassured them. It's because of him that Aoi remained steadfast. With apologies, the three sisters lowered their shoulders in unison. I told you so, Kanaho declared proudly. No one fears you, for you are the brother of the butterfly mansion. Then, like a butterfly pausing to rest, she leaned in to whisper to Kanaho. Thus, in Kanaho's eyes, you are also a brother. Perhaps it was because Kanaho had said so. In front of her brother, she felt more composed. Although a part of her wished to hide behind someone, the anxiety that once gripped her had vanished. Sharing soda with everyone was a delightful experience, and the sweetness lingered on her lips. She cherished the empty bottle, knowing that her brother had shared his portion with her. The two bottles were a bit too much, yet they held a special taste. Naoi and her friends played with the glass beads they had extracted from the bottles. Without a reason, Kanaho gazed at the scene, and her brother gifted her a glass bead, one for each of them. She clutched it tightly, refusing to let go even at dinner, leading Kanaho to offer her a small box. A memory box, she explained. Fill it with important things. As the box rolled, the sound of the glass beads clinking together resonated like a heartbeat. All right, Kanaho, her brother said, presenting her with a bamboo flute, a tool for signaling in emergencies. It's compact and won't take up much space. The flute was small enough to fit in her palm, yet it held two mysteries. One was a backup, as her brother had intended to use a camellia blossom, but it was out of season. He had given her the same item, along with the same number of flutes for Aoi and the others. Naoi and her friends received theirs joyfully, but only Aoi hesitated, refusing to accept it out of concern for causing trouble. Ultimately, she conceded, albeit reluctantly. No one feels burdened, so feel free to play, Kanaho assured her. Indeed, thank you, she replied, recalling Aoi's words. After receiving kindness from others, she reflected on what to say next, though she had yet to express her gratitude. She knew she should follow Kanaho's lead. Days passed, and uncertainty clouded her mind. What should she do? In her confusion, she tossed a coin, wondering what it would reveal. The coin fell, revealing its face. The back remained silent. The coin had made its choice, and she would abide by it. Normally, this would conclude the matter, yet the peculiarities of the incident lingered in her heart. In light-hearted banter, the core members, who had previously jested, soon established a brigade dedicated to safeguarding the children of the butterfly mansion from any assailants. Suspected core members participated in training, while trustworthy members served as overseers. The exhilaration of interacting with young ladies invigorated the youthful heart of the dandelion boy, who awaited the male team members, filled with a sense of foreboding. Alas, the future looms ominously. What on earth transpired during my brief absence from the training ground? It seems to have transformed into a scene of execution. A battlefield where flowers once bloomed, now scorched by the flames of conflict. An intersection of heaven and hell, spiraling into chaos. Execution. Execution. I am being punished. But what have I done? Oh, I have done nothing at all. This is utterly excessive. Chapter 30. Unforgiving Spirits. More humans transformed back. Within the confines of the Tsukibashira residence's laboratory, despair enveloped me. This turmoil stemmed from a shocking revelation. One I had only recently unearthed regarding the beast demon I had previously encountered, Upper Moon 6. For 3 relentless years, I had extracted blood from the fallen body, dedicating myself to pharmaceutical research. Through storms and tempests, I persevered, undeterred even by the automatic fatal effects of failed creations or the menacing aura of the bamboo cutter's protection. Day and night, I toiled, confronting the dwindling supply of demon blood, only to stumble upon an astonishing truth. What a jest! Why is your blood composition so distinct from that of other demons? Such crucial information should have been disclosed earlier. Reporting is a fundamental tenet of being a responsible member of society. Indeed, It is outrageous. Upper Moon 6 is an entity with blood unlike that of ordinary demons. To illustrate, it is akin to the stark differences between a raccoon and a fox. Which is which? It hardly matters, for it all feels like a cruel trick, like a red fox and a green raccoon, or the peculiar green fox from Dombey. The complexity of it all is overwhelming. In truth, I had harbored a vague suspicion, a faint notion that your blood might not be entirely ordinary. Yet I dismissed it, attributing it to your status as an upper moon and assuming you had acquired a significant amount of blood from Muzan Kibutsuji. I allowed the thought to rest unexamined. Alone in the lab, I rolled about on the floor, lost in self-dialogue. Fear not, for it is immaculate. Shoes are strictly prohibited. I learned the proper cleaning methods from Aoi, leaving no detail overlooked. Why did I fail to notice this? Am I truly a fool? Wasn't the era of the Sengoku period a time of profound research into demons? That noisy epoch lacked microscopes, even if they had existed. Could a mere town doctor afford one? My foolishness is intolerable. What have I filled my mind with? Bamboo shoots. Bamboo shoots possess preservative and antibacterial properties, yet do not liken my barren mind to them. In a fervor of self-questioning, I sighed deeply. My research had initially aimed at a universal remedy for all demons. Yet it now felt as though I was merely conducting studies for that singular individual. The blood is too peculiar, no matter how I strive. The elixir to restore demons to humanity remains unattainable. Everything must begin anew. It is akin to running fervently only to find oneself on a hamster wheel, a disheartening cycle. Shrew, mole, squirrel, hamster, I am a cursed rodent. Are shrews and moles even rodents? 3 years, how long is that? How many times has the earth revolved in those moments? What are the financial costs incurred? How much have I squandered? 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Oh, I seem to be propelling the economy of the Empire of Japan. The unbearable reality of the time and money I have invested dissipating like bubbles is overwhelming. I yearn for the gentle touch of that day when I optimistically believed that being an upper moon would mean possessing an abundance of Muzan's blood, precious. Perhaps by researching this, I could expedite the completion of the elixir. With that thought, I struck my shoulder, channeling all my might into a right hook as he turned. I envisioned a flawless aerial combo. Yet, no, it is too early to surrender. After all, he is an upper moon, 6, no less. What then? Is the moment when humanity is most prone to losing control? It is when something they have poured their heart and soul into becomes utterly devoid of significance. Even if the components differ, the fact that he was bestowed with a substantial amount of Muzan's blood remains unchanged. Surely, the research is not in vain. Perhaps if I press on, I might glimpse a path forward? Thus, I slowly rose, the corners of my mouth curling into a smile, albeit with a trace of lost reason. Someone should urgently announce a search over the intercom, declaring that I have been found. Indeed, it must be so. My efforts could not have been for naught. My research has merely commenced, and it is precisely the moment to invoke stirring phrases about my determination to heal my dear friend. That must be the finale, albeit a truncated one. To be candid, I had already endured 3 sleepless nights. Does that mean I am the protagonist? Oh, the fire ignites. It feels invigorating. The engine roars to life. In the name of friendship, diligence, and the triumvirate of victory, alongside the 5 essential nutrients, proteins, minerals, lipids, vitamins, and carbohydrates, I shall never yield until triumph is attained. I beseech the serialized publication to feature me in that weekly magazine of hope. With fervent cries, I rhythmically placed the vials upon the table, thudding in tempo. I downed the cup of prized Shikahana tea, brewed for companionship in my research, and wiped my mouth with a frenzied gaze. All right. I shall forsake sleep until the elixir is perfected. Let the battle of endurance commence. I vow, I shall succeed for you. Thus began my relentless research. Even a minuscule amount of poison could be transformed into a remedy. So, a slight addition of maternal poison during the concoction could suffice? Very well. Just a tad, oh no, my hand slipped. Increasing the dosage would dilute it, safety ensured. From the conclusion of the first day, circumstances grew peculiar. The concoction, simmered all day in a large cauldron, emerged as a vivid azure hue, so striking that it diminished one's appetite. The viscosity had reached a slime-like consistency, a novel concept in pharmaceuticals. By the second day, my gaze had grown vacant. Having simmered for 3 hours, it continued to bubble. My concoction is akin to a booming cauldron, a miracle of human ingenuity creating magma. Manufacturing medicine is remarkably simple. On the 3rd day, however, my emotions soared to a crescendo. Do is the first note. Re follows. Me is next. Fa a prime number? By the 4th day, my intellect had fled. Sailor Liba. My vessel, sink it for infringing upon my waters. By the 5th day, my thoughts became utterly nonsensical. As for the state I was in from fasting and sleeplessness, words fail to convey it. I cannot afford to be reckless. Oh Hogetsu, I am truly embarrassed. If I must articulate it, I must express my gratitude for the care of the butterfly mansion. Seated in the examination room, I bowed my head in apology, while Kanaho smiled gently, urging me to be more mindful next time. Behind her, Shinobu sighed, reproaching me softly. Honestly, a doctor should have limits to their neglect of health. Not eating or sleeping is hardly acceptable. I am sorry, Shinobu. I am grateful for your rescue. I shall remember this kindness. Were it not for Shinobu seeking to borrow research equipment, I would likely still be sprawled on the lab floor, seeing stars. How embarrassing to have shown her such a disgraceful side. Why did I engage in such reckless behavior? In researching the elixir to transform demons back into humans. Is there any chance you could share some information? I am uncertain if I can be of assistance, but shouldering this burden alone is quite taxing. Encouraged by Kanaho's radiant smile, I hesitantly began to explain my circumstances. The unique nature of Upper Moon's 6S blood. The struggle to ensure my research does not go to waste, and my desperate endeavor to press on. Yet, despite my relentless contemplation, I could not unearth a method to perpetuate the research, leading me to abandon the endeavor altogether. The project had, after all, progressed rather smoothly until that point, which rendered the outcome even more lamentable. The reagent derived from the blood of the demon, as anticipated, proved incapable of reverting the fiends back to humanity. They ultimately succumbed to their fate. However, on rare occasions, they exhibited responses beyond mere death, moments of regained lucidity, or a fleeting clarity in their gaze. Yet, such phenomena were absent in the humanoid demons. Only the beastly ones displayed such cases, suggesting my concoction might be effective solely on the likes of Ru and his subordinates. Transforming the likes of Muzan back into humans with such a potion would be akin to administering veterinary medicine to a human, a mere figment of fantasy. I had little hope that this latest batch of despair-driven concoctions would yield any efficacy. Perhaps it would end up as nothing more than a simple poison, reminiscent of the concoction I had created during the era of Shiko. How long must I endure before my research bears fruit? Observing my crestfallen demeanor, Kane, with a furrowed brow, began to speak. However, before her comforting words could escape her lips, Shinobu interjected, her voice laced with irritation. Why not just give up? The sharpness in her tone was palpable, steeped in her vexation. From the outset, Shinobu had never held this research in high regard. To her, who harbored an intense loathing for demons, they were entities deserving of poison rather than an antidote. Shinobu, how can you say such things? Apologize at once, I implored. Yet she persisted. But isn't it just a waste of talent to continue like this? Even if you scold me, I won't conceal my fury. Her voice crescendoed defiantly. Mr. Hozuki's medicine can cause instant death in demons, correct? That is indeed remarkable. If he were to dedicate himself to crafting poison, no demon would stand a chance. Such talent should be utilized to aid humanity, not squandered on demons. But demons were once human too, I retorted. No, they are no longer human. Her resolute headshake left me bereft of counterarguments. The darkness in her eyes blazed with fervor, as she channeled the tragedies wrought by demons into her fervent hatred. And even if we were to revert demons back to humanity, what then? The devoured will not return, while the transformed demons could shamelessly continue their lives. Can their past sins truly be forgiven? No, they cannot be forgiven. I will not forgive. Cannibalistic demons are merely transformed murderers. Nothing can save them. No one will rejoice. The deceased cannot find peace. It is utterly foolish, this research. Her voice trailed off, choked by dryness. A flush of crimson bloomed on her pale cheeks as she pressed a hand to her recently struck face, stunned. Kane, standing, cast a stern gaze upon her. That is enough. You have no right to trample upon Hozuki's efforts. What about you then? Can you forgive even the demons that killed our parents? In that moment of silence, the room was filled with the sound of my sister's anguished voice. You idiot. It resonated through the consultation room as Shinobu dashed out, her butterfly-shaped hairpin swaying with her hurried exit. I contemplated chasing after her, but Kane gently restrained me with her hand. She often runs away when upset. Don't worry. She'll return soon. Truly, I am sorry, Shinobu. I regret that you had to witness such an embarrassing display, I said, feeling a pang of guilt as I beheld Kane's downcast gaze. It was ultimately my strange grievances that had led to this. I was acutely aware of Shinobu's profound hatred for demons and knew I should not have broached the subject of medicine in her presence. It's all right. I am not angry. There are more people who cannot forgive demons turning back into humans. Yes. Even I, had it not been for Muzan and my mother. And those special individuals who became demons, I likely would never have embarked on this research. If Muzan were the only demon, I would probably have only focused on him. It was only because my gentle mother was consumed that I felt compelled to create a remedy. Otherwise, I would have regarded demons as the concerns of others. As for forgiveness or the lack thereof, I am uncertain myself. However, I detest the notion of treating someone merely because I forgive them, or of slaying them because I do not forgive. I can empathize emotionally, yet I rationally refuse to act upon it. It cannot end with merely healing Muzan and the others. Indeed, I loathe the murderous demons, and I abhor those who kill for pleasure. I can never forgive them. Yet, to use that as a justification not to heal would be even less forgivable. To pursue research in such a nebulous state is, perhaps, quite foolish of me. Please do not speak such sorrowful words. I was saved by Mr. Hozuki's research, I said, directing my gaze at Kane. Why? The unexpected question caught me off guard. After a brief silence, she seemed to reflect, then met my eyes with sincerity, causing me to straighten my posture instinctively. Defeating one demon can save dozens of lives, and vanquishing an upper moon can save hundreds. Yet, that does not equate to saving the majority. A sheen of moisture glistened in her lavender eyes as she spoke, her voice imbued with a sense of tragic gravity. It would mean killing one person. Chapter 31. The Emergence of Upper Moon Rue. Mr. Hozuki remained silent, attentively listening to my words. Demons were once human. To slay a demon is to take a life. For most demon slayers, demons are demons. They are, at best, a lesser form of life. Though they were once human, they are no longer. Thus, there is no room for hesitation when striking them down. Perhaps, to view them in such a manner is indeed the most prudent approach. Whether one opts to decisively slay demons as demons or wields their blade acknowledging their former humanity, the insanity of either perspective is self-evident. To borrow the words of Mr. Kanemitsu, I am, indeed, irrational. However, if there exists a remedy, it may allow us to save them as humans rather than resorting to slaughter. Even if they revert to humanity, the act of consumption will not be erased, and the lives lost will not return. Yet, isn't it more beautiful to save 100 lives rather than sacrificing one? This thought, I cannot help but cling to. I lack the aptitude for pharmacology, hence cannot create the medicine. Shinobu cannot forgive demons, thus will not produce the remedy. The only way to halt the tragic cycle is through severance, leaving anguish, torment, and sorrow in its wake. The slayers all echo a singular sentiment. The man-eating demons must be slain. Demons are beings devoid of blood and tears. Their demise is a given. Is it truly so? Is slaughter the sole righteousness? If we only know of murder, we too may become akin to the demons. Decapitation is not the only means to eradicate evil demons. We must not succumb to excessive indignation that halts our contemplation. If a method exists to revert demons to humanity, we should pursue that path. Because we are human. Because we possess the capacity for thought. As Shinobu stated, even if we were to transform demons back into humanity, the slain will not resurrect. Yet, to kill a demon that could potentially revert to humanity under such pretense is arrogance. Perhaps my mindset is also born from a sense of self-righteousness. Even when confronted with such correction, I do not intend to argue. Mr. Hozuki's silence remains gentle, absorbing every facet of my thoughts. It is precisely because he embodies this quality that I can candidly express my innermost sentiments. Witnessing your efforts to revert demons to humanity grants me strength. His existence, accomplishing what I cannot, has saved me profoundly. Hence, I wish for him to possess greater confidence in his research. With this sentiment, I gazed earnestly at Mr. Hozuki. Did I convey this feeling adequately? The instant I felt a twinge of anxiety, his copper-hued eyes softened slightly. Thank goodness. It seems my message has been conveyed. I let out a sigh of relief. I, too, have been saved by Kane. Yet, unexpectedly, words escaped my lips, and now it was my turn to widen my eyes. Sister Kane, regardless of the nature of any demon, whether it has devoured countless souls, bestows her kindness uniformly. Pausing momentarily at this thought, Hazuki-kun offered a gentle smile. It was unfathomable to imagine that the usually cheerful boy could possess such an ethereal demeanor. Normally, he clings to me like a younger sibling, yet at this moment, he radiated an air of maturity that starkly contrasted his appearance. Truly an extraordinary individual. At times, he renders age a mere blur. The unreserved gentleness of Sister Kane is a rarity, for which I am profoundly grateful. I aspire not only to save lives, but also to liberate demons. I long to emancipate them from the tragic fate of having to consume humans to survive. Regardless of the type of demon, be it one that has slain parents, or even the 12 Kazuki, including Kibutsuji Muzan, I wish to uphold my ideals without distinction. I yearn to confront them with compassion devoid of hatred. I do not wish to dismiss this ideal as madness, nor to pity it as excessive kindness. He refers to it as simple tenderness, a notion that brings warmth to my eyes. Thus, we are mutually saving one another. Is my voice as steady as usual? Does it tremble with the joy that threatens to become tears? Indeed, we support each other. Ah, how I express my gratitude, especially towards the bashful Hazuki-kun, whose intentions I cherish dearly. Regardless of what others may say, Even if the entire world denies understanding, I shall likely persist in my ideals. Even at the brink of death, this resolve shall not waver. Yet, even so, the solitude of steadfastness is immensely unsettling. Thus, as long as there are those who comprehend, my heart shall remain unbroken. It is not loneliness, but rather a profound sense of reassurance. After a bout of laughter, the crow messenger delivered news of a mission. Oh, a joint mission with Hazuki-kun? It is rare for two Hashira to embark together. Could it relate to the 12 Kazuki? Indeed, the beast demon, a member of the upper moons, has emerged. The crow perched upon Hazuki-kun's arm unfurled its white wings and nodded at him, while my crow began to relay the details. The events traced back several weeks. Initially, a village in Hokkaido vanished, its inhabitants devoured to the last bone, leaving behind only a plethora of bloodstains, tracks from various beasts, and a solitary set of human footprints. Subsequently, a similar tragedy unfolded in a frigid village in Aomori, followed by another in Akita. The Demon Slayer Corps, having noted the gradual southward movement of the atrocities, has predicted the next target of the upper moon. It is feared that tonight, the sinister grasp of the upper moon will extend towards that place. Hence, two candidate locations have been identified. Hazuki-kun scrutinized the map spread across the examination room table. The two locations circled in red are considerable towns. Should the beast demon incite chaos there, the ramifications would be catastrophic. Consequently, it seems a preemptive strike has been decided, with several Hashira and Corps members dispatched. While vigilance is paramount, the adversary is the upper moon leading the beast demon. It is better to be overly cautious than insufficiently prepared. We must endeavor to thwart the beast demon before it reaches the town. And what of the residents' evacuation? The hidden people are attempting to persuade them for various reasons. However, it is said that many remain behind. If only we could candidly convey that demons will appear tonight and urge them to flee. Yet the existence of demons is not widely known. And the Demon Slayer Corps is an unrecognized organization by the government. It is exasperating that despite the imminent danger, we cannot make them understand. I shall be responsible for vigilance here. Hazuki-kun, please take charge of the other town. Understood. We must hasten our preparations to depart. Ah, wait, Hazuki-kun. I called out to him just as he was about to leave, and he turned back, puzzled. There is something I would like to ask of you. Ask. The medicine you spent 5 days crafting, could you spare me some? As expected, he displayed an expression akin to a pigeon struck by a bean. I pressed on, looking at the bewildered Hazuki-kun. Even if it proves ineffective against ordinary demons, it may yet have an effect on the upper moon and his subordinates. No? No, absolutely not. It is undoubtedly a failure. Oh, why do you assert that so confidently? Upon inquiry, the hesitant Hazuki-kun revealed that during a previous bout of despair, he had concocted a particularly dreadful poison. He recounted that it caused demons to plead for death, biting his lip as if recalling painful memories. Thus, he feared that this new medicine would surely. But how can we ascertain its efficacy without trying? If the potion is indeed a failure, it will only inflict meaningless suffering upon the demons. He hesitates to permit me this knowledge, not wishing for either the demons to endure such agony or for me to witness it firsthand. What a truly gentle soul he is. The demons, afflicted by the misapplied medicine, would suffer. I cannot share in that pain. Yet, to persist in administering the potion despite its potential cruelty is an act of profound ruthlessness. Nevertheless, I shall not falter. You need not be so anxious, Hazuki-kun. I reached out to caress his lowered cheek, seeking to glimpse his expression. All I can do is confront the demons without flinching, to witness what unfolds at the end of their suffering. In lieu of the pain I cannot physically experience, I shall engrave their anguish upon my eyes. And then, your efforts shall manifest as the most magnificent miracle. I shall have faith in the wholehearted endeavor you exert. As the twilight deepened, the moonlight flickered repeatedly. The blood of wild beasts, boar, stag, horse, bear, stained the earth crimson. Standing atop the highest rooftop in the town, Kurenai Masakan gazed down upon his contemporaries engaged in battle on the road encircled by rice fields, astonished. To defeat the Moon Hashira, one must bring an army. How true that statement is. The term 1 against 1,000 seems to exist solely for such a breathing technique. It is hard not to nod in agreement with such jest, especially considering Hazuki's remarkable performance as the vanguard. With a dance-like flourish, he executed the moon breathing, fifth form. Crescent moon shadow. Numerous slashes raced across the ground, and the delicate crescent moons entwined within became strikes, halting many advancing beast demons. That must be the blade crafted by the esteemed Tetsu-chan, right? The Moon Hashira, Kurikawa Hazuki, wielded 2 blades, one a standard Nichiren blade familiar from his joining, and the other a specially commissioned blade from the swordsmith village. Currently, he wielded the latter. The blade bore crescent-shaped craftsmanship, and when wielded with full force, it could produce countless crescents. Such slashes, exceptional in range among breathing techniques, are formidable opponents for swarms of beast demons. Furthermore, Hazuki's evasion skills were unparalleled. Regardless of how the beast demons coordinated their ferocious assaults, he skillfully dodged and immediately retaliated with fierce counterattacks. If I were a demon, I would certainly dread facing him. However, though I was assigned here with the expectation that the beast demons would arrive, I feel no trace of their presence, which is quite troubling. Though I should be grateful. Perhaps they placed me here out of concern for my recent return. If that were the case, I would be a bit irked. After all, I am a peer of the Moon Hashira, right? A senior of the Wind Hashira? I often ponder reprimanding them for underestimating Kurenai Masakan. Though I doubt Hazuki would act so disrespectfully, regardless of how kind-hearted he may be. I shall focus on what I can do, with the crow on lookout above. I will keep an eye out for any straying beast demons. Just as this thought crossed my mind, I spotted a bear demon that had stealthily infiltrated from who knows where, racing down the narrow alley. I dashed towards it, leaping from the rooftop. Just as the bear demon sensed my presence and lifted its head, the flash of my blade struck, witnessing the demon's neck severed by the fifth form. Woodcutter's wind, turning to ash carried away by the wind, I intended to return to my post when I heard hoofbeats behind me. Turning, I beheld a deer demon, baring its teeth, a creature that should not have any. In response, Quangjin's movements were languid. This, too, was quite understandable. Hey, accompanied by a delightful sound. The air was rent asunder, and the deer was struck in a swift flash. Water-breathing, first form, water surface slash. Opposite the fallen deer's head stood Mikomo, her hair swaying as she smiled. You owe me one, Quangjin. How about some sweet dumplings from the dessert shop? It was me who put you in the spotlight. To the girl's words, which could be taken as jest or sincerity, Quangjin shrugged and leapt onto the rooftop once more, with Mikomo nimbly following behind. At the town's entrance, the bright moon continued to engage with the beast demons. The sight of it dispatching demons with untroubled steadiness was reassuring, and a smile graced Mikomo's lips. It had been quite some time since the three of them had worked together. Her excitement was palpable. Strictly speaking, it's 10 of us. Over there in the town are 7, including Miss Kocho, who is also in battle. Although they had prepared for a division of forces due to uncertainty about which town the upper moons would target, the outcome seemed fortuitous. The beast demons had attacked 2 towns. Had they concentrated their forces in just one location, it would likely have turned into a river of blood by now. Is the upper moon over here, or over there? According to the bright moon, that fellow probably left the fighting to the demons and is flying around somewhere. Ah, there are crows watching from above. If they see anything, they should inform us. Oh, a new batch. I'll take care of that, Mikomo. Got it, be careful. With their backs turned to each other, the two leapt down from the rooftop and charged toward the demons. Chapter 32, My Dear Companion. Gah, found the upper moon. Found the upper moon. On the open street, Kaname Kocho raised her head at the shrill cawing of the crows. The view above was a pitch-black void. Tonight was a new moon, and the sky, devoid of stars, was consumed by darkness. Northward at a 75-degree angle. Oh. Kaname fixed her gaze in that direction. In an instant, the night began to stir. The faint sound of wings flapping distance from the town. Ah, there it is. The weight of the medicine in her arms seemed to increase. She had to pursue it, though she hesitated as the commander of the pillars about leaving her post. The squad participating in this mission consisted of highly skilled individuals capable of cooperative combat. Despite their numbers, they should not lose to the beast demons. I'll pursue the upper moon. Everyone, please continue to exterminate the beast demons. Casting behind her the powerful responses of her comrades, Kaname leapt, tapping along the rooftop, chasing after the discordant sensation blending into the night. The rooftops she ran upon were the highest points of the town. If a decisive confrontation were to occur, now would be the moment. She withdrew a bamboo tube from her bosom. It was something she had received from the bright moon before setting out. Said to be exceptionally sharp at the tip, capable of injecting the medicine into the target upon contact. When it came to bamboo craftsmanship, no one was as skilled as he was. With extraordinary speed, she took off. Kaname leapt with all her might towards the direction of the flapping wings. The scent of beasts drew near. In the darkness, she discerned the silhouette of a demon, perhaps due to the distance beyond the reach of her blade. The demon in a tailcoat regarded her approach with disdain, but that was of no consequence. Just before being pulled down by gravity, Kaname hurled the bamboo tube with all her strength. Among the demon slayer corps, there were swordsmen who utilized poison. The upper moon, known as the wolf demon, recalled this just after something pierced its foot, causing its heart to beat erratically, and in that fleeting moment, it was already too late. Aga! The blood coursing through its veins felt as if it were replaced by molten lava, a searing agony enveloping it. Its vision blurred and softened like melting sugar art. Instantly, the command structure among its subordinate demons fell into disarray. Communication with its subordinates was abruptly severed, akin to the snapping of harp strings. The bird demon, raised as an escape measure, emitted a piercing cry, casting off its master. Unable to even brace itself, its body was flung onto the rooftop. Yet, such pain paled in comparison to the torment surging through it at that moment, feeling almost like a mere itch. In excruciating agony, it writhed and rolled, its body tumbling from the rooftop. Like a beast, it landed on all fours, expelling what could only be described as either clotted blood or the viscous remnants of its dissolved entrails. Nearby, a girl descended. The girl, as serene as a butterfly resting upon a flower, did not aim her blade at the demon's neck. What I injected you with is a medicine crafted by my companion. Amidst the swirling chaos of its consciousness, only the girl's voice rang clear. In the terror of cells bursting one by one, bones, entrails, and muscles dissolved. Even the cries of despair fading away, creating an illusion of boiling from within the skin. The surging heat of evaporation. Such a thing was indeed a medicine. A drug meant to revert demons back into humans. Still in the experimental stage, its success was uncertain. Her voice, emanating from the depths of her heart, trembled as though she might weep at any moment. She could feel the girl's gaze upon her. There was no delight in witnessing the demon's struggle against pain, but rather a sense of lamentation. It hurts, doesn't it? I'm sorry. All I can do is watch. The kneeling girl slowly extended her hand towards the wolf demon, scratching its throat. It was not a gesture of harm. She gently stroked the spasming muscles of its back, her touch as tender as a scratch. That pain is not a punishment. It is not something that can be shed for rebirth simply by enduring suffering. The lives taken as a demon must be borne for a lifetime. But I hope you do not flee, that you endure that pain, that suffering. The unbearable agony made its eyes roll back in their sockets. Before that, it saw the girl weeping. Her light purple eyes glistened with dew. What flower did that color resemble? Hey, the girl whispered. Revert back to being human. The nostalgic image of purple asters swayed in its mind. Revert back to being human. That was the girl's mantra. No, she was not of an age to be considered a woman. In its memories, walking ahead on the mountain path was a little girl who had yet to grow tall. It could not recall the nature of their relationship, sister or younger sibling. The disparity in their appearances was too great. Mother or child, both ages were too close. Then was she a stranger? So it concluded, feeling a tinge of loneliness. The sins of the ancestors were not ours to bear. Drawn by the voice of a quarrel, memories were pulled forth in fragments. How many generations ago? There were those who rebelled against the times, defied authority, and were cast out by the state. Destitute, fleeing, we are their descendants. We have grown weary of living hidden like beasts, avoiding the gaze of the world. Because of the mistakes of the ancestors driven away by society. We have nowhere to go, unable to settle, wandering in despair, and those who speak too much deride us as beasts. They even throw stones at us as if we were wild dogs. Indeed, as they say, we are born to be beasts, born to be the rejected. So revert back to being human. This time for sure, in the next place without fail. The girl spoke again, turning her head in search of agreement. Her face bore significant wounds, inflicted by those who would not allow them to become human in the previous town. Yet, regardless of the weight of her injuries, the girl's eyes did not know surrender. No matter how many times she wandered, her resolve remained unchanged. It was also for the child who would soon be born. Her eyes sparkled, the color of purple asters blooming in the autumn sunlight. My dear companion, believe that this dream is indeed your future, unaware that tomorrow she might be killed as a beast. Chapter 33, Kibutsuji Muzan. Kibutsuji Muzan raised one eyebrow in displeasure. The sight of the wolf demon he was monitoring had been interrupted, with the girl, who leapt like a butterfly, and the bamboo tube she had thrown as the last sight. The demon's vision was plunged into darkness. Is it dead? Even if that were the case, he felt no significant concern. A replacement for the damaged upper moon was already prepared. Rather, it was a relief to avoid the hassle of dealing with it. If one possessed the combat prowess to overlook such indiscretions, it would be a different matter altogether. However, Kibutsuji Muzan is not so benevolent as to retain subordinates who repeatedly fail. Originally, during the Meiji era, that individual was designated as an upper moon to honor a fleeting vow made with a dear friend, to refrain from transforming humans into demons. The intention was to substitute beasts for humans as demons to replenish his ranks. Now that his beloved friend has passed, the agreement has become void, and there is little benefit in keeping such a one close at hand. Discarding the useless is indeed the hallmark of Kibutsuji Muzan, who, born of noble lineage, lacks the spirit to cherish anything. Affection and sympathy shall not be bestowed upon mere demons. This man's existence was solely for the sake of his one true friend. Yet, it is peculiar that he simply died. The vision of the wolf remains obscured, unable to grasp its surroundings or articulate thoughts. The bamboo tube that pierced the wolf likely contained the medicine belonging to his friend. It is reasonable to assume that he succumbed to the substance that brings immediate death to demons, yet an unsettling sensation akin to an invisible presence pricks at the chest. Speaking of which, the wolf is a man who appears to have infused all his combat ability into his vitality. Kibutsuji Muzan harbors a considerable degree of trust in the wolf's tenacity, having previously endured the flesh punishment of Kokushibo. Perhaps someone should ascertain his condition. Conjecturing the wolf's current location, Muzan probes his consciousness for nearby presences, even raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Could it be that one? Not only is he loath to issue commands, but he also finds it bothersome to connect his consciousness with this individual. Unfortunately, Akaza and Kokushibo are not nearby. Reluctantly, Kibutsuji Muzan sighs and establishes a mental link. The man stands there with a serene demeanor, akin to a midnight stroll. Oh dear, a girl has arrived, he muses, devoid of expectations amidst the gathering of men, and considers himself fortunate. With a smile, he waves a fan, scattering red droplets onto the ground. The direction from which the man approaches aligns with the position of my commanded troops. Realizing this, I draw a sharp breath as the man gently removes his hat. Oh, good evening. The moment I catch a glimpse of his bright, radiant eyes, a shiver runs down my spine. It is not fear of the class inscribed in his gaze, nor is it anger at the loss of comrades. Rather, it is a chilling sorrow that dispels all emotions. I had merely come to see Lord Wolf, yet unexpectedly, I encounter such a charming girl. The clouds obscure the stars on this pitch-black night. In the suffocating darkness, his white ash-colored hair glimmers faintly. His iridescent smile directed at me, though strikingly vivid, is rendered inscrutable by the deep darkness that surpasses even the night's shadows. It evokes a sense of an unfathomable abyss, sticky, murky, something unsettling, quite formidable. Are you a Hashira? You seem well-trained. Your physique appears quite delectable. How delightful. Though he speaks of joy, the light in his eyes remains unchanged. Those eyes, while focused on me, seem to look through me. His words resemble soliloquies, evoking the feeling of watching a solitary puppeteer. However, what a predicament, Lord Wolf. The man gestures with his closed fan towards the fallen Akaza, the upper moon. Something feels quite off. Oh dear, could it be that he has detached himself? Detached? No. No, Lord Wolf must not be overlooked. It is profoundly sorrowful. I must personally slay my friend, my heart near to shattering. To kill an upper moon? Wait, are you not comrades? The question escapes me involuntarily. The iridescent eyes blink 2 or 3 times, and he regards me with a playful smile. Lord Wolf and I are very much compatible friends. But alas, due to that esteemed individual's orders, I have no choice. That esteemed individual? Kibutsuji Muzan? Oh dear. I am forbidden from uttering names. My apologies. He playfully places his fan against his lips and winks. So tranquil. In the presence of the adversarial demon slayer core swordsman. He remains unperturbed. Yet, this man seems devoid of warmth. Ah, could it be that Lord Wolf's transformation is your doing? I have heard of a swordsman in the demon slayer corps who wields poison. They say she wears a butterfly ornament. Is that you? No, I am her sister. Oh, so both sisters are demon slayers. Despite her youthful appearance, she wields a sword. With lowered brows and lashes, the man attempts to feign a look of deep remorse. There must be a substantial reason behind it. Have you lost family? Were they devoured by demons? Yes, only my sister and I survived. How tragic. It must be arduous. You have worked hard to train your body to such an extent, despite being at a disadvantage to men. The tone of sympathy displayed indicates how this man typically treats others. Regardless of whom he encounters, he likely extends a gentle hand of consolation, accompanying them without warmth. By the way, you should summon your sister. It is too pitiful to be left alone in this world. I shall consume that child afterward. Then you both can be together forever. Isn't that delightful? One should be incensed. One should be outraged. As a sister who cherishes her sibling, I ought to scorn the man's words from the depths of my being. Yet, I tightly shut my mouth, merely gazing at him. Even my breathing remains steady, which seems to astonish him. Then, he covers his mouth with the fan and remarks with curiosity, how surprising. Most children get angry because they cannot comprehend my offer of salvation. Salvation? Indeed. The man nods broadly. All humans fear hardship, pain, and death, do they not? Thus, I shall offer salvation from all that is terrifying, dreadful, painful, and burdensome, by consuming it all. With a snap, the fan closes. The man smiles with carefree delight, as if welcoming all the world's sufferings with open arms. If we become one, you shall be liberated from all worries. His words ring with sincerity. Within him, there exists no trace of fear. The fears, horrors, pains, and sufferings that we inherently bear are absent from him. It is precisely for this reason that he genuinely believes such notions. By equating himself with a self devoid of terror, horror, hardship, or pain, he proposes salvation for humanity. I apologize, but I do not grasp your intentions. Then why are you not angry like the other children? Do you dislike your sister? Do you think it is fine if she dies, hence your lack of anger? I will not fall for provocation. You saw through me. My apologies for speaking ill. To indulge in anger would render my techniques repetitive and dull my judgment. A clever man. He listens attentively, observes carefully, and accurately identifies the sensitive spots from the information gathered, stroking against them in reverse. I feel not anger but sorrow for such behavior. For there is no malice in his words. Only a hollow essence meticulously etched with the contours of malice. This man could likely do the same even with goodwill. Without a soul accompanying them, words cannot touch anyone's heart. The things we naturally possess, he likely cannot possess. It seems he has been devoid of such qualities from the very beginning. Whether it was absent from the start or gradually stripped away remains uncertain. Yet he vaguely overlaps with Kane, evoking immense pity within me. He embodies that which the possessor lacks. He is a construction of his very self. Perhaps not even an ideal he yearns to attain, merely a semblance shaped by the expectations of others, acting in accordance with what is anticipated. To merely contemplate the intricate process that must have given rise to his existence induces a sharp pang in my chest. Returning to the matter at hand. What venom was injected into the wolf's den? The content piques my curiosity. It is a potion capable of transforming demons back into humans. Upon receiving this information, the man's irises widened. What an extraordinary elixir. If true, it would be a monumental invention. His voice rose with excitement, yet his expression remained unchanged. However, he furrowed his brow in perplexity, projecting his sorrow through a smile. What shall be done after reverting to humanity? A clever man, indeed. He strikes at the most excruciating point. The man elegantly fanned himself with a golden fan, adorned with a conspicuous lotus pattern that radiated a sanctity incongruous with that of a weapon. Surely, he cannot be released without consequence? The wolf's den, in its decay, is still one of the 12 Kazuki, and an upper moon at that. Coupled with the portions devoured by his subordinate demons, oh dear, it would result in hundreds of corpses, enough to form a city. His voice dripped with mocking derision. Or perhaps the plan is to inflict suffering upon them after they return to human form. How shall that be accomplished? By tearing off fingernails, extracting teeth, breaking bones, gouging out eyes, ripping off limbs, and dragging intestines? His eyes, curved with a smile, reflected a certain malevolence. Chapter 34 bears a resemblance to a wife. And then, will heads be taken? Oh my, such a distinction between human and demon becomes blurred, the fangs peeking from his suspended lips. Surely, he would not engage in such acts. Yet, none of this stirs my anger. Only a sorrow that continues to accumulate. The man squinted slightly, as if to peer into my very essence, observing how best to unsettle me. His behavior was circuitous yet logical, mechanically mimicking humanity, and the palpable malevolence of his feigned innocence was suffocating. He endeavored to portray himself as a naive villain, attempting to provoke me. Gentle child, he mused. But what of your companions? Surely they will slay as demons, won't they? Furthermore, even you, who wish to transform demons back into humans, will be met with disdain. They will admonish you not to meddle. Humans, you see, will cast disparaging glances at those who dare to differ. It must be arduous for you, this gentle soul, to remain misunderstood. Indeed, few are those who can accept the notion of demons reverting to humanity. The majority are unwilling to embrace such an idea. It is only natural. For if demons were to return to human form, where would the vent for their wrath be? The outlet for their hatred would be lost. How pitiable it is to feel one cannot survive without seeking vengeance. Suddenly, the figure of Shinobu flashed through my mind. A father slain, a mother devoured, a sister driven to despair, forced to transform her sorrow into fury to rise again. She, while praying to protect the happiness of someone yet unscathed, gazes in a direction divergent from mine. Sister. She spoke. Yes, what did Miss Sister say? She proclaimed that those demons who have taken lives should perish while still in their demonic forms. And then? That child, no. Surely everyone must subconsciously feel fear. The man remained silent, absorbing her words. Before those who were once demons, I wonder if I can conquer my revulsion. Confidence in maintaining my humanity is scant. Every human harbors emotions beyond their control. Within our hearts, demons are nurtured. If we cry out for the extermination of evil demons in hopes of a peaceful world, we must also slay the demons that reside within us. Failing to do so would lead us astray. To turn our backs on the path of transforming demons back into humans. To evade the battle within ourselves that grants us peace is utterly valueless. Regardless of the vitriol hurled at me, I aspire to transform demons back into humans. Should my companions be unable to temper their fervor against demons and wield their blades, I shall intervene to halt their hands. No more shall anyone take a life. With this realization firmly on my lips, I fixed my gaze upon the man, readying myself for confrontation. Behind me lay the motionless form of Upper Moon 6, sprawled on the ground. What is he doing? It feels as if he is shielding the wolf. Indeed, I declared, I shall not permit you to kill him. Wait, please hold on. If it is a misunderstanding, it would be a tragedy, so let me clarify. The wolf is still a demon. It was evident, even without words. The posture of Upper Moon 6, lying down, obscured his face, yet the sharpness of his claws bore the unmistakable traits of a demon. He had not reverted to human form at all. How unfortunate. The elixir has failed. Please, step aside. Do not worry. I shan't engage in any cruel acts. This will soon come to an end. I must report back as well. Your opponent will return to keep you company. Hey. The gentle tilt of his head elicited a peculiar sense of déjà vu. Yet, this is not the appropriate moment for such musings. Is it because he has become a hindrance to Muzan Kibutsuji? The man offered no reply, maintaining his smile without even blinking. The certainty in his grip was palpable. Just moments ago, he had spoken strange words to the wolf. It felt as though he had severed ties, while it was merely conjecture. Could it be that he was referring to the surveillance of Muzan Kibutsuji, or perhaps the dominion he ought to command? The history of the Demon Slayer core struggle against Muzan is extensive. Yet, within our ranks, intelligence regarding Muzan remains almost non-existent, save for his true name. This is a topic that causes the heart to ache with despair. But it appears that the former Demon Slayer Corps had once endeavored to extract information from demons through torture, hoping they would divulge details about Muzan. The outcome was grim. It is said that even those demons who leaked a mere fragment of information met with a fate most tragic. Upper Moons ought to possess knowledge of Muzan's appearance or certain intel. If we could glean such information, perhaps it could serve as a beacon on the path to eradicate the source of all tragedy, Muzan Kibutsuji. Furthermore, the Moonlit Lord once stated that demons injected with the potion would perish instantly. Yet, Upper Moon 6 remains alive. There must be a significant reason behind this. The potion has not failed. His efforts are bearing fruit. To continue this pursuit of research, I shall stake my life to protect this 6. For the purpose of transforming demons back into humans, to prevent the happiness of someone from being marred, and to reclaim the joy of another. The flower Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kanawo Kocho, has arrived. I grip my sword without fear, fervently wishing to deem this realization not as tragic, but as hopeful. To be continued. Though it may not serve as a foreshadowing, the truth behind the poison that melted Upper Moon 6 during the era of the flower has a backstory. He once had a family, a pregnant wife, and a daughter who bore a striking resemblance to her mother. He cared for aging parents, barely scraping by on meager earnings. Even in poverty, even when food was scarce, it mattered not. As long as there were smiles from family, in a form reduced to nothing but a head. He reminisces about such times. His body has completely vanished, dissolved into nothingness by the poison of the flower. There is no hope of regeneration. Yet, there is no fear. Rather, the deeds I have committed are far more terrifying. I have slain my family. I have excavated the entrails of my wailing wife and snapped the neck of my fleeing daughter. My parents have become a grotesque mass, indistinguishable from one another. I have consumed them. Driven by instinct, I greedily devoured without waste, solely to satiate my ravenous hunger. When I regained my senses, I beheld chunks of flesh before me, remnants of a life once lived. The umbilical cord fell from my lips. The instant I recognized the familiar skull in my grasp belonged to my daughter. I lost all semblance of reason. I sought only to escape the horrifying reality of having slain my family, to cast everything into the abyss of forgetfulness. My body and soul, irrevocably tainted by the essence of a demon, acted with the same cruelty that had been ingrained in me from the start. After relentlessly slaughtering countless humans, I finally bore witness to the mark of the 12 Kazuki etched in my eyes. The upper moon in my right eye, and the 6 in my left, once a source of immense pride, yet that was merely moments ago. In the recesses of my mind, a distant cry echoed. Do not die? Slay the flower. Bite through their throat. Such furious commands rang out, yet I felt no inclination to obey. It was the order of a leader I had once revered with trepidation. Now, reduced to a mere head, I harbor but a singular wish, to be put to death. Before my regained sanity is but an illusion, before I can reflect upon my sins, before I forget the faces of my family, while I am still myself. At least in my heart, I still retain my humanity. I beseeched, and Xiaojiang nodded slightly, with trembling hands. She retrieved a bamboo tube from her bosom and directed it toward my lips. I am sorry, came the muffled voice from beneath her headscarf. What is there to apologize for? You have mended my heart. You have undeniably restored my humanity. Chapter 35 is you, Shuelu. Until just now, we had maintained a perfect synergy in our combat, so what on earth has transpired? The beast demons have begun to turn on one another. Huh. I was astonished at the sight of the beast demons, seemingly forgetting their comrades and engaging in fierce conflict. Some were even coughing up blood and collapsing to the ground. While my curiosity about their sudden transformation was piqued, and I longed to investigate the cause, the alliance had now shattered, and I could not afford to miss this opportunity. Seizing the moment, I swiftly severed their necks. It seems that Upper Moon 2 has done something. Perhaps Little Bei encountered him and threw the item I had given her. If that were the case, it would make sense for Lu to perish, inciting the uncontrolled rampage of the beast demons. Thus, this attempt at concocting the medicine could be deemed a failure. If it is indeed a failure, could it be considered a success in ensuring his immediate demise? During the 3 days and nights I had gone without sleep, I had thought, since it is possible to create poison, could the reverse also yield a remedy? This led me to concoct a highly potent toxin. However, this time, I had been earnest in my intent to create medicine, having stayed awake for 5 days and nights, praying that it would not result in a tragedy akin to the era of Xiaohua. Oh, Haoyue, what if Lu suffers excruciating pain and struggles? Or if Little Bei's spirit is shattered upon witnessing such a scene? As my heart raced with cold sweat and unease, cries echoed from behind me. Kuang Jin and Xiaojin rushed toward me, their expressions filled with confusion at the situation. What has happened to those beast demons? Why have they suddenly become so strange? I surmised that something must have occurred with their leader, Lu. I turned to the north. In the neighboring town, 5 miles away, Little Bei and the others were there. I will go take a brief look at the situation over there. You two stay here, on alert for any remaining beast demons. I entrust this to you. The package is with me. If anything happens, I will notify you with the crow. Understood, please be careful. After I dashed out, the crow arrived at my side just as I was nearing the town. Reinforcements. Urgent need for reinforcements. Is Little Bei's crow injured? It flapped its wings erratically while calling out. Upper Moon 2 has appeared. Little Bei is in battle. Upon hearing Upper Moon 2, images of Suki's demise and that corpulent demon flooded my mind. But that creature should have perished over a century ago. In the era of Zero, Brother Yawazu had mentioned this. The current Upper Moon 2 must be someone else. I recall that this individual specializes in preying on women. Take a message to Kuang Jin and the others. Little Bei and this crow are requesting reinforcements, preferably a Hashira. With the reliable response and the sound of wings departing, I pushed my breathing to its limits and raced forth at full speed. The threat of Upper Moon could easily rival that of 3 Hashira. This is not an opponent that Little Bei can face alone. Moreover, being Upper Moon 2, its strength must be formidable. After all, this is a being second only to my master, a demon stronger than Brother Yawazu. If it were within the bamboo forest, it would be one thing, but otherwise, even with my intervention, could I manage to sever its neck? No, do not falter. As I drew closer to the town, the scent of rust became increasingly potent. In the streets ahead lay the scattered bodies of those clad in black, familiar faces of my comrades. Their wounds all bore sharp, clean edges, looking nothing like the marks of fangs or claws. This was the work of Upper Moon 2, was it not? Was it to prevent them from carrying information back? Such meticulousness in eliminating even the crow is chilling. It is a miracle that Little Bei's crow managed to escape. Upper Moon 2. What else had Brother Yawazu said? Think, as I desperately sifted through my memories. The words that surfaced were not from Brother Yawazu but from my master, a demon specialized in blood demon arts, a swordsman assassin who spreads frozen blood, sealing the lungs and respiratory techniques. My master also mentioned that the blood of the Zero could nullify the blood demon arts of opponents, marking it as a natural enemy. But in this lifetime, I am merely human, thus possessing ordinary blood. This suggestion is unfeasible. Yet, if it is indeed a blood demon art, perhaps the Nicaran blade might sever it. As I ran, I pushed open the koi mouth. It was not the usual blade, but a specially crafted sword by Lord Tiezhen. While I was uncertain of the extent of the blood demon art's influence, as long as I could deliver a wide-range strike, it might suffice. Following the aura, I dashed through the narrow alleyways, matching my footsteps to the rhythm of my heartbeat, praying fervently. Stay alive, Little Bei. Dawn still felt a distant reality. Well, it is indeed quite a struggle. While protecting the wolf beneath the moon, I danced around the fray. The man elegantly fanned himself, revealing a bitter smile. Not only could he not aim for my neck, but he was also unable to defend himself. The iron fan he wielded was sharp and heavy, rendering my uniform, woven from special fibers, practically useless. Even warding off attacks had become a struggle. Although I narrowly avoided a fatal blow, my skin was already marred with wounds. Accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart, ethereal lotus blossoms floated around him, a manifestation of blood demon arts frozen into beauty. The cold air swirling around, like mist, was also a part of the blood demon arts of Upper Moon 2. Evading was a challenge. Breathing became laborious, and my subsequent actions would be further hindered. My lungs felt icy. Breath failed to sustain. Oxygen could not reach my body. After inhaling the dispersing cold air just once, my throat froze, and my chest felt as if it were laden with snow. It would be best to surrender and comply. Even without a mirror, I could vividly picture the pallor of my face. Nevertheless, I tightened my lips, which had surely lost their color, and readied my blade once more. In response to my resolve, the man merely shrugged, his form dissipating like smoke. In the blink of an eye, he approached as if transcending time. His smile a pinnacle of perfection. The flash of the golden fan. It is over now. My defensive blade was easily shattered, and crimson blood gushed forth from my shoulder. The awkwardly swung blade was met with the man retreating, his eyes widening in surprise at the sight of my blood flowing profusely, yet still standing. Oh dear. It seems shallower than I anticipated. My apologies, I did not intend to hurt you. When the man drew near, I inhaled more of the cold air. My lungs could no longer endure it. The breathing technique that usually stymied bleeding now faltered. Do not worry, I shall grant you release soon. With a grace akin to dance, the fan traced beautiful arcs. The question of how he could aim for me from such a distance was swiftly resolved. A heavy chill enveloped the air above. Several ice pillars, glowing with an inorganic radiance, plummeted downwards. I had no time to retaliate, let alone evade. Thinking that I must at least protect the wolf, I spread my arms over the demon clad in a tailcoat. As my eyes closed, feeling the cold breath of death brush against my nape, in that moment, a sound like thunder roared above me. I glanced skyward, witnessing countless crescent moons swirling and scattering across the night sky. Strikes resembling a dragon's tail shattered the ice pillars, sending even the fragments of cold air flying away. Beside me, his figure descended gracefully as if from the heavens, yet I felt no sense of relief. How, Yuekuan? In response to my call, he remained silent, not even turning his head. Only the sound of his breathing reached my ears, disordered. That once reliable figure trembled slightly, not from excitement. Why? His whispered voice resembled that of a child on the verge of tears. Shuelu. A voice as devoid of warmth as a perfectly smooth snow path. Only there did I seem to catch a glimpse of the true nature of the second upper moon. Chapter 36 of the second upper moon. Wow, it's been such a long time. Came a cheerful voice, incongruous with the circumstances, echoing through the night sky. You've grown so much. No, rather, you've shrunk. Well, it doesn't matter. A snow path is still a snow path. Although your hair and eye colors have changed, how could I ever mistake you? The man spoke in a familiar tone, addressing Lord Hogetsu. Are you now part of the Demon Slayer Corps? That won't do. What if a child like you were to wield a blade and get hurt? But it's truly wonderful to see you so lively. After parting like that, I regretted it so much that I couldn't sleep a wink. Without waiting for the conversation to conclude, Hogetsu lunged at the second upper moon. The clash of iron and golden fan resounded. The jarring dissonance of metal echoed as sparks flew. It was the Nichiren blade that faltered, thrown off balance. Yet the second did not pursue. With a blink, he allowed Hogetsu to create considerable distance. Why the sudden change, Yukiro? That terrifying expression. Ah, right. It's understandable, given how Prince Nara treated you. You must be utterly terrified of demons, hence your enlistment in the Demon Slayer Corps? The rainbow-hued eyes softened with a smile. But worry not, for I, though a demon, would never harm you, Yukiro. There's truly nothing to fear. Hogetsu offered no reply, pointing the blade towards the second and breathing heavily. If you understand, then come, cast away your weapon. Come here, Yukiro, to soothe your heart. Let me sing you a lullaby. Sleep now, sleep well, dear child. I used to sing this to you often. How nostalgic. Hogetsu, do you know him? I inquired. My voice small and hoarse as if frozen. No, I don't know him. I don't know anything about the second upper moon. Hey, lying is the beginning of theft. Didn't I teach you that? The second chuckled, adopting a tone reminiscent of a parent admonishing a child, yet with a hint of playful mockery. He turned his gaze toward me, as if to clarify Hogetsu's relationship with him. Yukiro is a child I found, you know. I remember it quite clearly to this day. It was a winter's day, cold and blanketed in snow. Found. Winter. Snow. These phrases piqued my interest. Was it possible that the second was unaware of the turmoil within my heart? Lost in reminiscence, he continued. He was named Yukiro because he lay in the snow. Isn't it a lovely name? I chose it for him. It seems his parents referred to him in rather derogatory terms. Useless, monster, and such. Shut up, Hogetsu growled softly. The second remained unfazed. Speaking of derogatory, I must admit, Yukiro's state when I found him was quite pitiful. Beaten and bruised, he was nearly unrecognizable. Shut up. Hogetsu repeated, his voice turning rough, yet the second's smile only deepened. Therefore, I made a decision. I will treasure him alongside his unloving parents. I shall protect him. And I will save him. Shut up. His roar was tinged with tears. With all his might, Hogetsu swung his blade towards the second's neck. Why have you become such an entity as the upper moon? You've killed hundreds. Honestly, that is quite a harsh way to put it. It's not killing, it's saving them. The second, In contrast, squinted his eyes in delight, deftly twirling his fan. A white mist dispersed. I wanted to shout that I couldn't breathe in that, but my voice was stifled and transformed into a painful cough. The sound of metal clashing rang thrice as Hogetsu leaped back to my side. Yet his movements and breathing showed no signs of fatigue. Having severed the frozen blood demon art, both the second and I were left astonished. Oh dear, you didn't T-absorb the blood demon art? I thought you hadn't T-shown it before. It doesn't seem like you learned it from the Demon Slayer Core either. By the way, that sword technique looks somewhat familiar, much like Lord Kokoshibo's. Could it be a familiar face? Are you close enough to have taught him swordsmanship? Closer than you are with me? The second furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of injury in his expression. A strange tranquility permeated the battle, devoid of tension. Yet one could not afford to be careless. A moment's lapse would result in a merciless, innocent strike akin to a child crushing an ant's march. Cabe, Hogetsu called out. Let us retreat. You can't fight any longer. Yes, my breathing technique has been sealed. I'll buy us some time, while I still can. You should be the one to flee, Hogetsu. Hogetsu's gaze remained fixed on the second, not turning to me, yet his silence spoke volumes. I urged my faltering feet forward, adjusting my broken Nichiren blade. Perhaps I could buy a few precious seconds. Let us escape with the sixth upper moon. I can't carry him now. What is going on? Wasn't he the sixth poisoned to death? He is still alive. He might very well be the key to your research. Well, about that. The second interjected with an innocent and bright tone, seemingly devoid of malice. He refrained from attacking us as he continued, likely out of pure goodwill. Lord Neru's blood is quite unique. It is said that due to his prolonged escape from a life of demons, his blood has mutated. Thus, even if you study him, you can't create a potion to turn demons back into humans. However, it may be possible to revert him to humanity. Cabe is truly gentle, such a good child. But what of Yukiro? Must one smile and forgive Lord Neru, who has taken so many lives? Forgiveness and healing are two different matters. The second appeared bored by my response, blinking lazily. In contrast, Hogetsu wove his next words with determination, gripping his blade tightly. Between Cabe and research, I have already made my choice. Hogetsu. My voice of restraint arrived too late, as the silhouette of the moon vanished. Around the second, ice blossoms unfurled. The moon's sudden assault shattered them all, yet it did not touch the demon's neck. How troublesome. I'm currently at work. He spoke of trouble without a single twitch of his brow. His beautiful smile remained unbroken, and his fan technique flowed effortlessly. But it's all right. If Yukiro wishes it, I shall indulge him a little. Treating Hogetsu, whose strength was second only to that of the pillar of the sorrowful cry, as nothing more than a playful infant. Such was the second's power. Hogetsu must have felt the weight of that power himself. Yet he refused to give up, piercing through the second's blood demon art, repeatedly aiming for his neck, with strikes filled not with malice, but rather an overwhelming sense of tragic resolve. No, you cannot fight. My hoarse voice could not reach Hogetsu. In an attempt to stop him, my feet stumbled as I tried to rush forward. The bitter regret of being unable to do anything weighed heavy on my chest. Even more so, the thought of Hogetsu charging at the second with such feelings made my tears flow uncontrollably. My heart felt as if it would snap in two. Stop, please. Just stop. Perhaps in a bid to allow me to escape, Hogetsu gradually increased the distance from this place. The second must have noticed as well. Yet, he continued to play along with Hogetsu's plan, which could hardly be called strategic, as if he were a child exasperated by a tricky situation. With a demeanor akin to an older brother playing with his younger siblings, their relationship was unmistakable. Who will come to stop Hogetsu? Once, when asked about his parents, Hogetsu recounted, I was abandoned by my biological parents. I was found on a snowy day. To cherish the individual who has found their way to you as if they were a true family member, that family must undoubtedly be. Chapter 37, Kibutsuji Muzan. It is nothing but regret. At that time, Tsukiyomi should not have spared the revered leader, consumed by this thought, ignoring the plight of that person's followers. Disregarding the matter of the snow butterfly doctor in Yoshiwara, I could have simply administered the poison. Given that the revered leader has ascended to the rank of Upper Moon too, having taken the lives of so many, I know that he is a demon. I am aware of the cause of Yukiru's demise. He consumes humans. Yet, somewhere deep within, I still wish to believe. Because the person who came to my side has not inflicted harm upon Kibutsuji Muzan or Mei, since he has not devoured anyone around me. I want to nurture that belief. Even if he has become a demon, despite his capriciousness, I believe he would retain his gentleness. However, it is precisely because I trusted that person who claimed to be devouring others to save me, to save Yukiro, that this misplaced gentleness should be unforgivable. He is a gentle soul, a master of feigned tenderness, one who sculpts will, emotion, and even self to dispense benevolent affection. Perhaps he is a saint, extending his hand with an unparalleled selflessness, a savior who embraces all, yet remains an empty vessel filled through misguided means. It is not a twisted rationale or a stale excuse. This individual genuinely believes that consuming others to achieve unity is a form of salvation. And he has enacted this upon those beyond Yukuru. Surely, he has devoured many. He must have slain numerous members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Much like those I witnessed moments ago. Their deaths are a consequence of my having spared the revered leader. For this reason, it is incumbent upon me to sever that person's head. A conclusion must be reached here. Why must such a perilous entity be directed towards me? Does Yukiro despise me? In a place distant from Kobayashi, the revered leader weeps as I raise my blade against him. I dislike this, he remarks, from long ago. Oh, is this a rebellious phase? When asked whether he favors Kabutsuji, he would respond affirmatively. When queried about his master, he would certainly say he admires him. But when the question arises about his feelings toward the revered leader, he tilts his head in confusion. Yet, it cannot be said that he harbors hatred. However, if asked whether he detests him, he would vigorously shake his head in denial. Although he does not comprehend my thoughts, he treasures me dearly. He continues to speak words that provoke ire, all the while treating me with kindness. He insists that I remain by his side as I contemplate leaving the temple. Though I have at times been troubled by his well-meaning yet burdensome affection, he has assured me that I can stay, embracing me as I am. This is neither camaraderie nor reverence, nor is it love. It is merely gratitude for his boundless compassion. Even in the face of being consumed, I cannot forgive that capriciousness. Though I do not understand the rationale behind such actions, I harbor no hatred. Upon reuniting with Tsukiyomi, I considered that for various reasons, I would likely never come to loathe this person, a thought I embraced with resignation. His gentle yet frigid fingers, his hypocritically bright voice, and the places where he smiles without joy, all of it is intrinsically him. How I wish I could despise him. Is this anger that surges from within my chest? Is it sorrow? I wield my blade without knowing its name. As I unleash my full might, the expression of the revered leader shifts from calm to alarmed. His neck recoils in an attempt to evade, and a fleeting glimmer grazes his throat. I can strike. The blade pursuing him is intercepted by a fan wielded with divine speed. The sound resonates crisply. My forceful strike, unable to halt in that moment, swings empty, merely grasping the hilt. In the brief lapse where my stance falters, the revered leader weaves a counterattack with the fan, crafting a lotus of ice. Its tendrils whip like a lash against my right arm, propelling my body violently away. I crash through the walls of a humble abode, the impact causing the structure to collapse. The house is devoid of life. Thankfully, it belonged to a family that had already evacuated, yet I cough amidst the rubble. My chest aching. I hope that only a few ribs are fractured. How alarming. Startled, I have acted with genuine intent. Whether it is an act or true emotion. The revered leader approaches, brushing aside the debris. I must move, attempting to rise, but I notice my dominant arm is abnormally heavy. A chill surges forth, rendering it unusable. Then I will use my left hand, I think, only to have that arm seized. Oh, it's all right. It must hurt. I'm sorry, he says, bending down to embrace me as one would soothe a child. I struggle, forcing a pained smile as I find myself confined in his embrace. Oh dear, what is this? Your pupils are the same color as before. You've merely concealed them. Is his hair also the original hue? A closer inspection reveals the roots are white, dyed, indeed. Did the impact cause his contact lenses to dislodge? He peers intently at my eyes, revealing their true color. So it is. If he does not conceal them, he will attract the attention of demons and cannot survive in this world. He must have endured much suffering until now. How pitiable. But it matters not anymore. I will protect you. As he tenderly caresses my head, hidden beneath the dye, I wonder if I can devise an escape from that gentle touch. Yet I find no means of breaking free, ensnared as I am. Is there anything else you wish to say? You cannot leave any wishes unfulfilled, otherwise. Yukiru will surely depart from my side again. Speaking of unfulfilled wishes, while toying with my hair, the revered leader suddenly recalls Kabutsuji Muzan and Mei, was it? The nostalgic names that surface cause my breath to catch. What has become of those children? Their beautiful smiles, filled with tenderness and warmth, draw near. I turn them into demons. I cannot tear my gaze from those soft, iridescent eyes. Why? Is all I can manage to utter. Trembling, my voice hoarse. I confront the revered leader with this meager sound, only to witness his unexpected expression, as if he cannot fathom my reaction. Because you were near death at that time. I remind him. Yukiru has said that having successors brings happiness. I allowed those children to survive, safeguarding Yukiru's happiness. My mind goes blank. The sound reverberates deep within my ears. Dizziness clouds my vision behind closed eyelids. I feel nothing in my fingertips. You seem rather displeased. Why? Would it be better if they were dead? No. I wish for them to live. I do not want them to die. But as humans, no? I do not mean to imply that death is preferable to becoming a demon. Then, be happier. As a demon, there is no lifespan. Your lineage will not be severed. No, no, no. I cannot bear to entertain such thoughts. I remember the way Kibutsuji Muzan, who learned how to save others, and Mei, who has grown gentle towards humanity, would attack humans, injuring someone, tainting their hands as demons. I do not know what trials they faced, nor how they approached the brink of death. But if I had not perished so easily, could I have protected them? Could I have prevented their transformation into demons? I cannot help but ponder this. I foolishly hope that even if I were to die, they would live on bravely, thinking that if danger arose, Kagaya would protect them. I am such a fool. I know nothing. Kibutsuji Muzan, the shyly averted profile, Mei, the figure blooming with a charming smile, I am sorry, painted in vivid, vibrant crimson. The air of the flower of gratitude has transformed into a specter. The pact with the house of Tsujikuni must have been severed at that very moment. We had clearly promised each other, Kagaya-kun and I, to support one another as enduring neighbors. How utterly detestable. It's nothing but a breach of promise. I think. An indescribable sense of disappointment drained me of all vigor. I could not muster even a finger to resist. I simply became docile, while the revered leader squinted his eyes with evident delight. His gentle hand caressed my head, gradually soothing my back. Good child, good child. Sleep now, sleep peacefully. He sang softly, enveloping me in a powerful embrace. My spine creaked nostalgically. Chapter 38. A demon slayer acquainted with demons, and moreover, with an upper moon, a veritable scandal. The anticipated death did not arrive. The revered leader's arms were beautifully severed from his shoulders. In this unexpected moment, his reaction was sluggish. I, too, was bewildered, but now was the time to regroup. Don't dawdle. The green and azure blades at the periphery of my vision restored my sanity. Indeed, this was not the moment to surrender. I must fight. To falter would bring trouble to everyone. Any tears or regrets could wait. With all my might, I utilized my liberated body, kicking towards the revered leader's sturdy tail feathers. I had hoped to send the fan flying into some distant place, but it had already been reclaimed by the revered leader. His arms had fully regenerated. Such rapid recovery from an upper moon was bewildering, while I gazed with distant eyes. I was shielded by two figures of varying genders and physiques stepping forth. Hogetsu, are you all right? No, there is something wrong. Your dominant hand is frozen. That must be blood demon art. Use your left hand, and give it your all. We'll handle this. Though I wished to say it with flair. Our opponent was an upper moon, so I needed to prepare quickly. Kochiku, Kamako, I'm sorry. Thank you. I had companions. My heart, on the verge of collapse, was forcibly reinvigorated by the two's fervent encouragement. I expressed my gratitude and apologies to them, rising with a knife gripped in my left hand. The blade of Tanjiro's sword had shattered, so I had to rely on my usual Nichiren blade. In such times, I truly appreciated having two swords. Though Tanjiro's reprimands were quite fearsome, well, that could all wait until after we survived the night. New allies keep appearing. The revered leader's gaze, still bearing an unreadable smile, flitted back and forth between Kochiku and Kamako. But no matter how many people arrive, the outcome remains the same, judging by their swords. Neither of them is a Hashira, right? He pointed his fan towards the blades that bore no mark of demon slaying, as if to say they were not formidable foes. Kamako, wounded in pride, flared with anger, but Kochiku calmly responded to the provocation. Don't underestimate us. Together, Kamako and I are worth 1.5 Hashira. Such audacity, my friends from the Snow Path. Snow Path. Kamako tilted her head, puzzled by the unfamiliar name. I'm speaking of that child. An old acquaintance of mine. An important child. The golden fan abruptly pointed towards me. An acquaintance with demons, and moreover, with an upper moon. A scandal indeed, yet their voices remained calm. Or rather, they seemed stunned. Hogetsu, are you trying to befriend everyone indiscriminately? You can't just follow any demon you don't know, you know? Wow. I can't tell if this reaction signifies trust or distrust. It's completely baffling, and I feel hurt. In my usual demeanor, I had 2 or 3 retorts bubbling inside me. However, given the current circumstances, there was no room for lengthy explanations. It was better than being oddly suspected. At the very least, the two did not seem to treat me as a traitor. I felt reassured, placing a hand on my chest, while the revered leader appeared somewhat surprised. How remarkably tolerant. Isn't the Demon Slayer Corps strictly prohibitive of associations with demons? Silence. We haven't fallen so low as to doubt our comrades based solely on a demon's words. The specifics will be explained by Hogetsu later. Aha. You certainly say amusing things. Do you intend to defeat me? To be honest, that may be quite difficult. As contemporaries, I recognize the strength of the two. But the power of Upper Moon 2 was beyond compare. The prowess of their blood demon art, not to mention their abnormal regeneration speed, was on an entirely different level. However, the revered leader suddenly withdrew his smile and faced eastward. The sky was faintly illuminated. Dawn was approaching. Was it a demoness instinct, I wondered, as the iridescent pupils of his eyes appeared unusually agitated. Oh dear, I've become too engrossed. I haven't dealt with Lord Wolf yet. I take pride in my efficiency at work. This will not do, or I'll be scolded. Right. With a voice brightened by inspiration, the revered leader overlapped his two fans. Facing the two, who were on high alert, I warned them not to inhale the chilling air he was dispersing, while I too readied my blade once more. Like a musical instrument made of snow, a clear, cool sound rang out as small ice figures flew forth from the fans, a one-third scale version of the revered leader, and there were two. Even at such a moment, he still jokes around, I thought. Just then, the ice figures weaved their icy techniques, possessing the same formidable power as the revered leaderess. A woman born from the lotus exhaled the breath of deep winter. Instantly, we leaped away from the encroaching frost, while another figure shot forth an ice spear like an arrow. There was scarcely a moment to catch my breath. Your adversary is this child. I'm off to that side now, so take care. Leaving only that sentence behind, the alabaster figure vanished in an instant. That direction, where the wolf was, meant trouble. Oh no, there's Shinobu over there. Miss Kocho? I should have been praying she had escaped while I bought time. But an ominous premonition lingered in my heart. Yet, leaving behind figures that could wield the same techniques as the original, I could not abandon this place. Go, Hogetsu. My hesitation was abruptly dispelled by Kamako's shout, propelling me forward. With divine speed, I pierced through the head of the Lotus woman. Our oldest and bravest female comrade laughed fearlessly. Leave this to us, hurry. Don't act recklessly. We'll have plenty of time to talk later. The whirling winds that dispersed the cold air swirling around us were generated by Kochiku. With the support of these reliable allies, I dashed forth. Thankfully, my dominant hand was frozen, but my feet were unharmed. My ribs creaked, yet my insides were unscathed. The issue lay in how much my left hand could fight. But I had trained for such situations where my dominant hand was unusable. As long as I could escape until dawn, there would be a solution. My top priority was ensuring Shinobu's safety as I pursued the revered leader. However, is Yuki still not done playing? How delightful. But alas, I am rather busy. Let this child keep you company. The revered leader, running ahead, overlapped the fans, producing yet another small figure. In a mere second, it unleashed the lotus whip without pause. What kind of upbringing does that child have? I silently lamented about how many angle coefficients had collapsed in raising her while preparing for the confrontation. My anxiety grew as I watched the white-haired figure retreat. If I don't defeat it quickly, Shinobu. I refused to lose her in such a manner. The girl who wished to save all demons, and even rescued my heart. I cannot allow anyone to take away the legacy of the faithful who lost their lives to demons, the only blood relative of Shinobu. The support of the Butterfly Mansion girls. My agitation ignited into passion that made my blood boil and my lungs burn with pain. My own heartbeat felt as if it would shatter my eardrums. The sensation of forcibly extracting strength from the depths of my organs, from the very ends of my muscle fibers, from the corners of my cells, surged within me. Get away from me, accompanied by my roar. The heat radiated across my face, a mole burning. Chapter 39, The Lying Butterfly Kanai. Apologies, dear Kane, for leaving you unattended. Just as I was succumbing to the haze of blood loss, a leisurely voice reached my ears. Lying face down, I slowly lifted my head, only to be met with shades of red, white, and the vibrant hue of the rainbow. Having lost so much blood, the agony must be unbearable. What has become of Mizunoto? Did he wield his sorrowful blade against Riku, perhaps meeting his demise? I yearned to inquire, yet my voice failed me. Even the act of breathing was a painful endeavor. Fully aware that I could not afford to surrender in this moment, I found myself paralyzed, unable to move even a finger. The wolf prince still lay in the distance. Perhaps it would be best to grant Kane a swift release. With a sudden sound, metal slid against metal. The dazzling golden fan, adorned with lotus patterns, became a blurred vision before my eyes. I had long since accepted the inevitability of death, having resolved to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Yet, when faced with the specter of mortality, I found my instinct was to cling to life. Had I known it would come to this, I would never have struck Shinobu. I transformed my regrets into a solitary tear and closed my eyes. At that moment, I caught a glimpse of the fan's edge as it fell. Suddenly, the ground beneath me trembled violently. The attack that had been aimed at the girl's neck veered off course, merely severing a few strands of her lustrous black hair. A pit had unexpectedly opened beneath me. Doma leapt backward, and a dramatic male voice echoed in my ears. Not long ago, you inquired about my blood demon art. Did you not? I turned towards the source of the voice, and there he was, an individual with hands pressed against the ground. His golden eyes narrowed slightly, and the wolf, like an annoying stage actor, let out a derisive laugh. Just as I had witnessed, He possessed the ability to manipulate the earth at will, a skill most advantageous for tomb raiding. Ah, how amusing it was to see him sputtering blood and rolling on the ground. It was not in vain after all. Behind the eloquent man, the seemingly lifeless form of Kane lay. Her blurred vision, clouded and indistinct, was cast upon the wolf, filled with confusion and a glimmer of hope. Did I ever ask such a thing? With dawn merely moments away, there was no time for idle chatter. Yet I doubted Riku's ability to escape from such close proximity. More importantly, I found myself intrigued by his next move. Did you not ask me when I became an upper moon? Could it be that you've forgotten due to having your head knocked off by the third? My apologies for the oversight. When did you awaken? I was conscious from the very beginning, but I could only move moments ago. What do you mean by that? Oh, does it appear that I am assisting you? Though spoken in a mocking tone, it did not provoke much ire within me. I smiled, revealing my intentions, as Doma placed the fan against his lips and tilted his head. So, you intend to defect to the Demon Slayer Corps, do you? Indeed. I shall align myself with the side that boasts a higher chance of survival. It seems that I am of some value, both as a subject of research and as one who possesses knowledge of Kibutsuji Muzan. Having once shown such reverence to my lord while wearing a collar, I now reveal my fangs in delight upon being freed. Even Doma could not help but sigh at this sight, though I hesitate to utter such words. Do you not feel any shame? An ignorant man, shame cannot fill one's belly. Nonetheless, even a ravenous stray dog understands loyalty. Please, do go on. Oh, optimism does not bode well for you, Wolf Prince. How could the Demon Slayer Corps ever forgive an upper moon? Indeed, but this girl seems to be different. The wolf cast a glance at Kane. Doma keenly observed a flicker of gentleness in his golden gaze. Therefore, if she were to perish, I would be troubled. With a silent swiftness, the wolf's head soared into the air, followed by his right arm, right leg, and left leg, all severed at the roots by the golden blade, tumbling helplessly to the ground. How leisurely this conversation has been. Oh, could it be that he is merely stalling for time? With a vacant expression, the severed head fell, accompanied by a sound akin to sunlight breaking through the winter chill. Did you misinterpret my gentle appearance? In truth, I am indeed gentle, yet not as naive as you might think. I shall fulfill my duties earnestly, for that is my sole merit. In that moment, I experienced a sense of déjà vu. It was reminiscent of when I proposed a blood battle against the sly rat, where I similarly dismembered my opponent, allowing their limbs to roll away. The exhilaration I felt then was invigorating. I involuntarily covered my relaxed smile with the fan. Unlike that time, the wolf now lay exposed. Yet, none of the fragmented demon pieces would regenerate. It must be due to the effects of the medicine. Since regeneration is no longer possible, there is no need to freeze. I closed the fan. I regret not granting you a swift release. My apologies, Kane. The only demon capable of slaying demons, both past and present, is that singular individual. There is no need for concern. By dawn, I shall vanish. And should the Demon Slayer Corps find me, I shall be executed. The hour of dawn approaches. I too must retreat into the shadows, lest I invite danger. Doma shifted his gaze towards the faintly breathing Kane. I am truly moved, Wolf Prince. Her rainbow-hued eyes shimmered with tears as she smiled at the wolf. As a demon wishing to protect humanity, how beautifully grotesque it is for such a beast to possess such a splendid heart. What? Oh, come now, do not hide it. You possess countless means to escape my grasp. You could simply use that meager blood demon art to conceal yourself within the earth. The fact that you did not is because you wish to save her, is it not? Perhaps she reminds you of a familiar face from the past? The sight of a child you wish to protect, suffering on the brink of death. It must be a nauseating experience. Your loving demeanor is gentle yet frigid, almost akin to that of an innocent demon. While I cannot save you, a demon, this child can still be saved. Slowly, the golden blade bloomed like a flower. The wolf's gaze, marked with numbers, trembled. It is all the fault of the Wolf Prince for hindering me. I could not free you sooner. My apologies, dear Kane. With a toothy smile, the upper moon too stood to the side, as a gust of wind swept by. A familiar scent and swift motion drew Doma's attention. And in that moment, Kane vanished from his sight. Turning to the direction from which the wind blew, I found it as expected. My rainbow-hued eyes narrowed, focusing on the crimson gaze that boldly stared back at me. Today is indeed an unfortunate day, filled with interruptions. The child most in need of rescue stands there, cradling the girl. Not only did he break through the obstruction, but rescuing Kane was also within his grasp. To still be able to move in a single-armed state is truly commendable. What has become of the child I released? It was shattered to pieces. Oh, do hesitate a moment. It bears a striking resemblance to me. Ignoring the puffed-up face of the Grand Master, I leaned Kane against a nearby house. I intended to escape while holding her, yet maneuvering in a single-armed state proved burdensome. If only the ice binding my right joint could be shattered. But it seems that is not an option. Should I be attacked from behind during this escape, my hand would be occupied, leaving me defenseless. Furthermore, regardless of how my markings manifest, the Grandmaster is not an opponent I could evade. Perhaps due to absorbing the blood demon art, Kanae's breathing was faint, and she had not managed to staunch the bleeding. Her skin felt icy. Time is of the essence. Mizunoto, reinforcements are on their way. Hold on, Kanae. Do not give up. Take heart. Take heart. Take heart. Shikage exclaimed, and I resolved to put forth one more effort. Not only had he summoned Kyoka and Mikomo, but he had also called for additional reinforcements. Shikage truly is a capable crow. To me, it feels like an extravagant luxury. Reinforcements, please arrive swiftly. And I implore you to attend to Kanae's treatment. Ah, the red and white crow. How delightful, akin to a snow-laden path. With a cheerful laugh, the Grandmaster conjured ice pillars to strike down Shikage. I immediately shattered them. What on earth is he doing? His words and actions are so inconsistent. Before the fan gave rise to new icicles, I used the disdainful moon to melt it away. Although it was merely an ordinary sunlit blade, lacking any slashing effects, it still unleashed a formidable sword flash, and it seemed that the Grandmaster no longer paid heed to the raven perched above. The disparity in reaction speed was striking. Did he not feel that he had merely been toying with me moments ago? Was it linked to the markings on my cheek? As I deftly dodged and deflected the blade, I remained silent. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted behind where Kanaho was stationed. Reinforcements had arrived. The ever-reliable Kanaho had sent forth a plea. The townsfolk of Minami and the soldiers of Kuranoya were engaged in battle. I must lend my support. I shall confront the upper moon myself. Without a backward glance, he issued the command. To turn back under such circumstances would be tantamount to suicide. Oh, I cannot allow you to succeed. The Grandmaster skillfully closed the fan. Yet, before the ice could properly take form, I struck with the dark moon of the night, aiming for the space between the fan's folds. Snow path, so merciless, no matter how much I tried, I would still be injured. Then, why not refrain from releasing it in the first place? Even with the markings displayed, this composure of mine remained unshaken, infuriatingly so. Despite my relentless assault, I could not shake the feeling of being played with. To think that my left hand could fight to such an extent, Snowpath truly is formidable. How proud I am to see such a once weak and pitiful child blossom into someone so remarkable. However, the Grandmaster leapt high from the rooftop, casting a regretful gaze upon me. Today shall conclude here. My task is at a temporary halt. I must retreat. Wait, there's but a moment left before dawn. Even if it is difficult to behead, if I could just restrain him a while longer. With that thought, I leapt onto the rooftop. I did make the leap, yet, this is where it ends. I am delighted by Snowpath's invitation. Yet a good child should play with this child until dawn breaks. Clang. Accompanied by the weeping of the snow, a diminutive figure emerged, unfurling the fan to assail me. It obstructed the path to the rainbow. Snowpath, do hasten to seek refuge in the shadows. I despise the sunlit blade as much as you do. In the instant I shattered the little figure, it left behind a gentle smile, and the silhouette of the white oak vanished without a trace. Not a remnant remained. From the town, pale in the light of dawn, like melting snow. Chapter 40, Communing with Demons. That, Lord Moon Pillar, the bitter regret gnawed at me. A desire to bury my failures deep within the earth. An inescapable remorse lingered, compounded by an absurd fatigue. As I found myself slumped on the ground when a soldier from the reinforcement unit approached, I looked up to inquire what was amiss, and the soldier flinched in fear. Unaware of my own appearance, I realized my countenance must have been rather fearsome. The flower pillar is calling for you. Understood. Thank you. I replied, my voice trembling, and made my way to Kanaho. After treatment, Kanaho's complexion remained pale, her breathing shallow, yet she had managed to cling to life. However, due to the blood demon art sealing her lungs, she would likely be unable to serve as a soldier henceforth. How Moon Kuin. The voice that squeezed from her frozen throat was faint, easily missed. To speak in such a state must indicate something of great importance. Though I had already begun to surmise. Leaning closer to listen, her voice, tinged with tears, whispered, save that person. I understand. Rest assured. I will see to it. You must take your time to recover, all right? I tilted my head with a gentle smile, as tears of reassurance glimmered in her eyes. And she silently lost consciousness. It was a deep slumber. She would not awaken for several days, I presumed. I made my way to the location of Upper Moon 6. Confronting the severed demon, and indeed the body of an Upper Moon, I addressed the bewildered soldiers. I apologize. Concerning that demon, I wish to keep it for research purposes, so I will take custody. My words trailed off, not due to hesitation in uttering a half-truth. The various blades thrust toward me, their tips aimed with intent. I scanned the faces of the soldiers, each regarding me with expressions akin to that of a monster. That gaze felt familiar. Yes, It was reminiscent of the time during the Zero incident when I was suspected of consorting with demons. Can you lower your blades? Don't joke around. No, I have no recollection of jesting. Turning to the shouting soldier, I found his fearful glare fixed upon me. What does that gaze signify? Have I been deceiving you all along? Ah, right, my contact lens fell out. How unfortunate. And the markings on my face resemble those of a demon. Has it come to this? However, if my teacher's hypothesis is correct, the demon markings and those of a swordsman both manifest as marks when one's physical abilities are pushed to their limits. In a certain sense, they are the same. The movements I displayed earlier were also inhuman, akin to a monster. Yes, those are merely markings, as they signify an enhancement of physical capabilities. Whether it was fear or anger, another soldier trembled, the tip of his blade glistening with saliva. The rumors were true. You are a half-demon. Humans and demons cannot bear offspring. The butterfly core must often say such things. Even as I resolutely protested, the soldiers' doubts remained unshaken. Furthermore, their gazes gradually filled with a murky heat, charged with anger and hatred, piercing through me from all directions. You've been consorting with demons, haven't you? I have suspected you for a long time. My eyes cannot be deceived. As the shouting grew increasingly fervent, other soldiers cast distant, suspicious glances my way. This is troublesome. Not only must I explain the markings, but the dialogue between the Grand Master and me was indeed precarious. My concealed eye color would also raise suspicions of some hidden guilt. In this state, ensuring Upper Moon 6 safety is as daunting as scaling Everest. Doubt upon doubt had accumulated, far beyond what darkness could describe. At this moment, it was already enough to warrant a trial for seppuku in the presence of the upper pillars. To be honest, it would be easier to surrender. Frankly, abandoning Upper Moon 6 and confessing might be the wiser choice. Yet since I have come this far, I shall see it through to the end. With a spirit akin to pulling apart building blocks. Because I was entrusted with this task. Because I made a promise with Kanaho. That reason alone is sufficient. This traitor. One unable to suppress their loathing swung their blade with tears. I lowered my body, slipping through the gap, seized the head, and propelled myself upwards. Run. Flee. Pursue. I must not be allowed to escape. Release the crows, report upward. Distancing myself from the roars of anger and the flapping of wings behind me. I ran with all my might. I chased the night, turning my back to dawn. In the poorly lit mountains, within a cave halfway up the slope, Upper Moon 6, rather. The former Upper Moon 6, sat in confusion, a wolf. Are you a fool? It's obnoxious. Do you intend to serve as a sunball? From the dire straits of being surrounded by the demon slayers, with severed limbs and head, he had been unexpectedly saved by a demon slayer swordsman. The man, openly fleeing with the head of another before other swordsmen, sat in a triangle with his knees drawn up, his gaze hollow as he stared into the void, murmuring, I've messed up. Although he had previously said that regretting after the fact was pointless, he now lamented that it was Kanaho who had requested his aid. Will your body not regenerate? Thanks to you. They say it's a medicine you created. About that, I apologize. The cells no longer regenerate. But the sensation of hunger is still manageable. I am truly grateful. Is that the medicine to turn demons back into humans? How amusing. After such excruciating pain of having one's organs burn and entrails scatter, to still be a demon. Or perhaps, I was never human to begin with. Hence the lack of change. If that were true, it would be quite the joke. I must thank you for saving Kanaho. Thank you. The reluctant, stiff voice managed to utter. However, what you have done cannot be forgiven. Feel free. Unfortunately, I have no intention of seeking forgiveness. I too despise humanity. Being a man-eater is my vocation. It is not a lie. Cursed as a beast, shunned and bullied, stripped of everything, on the brink of despair and death. I was bestowed with blood, transforming into a demon without remorse. Yet, the memories of my existence prior to this transformation have slipped away. Were those memories to linger? I could unleash my powers to their fullest, joyously constructing a mountain of corpses flowing with blood. However, one must ponder, if those memories were to resurface, would action necessarily follow? Originally, I was a demon too weak to attack. I survived by feasting on the corpses within graves. Fortuitously, after plundering a tomb belonging to a white-haired, crimson-eyed individual, I acquired corresponding strength. No, am I not merely a powerless demon who digs up graves to satiate hunger? Why put on airs of a formidable warrior? Be wary, or you might find yourself pickled. How do you know? You mentioned it yourself, if I recall correctly, while being tormented by a wolf demon in the forest. Oh, forgive my fragmented recollections. It is of little consequence. My encounters with this swordsman have been scant, merely twice, including this occasion. The first was in a bamboo grove, where I harbored an intense loathing for the elegant, lofty white-haired man, obstructing my feast. As I scrutinized him while delving into the recesses of my mind, I was certain we had never met nor conversed. Yet, Within those crimson eyes, a memory stirred. It must pertain to the late Meiji era, in the forest. The wolf demon, and the unconsumed white-haired figure. But I mustn't pry open this Pandora's box of memory. Why did you save Kanaheim? The swordsman's sudden inquiry jolted my thoughts back to the present. It is difficult to articulate my reasons, trivial and mundane as they are. Simply because she possesses the same purple irises as my companion. I merely wish to avoid witnessing that hue devoid of life. It is solely because she hopes for my survival. Is there any other reason? Would I even wag my tail to the Demon Slayer Corps for this? Would you care to see me bark like a dog? I am, after all, of the feline persuasion. Following this exchange, a brief silence ensued. The swordsman gazed into the void, lost in contemplation, not casting a glance in my direction. He must be deliberating how to deal with this living head. And I fear the conclusion may lead to execution. Although I boast of being a valuable specimen for research, in truth, my utility is rather insignificant. My knowledge of Muzan Kibutsuji is scant. I know not where the infinite castle resides, nor the aliases by which Muzan intertwines himself within the human realm. Even if I could provide a portrait, it would be futile against a chameleon-like master of disguise. If the leader of the demons is beyond my grasp, I could relay information about the upper moons, but there has been no communication to speak of. The only detail I can recount is an episode where I was reduced to a caterpillar by the first upper moon. But merely recalling it sends an involuntary chill racing down my spine. But it is worth noting that this swordsman employs the same swordsmanship as the first upper moon. Best not to dwell on that. It is somewhat terrifying. The Pandora's box must remain tightly sealed. Furthermore, the swordsman has declared he will not show mercy. That which is deemed unacceptable cannot continue to exist, much like we who were once beasts, slaughtered for the very sin of having been denied our humanity. Very well. I have made my decision. The swordsman, troubled for so long, muttered softly as he lifted his gaze. So, will the verdict be beheading or immolation? Yet, to be so preoccupied with the fate of a demon seems a bit excessive. Is he merely contemplating venting his frustrations through interrogation? The man unsheathed his Nicaran blade. Oh, beheading perhaps, a fate slightly more favorable than burning. With such thoughts in mind, I closed my eyes, awaiting that moment. Chapter 41. The Demon Slayer Core cannot return. The blade grazed my neck, yet the sensation was not that of cold steel against flesh, but rather the warmth of lips. Not the chilling touch of metal, but the warmth of a liquid. Just a single drop, the tantalizing aroma of the bait wafted through the air. The smooth, sweet crimson was a taste reminiscent of the pleasure envisioned by the cells within me. Once tasted, it is unforgettable, a nostalgic nourishment akin to rare blood. To seek out demons, this is the demon that has escaped. In the midst of my astonishment, the sensation at my neck blossomed. The names Tsuguko and Yashiro emerged, a duo of man and woman. Upon my bare skin, exposed to the very tips of my toes, the swordsman tossed me a haori. Concealed in their existence, they are difficult to locate, yet an unparalleled beauty is instantly recognizable. The swordsman bore a straight red line upon the back of his right hand. As I learned from Ichiro's introduction, they shall provide you with a body that does not require the consumption of humans. The crimson beads that dripped from my fingers seeped into the earth below. Gazing upon this scene, I swallowed hard. Even if I were to reclaim my former memories and escape the clutches of Muzan Kibutsuji, I am constantly reminded that I am a demon. Ultimately, I cannot become human. To let a man-eating demon return to the wild raises doubts about my sanity. Is it compassion or mere jest? Regardless, I am under no obligation to heed the man's proposal. Moreover, I am a beast with no intention of reflecting upon the act of slaughtering humans. Expecting a human conscience from me would only lead to frustration. If such trivial burdens are to be imposed upon me, it would be far more ideal to be eliminated as a dangerous beast. This applies to the girl who shelters this demon, the swordsman who is suspected of being a demon spy, and to myself, who can never hope to become human despite my struggles. Yet the swordsman spoke. Kanaheim calls you human. He spoke of becoming human. His whispered words lingered like a curse in my ears. I despise humanity for labeling us as beasts. I despise humanity for causing us suffering. I utterly detest humanity for my inability to become one of them. Do not betray that childish trust. The sorrowful yet nostalgic violet eyes that have perished fill me with loathing. Thus I saved her. Yet, I feel the same disdain for those foolish, gentle eyes that have been clouded by bitterness. I must go. After all, this man bears no intention of drawing his blade. What if I am consumed by hunger before I can find the escaped demon? Endure. Do not give up. Keep searching. Such irresponsibility. Should I fail, I shall be condemned to an everlasting cycle of rebirth, and I will never forgive it. In the next life, I shall strike. Be prepared. Such tyranny. Yet this is what makes us human. Now, I must hurry to search. I shook my head in resignation at his brutish demeanor, unleashing my blood demon technique. The sensation enveloped my skin, a sensation akin to an infernal abyss. Will you not join me? The Demon Slayer Corps cannot return, can they? There is still work to be done. How peculiar. Do you find amusement in death? It is not a matter of interest. It is a responsibility I must bear. The second, believing his task completed, must also assume Muzan Kibutsuji thinks the same, hence there are no additional pursuers. For now, I shall tread carefully and coexist amicably with the moles. Just as I submerged to my waist, the wolf demon gazed up at the swordsman, bending deeply at the waist, arms folded. I hope you do not regret this. Should I provoke him, perhaps I might elicit a response. However, I received nothing akin to the reaction I had anticipated. You, the swordsman scratched his cheek. With your bare form wrapped in a haori, you are hardly impressive, he remarked coolly, a faint smile gracing his lips. If only blood could strike me at that moment, things would be much simpler. However, that demon did not act, thus I could not draw my sword. The notorious member of the upper moon. A beastly demon that has attacked countless humans. To release him would invite condemnation and chaos. I am acutely aware of the gravity of my actions. The best outcome would be seppuku, the worst, execution. Hence, I released the wolf. Initially intending to keep him close to assist in my research. I realized that I would perish anyway, and he would meet the same fate. If the purpose of saving him were to vanish, it would mean a futile death, leaving Kanaheim in sorrow. Will the wolf reach his mother and Yashiro safely? On that note, will my mother and the others remain unharmed? Despite the multitude of concerns, fears, and dreadful imaginings, I swallowed them all. I simply wish to repay the kindness of Kanaheim, who has faith in my efforts. I desire to save the heart of the child, who views the slaughter of human-turned demons as murder. I long to protect her, shielding her from any encroaching malice. I did not flee. I stepped into the town. The dawn's light was blinding. Surely, many will scorn me. Yet, this is the most prudent resolution. This incident was entirely my unilateral decision. As reported, the Upper Moon 2, Doma, was deliberately allowed to escape, based on the judgment that he does not consume humans. There is no evidence. Merely the sight of blood did not provoke an attack. You are likely aware that the white-haired, red-eyed creature nourishes demons. I apologize for concealing my appearance and deceiving the team. The responsibility for this incident rests solely on my shoulders. The flower Hashira bears no blame. Nor do the other members of the squad. Though she administered the medication, it was I who insisted upon it. Indeed, I am human. But I have a past connection with Upper Moon 2, which is a fact. Yes, I recognized him as a demon. Even so, I allowed him to escape, accepting the consequences as a traitor. However, I have no mentor or companions. I was met with hostility upon entering, thus I have no brothers or sisters. No one else bears the consequence for the countless lives that have been taken. I alone must bear this burden, whether it be slander, insults, or even hatred. All of it falls upon me. Choose any part of me, be it my abdomen or my head. My lord, Oyakata-sama, I am truly, deeply sorry and unable to express my contrition adequately. Kibutsuji Muzan harbors a distinct disdain for Upper Moon 2, Doma. It is needless to say that his unfathomable dark heart is devoid of humanity and possesses an eerie spiritual quality, while his frivolous and superficial discourse is unappealing. Yet, setting aside his character, his exceptional abilities as a subordinate are worthy of praise. Perhaps it is the refinement of the founder of the Eternal Paradise sect, who meticulously grasps his lord's desires and issues commands that are neither excessive nor lacking, executed flawlessly before any urging. For Kibutsuji Muzan, who wishes to sever all connections, this excellence is rare and has now become a form of trust. In the recent dealings with the wolf, Kibutsuji Muzan inadvertently dispatched Doma based on this trust. Thus, engrossed in reading medical texts while awaiting a report, he realized, too late, that dawn had arrived. Although there were no reports of issues, there were also none confirming the completion of the task. In confusion, Kibutsuji Muzan peered into Doma's perspective. Then, he toppled from his armchair. Snowy path. You should quickly retreat into the shadows. I despise the sun as much as you do. Hey, my friend. Kibutsuji Muzan is approximately 1,000 years old. We shall call him 1,000. In a moment of chaos, he tore a medical book in half, an experience unprecedented for him. Remain calm. I am not dead. I am still alive, albeit injured, and brimming with vitality. Surviving an encounter with an upper moon is indeed a feat truly. You are a remarkable friend, henceforth referred to as true friend. From Doma's perspective, I see the echoes of my conscience, a fragment of cherished memory. Kibutsuji Muzan's eighth heart. A piece of endearing memory. In the presence of that individual, Doma exhibits an unusual familiarity, affectionately referring to the one named Hakuzetsu in this lifetime. An ominous premonition swirls in Kibutsuji Muzan's mind. Doma's consciousness, connected to the lines, is indeed shrouded in darkness, yet deep within lies a joy that cannot be concealed. After designating this man as a subordinate, Kibutsuji Muzan felt it for the first time. Doma ah. I have come to understand the outline of the small heart that resides within the deformed child. Responding to the roar that shakes Infinity Castle. The sound of a peeper resonates. Summoned as if cast out, Doma remains unperturbed, composed, and smiling slightly. The handling of the traitor was executed flawlessly. I apologize for the wait. I have no room for excuses. I willingly accept any punishment. Do you not know what has incensed me? My lack of foresight makes forgiveness difficult to seek. Chapter 42. Hakuzetsu's hair has truly become beautiful. Even in the face of anger that raises the hairs on the back of one's neck, Doma remains unfazed, which is exceedingly displeasing. Hakuzetsu, as you call that individual, right? Yes. I am ashamed, did you see that? Doma concealed that individual, shrouded, obscured, darkened, buried deep within, hidden. He ensured that no one, not even Kibutsuji Muzan, perceived it. With meticulous caution that could be deemed obsessive, the brilliance of friendship, hidden away, ignited a dizzying rage. Yet, Kibutsuji Muzan suppressed his fury, as he was exceedingly concerned that this man might be important to his friend. What is their relationship? Confess everything to me. As you command. I shall report in detail. Without hesitation, with a beaming smile, Doma raised his index finger. It requires excavation. Please wait a moment. His fingernail pierced through the skull. The viscous sound stirring within the brain caused Kibutsuji Muzan to frown. Enough. With a tone of disdain, he spat, and Doma withdrew his finger. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped it. Looking up, he beheld a fat, crimson-black worm writhing. Past the cells. Snap. Kibutsuji Muzan's arm unhesitatingly tore Doma apart. The lower half, severed from the navel, sank into the sea of blood. Turning his back to this sight, Kibutsuji Muzan savored Doma's memories. A child seated before the mirror clutched a small knife tightly. What is Hakuzetsu doing? The voice echoing in memory belongs to Doma. Not yet a demon. In his memories as a human, he was not yet 20. It is dangerous for a child to wield a knife. In a flurry, he snatched the white-haired child's knife. At this moment, seemingly unconcerned about the slight cut on his finger. There is no need to panic. The white-haired child, Doma's memory of Hakuzetsu, let out a resigned sound. From beneath his long bangs, his crimson eyes peeked out, and Hakuzetsu pouted. My hair is in the way, I only want to cut it. Oh, you want to cut it? Yes, please give it back to me. No, 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 Hakuzetsu is a child. Children cannot touch knives. But, no, it is fine. In any case, I gently advised against touching it, and placed the knife on the table. Then, will you help me cut it, oh founder? That would be acceptable, right? But, it is so beautiful. Playing with the snow-like white hair, Doma displayed a pained expression. The hair, reaching his shoulders, appeared feminine from the back due to his youthful attire. It would be a pity to cut it. It hinders me when making medicine. I wish to simply cut it off. Then, let me tie it up for you. No, I want to cut it. Don't be shy, by the way. Let us braid it. Let us make a 3-strand braid. Have you ever braided, oh founder? Leave it to me. I see it often. It seems you've never braided before. Following this exchange, Doma took a comb to untangle Hakuzetsu's hair. He delicately unraveled any knots until reaching the tips, treating it with tenderness. Hakuzetsu's hair has truly grown beautiful, thanks to you. It used to be messy, but now it feels like silk. He did not hesitate to caress the luscious strands with his fingers. After painstakingly styling it, he had to start anew. Strands of hair were braided with gentle hands. Oh dear, how strange. Murmuring as he worked, the completed braid was frizzy, its shape crooked and quite unsightly. Oh founder, this is a bit. It's quite good for a first attempt. Oh, are you not satisfied? Hakuzetsu's little hands awkwardly fiddled with the end of the braid, complaining that I could have done it better, yet he did not untie the strings. Thank you. There is a heartbeat. Unintentionally, joy fluttered within his chest. This way. It will not be in the way. See, it was right to leave it to me, wasn't he it? Yes. Ah, you've hurt your finger, oh founder. You're lying. Ah, really? Did you cut yourself just now? Is it caught in Hakuzetsu's hair? No, it's nothing to do with me. There is medicine for wounds in the room. I will go get it. All right, let us go together. Is it necessary to carry me? I can walk myself? Because it's quicker this way. Hakuzetsu's legs are short. How infuriating. I'll make you a super stinging medicine. Laughter ensued. Innocent, childlike voices. The concealed truth of the white-haired, red-eyed individual that I have swallowed is a fate unworthy of lament, an irredeemable disrespect, and an unforgivable betrayal. However, the memories of the human era that Toma consumed did not fill Kibutsuji Muzan's heart with rage, nor did it ignite a desire to punish Toma with violence. How pitiable. The words cast aside immediately after regeneration rendered Toma's expression frozen in a smile. How does it feel to devour one's own heart? The voice of the demon's intellect bore no trace of displeasure. Though professing to save that individual, it is you who truly yearns for salvation, isn't it? Only the astonished pity penetrated Toma's ears. What a fool. so shocked that even his anger dissipated. For the child caught between purity and ignorance, all one can offer is compassion. Being spoken of in this manner makes me so sorrowful, Toma lamented. If he could display the charm hidden beneath his facade at this moment, Kibutsuji Muzan would not still perceive Toma as peculiar. Tears welled in his rainbow-hued eyes as he gazed up at Kibutsuji Muzan, yet they were as vacant as insect eyes. Although this man possessed remarkable observational skills, he held no interest in anyone or anything. The only thing that could sway him was my dear friend. That individual must not be consumed. After annihilating the Demon Slayer core, I shall allow him to become a demon. Toma's pupils blinked rapidly as tears pooled in the corners of his eyes. Relocating the temple base and reducing its scale was imperative. One must not commit the blunder of being discovered. Toma was recognized as an upper moon, and his friend would certainly seek the temple to claim the head of the progenitor. Perhaps they would circulate information to the Demon Slayer core, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers to search. Though I do not believe defeat is possible against such a surprise attack, there is no need to deliberately bait the Demon Slayer core. That is all. Naruko. Upon uttering the name, the sound of the biwa resonated, and the foolish-faced Toma vanished. Resuming his seat, Kibutsuji Muzan flipped through the pages once more. By the way, the focus of Kibutsuji Muzan's investigation this time was on the era of survival of the snow path during Toma's human period. That is, Kibutsuji Muzan was unaware of the meeting between Toma before becoming an upper moon and Shakahaku Getsu. He had not sought my counsel regarding the transformation of Shakahaku's disciple into a demon. Furthermore, he remained oblivious, recalling his friend's cheeks adorned with patterns. Kibutsuji Muzan finished reading and summoned Kokushibo. Upon learning of his disciple's markings, Kokushibo's eyes indeed gleamed with brilliance. All 6 of them. In the bamboo grove, was it? No. That is incorrect. Well done, Hogetsu. While bamboo possesses strength, relying solely on it to manifest marks is unwise. Gazing distantly at his satisfied business partner and compatriot, Kibutsuji Muzan pondered the significance of bamboo's strength. Is that a special specification, your national dictionary? Oh dear, what a beautiful lady you are. Such flawless, jewel-like beauty can hardly be encapsulated by the term beauty. Oh my, there is no need for such astonishment. These ocular ornaments are mere embellishments. I am but a demon that has escaped Kibutsuji Muzan's grasp. Please, do not mind me. So, I have heard your name from Michihiro, Shoyo-sama. Wait, that is not right. But the escaping demon duo, What? Tomb raiding? Me? A grave? I apologize, I remember far too much about tomb raiding. In the bamboo grove, at the end, there is a, please wait. Oh dear, please wait. Concerning that matter, I have already been subjected to the caterpillar punishment by Upper Moon 1. Please forgive me. My body and mind have already faced sufficient punishment. So please allow me to speak. Let us proceed gentlemanly, and lay down your scythe. Do not strangle me with your garments. That said, if not for Shoyo and Yashiro, who might you two be? Chapter 43. A hook and a noose, 100 years without change. Lift your head, Hogetsu. The gentle voice of my lord, as soft as a sway, fell upon my kneeling form. You are not a traitor. This is the parlor of the Kanemori estate. After that, upon returning to the town, I was arrested and taken to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. I had thought I would face the Hashira judgment directly, but before that, my lord sent word that he wished to understand the situation first. Thus I found myself face to face with the head of the Kanemori family. Is it truly wise to be alone with one suspected of treachery, without any restraints? Hikaru-kun, are your descendants perhaps lacking in a sense of crisis? As I just mentioned, I set Riku free and also made contact with the second. If such actions are not to be deemed betrayal, then what should they be called? Only the most severe punishment can suffice. Those who should speak yet do not, hiding the truth, cannot be judged, especially not a gentle child like you. The compassion of my lord fills me with trepidation, yet further questioning is unnecessary. Please commence the judgment swiftly. Is your urgent reason that you wish to conclude everything before Kane awakens? My lord inquired, a gentle smile gracing his lips, as if he could see through all my thoughts. Should the trial proceed as you wish, Kane would be heartbroken. If Kane were to speak the truth, the other children would also regret it. The flower Hashira might be inclined to show favoritism towards me due to his excessive kindness, but that is merely jest. Please, do not believe it. Takeshio testified that Hogetsu let Rika go because Kane wished for it so dearly. Hogetsu cherishes Kane greatly, but this method will only result in sorrow. No, this is the best course of action. I cannot become like Kane. I cannot show compassion to all demons as she does. I despise demons that take pleasure in killing. Even if it is merely a result of the distortion brought on by their transformation, I still detest them. I only want to love those I love. I cannot harbor compassion for everyone, nor can I be like Kane. It is precisely for this reason that she saved me. Because she would surely extend compassion even to Muzan. She is the first, apart from me, to forgive one burdened by the world's hatred, loathing, and murderous intent. I wish for her to live no matter what. She has lost far too much. As the sister and stepdaughter of Shinobu Kocho, and the girls protected at the Butterfly Mansion, if any blame were to be placed on Kocho Kane, the entire Butterfly Mansion would fall into peril. The responsibility for releasing the demons cannot rest solely on my shoulders. Sometimes it even affects the nurturers and fellow disciples. If they are blood-related sisters, they would be included in the consequences as well. Thus, I must bear the responsibility myself. Compared to the flower Hashira, I have nothing to lose. As I severed the master-disciple relationship immediately upon joining, I have no nurturer, which means no fellow disciples, nor any stepchildren. With that, I can face death alone. Just I, alone in death. It is not that I prefer the choice of death, nor do I naively believe that having a next life makes it inconsequential. If I can live, I naturally wish to survive. I have been told by Yashiro to live on after all. However, in the Demon Slayer Corps, sheltering demons is a grave offense. Releasing one without irrefutable evidence of their predation is the most appropriate course of action. The weight of the sins related to demons I have personally experienced since the Zero Era. No excuses will be heard. I am all too aware of how those around me treat traitors. I do not wish for Kane and the others to face such circumstances. Though I am indeed a sinner, I humbly ask for forgiveness through my own being. Do not take your own life lightly. Many mourn the loss of Hogetsu. Gazing into my lord's eyes, which were extraordinarily clear, made the rotting, tragic scars around his left eye all the more pronounced. The more I looked, the tighter my chest felt. Those were the wounds that should have been healed with Shakahaku by his side. Though they were remnants, should I pass on the prescription that was once prepared for Hikaru-kun? No, that is not permissible. No matter how vast my lord's heart, a remedy offered by one who is not their designated physician can never be accepted. Moreover, that medicine is subject to the skill of the apothecary. Even if I were to impart it, without someone capable of crafting it, it would be meaningless. Furthermore, no matter what I do now, the fact that I have continuously disrupted the agreement between Shakahaku and the Kanemori family will not vanish. I recall that day when Hikaru-kun bore a smile akin to Muzan's. A solemn vow binds us for a century, unchanging, if whispered in the depths of one's heart. A sharp pain radiates from the base of the little finger. Chapter 44. The Traitor in Collusion with Upper Moon 2. The future bestows its grace only upon those who survive. Even if you forsake yourself, I shall not relinquish you, no matter how many times I must say it. I implore you to endure. This is my singular wish. Days have passed since my encounter with Upper Moon 2, coinciding with the day I regained consciousness. Hogetsu-kun has been expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps. Upon hearing the news conveyed by the raven from outside the window, I did not hesitate to slip out of the Butterfly Mansion, defying the absolute order of rest mandated by Shinobu, and made my way directly to the Kanemitsu estate. What on earth has transpired regarding Hogetsu-kun's expulsion? Awakening without a clear understanding of the events surrounding Hogetsu-kun, I received fragmented updates from the raven regarding his condition. He failed to slay the cornered demon, allowing it to escape, and is now deemed a traitor in collusion with Upper Moon 2. A mark akin to that of a demon has manifested upon his visage. He is the offspring of a demon, coupled with his concealed white hair and crimson eyes. It is said that a considerable number of the Corps members harbor suspicions about him. Wait. How could it come to this? The act of sparing the demon was a result of my plea to him. It seems that initially, Hogetsu-kun intended to protect the demon under the guise of research material, but due to the mark on his face and the revelation of his red eyes, the members of the Corps grew agitated, thwarting his plans and forcing a hasty escape. Rather than feeling gratitude for his unwavering commitment to uphold his promise despite the turmoil, I am overwhelmed with regret. My thoughtless actions have unjustly burdened him with an undeserved crime. I must reach the Kanemitsu estate swiftly. I must clarify the misunderstandings regarding Hogetsu-kun and petition for the revocation of his expulsion. This is not solely about the demon, but also about Hogetsu-kun. His actions were not treachery. Flower Pillar, what are you doing? As I dragged my weary body forward, a collision sounded from behind me. Turning to see the approaching figure with lustrous black hair, tears nearly brimmed in my eyes. Murata-san, you have regained consciousness. How wonderful. But why are you here? Murata-san's face was pale with concern for my well-being. The evident dark circles under his eyes suggested he had not slept for days. Upon realizing this, my heart ached. For he was the one who had driven Hogetsu-kun into such a dire situation. You are still recovering, aren't you? Is it possible you snuck out? Let us go to Lord Ubuyashiki. What are you saying in this state? You must return to the Butterfly Mansion. It was I who let the demon go. Although I am acutely aware that mere apologies will not win forgiveness, I yearn to bow before Murata-san, frozen in disbelief, and express my contrition. Yet, time is of the essence. As I took a step forward, my wrist was seized. You cannot proceed in such a condition. Please return to the Butterfly Mansion. Murata-san. I am Hogetsuku S. Sr. If only someone more forceful were here, someone who would unleash their fury upon me for causing Hogetsuku S. plight, it would lighten my heart. Despite the gravity of my actions, this person continues to regard me with genuine concern. No, I shall not return. However, it is imperative that they rescind Hogetsuku-n's expulsion. What if I collapse? Walking is already painful. I cannot bear the thought of him being misunderstood any longer. As I cried out, a sharp pain coursed through my throat. Accompanied by a cough, the metallic taste of blood filled my mouth, which I fought to swallow down. I shook off Murata-san's panicked grip and forced my reluctant legs to move. The expulsion was a recent event, so they cannot have gone far. If I can explain to Lord Ubuyashiki, he will understand that Hogetsuku is innocent, and I can bring him back today. Has the news of the expulsion reached Shinobu and the others? They will surely weep. Shinobu will remain silent, while Naho and the others will cry out. I can vividly imagine Aoi's bewildered face and Naho's cold sweat, and my heart feels as though it may shatter. Though we have not lived together, Hogetsuku is a brother to the Butterfly Mansion. My thoughtless actions have stolen a family from those children. I beseech you, do not hinder me. As I resumed my steps, Murata-san's footsteps followed closely behind. His determined expression blocked my path. However, Murata-san's actions were not intended to thwart me. Please, step up. He turned his broad back toward me and squatted down. If it were Hogetsu, he would undoubtedly do the same. Strangely, today, the normally solemn and silent Kanemitsu estate is abuzz with commotion. At the center of the turmoil are Inosuke, Goto-san, and the two others arguing with him, who are preventing outsiders from entering. I told you, no one outside the pillars can enter. My junior is the wind pillar. On my side is the water pillar. And my master is the former wind pillar. Likewise, I am the former water pillar. Plus, we have the moon pillar from our generation. Given this, we are practically on par with the pillars, right? Almost. Exactly. So it's settled. How can they believe such reasoning is sound? Goto-san, grappling with the neck of Mitsuri and Kaneo, is struggling against them. They are comrades of Hogetsuku, closely bonded members of the Corps who participated in that mission. Perhaps their wounds have yet to heal, as the white bandages wrapped around them are quite conspicuous. Please wait a moment, you two. No, stop. Don't drag me away. Have mercy. I'm just a lower-ranked member, and it's 2 against 1. I understand your perspective, Goto. But a mere soldier seeking an audience with Lord Ubuyashiki is a grave disrespect. Yet, this matter cannot be overlooked. He has been expelled without any explanation given to the Corps, which is utterly incomprehensible. Hogetsu has been with Lord Ubuyashiki these past few days, right? We simply wish to know what transpired there. We want to hear his account of the situation, but that guy Hogetsu vanished without uttering a word. Then how can you allow them to pass? I care not if I am treated as an intruder. As Goto-sen stated, it is indeed a severe crime for ordinary Corps members to enter the Kanemitsu estate without due cause. For it is the abode of the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, a position of utmost significance. The path leading to the Kanemitsu estate is meant to be concealed. But as I gazed skyward, I noticed 2 crows circling above. Even the crows, tasked with guiding members of the Corps, would not easily divulge the way. Therefore, I surmised that the visit from Kaneo and Mitsuri was somehow intertwined with Lord Ubuyashiki's intentions. As I futilely resisted, Goto-san, being dragged along, spoke up. Goto-san, what are you doing? Oh, Lady Kocho. It seems he has only just noticed my presence. Kaneo and Mitsuri also halted and turned to face me. Please, allow them to pass. But, that I shall take full responsibility. I beg you. Descending from Murata-san's back, I lowered my head in supplication. Goto-san hesitated, visibly torn. But eventually, with a heavy sigh, he released his grip on Kaneo and Mitsuri's collars. I understand. However, no one outside the pillars may enter Lord Ubuyashiki's presence while armed. With that, he accepted the weapons from Kaneo and Mitsuri, then extended his hand toward Murata-san. Taken aback that he was also included, Murata-san appeared flustered, but perhaps the concern for Hogetsuku as a senior outweighed his anxiety. With a pale face, he relinquished his sword. Peering into the summoned living room, Mr. Murata gasped sharply, leaning back in surprise. Within the space, the Hashira, apart from Lord Hogetsu, had gathered. The flame Hashira, Mr. Kyajiro Rengoku. The stone Hashira, Mr. Jiomi Himejima. The sound Hashira, Mr. Yuzui Tenjin. The wind Hashira, Mr. Sanemi Shinazugawa. And the water Hashira, Mr. Ju Tamioka. All wore grave expressions as they took their seats. Although a Hashira meeting had not been called, it was evident that all had assembled here due to the matter concerning Lord Hogetsu. Ah, Kane, you have awakened, how splendid. A gentle voice emanated from deep within the living room. The Lord, with a squinting smile, showed no surprise at my sudden visit. His demeanor suggested he had anticipated the presence of Mr. Murata and the others from the very beginning, urging them to relax and take their seats. No objections were raised against the non-Hashira stepping into the Kikuchi residence. Even Mr. Sanemi, who typically voiced concerns first in such situations, remained unusually silent. His demeanor honest yet reluctant. Perhaps the Lord had conveyed some prior instructions. If that were indeed the case, it was clear that the Lord had everything under control, including the reason for my presence here. My lord, I implore you to rescind the expulsion of Kiri Harikitsu. Mr. Sanemi, with his hands pressed together on the tatami mat, echoed my plea. Yet, it seemed his true intentions diverged from mine, his sharp voice laced with anger. To expel without a trial is incomprehensible. The punishment seems excessively lenient for one who aided a demon and is even suspected of collusion. No trial? I had always assumed that proceedings had taken place during my slumber. Chapter 45, I am sorry, Shin. If Lord Hogetsu's expulsion had not considered the opinions of the Hashira, its implications were quite clear. The Lord nodded. Indeed, everyone shares a close bond with Hogetsu and wishes to hear his side directly. I acted unilaterally in expelling him. Though I do not expect forgiveness, there must be a reason behind it. Thank you, Shin. Mr. Xiaojiang, though blind, seemed to direct his awareness towards me. His other senses had grown sharper due to his lack of sight. He must have sensed something amiss. My lord, regarding the release of Upper Moon 6. The fault lies entirely with me. I was the one who asked Lord Hogetsu for assistance. He bears no blame. Only the Lord and Mr. Xiaojiang remained unmoving. Beside the frozen Mr. Kaijiro, Mr. Yuzui widened his eyes slightly, while Mr. Sanemi scrutinized me with a hint of suspicion. Mr. Ju's expression remained unchanged, though I sensed turmoil within him. Similar sentiments emanated from those behind, including Mr. Kanroji. The circumstances surrounding his connection to Upper Moon 2 were indeed worthy of consideration. As I was about to continue, the Lord gently pressed his index finger against his softly curved lips. Seeing this familiar gesture often employed in meetings, I instinctively fell silent. I apologize, Kane. There is another who should be arriving. Ah, here she comes. Before the words had fully left his lips, a commotion erupted, though it was not as thunderous as the hurried footsteps approaching from the corridor. Following those hurried footfalls was a voice tinged with urgency. Please wait. It's troubling. As the girl called out in a tone bordering on despair, she appeared. Please wait, Lady Shinobu. I apologize for my rudeness, my lord. Kneeling on the wooden hallway. Her head bowed deeply, was Shinobu. She must have traced my disappearance from the infirmary. Perhaps after searching frantically, she continued, her shoulders rising and falling with her breath. I am terribly sorry. My sister has not yet recovered enough to attend the meeting. Shinobu, do not act on your own. Allow me to take her back before her condition worsens. No, she cannot be released. It was Mr. Sanemi. Shinobu fell silent at his words, but her brows furrowed immediately. Her eyes, the color of wisteria, trembled with moisture. Sister, I am sorry, Shinobu. If you have pain relief, could you give it to me? Sister, what have you done? Speak now. I beg you, the medicine. After consuming the trembling vial she offered, the pain subsided somewhat. Though discomfort lingered in my lungs, speaking became a tad easier. As if confirming that everything was in place, the Lord maintained a gentle smile, slowly surveying us. Finally resting his gaze upon the empty seat where he should have been. Kane, may I entrust this to you? With those words, the meeting commenced in the absence of its principal figure. Under the weight of everyone's gaze, I began to speak. Excessive affection will one day lead to the destruction of the maiden. I often harbored this fear regarding Kane. Yet, until today, I never imagined that this dread would be entirely shouldered by Hogetsu. Through the aid of medication, he severed the ties of domination that Muzan had over him and rescued you from the clutches of Upper Moon 2. You entrusted Hogetsu with the desire to save him, believing that he, unlike other demons, truly aided humanity. Am I mistaken, Kane? Indeed, Mr. Xiaojiang. Suppressing a sigh in my throat, I formally closed my eyes. Unable to perceive light. Demon aiding humanity? Do not jest. How could those creatures act without ulterior motives? There must be a limit to such foolishness. Mr. Sanemi openly displayed his disdain for Kane, yet no one dared to challenge his stance. The one who released the demon is Hogetsu. But it was Kane who made the request. Both bear guilt. Yet, had Kane not asked, Hogetsu would not have risked himself to save the demon. Hogetsu would not have shown the same compassion as Kane towards a demon. Mr. Sanemi understood this, which is why he was so agitated. If either Hogetsu or Kane had been absent, this tragedy would not have occurred. Speaking of which, the research to revert demons back to humans has always been rather dubious. Hasn't he it? How could such monsters ever return to being human? It is well known that Hogetsu established a research facility within the residence. Though I have heard of the research into demons, I never anticipated that it would involve the development of a potion to transform them back into humans. Even if such a transformation were possible, what then becomes of the humans that have been devoured? Can they truly be resurrected? To confront a demon, one must eliminate it entirely. This futile research squanders the opportunity to eradicate the upper moons. The deceased shall not return. This truth parallels the act of slaying demons. If we could liberate them from the cycle of cannibalism, there would be no need for slaughter. Such leniency towards the grotesque demons, butterfly, is troubling. Could you utter the same words if your sister were devoured before your very eyes? It is utterly nauseating. If one cannot slay demons, they should resign from the Demon Slayer Corps. Calm yourself, Mitsuri. Kene feels the same. This is not the time for mutual accusations. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Kane, regardless of the reasons, shielding a demon is a violation of the core code. You must understand that the consequences of your actions cannot be easily dismissed. I had thought he would protect them under the guise of research, but I did not foresee that he would be suspected by the officers present and would flee, clutching onto the neck of the demon. What on earth has possessed him to go to such lengths? Yuzui, with an air of disbelief, interjected, but that simply cannot be explained. If he intended to hide, why would he return at all? He must have succumbed to despair, revealing his connection to the second upper moon. The mist Hashira murmured hesitantly. Yet even he found it hard to convince himself. Chapter 46. Everyone learned of the past of the moonlight. Upon his return to the town, he offered no resistance and accepted arrest. It is said that he lost his hat in the battle against the second upper moon and was caught due to his distinctive white hair. He did not flee or hide. It was as though he sought death itself. As Kaneo stated, that child appeared to be prepared to meet his end. At my whisper, the esteemed leader nodded solemnly. His voice, steady as today's weather, followed a beat behind in understanding. The weight of sin, he comprehends more than anyone. Even the notion of choosing between his abdomen or head was uttered. Do you not wish to defend yourself? Not at all. He insisted that all responsibility lay solely with him. Silence enveloped the room. In that stillness, Kaneo's faint voice of confusion echoed with startling clarity. As I mentioned earlier, he understands the gravity of sin, and the punishment follows suit. Shielding a demon contravenes the core code. The ramifications extend beyond just the protector. At times, they can ensnare those around them, the surroundings, the nurturers, or fellow comrades. For Kaneo, it is the butterfly mansion as well. I see now. The grinding of clenched molars resounded. It reminded me of the reason Akira left the temple. That child vanished alone for our sake. Such a child, capable of sacrificing himself for others. Even if fate were to spare Kaneo from punishment, the gaze directed toward the butterfly mansion would surely turn stern. Humanity possesses an uncanny capacity for cruelty towards what it deems evil. Hogetsu likely fears the misfortune that may befall the butterfly mansion. He wishes to safeguard Kaneo and all that she cherishes. Most members of the Demon Slayer Corps wield their swords in pursuit of revenge against demons and an unending loathing. Such fervent longing can transform into formidable strength. Yet, that is not justice. We are an organization driven by emotion. Who can ensure that those overwhelmed by their feelings will not harm the butterfly mansion? Given that he was immediately expelled upon entry, he has no nurturer. No one will be tied to his fate. Hogetsu expressed this, seeking to bear all alone. Did he truly utter such words? The bewildered Murata, a fellow officer, evoked sympathy. Like Hogetsu and Kaneo, he too was a swordsman raised under the Kurosaki clan. In other words, he is Hogetsu's senior. Do not be angry. It is precisely because I cherish you that I must speak thus. I understand, but Murata's voice quivered with a childlike whimper, receiving gentle comfort from the esteemed leader. It must be difficult to accept the denial of their bond as brothers. It is worth noting that when Hogetsu was rumored to possess demon blood, Murata was the first to protect him. He is a good senior. It is only natural that Hogetsu would wish to spare him from involvement. Kaneo remained still, her breath uneven. The presence of Shinobu behind her trembled with agitation. It is only expected. If Hogetsu does not assume responsibility, all hostility from the Corps will be directed towards them. Yet even so, sisters are not so cowardly as to cast the burden of false accusations upon another for self-preservation. The matter concerning the demon, that is my sin, not Hogetsu's. That will not do. This is Hogetsu's. Kaneo cried out, her voice frozen and hoarse due to the blood demon art. The esteemed leader responded. His tone as clear and fluid as morning dew. That was the agreement made with that child. He accepted expulsion under the condition that Kaneo would bear no blame. Sitting at the same eye level as us, the esteemed leader's gaze surveyed us with the tranquility of one upon a pedestal. This is Hogetsu's wish. Thus, I implore you all to keep this matter confidential. Though it pains me, Kaneo, please comply. I do not understand, esteemed leader, Mitsuri interjected. His voice tinged with the boiling emotion of impending fury. Why have you revealed this to us? By informing us of Hogetsu's wish and this undisclosed truth. What do you hope we will do? It is not as if I am too dull to grasp this intention. Understanding the esteemed leader's hopes, Mitsuri's voice echoed with the calmness of a lake before a storm. I hope you can forgive Kaneo. I hope you can forgive Hogetsu for protecting Kaneo. I hope you can recognize that this punishment rests solely on Hogetsu. There will be no seppuku or decapitation, only a bloodless expulsion. And I hope that at the very least, you can become Hogetsu-s companions. How can we forgive? Whether it be Butterfly, showing absurd sympathy towards demons, or Hogetsu, who released them, I cannot condone it. They have unleashed man-eating demons upon the world. They are our foes, who should be exterminated. The second upper moon no longer preys upon humanity. It is reported that even when Hogetsu displayed blood, it did not attack. Esteemed leader, that is a man-eating demon. A grotesque abomination that has tasted human flesh. This alone provides ample justification for execution. To say it has not attacked? That is merely a temporary state. No, it will not attack. The second upper moon no longer feeds. This assertion was unwavering against the tempest of shouts, lacking visible evidence or compelling materials. It was an unconvincing argument. Yet, his stance remained as steadfast as an unyielding compass, leaving Mitsuri momentarily daunted. If that is the case, then we have lost. Even assuming one could trust this claim, it was the Mist Hashira who spoke next. The moon Hashira has some connection to the second upper moon. If this were a covert communication, it would constitute a grave betrayal. What then, if the very existence of the core were jeopardized by this unexamined expulsion? Or perhaps, there is some rationale behind it. If that is the case, without hearing a convincing reason, I cannot align myself as a companion to the moon Hashira. Just as the Mist Hashira completed his statement weakly, a commotion arose from the back of the room. The trembling presence came from the officers, Hyuni and Mikomo, who had taken a liking to Hogetsu. Esteemed leader, I apologize for my boldness. What is it, Kaishich? It is true that the second upper moon is acquainted with Hogetsu, but I have heard there are no indications of frequent communication akin to spies. Moreover, while my contemporaries may be foolish to an astonishing degree, they are not inclined to serve demons. Though it may be an impertinence, I too. Well then, Mikomo, feel free to express your thoughts. As contemporaries of the Radiant Moon, we have shared a close bond over the past 5 years, bearing witness to their labors from a vantage point of intimacy. Slaying numerous demons and rescuing countless souls. Could such deeds truly be attributed to a traitor? Ultimately, while this remains a subjective opinion devoid of evidence, the resolute voices of the two individuals have profoundly resonated within my heart. Their sentiments echo my own. Were it the past version of myself standing here now, the suspicious self that emerged prior to uncovering the truth from Sandai, I would have hastily deemed the moon a traitor. Although I wavered at the facts surrounding Lu's flight, the connection with the second, and the identical markings shared with the demons, I could not forsake the moon. For I held an unwavering belief that there must be a compelling reason behind it all. To be entangled with demons is indeed a grave sin, is it not? According to the regulations of the Demon Slayer Corps, the words of Tamayo hold the utmost accuracy. To set aside the truth in favor of belief in another is a folly akin to my own. As one who bears the mantle of a Hashira and stands at the core of the organization, I am woefully unfit. Yet, to turn one's back solely on the revealed facts, to do so out of a profound understanding of that childish character, is an act of betrayal. If the doubter is wise, I willingly embrace the role of the fool. How can one trust others if one does not have faith in humanity? Kane, you just mentioned that the relationship between the moon and the second has its reasons, correct? Yes, the second addresses the moon as such. Yuki speak. Kane's gaze swept over me, Yuzui, and the esteemed Kagaya. Then, she appeared to be concerned for the Murata soldier, stifling her tears, and whispered the revelation. They say he was found collapsed on the snow-covered road. Upon hearing this, all those present grasped the entirety of the situation. Our evident display of uncertainty astonished those, like Tamayo, who were unaware of the circumstances. To them, Kane spoke in a quivering voice, recounting the moon's past. Chapter 47, The Subjugation of Lower One. I had always assumed he was raised in the gentle embrace of loving parents, cherished and adored. Indeed, that was the impression I had. The individual I knew was so cheerful that it was infuriating, overly concerned with the wounds of others. Sometimes even more foolishly benevolent than Kaijiro. Such a disposition surely stemmed from a fulfilling upbringing. Yet, reality stood in stark contrast to my assumptions. Kocho narrated the tale of the moon's upbringing. He had endured daily violence from his biological parents, never even bestowed with a name, branded instead with vile epithets like monster and worthless. He was beaten to the point of facial disfigurement, memories scattered like autumn leaves in the wind, ultimately sold away. On a frigid day, near death, he was fortuitously rescued by a passing stranger, whom he came to regard as true family, despite the absence of blood ties. Alas, what a tragic tale. This was the doing of the second. Only someone like Mr. Kenroji could utter such words. I was rendered speechless, fists clenched tightly upon my knees, unwilling to believe such horrors. If only I could dismiss it all with a laugh, claiming it to be a tear-jerking fabrication. Ah, so it was indeed such a relationship. The esteemed master lowered his brow. From this reaction, it was evident that the fool had not offered any defense at all. That was a matter from his childhood. Prior to joining the Demon Slayer Corps, speak up, clarify. Do not persist in perpetuating misunderstandings that hasten your demise. While I do not understand why the moon distanced himself from the second, it is evident from the second's words that they have not seen each other for a long time. Since their separation in childhood, they have likely never crossed paths again. Their relationship was far from what the other members of the Corps imagined, a spy or a demon's minion. Thank you, Kane. Did you mention anything else? A lullaby. A lullaby? Yes. It was said that it was a song she used to sing to him frequently. With a smile, she asked if she should sing it again, treating the moon with a tenderness akin to that of a biological mother. It was no mere jest. It was a heartfelt affection. Upon hearing this, an involuntary shiver coursed down my spine. The image of the lower one, the Tsuchigumo, whom I had fought alongside Kaijiro, flashed through my mind. To cherish him on behalf of his parents who never loved him, to protect him, to consume him in order to save him. This woman, who had abducted a child burdened with misfortune, played at motherhood while uttering nonsensical claims of returning to the womb to devour those who had perished. It is indeed perplexing, is it not? To wish to protect yet devour, to cherish yet kill. Yet, such is the reality. To consume and become one, to guard from the outside, eternally by one's side. Is not that what the demon embodies? Their thoughts align perfectly with those of the grotesque lower one. Kaijiro has likely reached the same conclusion as I. His complexion had turned a shade of green. That must be what the second refers to as love. Do not equate the cannibalistic desires of a demon with such a beautiful term. It is revolting. You too, Moon. Do not extend familial emotions towards such a hideous demon. While the moon is aware of his demonic nature, he seems unaware that he is of upper rank. In fury, he swung his blade at the second, with a merciless intent to sever his head. I could neither halt him nor fight in his stead. Kocho mentioned she did not know why the moon had distanced himself from the second, yet the only reason a human would flee from a demon is one. The moon must have nearly been consumed. At that moment, he likely realized the truth of the demon's nature and managed to escape by a stroke of luck. I could only surmise this. To have almost been devoured yet still claim to regard them as true family. What a jest. If one has nearly been killed, they should harbor resentment, hatred, and loathing. Do not utter such falsehoods as family. In that moment, I recalled the girl in the Tsuchigumo's lair. That girl, captured by the lower one's frenzied maternal instincts, who rushed to Kaijiro's blade, crying out not to bully her mother. The moon is akin to that girl. The difference being, he does not stand with the demon, but with the Demon Slayer Corps. If the moon truly once regarded the second as family, then what he attempts to do is undoubtedly an act of patricide. Just as I was about to curl up in disgust, someone gently stroked my back. It was Kaijiro. This fellow must have sensed it as well. What the moon seeks to do mirrors the act I once committed. The memories of dawn resurface. On that fateful day, I acted without knowing the other was my mother, and as the morning sun revealed her lifeless form, I was engulfed in despair. What emotions must the moon experience? To raise a blade against a family member, knowing full well who they are, what a wretched taste that must be. Even if that family member is an upper rank who has devoured countless bones, does that justify the slaughter of memories? That man is not so deft. He wields his sword while clinging to memories, a clumsy swordsman at best. If one has suffered at the hands of others, it is humanity that should come to their rescue. What demons are these? Why reach out? In the moment they picked him up, why not consume him? What game of family is this? What seeds have been sown in his heart? A cannibal, an upper rank demon. Shall we say that the source of his tenderness was sown by you? Silence enveloped the room. No one present, myself included, felt anger towards the moon's connection with demons. At this moment, there is only a sense of curse upon the world. The fate that entwines him is purely detestable. Although it is an improper matter, might the expulsion of the moon from the Hashira be rescinded? Even the most senior of the Hashira, the esteemed Kasumi, expressed such sentiments. And no one dared to oppose. The transgression of allowing Lu to escape is grievous. It is an unforgivable folly that disregards the standing of the Hashira. Yet, tracing back to its roots, this is the fault of the flower Hashira. The connection with the second belongs to his childhood, hardly fitting to be labeled a sin. There is ample room for consideration. It is precisely because these words emanate from the lips of the esteemed Aisuk, who harbors an extraordinary aversion towards demons, that they render one speechless. It is astonishing that this individual could utter such lenient sentiments, utterly captivated by the brilliance of the moon. Moreover, should the moon pillar be expelled, it would only bring joy to the demons. With the flower pillar in such a precarious state today, the absence of the moon pillar would place the Demon Slayer Corps in dire jeopardy. While it is imperative that he relinquish his position, his performance as a demon hunter is undeniably reliable. What do you all think? If there are dissenting opinions, feel free to express them. The question, imbued with certainty, suggests an assumption that no one would dare oppose. Just as the atmosphere in the room was on the verge of reaching a consensus, a lone voice, that of Tenjin, broke the silence, asserting that he ought to be expelled. To be candid, I secretly hope that Hikari will return, both as a dependable ally and a source of comfort. Yet, to the ordinary members of the Corps, he is regarded as a traitor, a villain. Thus, it seems permissible to voice any opinion. As I have grown weary of the slanderous vitriol directed at him in recent days, the malevolence masquerading as righteousness will inevitably pose a tangible threat to Hikari. Forcing the revocation of the expulsion order and allowing him to rejoin the ranks would likely not be a prudent course of action. After suggesting his expulsion for these reasons, the others gazed at me in disbelief. Why, when I was merely stating objective facts? Sister Mikomo cradled her head, increasingly perplexed. Murata's expression was particularly harsh, daring to display such a countenance before our Lord. While I found him to be a remarkably audacious individual, I was preoccupied with formulating my subsequent arguments. In the current Demon Slayer Corps, there is no place for Hikari, especially since he possesses white hair and red eyes, and has not been devoured by the upper moon. There are indeed skeptics who believe that perhaps his release was a condition of his freedom. Although it is clear from Kocho's words that this is impossible, humans sometimes prefer seemingly plausible rumors over the truth, a foolish tendency. Well, Tenjin did make a rather understated point, as everyone cast me peculiar glances. It was Tenjin alone who came to my aid. Chapter 48, The Swordsmiths of the Primordial Breath. Along with the matters concerning the sixth and the second, and the patterns adorning their faces that strikingly resemble those of demons, the overall reputation has plummeted. By the way, I must confirm, is there truly someone who considers his concealed white hair and red eyes a transgression? If so, then I too am guilty for knowing yet remaining silent. If it comes to that, I even provided him with hair dye. What a splendid accomplice I am. Kumanoya Masakio, casting a vote. Me too. And Kanroji. I have no knowledge of this. When Hikari lived with me, he was disparaged by the townsfolk for his appearance. It is only natural that he would wish to conceal it. This, the change in his hair and eye color, was ordered by my master, that elder brother of his. It was not an act of malevolence. Furthermore, I also know, I have no knowledge of this. It is a fact that Hikari bears a mark resembling a demoness pattern, but he is not a demon. Now let me explain. Just as I was reeling from the realization that I was the only one unaware of what Murata, my fellow disciple Mikomo, and Kanroji knew, our Lord spoke, prompting me to gather my spirits and listen intently. An ancient tale traces back to the Warring States period, within the lengthy history of the Demon Slayer Corps, the era closest to Kabutsuji Muzan, commonly referred to as the swordsmiths of the primordial breath. It is said that they bore marks resembling those of demons. The mark that has appeared on Hikari is identical and is not a sign of being a demon, as the legacy has faded into obscurity. We can only speak in ambiguous terms. But the appearance of such a mark could potentially draw out the limits of human strength, a tantalizing prospect for demon hunters thirsty for power. How does one acquire this mark? Nishikawa was the first to show interest. However, our Lord slowly shook his head. I do not know. Although I have inquired with Hikari, he said he cannot disclose it. Not knowing is somewhat understandable, but what does it mean that he cannot speak of it? Nishikawa growled, his brow furrowed. If the mark could appear, it would strengthen the Demon Slayer Corps as a whole. To claim that it cannot be spoken of is indeed perplexing. Power often comes with a price. If one exceeds the limits of what the human body can endure, the cost is immeasurable. Our Lord's gaze fell gently, his left eye, afflicted by illness, bore white eyelashes, conveying an indescribable sorrow. The price of the mark is one's lifespan. Without exception, those who exhibit it will perish before the age of 25. To so readily discard one's own life, Hikari, however, only concerns himself with the well-being of others. I empathize deeply with Nishikawa's exasperation. As for the legacy of the mark, it seems that families with long histories of demon hunting, such as the Rengoku lineage, possess knowledge either through texts or oral traditions. Yet, Hikari does not appear to hail from such a lineage. So, how did he come to learn that the mark shortens one's life? He himself did not divulge the information, but according to his guardian, the esteemed Kagaya Tsujikuni, it was a man named Tsujikuni who imparted the moon breathing to Hikari. Tsujikuni. At this unfamiliar surname, everyone tilted their heads in confusion as our Lord continued. It is rumored that during the Warring States period, there was a swordsman of the same surname among the swordsmiths of the primordial breath. Hikari's master may very well be a distant descendant of that swordsman. If that is the case, it would not be surprising for the legacy of the mark to continue. Please wait a moment, my lord. Previously, the moon pillar mentioned that the breathing techniques were learned from Kagaya Tsujikuni, correct? Was that a lie? During the early Meiji period, a user of the moon breathing was expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps for learning the breathing techniques from a demon. To prevent Hikari from facing similar suspicions, Tsujikuni advised him to falsely claim his lineage. It is said that to protect Hikari from unintentional harm, the man named Tsujikuni kept his lips tightly sealed. The fact that his true master bears the surname Tsujikuni seems to have been uncovered only with great difficulty by Lord Tenjin. The Mist Pillar did not reproach Hikari for lying. He merely bit his lip and lowered his head. It is a wise judgment. At that time, I viewed the Moon Pillar through a tinted lens, considering him a despicable traitor, akin to the one who wielded the same breathing techniques as Mitsuri Kanroji. I was astonished to hear a name that was quite familiar. Just as I was taken aback, Kuminoya Masakyo raised an eyebrow and said, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Kanroji. Senior Zero has not betrayed us." It is said that he was unaware that the one teaching him the breathing techniques was a demon. According to our master, the Demon Slayer Corps at that time did not believe his words. For this reason, Mr. Zero has shown great kindness to our school. Though I have only heard of him through my master, I understand he was a gentle swordsman. Please do not portray him as a villain. Kuminoya expressed his indignation, while Makomo's expression grew serious. Is it possible that I am the only one unaware of this? Zero Kanroji. This is the first time I have heard that name. Will Makomo tell me if I ask? Is Zero Kanroji a relative of my master? Indeed. While he had to be expelled due to the prevailing sentiments within the Corps at the time, the predecessor had stated that he would never assist demons and was a swordsman of great dignity. That said, the current topic is Zero, not Hikari. Even if the matters concerning the second and the significance of the mark were disclosed to the Corps, since we must conceal the truth regarding the sixth, it seems improbable that the expulsion order could be rescinded. Even if he were forcibly brought back into the fold, the consequences would be painfully evident. Our Lord redirected the conversation, and Mr. Kanroji sighed in sorrow. The Kocho sisters wore pained expressions. For the kind-hearted Kocho, it must be unbearable to have caused Hikari's predicament. If she could, she would wish to proclaim immediately to the Corps that the responsibility for the sixth lies with her. However, the truth about the sixth cannot be revealed. For Hikari accepted the punishment of expulsion on the condition that Kocho would not bear the blame, relinquishing his desire for death. Conversely, this means that if Kocho were to be held accountable, he would be prepared to sacrifice his life. Should Kocho speak out, Hikari would exchange the truth for his life. Thus, the sisters had no choice but to remain silent. Had they anticipated this and set forth conditions earlier, Haoyue would have indeed been an excessively unreasonable man. Immediately recalling him to the team seemed a difficult task. The lingering turmoil within the group was one reason. Yet perhaps it was due to a sense of responsibility towards the matter concerning Air, or some hidden circumstances, that Haoyue's heart had grown fragile. That child now found himself in a state highly susceptible to harm. A sudden thought struck me. Perhaps the esteemed lord refrained from putting Haoyue on trial, and instead opted for expulsion out of compassion for him. He needed time to regain his strength. Although the exact date of his return remained uncertain, he would undoubtedly come back. The esteemed lord slowly surveyed each one of us, confirming our individual resolves. There were likely many children within the team who could not accept his return. Yet, I earnestly hoped that those present here could become his sanctuary. In a voice as soft as a balm for wounds, the esteemed lord whispered, "The future of the Demon Slayer Corps requires that child." As soon as the meeting concluded, my sister collapsed onto the floor. She was likely sustained only by sheer willpower. I surmised that the analgesics had lost their efficacy midway. Due to the disparity in our heights, I found it challenging to support her, and ultimately, Mr. Murata, unable to bear the sight, took her back to the butterfly mansion. After preparing the medicine to neutralize the blood demon technique, I sat beside my sister's bed. A closer inspection revealed her body was covered in wounds. It was said that Air was a master of the freezing blood demon technique. My sister bore not only lacerations, but also frostbite, which was astonishing given that she had managed to move at all. Although not as gravely injured as my sister, Mr. Kuniyashi and Miss Makomo, who were brought in, also displayed severe conditions. Had Mr. Haoyue sustained injuries as well? He had not arrived at the butterfly mansion. Perhaps it was accurate to say he had not come. After releasing Lu, he had intentionally returned to the town, and without resistance, he was taken to the maternity mansion. I was unaware of Mr. Haoyue's injuries, but I had heard that his dominant hand had been frozen by the blood demon technique. I hoped fervently that he had not suffered serious frostbite. I should have gone to check on his wounds. Chapter 49, My sister's condition deteriorates. Having released Lu, there was a connection to Air. I should have broken through the rumors spreading within the team to see him. The root cause of releasing Lu lay with my sister. In order to protect her, the butterfly mansion, that person sacrificed only himself. Even having lost his standing within the team, he was still willing to be a brother to the butterfly mansion. The esteemed lord said he would return one day, but when would that be? Soon, I hoped. Tomorrow would suffice. In truth, today would be ideal. I wish to apologize. I once mocked the research aimed at transforming demons back into humans. I was ignorant. I am sorry. Though I cannot claim ignorance absolves one of guilt. I am sorry. I was unaware he grew up under the abusive hands of his parents. Unaware he was found by air after being abandoned. I knew nothing at all. Even if I could not comprehend the desire to revert demons to humanity, I understood the longing for family. Mr. Haoyue must have regarded air as true family. Was that why? Was that why he exerted himself so desperately in his research? Was he striving to turn air back into a human? Yet, I scoffed at it, deeming it foolish, belittling that person's earnest efforts as mere refuse. For Mr. Haoyue, who was abandoned by his parents, air must have been an irreplaceable existence. Just as, for me, my only remaining sister is of utmost importance. The desire to revert the upper moon, who has taken so many lives, back into a human, if considered from an outsider's perspective, would be utterly unforgivable. But if it were family, it could be understood. Because, if I were in his position, I would do anything for my sister. This transpired shortly after dusk. As if impatient for night to fall, my sister's condition took a turn for the worse. A gurgling sound emanated from her throat. With each breath, she coughed up blood. Why was the medicine ineffective? Why, just yesterday, was she not like this? Shinobu, bring the additional medicine. Incessantly tending to her, Shinobu cried and shouted. Aoi, holding the medicine box, appeared pale, while now, Hio and Sumi cried in turns, wiping my blood as if they were discarded kittens. In the corner of the room, now stood frozen, unable to move, engulfed by the clamor within. Shinobu continued to administer more medicine, but it proved futile. I knew my body best. Surely, within these past few days, Shinobu's medicine had been undone. That man's blood demon technique lingered within my lungs. Shinobu, you must withdraw from the Demon Slayer Corps. She must not notice. I must ensure she remains oblivious. I must keep Shinobu away from the Demon Slayer Corps. I must take the poison from her hands. Because if I do not, Shinobu will go on to seek the ordinary happiness of a girl until she becomes an old woman. Sister, Shinobu is a clever child. It was only natural she would contemplate such possibilities and then voice my greatest fear. What kind of demon is it? Shinobu, tell me. I want to save my sister. My voice trembled, whether from anger or realization, I could not tell. Beneath her furrowed brow, her indigo eyes glistened with unshed tears. No, my matters are irrelevant. It's enough. Don't. I want to save her. I will kill that demon and save my sister, absolutely. Shinobu, look around. There are your sisters from the butterfly mansion here. Even without me, you should be able to survive. Tell me, how could I possibly live a normal life after this? A fire ignited within me. The darkness in Shinobu's eyes blazed with the hatred that had settled within her. In my heart, did this child's existence hold such magnitude? When our parents were slaughtered, if Shinobu did not transform that sorrow into anger, she could not rise again. She must fuel her rage with hatred, otherwise, she would perish. If she were to perish, what would Shinobu do? If I were to fall silent and sleep forever, would I plummet alongside the suspended rage and die? What would become of the butterfly mansion? If I were gone, and Shinobu were gone, what would happen to these children? Sister, Shinobu's tear-streaked face blurred before my eyes. My sister, lamenting that she could not live without doing so. Myself, loathing the fact that I could not allow my sister to live without it. I am sorry. Mr. Haoyue, I am sorry. Please, loathe this foolishness. Please curse it until the ends of hell. From head to toe, I was drenched in blood, a demon. For the sake of my family, my sister, I sacrificed your family. Please, despise me for eternity. In a state of coma, as it is termed. Although she barely clung to life, Kane seemed to sleep as if she had forgotten the passage of time. Whether it was due to the side effects of the altered medication or the influence of the blood demon technique, I, lacking the medical knowledge like my brother or Shinobu, could not ascertain the details. Her heart beat weakly. Although there was a faint pulse, her body was as cold as ice. What difference is there between a body that lives yet does not awaken and that of the dead? Since my brother left the Demon Slayer Corps and Kane fell into slumber, Shinobu had changed. Her demeanor, voice, and even her laughter mirrored that of Kane perfectly. Apart from her appearance, there was not a trace of Shinobu left. She had become a reflection of the mistress of the butterfly mansion. It was as if she were living Kane's life for her, playing the role of Kane. Why she chose to erase her own identity to mimic Kane remains a mystery. Yet the heart of the butterfly mansion has always been Kane. Perhaps Shinobu feared losing the person who first brought joy to the center of our lives. That we would fall apart. To provide us comfort, she transformed into Kane. But then, where has Shinobu gone? Sitting before the mirror, I removed my hair ornament. The newly acquired ornament, with its pink edges and green wings, was a counterpart to Kane. Gently, I adorned my hair with it. I smiled. A radiant smile. Adjusting the height of my mouth's corners and the angle of my eyes. Everything must be as it is with Kane. Although I cannot embody Kane with the perfection that Shinobu possesses, nor can I speak with the same gentle tone or exhibit concern for others. I have a particularly keen eyesight. The only manner in which I can imitate her is through laughter, and that is akin to mimicking the skill of wielding a blade. It merely requires the movement of facial muscles. If I were to inherit even this smile from Kane, would that mean Shinobu would return to us? Just a little. Would she come back? I placed the removed crimson-purple hairpin into the memory box that Kane crafted for us. Suddenly, I noticed a small bamboo flute. It was a gift from my brother. He had said to blow it in times of danger, and he had given me two. One is a spare. The spare resides in the box, while the other is always kept close to my chest. If I were to blow this flute, would my brother return immediately? I was compelled to reach for the flute, but I withdrew my hand at once. The thought that if I blew the flute and my brother did not appear was overwhelmingly terrifying. I shall not blow the flute. It is because I refrain that my brother will not come. I must accept this. If I do not, I will find it impossible to breathe easily. Chapter 50. The Unsightly Bird of Death. Kayachika, there is a place I wish for you to accompany me to. Though I responded affirmatively, I could not inquire about our destination, for Tsugumi's expression was exceedingly grave. In retrospect, ever since the turmoil at the Yuzui estate a few days prior, Tsugumi had exhibited peculiar behavior. This is the place. Tsugumi halted, and I recognized the location. It was the Wisteria house, run by a couple who had lost their child to a demon's hand. Surely, you cannot rest in broad daylight. Are you here for some business with this family? Well, sort of. Wait for me a moment. He left me by the entrance, proceeding alone to the Genkan. After exchanging a few words with the couple who came out to greet him, the lady pointed towards the garden, and Tsugumi gestured for me to follow with a subtle nod. Come here, Kayachika. Was it not the lady and gentleman we were meant to meet? Who then? Were we to see? You will know once you arrive. What an inexplicably vague response. Could you not provide me with a bit more clarity? Be quiet, he whispered, taking a deep breath. Following Tsugumi's gaze, I saw a girl of no more than 10 years, watering the plants in the garden. I did not know her name, but her face was familiar. A voice echoed in my ears, do not bully my mother. The girl, bewildered as she tilted the watering can, was indeed the victim imprisoned by the demon, the ko-bird, whom Tsugumi had defeated alongside me. Without providing any explanation for my astonishment and confusion, Tsugumi stepped toward the girl. The sound of his feet upon the gravel made her slowly lift her gaze. Perhaps she remembered us. Her eyes, as if they had forgotten their hearts somewhere, widened in shock, and for a fleeting moment, passion spilled forth from their depths. Murderer! With all her might. The little girl hurled the watering can at Tsugumi, who neither dodged nor blocked it, silently accepting the blow on his head. The rusted tin watering can clattered and rolled across the ground, reminiscent of the day the ko-bird met its end. The contents that splashed forth were akin to the girl's tears. Why did you kill my mother? Murderer, murderer! Months had passed since Tsugumi severed the ko-bird's head, yet the girl's heart remained ensnared by the demon. That was not your mother. She was a grotesque man-eater. Tsugumi's gaze was sharp, unyielding even as the girl sobbed. I felt he ought not to speak in such a manner to a young child. Wake up. That demon merely viewed you as a tool to satisfy its own desires. No, she is my mother. My mother. What parent would consume their own child? Even if she were not, that demon had intended to eliminate both you and your mother. Without a mother, I would have perished long ago. The anguished scream pierced the air. Both Tsugumi and I held our breath, transfixed by the girl's fervent outcry. No one is gentle with me. Only my mother was gentle to me the first time. She gave me water, took care of me, and promised to help me become lovely, to brush my hair. Such trivialities, insignificant in our eyes, were enough to become her salvation, revealing the depth of her suffering. The yearning of her small heart to be loved by someone was delightfully invaded by the ko-bird. My mother did not hit me. She said I was a good child, smiled at me. Mother, mother. Overwhelmed by tears she could not swallow, the girl eventually curled up, hugging her knees. Transitioning from the brutality of her parents to the clutches of a man-eater was merely exchanging one hell for another. Yet for this girl, the ko-bird was the mother who rescued her from her inferno, a being she could not bring herself to despise. So too was it for Hogetsu. Return her to me. Return my mother to me. Please do not kill her. The pitiful sobbing, so incongruous with the refreshing afternoon, soaked the garden. The pervasive gloom was rendered pale and absurd under the scrutiny of the clear sky, provoking a nausea towards the world's irrationality. Shortly thereafter, we were politely yet firmly ushered out of the house by the lady, who had come upon the sound. It seemed the couple cherished the girl as a substitute for the child they had lost. If only she could bask a little longer in genuine love. Not the self-serving kind that the ko-bird offered. Might her heart find the proper path to revival? I could not help but pray for such a possibility. As I pondered the house that could no longer be utilized, I gently addressed the previously silent Tsugumi. Tsugumi, that child is not Hogetsu. I know. You should not speak such things to a young child. I know. Prepare yourself. I will use every ounce of strength to strike you afterward. Please do. I will accompany you to apologize. Oh. He seemed to realize his actions had been excessive, and the silhouette walking ahead appeared somewhat fragile. Tsugumi must have acted thus because he overlapped the girl trapped by the ko-bird with Hogetsu, who was nurtured by the demon. Tsugumi must be worried that the girl would, like Hogetsu, forever remain shrouded in the shadow of the ko-bird. Even if the girl comprehended the demon's grotesqueness, Hogetsu's feelings toward the demon would not dissipate. This is why you are misunderstood. What do you mean by misunderstanding? That incident at the Yuzui estate as well. At that time, Tsugumi harshly reproached Hogetsu and Miss Kocho. Of course, there was disdain born from protecting a demon. But Tsugumi is not so heartless as to despise someone solely for that reason. No one desires to condemn those close to them. Surely, no one wishes for that. It is precisely because of this desire that Tsugumi has taken on that role. Someone must do it. It is necessary for those who support the organization. Even knowing he might be hated, this man's tenderness always accompanies pain. Though he is inherently gentle, his methods are flawed. What nonsense. Turning his back to me, Tsugumi scoffed. You think me gentle? Where are you looking? You are just like Kocho, I thought. Just as I was about to voice the same sentiment, Tsugumi's voice abruptly ceased. And his back, stained with the concept of killing, came to a halt. I halted as well. Kayachika. Tsugumi called my name, his voice helpless. Akin to a lost child in a foreign land. We can only kill the demons. There is no other choice. His head hung low, and he spoke as if in prayer. As Koichiro expressed, the notion of reverting to humanity seems utterly implausible. The research regarding the elixir to transform demons back into humans, unveiled during the meeting at the Tsukinotani estate, has incited considerable unrest. Chapter 51 reveals an irate Mitsuri, who harbors the strongest aversion to this study. However, the depth of Mitsuri's resistance transcends mere hatred for demons. It is rooted in profoundly personal sentiments that render her unable to accept the research. She argues that even if demons were to regain their humanity, the deceased would not return, which is a misjudgment. What cannot return to Mitsuri is not the lost, but rather a different essence altogether, her mother, who vanished with the dawn. In Mitsuri's heart, demons must be perceived as grotesque beings, irredeemable monsters. If there exists a possibility of salvation, if the beauty of humanity could be restored, then what becomes of Mitsuri's sin in slaying her mother? It must be painful. Mitsuri, she is, by nature, a tender-hearted individual. Had her demonized mother survived, perhaps she could have entertained the notion of the elixir. The burden of having distorted that gentleness, of having taken her mother's life, weighs heavily upon her. Yet, you claim responsibility for your mother's death. While I cannot concur, no blade exists that can vanquish a demon without the sunblade. Mitsuri's rare blood merely intoxicates demons, lacking the potency of poison. The cause of her mother's demise lies in the light of the breaking dawn. Yet, should she be informed, the one who dearly loved her mother will undoubtedly stubbornly insist that she herself was the cause of the tragedy. If the elixir were to be completed, what would become of Mitsuri? Would she be tormented by guilt over her mother's demise, the mother who might have transformed back into humanity? Would she crumble under such weight, reverting to the self-harming youth I once encountered? You must deny the existence of the elixir, lest you lose yourself. I understand. If the elixir were to materialize, a tempest of emotions would ensue. After all, your thoughts of your mother are cherished. It is only natural. If she could confidently assert that the elixir is unattainable, that demons cannot revert to humanity, perhaps Mitsuri could find temporary solace. She might even force a weak smile and suggest we dine together. However, Mitsuri, I regret to say, I do not wish for that. I do not want even to refute Koichiro's aspirations with falsehoods. Regardless of how circumstances may unfold, I shall remain by your side. If you suffer, I wish to accompany you through it. Should you be on the verge of making a grave mistake, I shall intervene, even if it means striking you. For although you are gentle, you are equally formidable. I believe that one day, you will embrace acceptance. I had anticipated that Mitsuri would react with anger to my seemingly incongruous response, yet no outburst ensued. After a lengthy silence accompanied by an equally long sigh, she muttered something under her breath. Moments later, she softly uttered an apology. Finally, in a barely audible whisper, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Thus it unfolds. Had Mr. Zero not vanquished that demon, all of the students of Mr. Shinazugawa might have perished. Therefore, Mr. Zero is indeed our benefactor. I see. Although I had requested to inform Mr. Zero, upon hearing my words, Ju's response was rather tepid. Perhaps he was indifferent due to the commonplace nature of the situation. Yet I thought it was best he not display such an attitude towards others, as I poked at my rice cake. This is a confectionery that both Koichiro and Kyuko adored. The long bench draped in red cloth before the shop is where the three of us often sat side by side. Today, it is just Ju and me, leaving the bench feeling rather desolate. I recall how Koichiro, wary of sun exposure, would claim his designated seat beneath the wild parasol in the corner, indulging in the sweet rice dumplings, and my heart aches. Mr. Shinazugawa's abode is adorned with a black fox mask, is it not? I have heard that it belongs to Mr. Zero. This is the first I am aware of it. It is a tale from before Ju's arrival, as Mr. Shinazugawa once shared with me. The implication was certainly not to exclude him. Ju seems somewhat reassured as he sips his red bean soup. A ring of beautiful red bean foam clings to his lips, and I quietly offer him a napkin. When did you realize Koichiro has white hair and red eyes? About 3 years ago, I suppose. An incident of minor significance. A minor incident? Well, it was nothing of great consequence, stemming from the misunderstanding by Kanata, who mistook Koichiro for a girl. To uphold the reputation of my junior who insists on a tough guy persona, I shall keep it confidential. Ju has also tended to embellish Kanata's character, complicating matters further. Kanata, whose dominant hand is injured and thus unable to wield his sword, continues his training under Mr. Shinazugawa. In his latest correspondence, he mentioned he is nearing a return to the ranks. Initially, his writing appeared slanted due to the use of his non-dominant hand, but it has since become quite neat. By the way, Koichiro's expulsion from the Demon Slayer Corps has yet to be disclosed to Kanata. The admiration and yearning he harbors for the moon Hashira, could that be considered longing? Perhaps it is more akin to fervent desire. In any case, Kanata holds an extraordinary sentiment. Upon learning this, he would undoubtedly waver, and I am troubled about how to convey it delicately, which is why I have yet to speak of it. Speaking of letters, I have yet to receive any correspondence from Koichiro. It has been a week since his expulsion, yet there has been no word. While the absence of news serves as a testament to his safety, the abrupt separation and lack of communication is disconcerting. It seems neither Kyuka nor Mr. Murata has received any letters either. I wish to send a letter, but I know not the address. It would be inappropriate to have the crow search for it haphazardly. So I find myself waiting day by day. I wonder where Koichiro is now and what he is doing. Ju, what purpose does my inquiry serve? To broaden the conversation. Of course, if we speak in such a manner, attending the Hashira meeting will be quite arduous, considering neither Koichiro nor Miss Kane are present. Ju, who often omits crucial details and thus clashes with others, was frequently aided by those two. However, with Koichiro expelled and Miss Kane trapped in slumber due to the blood demon art of the second, the absence of two Hashira significantly impacts the core, rippling through the ranks. Particularly, with Miss Kane no longer waking, Shinobu has changed. Her once lively disposition has vanished, replaced by a smile that only reflects her search for her sister's shadow. I have grown somewhat close to Shinobu, unable to slay demons. She has been honing her stabbing technique with poison, frequently seeking my counsel, as I am skilled in the water-breathing technique. Seeing the familiar child transformed so drastically is profoundly painful. What would Koichiro think upon seeing the current Shinobu? I hope he does not blame himself for Miss Kane's illness, but that seems unlikely. This matter will undoubtedly weigh heavily on Koichiro's heart. For this reason, Ju must learn to care for himself. He can no longer let Koichiro carry an even heavier burden. The Hashira must coexist harmoniously. I am different from them. You say that, yet it may lead to misunderstandings, you know? However, just as I was taken aback by my junior's usual demeanor, Ju, rarely one to prolong a conversation, unexpectedly continued, holding his teacup with both hands. The reflection on the surface mirrored his face as he spoke softly. I will strive to integrate into the group. Such a reliable statement from the often pessimistic Ju is hard to fathom, leaving me momentarily speechless. Ju, what ails you? Have you consumed something else? I have not. His voice, grumbling as he furrowed his brow, carried a hint of annoyance. Ju then stated, in a manner quite rare for him, that he had red bean soup, lingering a bit longer on the words. If I remain as a Hashira, I should be able to assist Koichiro to some extent. Chapter 52. Does Kanata have an affinity for the nape of Koichiro's neck? The punishment of expulsion, rather than seppuku or decapitation, for Koichiro has thrown the ranks of ordinary corps members into disarray. Even when the truth regarding the demon mark, believed to be a sign of demonic affiliation, and his connection to the second could warrant mitigation, the severity of allowing him to live still looms large. By standard protocol, he should have faced capital punishment. There are those among the ranks who express outrage at such leniency. Yet, the absence of significant uproar can be attributed to the solemnity of the Hashira. Were any one of them to raise a commotion, a multitude would likely follow suit. It is precisely because of the current Hashira that Koichiro's position has been tenuously preserved. I am uncertain if I am worthy of being a Hashira. In comparison to Kanata, I find myself lacking in every regard. Nonetheless, Ju lifts his gaze from the teacup, fixing his sight on the distant horizon. The esteemed Lord has proclaimed that our future lies in the hands of the Demon Slayer Corps and in the figure of the bright moon. Thus, before his return, I wished to steadfastly guard that sanctuary, striving for the sake of my comrades, not wishing to repeat the regrets of Kanroji. Oh, Kanroji, please return swiftly. Ju is doing just fine now. Since we must leverage the Hashira's standing, let us conduct ourselves accordingly. Though it seems rather incongruous, it is somewhat amusing. This child no longer hangs his head low, nor curls up in despair. The boy is quite cunning, having grown up without us even realizing it. If he is mocked for being comical, let him inform me. I shall deal with it using the ripple technique. If it costs a life, then perhaps not. Quite dashing. Indeed, Ju is exceedingly handsome. Kanroji is even more so. There is no need for contention here. I believe Shinobu-san is the most beautiful of all. We must call the girls cute. Kanroji has said so too. Shinobu-san cannot be regarded as merely a woman. In critical matters, your casualness is rather impressive, Ju. Oh, Shinobu-san. Oh dear. As for Ju receiving face-pulling punishment here, let us not dwell on that. When Kanroji returns, let him deal with Ju. Alternatively, to protect our reputation, we might also mention the misunderstanding regarding the bright moon's gender, thereby creating a rift in Ju's legend of Kanroji's unparalleled handsomeness. Yes, that shall be our course of action. Let it crack and shatter. I firmly believe that the bond between the two will not be shattered by this. Kanroji is a rugged, manly hard worker, a swordsman worthy of respect, yet Ju must also recognize that he is, in essence, quite ordinary, merely a boy. Then, several days later, upon finally returning as a member of the corps, Kanroji collapsed at the news of the bright moon's expulsion. The turmoil of the rabbit abandoned by the moon is immeasurable, and as he gently pats Kanroji's shoulder, Ju's expression is anything but comforting. Does Kanroji fancy the nape of the bright moon? After a faint tease, he adds with a clear gaze and pursed lips that even if you are a brooding lecher, I don't mind. Ju embodies true bravery. Under Ju's unparalleled demeanor, Kanroji casts aside the despair of the bright moon's expulsion, and after some details are omitted, they engage in a tremendous quarrel. Stopping the two and mediating is quite challenging. Yet after their argument, it feels as if both are rejuvenated. Boys can be stubborn in such peculiar ways, yet in those moments, they are rather innocent. Thanks to their fervent bickering, Ju's guilt towards Kanroji lessens, and Kanroji seems content with this, which is good. However, Kanroji, as your close friend, I must candidly express that I find it impossible to mistake the bright moon for a girl. Have your eyes taken a hit as well? It was 3 years ago when the moon Hashira was just 14, he lacked the muscles he possesses now. That day, I caught a glimpse of his figure through the mist of the hot springs. How relentless it is. If you wish to spar again, I am more than willing, Ju. Very well. Additionally, a side note, Ju, who strives to fit into the Hashira's group, somehow manages to completely incite the wrath of the undying Kaneo at the next Hashira meeting. With neither the bright moon nor Lady Kocho present to intervene, it devolves into a vile argument. Freeing demons is nonsensical. Even being a nice guy has its limits. As for my anger towards the bright moon, it is only this much. Regarding his hidden white hair and red eyes, I have no intention of reproaching him. Such matters are commonplace with Tamayo. And the largest reason he is suspected of being a demon, the mark, is said not to be a sign of demonic nature. The fact that he was raised by the second also holds true. After all, I was born into a clan allied with demons. How could I blame the bright moon? To do so would reopen old wounds on my lips. Moreover, upon closer inspection, the reason for his abandonment in the second's care is that he was beaten unconscious by his biological parents and left on the snowy path. It is entirely their fault. He is blameless. A child cannot choose their parents. To attribute guilt to him is sheer folly. It would have been better for him to freeze to death by the roadside than to live in filth with demons. In other words, you are the foolish ones. Utterly hopeless at that. However, fighting is not permissible, Iguro. Rest assured, I shall win. Well done, but that is not the issue. Thus, propped up in bed, Rengoku cheerfully responds. Hearing that he was injured in the abdomen during this mission, I worry, will that resonant voice from his Hara not aggravate his wound? I, sitting on the neighboring bed, express my concern. It is not a prearranged meeting, yet we often sustain injuries simultaneously, sharing a bed at the Butterfly Mansion. Tamayo has completely grown accustomed to Rengoku, not minding that booming voice as he curls up and sleeps beside him. So what now? Will we turn a blind eye to those who look down upon others based on their origins? To utter that it is better to die than to be picked up by the second is absurd. Encountering such idle gossip is during the corridor's functional recovery training. Since causing trouble at the Butterfly Mansion will lead to Kaneo's nagging, I intended to complain briefly for 5 minutes. Yet within a minute, the other party struck first, resulting in a minor commotion. Consequently, I received a stern lecture from Kaneo. Tamayo was quite pleased to see Kaneo, but I was not at all amused. The counterattack was a perfectly legitimate act of self-defense. I bear no responsibility. That group of people, speaking ill of the bright moon where I could hear them, is indeed in the wrong. I understand your anger due to their provocative remarks. However, if you know that you were hurt because of him, he would be extremely saddened. Rengoku's distinctive gaze turns towards my hand. Concealing the bandaged hand beneath the covers, I turn away with a huff. Such minor injuries are nothing. Besides, that fellow didn't even leave a note or say goodbye before departing from us, the heartless scoundrel. Why would he be saddened by a sprained finger? I cannot tolerate lies either. You know his character, Iguro. Of course, I also understand his overly kind nature. This is merely a jest. He is someone who excessively concerns himself with trivial matters. Surely, the absence of farewells and greetings is due to the belief that speaking to us would implicate us in his sins. Rengoku, what are your thoughts on the bright moon being picked up by the second? I am simply grateful that he survived. That is all. As for letting the demon go, it is indeed a crime. However, one must separate the crime from the individual. To deny his character and existence, and to dismiss his achievements thus far is erroneous. Rengoku speaks candidly. He does not sugarcoat his words to seek legitimacy, which I admire. Moreover, freeing a demon is a grave violation of the core rules, and he himself should be most aware of that. I have heard that had the esteemed lord not intervened, he intended to atone with his life. The bright moon tends to underestimate himself, yet he is not one to gamble with his life. It is not a momentary outburst. He genuinely wishes to take the blade to himself. The mercy and decisiveness of the esteemed lord, who merely resorted to expulsion, I can only respect. He has awakened to the realization of the transgression against the core rules, and, though releasing a demon is utterly absurd, there must be an extraordinary reason behind it. You are quite biased towards the bright moon, aren't you? Have you perhaps consumed too much of that sweetened dessert? Considering his character, this is a given conclusion. Well, there should be no dissent regarding that. I truly wish to force-feed those who slander the bright moon with his nail clippings. The refreshing words that spill forth like beans from a bamboo tube bring me great pleasure. With a man like Rengoku who believes in the bright moon by my side, I feel a slight sense of relief. Chapter 53, perhaps it would be better to execute him outright. From now on, even if I hear ill words about the bright moon, I should be able to respond with a bit more composure, or so I thought, when suddenly, the next day, I found myself embroiled in commotion with my comrades once more. If the mark appears, he will die by the age of 25, right? Wouldn't it be better to execute him directly rather than expel him? No matter how much leeway I afford in my heart, this statement is unforgivable. Try saying that again. You scoundrel. Facing away, Iguro's voice is low and grounded. The gazes of the other comrades do not waver, tense and ready for confrontation. To encounter such a scenario before Kaneo, the master of the butterfly mansion, is perhaps fortunate. It is best to halt things before they escalate further. Calm down, Iguro. What is the matter this time? Don't stop me, Rengoku. I must say a few words to these ruffians to quell my anger, though neither side has made a move. Both groups occupying the center of the corridor are on the verge of conflict. Internal strife among comrades is unacceptable. I forget to even head to the medical room and hurriedly insert myself between them, inquiring into the circumstances of both parties. The cause of the dispute inevitably revolves around the matter concerning Kirikoharai and the full moon. Despite my reluctant attempts to act as an arbiter and to impartially listen to the claims of both sides, I find it ineffective. Since I am destined to live only until the age of 25, there is no need for me to endure a few additional years in vain. After all, I am merely a pawn of the demons. Rather than showing mercy through banishment, it would be far simpler to execute them outright. This could be described as the fury devoid of expression. Not only did I fail to placate Iguro, but I have exhausted all efforts to suppress the tumultuous emotions raging within me. It is indeed a fact that I released a demon. Yet Kirikoharai cannot be merely labeled as a servant of the fiends. I assert that he is an exceptional demon slayer. However, merely venting my anger will change nothing. It is precisely because I understand this that I speak with a voice of calm. When he manifested his mark, it was to save lives, fighting valiantly to vanquish demons. The mark is not something that can be achieved through mere effort. Had he aligned himself with the demons, he would not have fought to the point of shortening his own life. Regarding the legacy of the mark, I learned from my father. The first generation of the Breath of the Sun, the 21st Flame Hashira from the Warring States period, was the only swordsman among the Hashira of that time who did not manifest a mark. It is said that no matter how desperately one yearns for it, even if they bleed while studying or subject their bodies to relentless training, they cannot attain the power of the marked. The 22nd and 23rd generations, up to my father's generation, had no male member of the Rengoku family who displayed a mark. This is indeed a miracle, given the harsh conditions. To those who despise demons, Kirikoharai's release of a demon is unforgivable. But I implore you to reflect once more. Is he truly a man who released demons for selfish gain? Is he a swordsman deserving of execution? I gaze around at my comrades, making eye contact with each one as I speak. I do not wish to suppress the feelings of those who detest Kirikoharai through force. I only wish to offer a moment of calm evaluation. I hope they do not focus solely on his transgressions, neglecting to recognize how many lives he has saved and the gentleness of his character. For the sake of Iguro, who admired him as a friend, and for the young girls of the Butterfly Mansion who weep in the corners of the hallways, the insults directed at one's beloved are the most piercing. This may be difficult for you to comprehend, but I ask you to reflect on what kind of man he truly is, even if just for a moment. I beg you. Despite the pain in my abdomen, I bow deeply in supplication, and a heavy silence envelopes the room. Soon, one person speaks up and departs. As footsteps begin to sound, others follow suit. If ignorance allows for recollection, then let them come forth to listen. I call out to the receding figures. No one turns back, yet I sense that the initial tension has dissipated. Perhaps they are merely stunned by my actions. If they heed my plea and reflect on their memories, yet still express disdain for Kiriko, I shall not speak further. It is futile to pursue understanding. However, regardless of what you say, I hold affection for him. It is utterly mortifying for Rengoku in broad daylight. Iguro feels the same. Do not drag me into this. This commotion ultimately reached Kanroji Shinobu's ears, and I need not mention that even the troublemaking Iguro received a stern reprimand. He was glared at by Iguro with a resentful gaze, blaming me for being the source of the ruckus with my loud voice. I apologize, but it is not entirely a bad thing. This, if you don't mind, please accept it. I have received permission from Lady Shinobu, so rest assured. It is made by Miss Aoi, the taste is guaranteed. The familiar girls of the Butterfly Mansion brought out the glistening turtle shell candy during dinner. During the day, they expressed their gratitude for protecting Lord Sayuri. The girl adorned with a peach-colored butterfly ornament lowered her head, and the two girls standing on either side echoed their thanks, their voices trembling with tears as they sniffled. Although Kiriko has been expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps, to speak of it would be rather tactless. Even if he is no longer a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, he remains a reliable pillar supporting the Butterfly Mansion in the eyes of the girls. The emotions reflected in their eyes reminded me of the gaze of Senjuro, who looked up to me. Days later, Iguro brought news of joy. It seems that among the squad members who clashed at the Butterfly Mansion, one came to apologize. Though he wished to complain, he forgave the individual, humming to himself. Yet a hint of happiness was evident. Chapter 54. My sincere apologies, Yuzui. Lord Tenjin, regarding today's lunch. Oh, what is it, Hinetsuru? I'm terribly sorry. Suma messed up. Suma, you foolish girl, what is the point of cooking this much rice? But, I thought Lord Sayuri would be back soon and would be hungry. He has only been gone for a month. Do you understand what expulsion means? But the lack of letters means he'll be back soon, right? It must be that way. If that is the case, then let us prepare more rice. You haven't decided anything. Stop it already. Ouch. Maki-chan hit me with the ladle. Such is the situation. We have only managed to make do with seaweed and pickles. Thank you for your concern. It has been a month since Kiriko left the Demon Slayer Corps. There has yet to be any sign of his return. After all, a month has passed, and the chaos within the Corps triggered by his expulsion has somewhat subsided. While there are still those who make noise about the punishment being too lenient, their numbers are fewer than anticipated. Considering Kiriko's accomplishments to date, it is only natural that he is spared from the death penalty, and a general acceptance of this has formed. The greatest reason for suspicion regarding him being a demon spy is his connection to Rue, and most believe this circumstance is regrettable. While all eyes are sternly focused on his release of the demon, it seems that more voices are questioning why such actions were taken rather than expressing outrage. Very few truly believe that Kiriko is a traitor to the Demon Slayer Corps or a servant of demons. This is likely due to the achievements he has established as a Hashira, along with his character. That man, while not particularly popular, is still somewhat liked. His close comrades, the squad members he saved during missions, and even the female squad members who admire him by calling him Papa. Though they have not publicly supported him due to the incident, privately speculate about when Lord Sayuri will return. Given this, it seems there will be no significant issues regardless of when Kiriko comes back, and I felt a moment of relief. However, it seems that someone is displeased with this trend. Recently, strange rumors denigrating Kiriko have increased. Claims that he is exploiting his position as a Hashira for extravagant leisure, forcibly attacking female squad members who resist, and that he is a vile person who uses ordinary squad members as shields. Even going so far as to kill witnesses who saw him colluding with Rue have been spread. I felt my insides boil with rage, yet I found myself laughing instead, only to be told by Hinetsuru that my eyes were not smiling. Nevertheless, I believe my reaction was relatively mild. The Hashira who know Kiriko's character were taken aback upon hearing these rumors. Tanjiro, where do you hail from? Is Kyubashi some hell? You're glaring like a prison guard. You're a walking death sentence for anyone who witnesses. Calm down, Kageyama. Put your sword away. Of course, I want to kill him, but your eyes are filled with murderous intent. Stop reciting prayers, Kenroji. This is no laughing matter. Choose between crying or squeezing your prayer beads until they crack. You all seem to love Kirikaharai too much. By the way, Tomioka, you're silent. But is that a sneeze you're holding back? If you're angry, at least show an appropriate expression, not this vague one. I sensed that this commotion could lead to a sensational incident, but I wasn't overly worried. They are not ninjas. They should handle this discreetly and professionally. I do not know which squad member initiated the rumor, but their methods are undeniably despicable. They specifically target squad members who are unfamiliar with Kirikaharai or those who harbor doubts, resulting in a stark division in the Demon Slayer Corps regarding their feelings toward him. Given the state of the Corps, it would be problematic for him to return. He might catch a cold from the temperature difference. At worst, he might even seek expulsion himself, and then he would never return. Kirikaharai is capable of such actions. I absolutely cannot allow that. Thus, this is the situation. I have found it. Such behavior cannot be tolerated. The one who disrupts the abode of that fellow. Before the Butterfly Mansion, the sister of the butterfly, known as Shinobu, glanced back and forth between my face and the item beneath my arm 3 times before allowing a faint smile to grace her lips. Mr. Yuzui, fighting among the ranks is strictly forbidden, you know. That's unjust. This fellow simply fell on his own, I retorted, pushing the unconscious man towards the butterfly. The completely oblivious member of our squad showed no signs of awakening even when handled roughly by the neck, his body limp and malleable. I merely pursued him a short distance. I didn't lay a finger on him. I did not lie. Just a tiny bit. I attempted to engage in conversation, and he fled on his own, collapsing and losing consciousness. See, I did nothing wrong. Instead, I brought this injured individual to the Butterfly Mansion. And perhaps I should be revered as a deity in a shrine for my efforts. To faint to the point of losing consciousness must indicate how fearsome Mr. Yuzui truly is. What expression did he wear while pursuing? That very face, the one that would be incessantly tugged at in Yoshiwara. In any case, I leave the healing to you. I have some inquiries, yet he remains in a deep slumber, which troubles me. As I pushed the man towards her, Shinobu clearly wore an expression of reluctance, but she could not ignore the wounded. After all, the Butterfly Mansion is a sanctuary for those injured in battle against demons. This time, however, is exceptional. Complaining thus, Shinobu bent her petite form to scrutinize the fallen man's face. In an instant, her elegantly shaped brows twitched. I am terribly sorry, Mr. Yuzui, but please take him back. Standing upright, Shinobu asserted with a flawless expression. This man is forbidden from entering the Butterfly Mansion and cannot be treated. Though her face was adorned with a cheerful smile, the tone of her voice was sharp and tense, akin to the tumultuous roar of the sea during a storm. What exactly did this fellow do? A perpetrator with a history of attempting to harm the young women residing in the Butterfly Mansion. He had been thoroughly beaten by Mr. Hogetsu. Ah, I see. I had thought it was merely malicious gossip that seemed suspicious, but if it stems from resentment, that makes sense. Shinobu blinked her large eyes at my solitary nod. So, you mean to say, are you aware of the peculiar rumors circulating about Mr. Hogetsu recently? Tales of extravagant spending and misconduct towards women? Well, to some extent, yes. I am informed. There are even good-hearted individuals who have come to warn me, asking if the Butterfly Mansion has also fallen victim. With her eyes narrowed as if gazing into the distance, Shinobu whispered in an effort to remain composed. Although she seemed to want to shout, her suppressed anger seeped through, providing me with a sense of relief. The fact that Hogetsu was raised by the likes of Tsujikuni and that Shinobu Kanai fell due to Tsujikuni's blood demon art made me feel somewhat uneasy. However, her fury towards Hogetsu indicated that her ire had not shifted in that direction. The Butterfly Mansion still remains that fellow's sanctuary. Is the source of these rumors this squad member? Indeed. How truly unfortunate. With a grace reminiscent of a celestial maiden, Shinobu tilted her head, casting a disdainful glance at the filthy man before snapping her gaze back to me, her face adorned with a fabricated smile. As previously stated, this man cannot be allowed entry into the Butterfly Mansion. However, should it be absolutely necessary, there exists a condition under which it may be permitted. With lips curved like a crescent moon, adorned with a subtle hue of lipstick, Shinobu murmured in a sweet voice. If he were gravely injured to the point of nearing death, I could provide him with a bed. I would ensure he meets his end with dignity. Do you mean to say he would be treated as a corpse? Even the most wretched of scum should not be killed. Though I was once a ninja and had some experience dealing with the silent, I found it hard to accept. As I prepared to abandon the Butterfly Mansion for treatment, Shinobu offered me water for washing wounds and ointment. With a beaming smile, she claimed it was quite effective for scrapes. Really? I thought to myself, harboring doubts about the intentions of this moth-like woman, only to be met with her troubled laughter as she reassured me. I assure you, there is no poison. This is the medicine Mr. Hogetsu taught me. It doubles the effect and amplifies pain tenfold, a salve that might induce incontinence in those of weak constitution, but this man, having dared to lay a hand on Naho before Aoi and the others, should be fine. What do you mean by should be fine? Clenching my fists, I gazed at Shinobu, whose radiant smile was strikingly terrifying. It would be better not to disclose the details of the medication. Perhaps it would be wise to ponder with a simple mind. When one hears ninja, what immediately comes to mind? Stealthy assassination shrouded in darkness, mingling within crowds to gather intelligence, both of which I have indeed engaged in. Shadow clones. Transformation techniques? If I possessed such grandiose skills, I would have long since distanced myself from the realm of ninjas. Let it be known that true ninjas do not call themselves ninja. That is a fabrication from the texts. Remember this. Our work, in essence, is rather unembellished, devoid of any grandeur. What? Silently eliminating someone? Stealthily stealing information without a trace. It is precisely that. Kill and escape, and into it. Steal and escape, and into it. It is a humble yet comprehensible occupation, albeit one I dislike. However, there exists a task even more rudimentary and infinitely more troublesome, one which I particularly abhor. What is it? Information manipulation, of course. The term itself is quite plain, is it not? Concealing oneself to infiltrate, disseminating baseless rumors to undermine a specific target, or dismantling an organization from within. You recall, don't you? The sort of thing you engaged in. The content was excessively absurd and clumsy. Yet the methods were not without merit. Spreading rumors solely to those unfamiliar with Hogetsu or those harboring doubts, dividing opinions within the squad. Everyone wishes to believe that a traitor is the epitome of evil. Well done. However, luck was not on your side. Outsiders should not oppose professional ninjas. Lord Tenjin truly admires Lord Mitsuri. As I blew on the stove, Samaya remarked brightly. In the kitchen of the Yuzui household, the three women were busily preparing a meal. If only they could ascertain the source of the rumors about Lord Mitsuri and take revenge on the one spreading slander, it would have been great. But she managed it all by herself. Samaya, can you do it without anyone noticing? Ah, that's impossible. Don't say unreliable things. To this serious retort, the stirring Maki raised an eyebrow, while Samaya instantly adopted a startled expression. Watching the usual interaction between the two, Hinetsuru smiled. Being capable women. Their hands remained busy plating even as they spoke. Saying it's revenge for spreading slander is a misunderstanding. Lord Tenjin only disseminated the truth. He has complained, wishing to embellish it, but there's no need. That truly is disheartening. To have only the truth spread leaves no place to stand. As Maki chuckled to herself, the standing of that squad member within the Demon Slayer Corps had become virtually non-existent. In a sense, it must be more painful than simply being killed. Chapter 55. 8 years left to live. Merely identifying the despicable man who attacked the gentle girls of the Butterfly Mansion was unavoidable, as I was met with disdainful glares. Moreover, he was reproached by Lord Mitsuri for this and harbored resentment for spreading unfounded rumors, leaving him without any means of defense. As an irredeemably rotten villain. The attitudes of those around him were cold, especially that man, who seemed to want to ask me to intervene on behalf of the new squad members unaware of the Butterfly Mansion incident, requesting that I let him in through the back door next time to clear up the misunderstandings surrounding the children of the Butterfly Mansion. He also wished to visit Miss Kanai, revealing the depths of his depravity. The thought of what might occur if this man were to successfully infiltrate the Butterfly Mansion is enough to induce nausea. Yet with that, the peculiar rumors surrounding Lord Mitsuri would vanish entirely. Those entangled in the rumors would also become subdued due to the backlash. Indeed, it is unlikely they would face any further unjust insults. Regarding the matter of releasing demons, it will still be the subject of various discussions. On the surface, it is a crime committed solely by Lord Mitsuri, but the three of us know that this is not the case. I do not wish to conceal the truth from you, and thus, out of trust, I lay bare my heart. My husband, Tenjin, has revealed the reality of our situation. Therefore, I earnestly hope for a warm welcome upon his return, humbly beseeching it. This is not a command, but rather a desire expressed by a husband to his wife. Each of us, Suma, Makio, and Hinetsuru, harbors deep affection for our husband. When will he return? Tomorrow? The day after? Perhaps even today? Oh, is dinner ready? It cannot possibly be so soon. Please stop. I shall not allow a fourth time. Although I must say, Miss Makio, you have indeed struck me evenly on the first, second, and third occasions. Ouch, how it hurts. My cheeks. They feel as though they might split apart. How noisy it is. I shall tear it down, crumple it up, and toss it into the miso soup. Enough, both of you. Lord Tengin's utensils are about to be sullied. In a corner of the bustling kitchen, the meticulously arranged chopsticks, adorned with rabbit chopstick rests, and the large bowl await their master's return. The fifth set of utensils belonging to the Yuzui family remains silently, eagerly anticipating the day of reunion. To be candid, I initially intended to shoulder all responsibility and simply embrace death. Thus, I was taken aback when my lord commanded my temporary expulsion. Swiftly, I was made to pack my belongings, receiving a farewell filled with concern as I was ushered out the door, leaving my heart in turmoil. What on earth is happening? Though I had steeled myself for beheading or seppuku, this emptiness feels akin to lifting a heavy box only to find it utterly devoid of contents. A shameful embarrassment. How I detest this. I yearn to reclaim my solemn resolve. Surely, I have not kept my desire for death a secret from everyone. I hope it remains confidential. Nevertheless, I do not truly wish to die. I am profoundly grateful to be alive. The painful realities that have surfaced are overwhelming, particularly regarding Kibutsuji Muzan and the matter of Tamayo. The burdensome issues pile up like mountains, especially concerning the upper moon too. The guilt drives me to the brink of self-destruction, particularly for having broken a promise with the Kanroji family. However, I shall contemplate what can be done and address each matter one by one. Despite being expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps, I do not intend to live in a daze. With 8 years left of my life, I must devote myself to accomplishing everything I can before that time is up. There is no room for rest, as I cannot rely on the financial support of the Demon Slayer Corps. The research into the medicine to turn demons back into humans must be temporarily halted. Of course, I will strive within the realm of possibility, but completing the medicine may prove to be a daunting challenge. Now that the mark has appeared, perhaps by some stroke of luck, I might be able to sever my master's neck, at the very least, that of the leader. Although I cannot ascertain the whereabouts of my master, I can roughly deduce where the leader might be. If that person is still the head of the Muzan cult, they have likely established a temple in some remote mountain. I shall search the mountains one by one, and surely, I will arrive there eventually. It is my responsibility that the leader has ascended to the upper moon. I must be the one to bring them down. Even if it means standing against those who have received aid from that person, I must do so. The night mountains are rife with lurking demons. Even if I cannot locate the target leader, slaying the demons in their path should provide some assistance to the Demon Slayer Corps. Yet, I do not believe the Corps will forgive me. My lord has said that one day I will be allowed to return, but I find that hard to believe. Due to my connection with the upper moons, I intentionally let one escape, concealing their white hair and red eyes to deceive the Corps. Even if I were to return, their gazes would surely be cold. Mr. Murata and the others may be kind enough to support me, but I fear that if they suffer any misfortune due to my presence, they would come to resent me. On the surface, my punishment is expulsion, yet it seems merely procedural, as though it need not be taken too seriously. My lord gently mentioned that I could make use of the Tofu family, but as a sinner, I cannot do so. Encountering other Corps members would pose significant problems, and I wish to draw a clear line. Similarly, I cannot send letters. However, I must apologize to Mr. Tetsuzan regarding the folding knife incident, and I would like to inform Mr. Murata, who is likely extremely worried and might even be furious with me. A crow, ever watchful, flies silently overhead. But as a sinner, I cannot ask it to serve as my courier. Thus, I wish to send a letter as an ordinary mail. However, without an address. Ordinary mail cannot be delivered. The only address I recall from memory is that of my guardian, Mr. Sosuke. I attempt to gather my thoughts to write immediately, only to realize that I have neither pen nor paper. Indeed, I have only prepared the bare minimum for travel expenses, leaving everything else at the residence. My possessions include travel fare, a Nichiren blade, a standard sword crafted by Mr. Tetsuzan, a broken Nichiren blade, an artisan sword made by Mr. Tetsuzan, a bamboo sword bag concealing a Nichiren blade, sword maintenance tools, a few dye powders given by Yuzui, and a freshly gathered fruit, bitten. I regret this a bit. My mind is blank. I stuffed my head with research materials, and everything else has slipped away. The bright color of my hair is hidden with dye, but I have lost my contact lenses, leaving my pupils exposed. I wish to buy pen and paper, but several times my crimson eyes have drawn attention, causing commotion and preventing me from staying in town. With no place to rest, I have been camping in the mountains, slaying demons, and borrowing an unused mountain hut to deal with bare maintenance. However, my bangs have grown long, and I now use them to cover my eyes. It has been 3 months since then. Oh dear. Chapter 56. Simple fare, are you tired? I catch a glimpse of the smiling, cheerful figure of Mikomo swinging her sword. A haunting vision. How terrifying. Thus, in pursuit of precious travel funds to procure paper and pen, I find myself descending the mountain and, due to unforeseen circumstances, currently residing in a certain mansion. Alas, as I attempted to visit the stationery store, I was caught by an elderly lady whose mind seemed clouded. She mistook me for her long-lost son, urging me to come home, and helplessly, I was taken in, receiving meals and care, with a full set of writing tools prepared for me. I am home. Oh, welcome back. Did you manage to send the letter? Yes, thanks to you. Upon returning home after sending the letter to Mr. Sosuke, I am warmly greeted by an elderly gentleman with gray hair. This vigorous elder is the head of this ancient residence. I am truly grateful. You have prepared pens and paper for me. No, it is we who should be thanking you. Thanks to you, my wife has regained her spirits. It has been a long time since she has felt this way. As the elder spoke, a woman in a blue kimono, with her sleeves tied back, peeked out from the depths of the corridor. She must be preparing a meal. As the rich aroma of broth wafts to the entrance. Welcome back. Did your errands go smoothly? Dinner is just about ready. Let us all eat together. A refined smile graces the woman's still comely face despite her age. I made many of your favorite dishes. In a voice reminiscent of one speaking to a beloved child. The woman retreats inside. I am enveloped in an indescribable sense of unease, while the elder gazes at me with a nostalgic expression. I'm sorry, truly. You resemble our eldest son. He strokes his graying hair, and the elder, my uncle, smiles sadly. Have you seen him? It is dinner time. Yet he is nowhere to be found. Let him roam a bit. Yes, indeed. Ray has returned as well. That child must be feeling lively at last. After all this time enduring, he surely longs to play. Ah, yes. Come, eat while it is hot. The aroma of the meal will soon coax him out. I begin to eat, as three voices harmonize. 4 sets of utensils are prepared, for my uncle, my aunt, Ray, and myself. Since the day my sons, Ray and Rue, both vanished, my uncle and his wife seem to have held on to the belief that their sons would eventually return, enduring a long passage of time. My uncle remains steadfast in his weight, but my aunt appears to have grown weary along the way, seemingly on the brink of collapse. My aunt's heart has turned back to the time before Rue became a demon. Living with the hope that I would one day return home and that Rue would recover, I have now appeared before her. Thank you for the hospitality. Simple fare. Are you tired? The room is prepared with bedding. Please rest early. I am most grateful. I have prepared bedding for Rue as well. He will surely want to sleep together with his brother, so please entertain him. With a smile that remains unchanged despite the passage of years, my aunt gazes at me. While my uncle looks on in pain at this sight. How I wish I could apologize. Rue has become a demon because of me, though my mind understands this truth. Once confronted with this shattered form of happiness, I feel the urge to cry, a bitter sensation rising from deep within my throat. I am so sorry. Though I had lived with Rue, I died midway through. Subsequent events remain a mystery to me. Although I wish to restore you to humanity, the potion is yet unfinished. I find myself powerless in this regard. The room, adorned as it was back then, evokes a sense of nostalgia that borders on repulsion. Beside the bedding I use lies a slightly smaller set, intended for a child who is unequivocally absent from this space. As I caress the soft surface of the bedding, a chilling sensation creeps down my spine. Yet, is this truly the moment to weep? Do not sob pitifully, it is unbecoming. I silently recite a mantra within my heart, roughly wiping away my tears. Regret and cries will not bring back what has been lost, no matter how exhausting it may be. Though uncertain of the path ahead, I must press on. Above all, I must not falter. I shed my night clothes and don the garments I originally wore. The night belongs to phantoms. Leaving no time for indulgence or rest. Prepared to depart, I approach my uncle's room to bid farewell. He is taken aback and gently urges me to at least rest for one night before leaving, yet I resolutely shake my head, prompting him to ultimately surrender with a look of solitude. Before parting, I wish to inquire about one matter. Please, speak. Are you, perchance, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? I must add the original words, though. Upon answering, my uncle, true to form, offers a weak smile. The bamboo sword bag appears quite hefty. I wonder if it contains a true blade. I apologize for carrying dangerous items. You were surely gravely wounded by a malevolent member of the Corps. You must harbor no fond memories of swords or the Demon Slayer Corps. There is no need for apologies. You do not seem to be a bad person. My uncle glanced at the bamboo sword bag on my back, scrutinizing me for a moment before finally mustering the resolve to speak. Actually, over 20 years ago, my second son became a demon. After disappearing with my eldest son, he never returned home. Could you assist in bringing him back? As he spoke, tears began to fall from the wrinkles etched on his time-worn face. To bring back a demon without slaying him is not a request one should make of a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yet because you bear an uncanny resemblance to my eldest son, my uncle gazed directly at me, as if seeking solace in the red depths of my eyes, tinged with darkened tips of my hair. If you could return with that child, merely witnessing that scene would grant us salvation, even if it is a falsehood. I yearn for recompense. Let it be sufficient. I wish to advance from that day forward. Losing the lively voice of yesteryear, I wept in a hoarse tone. Though my family bore the stigma of being man-eaters, surviving without atonement, I felt an overwhelming sense of shame. However, if you could recall even a single kindness, I implore you, I beseech you. My uncle bowed his head to the tatami mat, as if collapsing. Outside the threshold of the room, I sat in the corridor, gazing down at his white-haired head for a fleeting moment. I rose, turned, and stepped into the courtyard, sensing that my uncle might lift his head. The kindness I receive cannot be repaid with a mere meal. I am genuinely happy. I have experienced a rare and peaceful childhood. It was my first time having a younger brother, and I felt immense joy when called older brother. I must repay this kindness. It is I who remain unpunished for my survival. Chapter 57 has taught me a profound lesson. If I had conducted myself properly, it would not have come to this. Darling, what is troubling you? The night has grown late. Zero must also find her way to bed, yes? Are you tired? Shall we not be together? As if lured by the moonlight, my aunt's voice echoed from the far end of the corridor. Approaching my anxious face, my uncle stammered, hesitant to speak. But before his words could escape, I smiled. I'm tired from playing outside. I said I wanted to catch fireflies and did not heed the warnings. I also mentioned wanting to attend the festival in the neighboring town. My aunt, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh dear, is that so?" as her hand pressed against her cheek. I shall go and bring him back. I'll take a stroll along the way. Though I may return late, fret not. Uncle will be fine too. Bestowing upon my aunt the same smile I offered, I turned to my uncle, whose eyes widened in astonishment. Before the nostalgic words could escape the lips of the quivering elder, I called out with utmost enthusiasm, "Then, I shall set off." With a light step. I did not look back. Be careful on your return. The hopeful voice, filled with dreams, gently urged me onward. Under sunny skies. The courtyard of the Ubuyashiki family radiates beauty, yet on days of inclement weather, it takes on a melancholic charm. The downpour obscures the world in a hazy gloom. The white gravel damp and darkened, while the pines loom like shadowy specters. The small stone pond gurgles softly, swallowing the raindrops. The murky sound of water is unsettling. But Kagaya remains unperturbed. So what news of Takijiru? Surprisingly honest, I presume, thanks to the watchful eyes of the neighboring adults. In hushed tones, the smooth-voiced crow spoke. Having flown through the sudden downpour, its glossy feathers flicked droplets away. As raindrops fell upon the tatami mat, soaking my clothes, Kagaya remained unfazed. But what a twist of fate. Who would have thought that demon was the perpetrator, desecrating the grave of the neighboring adult? Indeed, it is an unforgivable act. Yet they accepted the commission for joint action. It seems they have exacted sufficient revenge, and perhaps their anger has subsided. Kagaya recalled the moment when he was bound with ropes, nearly having his throat severed by a sickle. I was taught a thorough lesson by the upper moon one. I was torn to shreds like a caterpillar. I plead for mercy, spare my life, only my life. The younger one cried, yet why desecrate the grave? Provoking the upper moon one? Upon being questioned, he bared his teeth. That is precisely what I wish to understand. Stunned, Takijiru could only stare in disbelief. Though we are not doves, we are crows. Kagaya suppressed a laugh at the distant crow, but then suddenly his expression vanished. Is the blood of Upper Moon one useful for their research? The response was unfavorable. It was said that the demon originally fled from Muzan's control, and after prolonged separation, its blood had deteriorated. I see. It is not so simple then. If I may, my lord. How about arranging a meeting between Lord Tsujikuni and the neighboring adult? Surely, as fellow researchers, they could gain much. Takijiru inquired, observing Kagaya's downcast eyes. Ordinary members of the Corps are a different matter. Lord Tsujikuni harbors no hatred for demons. Thus, I believe they should be able to coexist smoothly, but no, that is not permissible. Immediately, it was firmly denied. I had attempted correspondence, but was rebuffed. They are exceedingly cautious, fearing that our connections might be exposed. What a conundrum. Indeed, that must be their virtue, cultivated through careful consideration. Though he was nearly 20, Kagaya's gentle smile rendered his countenance youthful. The Ubuyashiki family is cursed with a fate of fragility, shaping him into an ethereal being. Furthermore, have you extracted any information from the younger one? Anything regarding Muzan or the intricate ecology of demons, no matter how trivial? Muzan's stronghold is said to be a subterranean space known as the Infinity Castle, though its location remains unknown. A subterranean castle, you say? It has ensnared demons possessing such blood arts. Beyond that, there is no significant new intelligence. However, as you are aware, that demon possesses the unique blood capable of transforming beasts into demons. Utilizing this trait, under the watchful eyes of the neighboring adults, it has placed several mice and moles under its control. Discovering the Infinity Castle may lead us closer to locating Muzan. Is there a possibility that those rodents will run rampant and attack? The neighboring adult's medicine is highly effective. Without the blood, they cannot move, but they are unlikely to resort to cannibalism. Consequently, their range of motion is limited. Then I can rest easy. Kagaya sighed with relief. The relentless rain continued to pour, blanketing the fleeting silence. Tentatively, Takijiru began to speak. It concerns my foolish younger brother. Is it about Takechio? I am ashamed. He has been incessantly asking when Lord Tsujikuni will return. Takijiru's younger brother, Takechio, served as a messenger for Lord Tsujikuni, yet since Tsujikuni's expulsion, he has remained cooped up, bored out of his mind. He could have become a member of the corps, but he stubbornly claims, I am a messenger for Tsujikuni, making communication impossible. Despite the entire family mobilizing to suppress him, it seems he is on the verge of flying out to find Lord Tsujikuni. Aware of the regulations surrounding the expulsion of the crows, it is indeed shameful to act so recklessly. Ha ha ha. It is remarkably similar to the actions of Hanakio. It is said that she too engaged in similar antics during the days of the previous generation, spurred on by her grandmother, which made it increasingly difficult for her to restrain herself. In the early Meiji period, when she was expelled alongside the likes of the demon-slaying swordsman, Kibataki Zero, it became a well-known tale that the talented crow, Hanakio, was tasked with pursuing him, forcibly assuming the role of his watcher. Following the unfortunate disappearance of Kibataki Zero, Hanakio retired from her duty as a crow, subsequently mating with a crow designated for the Kinu family, producing numerous offspring. Currently, she is preoccupied with the education of her children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, enjoying a long life as a crow. As my foolish younger brother, who took flight at an early age, soared beyond our reach, I pondered whether the return of Lord Kurihara could bring him stability. Indeed, at this moment, Hikaria, with his hand resting thoughtfully upon his lips, noticed a dark object on the opposite side of the curtain of rain. Instantly, his wings entwined, and a crow took flight, scattering raindrops in its wake. Lord Takechiro, urgent situation. The commotion was met with a stern response. What is this uproar before our lord? Hanakio has broken through the encirclement and escaped. Startled, Takechiro momentarily lost his composure in the presence of the Demon Slayer Corps leader. But the turmoil caused by his brother's escape was evident in his rigid demeanor. His gaze fell upon Hikaria. Father, Hikaria, my lord. No matter. Go pursue her. It is the perfect opportunity to officially assign Hanakio to the role of watcher. Inform her of where Hakuzuki is and have her return. Is that permissible? Otherwise, Hanakio will certainly not relent. Takechiro cannot rest easy either. Hakuzuki also needs Hanakio. As for the other crows, that child tends to be inexplicably polite. I am eternally grateful. Then, pardon my rudeness. After repeating his thanks 2 or 3 times, Takechiro spread his wings amidst the torrential rain. And the crow that had just flown in also bowed before pursuing him. Where has my brother fled? To the south. Over there. Halt, Hanakio. Can you hear me? Hanakio? Turn this way, Hanakio. Ignoring me is too much. Where did you learn such bad behavior? Listen to your elder brother. Such cries were ultimately drowned out, leaving only the tumultuous sounds of rain. In the spacious living room remained Kinu Hikaria, his eyes gently squinting, though it was a temporary measure. The loss of the capable swordsman Hakuzuki from their ranks was significant, yet it also yielded compensatory gains. Kazuki? To hear his name in this era is quite surprising. Despite facing repeated threats of annihilation, with each near extinction, only the name of this man has endured. The one who commenced the breath of the sun, the unparalleled demon hunter who cornered Muzan Kabutsuji, Kazuki. If the bloodline closest to Muzan S still exists somewhere in this world, what a fortuitous encounter. One can only perceive it as a divine opportunity. I feel the gears of fate turning slowly but surely. The destination remains uncertain, yet I am convinced that the end will lead to that man. Let us seek him out. In our endeavor to slay demons, I implore for assistance, even if it means drawing the sword, to protect this precious bloodline. It must not be known to Muzan, lest it be eradicated. Tracing the lineage of figures from hundreds of years ago is no simple task. However, compared to the 1,000 years we have expended weaving our tragic wishes, it is a mere trifle. Wait, Muzan Kabutsuji. It is you who must be eradicated from this world. Chapter 58, Hakuzuki. It has been a long time. The pure white crow stands out too much, making it impossible to carry out tasks. I have heard this since my fledgling days. That is simply untrue. I can also serve as Lord Kinu's crow. In order to make everyone understand, I have diligently practiced speaking. To soar through the skies as soon as possible, I have exerted immense effort. I wish to prove that I can be of use, that I can contribute. Yet, inexplicably, the more I strive, the more my achievements seem to elicit pitying gazes from others. They gaze at my pure white feathers and crimson eyes, sighing with regret. Contemplating whether my work would be accepted if I were not pure white, I plunged into a quagmire, burdened by the weight of mud. I found it difficult to take flight. Wishing I could change my color to match everyone else's, I plucked out my feathers with my beak, injuring myself down to the skin. Contemplating whether removing one of my strikingly red eyes would reduce my conspicuousness, I gazed at a sharp twig, yet ultimately could not summon the resolve. What purpose does a crow that cannot work serve in this world? The mere thought of it frightens me. So I strive day after day to live meaningfully. I persist in trying, refusing to give up. Eventually, I found myself weeping at a visage I could not change, no matter how hard I tried. I despise mirrors, I loathe puddles on sunny days. I detest my pure white feathers and crimson eyes, and everything that obstructs my efforts. If it were not for my grandmother, I surely would despise myself even more. For those feathers and eyes I loathe, my grandmother has praised them, smiling as she declared them beautiful. Only in those moments, when she speaks such words, can I slightly appreciate myself. Thanks to my grandmother. Though I cannot serve as a crow for the Canoe family, I am able to become a crow for the Corps. She persuaded the hesitant family members who feared for the safety of the members and strongly requested it from the Lord. Originally a crow dedicated to the Corps, my grandmother shared many tales of the past with me. It is said that the swordsman she was responsible for was a powerful and exceptional fighter. Though he wore a fox mask, he was gentle and lively like a rabbit, and he wielded the breath of the moon. I too wish to be a crow for someone like that. Having thought this, I am truly grateful that you have come. I am called Takechio. Please take care of me. When we first met, Hakuzuki's eyes widened at the sight of me. To be honest, I was terrified. What if he said he disliked me for not being an ordinary crow? What if he cast me aside, declaring I was unnecessary? Yet, Hakuzuki said none of those things. He embraced me, tears in his eyes, and declared that we would be together forever. It was not a promise, merely a simple statement, yet it filled me with joy. For forever means until death, does it not? In such a long span of time, Hakuzuki will always be with me, right? If that is the case, I wish for nothing more than to be Hakuzuki's crow alone. Hey Hakuzuki, Takechio is very conspicuous, which is a good thing, right? Isn't being conspicuous a bad thing? I am happy, so it does not matter. You are happy? Yes, because even from a distance, I can tell right away when my crow has arrived. I have come. Hakuzuki. The flustered Takechio appeared before me days after leaving my uncle's home. At that moment, I was hiding in the mountains to escape the sun. Takechio, charging at me from the sky with the sun at his back, unleashed a powerful peck, an attack I despised. It hurt. Hakuzuki, it has been a long time. Were you lonely without me? I was super lonely. Takechio sang happily as he twirled around. Yet I was too preoccupied with the throbbing in my head to pay him any mind. Once the pain subsided a bit, I inquired about the situation, and it seemed that Takechio had been appointed as my watcher. This revelation astonished me, for Takechio is an exceptionally talented crow. It would be a waste of such talent to leave him unmonitored. No, it is a waste of a crow. I had thought he would surely be assigned as the crow for another member. Could it be? Takechio, I am sorry. What? Why are you apologizing? Is it because you were once my crow that you could not find the next responsible member? How dare you? In an instant, his beak struck my cheek with a force reminiscent of a drill. And it was not just a single strike, a relentless barrage followed. Ugh. This mercilessness reminds me of someone. Why utter such bullying words? I am but the crow of the bright moon. Wait, my cheeks are about to burst. The cheek pouches are ready to open a wind hole. What shall I do if my food spills out? I said that if it's not the bright moon, I shall not work. Clearly. Ugh, fool. I apologize, though I don't quite understand. I am truly sorry. I shall not speak further. Please forgive me. As long as you know. In this inexplicable apology, he huffed and retracted his beak. Thankfully, his cheeks were finally safe, although they were akin to a Pokemon in a critical health state. However, Takechio, I have no intention of returning to the Demon Slayer Corps. If I remain here, I shall never fulfill my duty as a messenger crow for eternity, you know? But, my lord has said you would return. No, I shall not return. I appreciate his good intentions, but the deeds I have committed are not so easily forgiven. My lord's judgment is likely based on Ubuyashiki's intuition, yet I still cannot comprehend it. Even now, it feels incredible that my head and body are still connected. The thought of returning to the squad seems like mere folly. But Takechio's expression remained unchanged as he resolutely stated, "It matters not if I do not return. I wish to stay by the bright moon's side." Didn't you say you liked working? Is that permissible? It matters not. I wish to assist the bright moon. My lord has also instructed me to support the bright moon. It seems he is quite concerned that I neither visit the tofu house, nor even ask the crows to deliver letters. Spending nights outdoors is detrimental to my health. And everyone in the squad is worried, so I should send a letter. This is my lord's message. If it is to send a letter, leave it to me. Well, putting aside the other crows, Takechio is quite easy to ask. Just as I was about to say it was no trouble, I reconsidered. Why? If something were to happen while Takechio is away, it would be dreadful. I am all too aware of how unfortunate my luck can be. I have lost count of how many times I have faced misfortune due to unexpected circumstances. If something were to occur while Takechio is absent, I could not bear to have this child bear the responsibility. However, everyone in the squad wishes for a letter from the bright moon. Yes? I shall deliver it swiftly. I will not keep the bright moon waiting too long. No need. Moreover, The letter has already been sent to Mr. Sosuke. The letters for the Demon Slayer Corps and the Swordsmith Village were included as well, since it was sent as ordinary mail. It may arrive a bit slower than a direct delivery from a messenger crow, but it should be arriving soon. Although whether the letters for the Demon Slayer Corps and the Swordsmith Village will be forwarded depends on Mr. Sosuke's mood, I still believe he will forward them. Though the expulsion came suddenly, after 3 months, one would expect things to have settled down. Nevertheless, no news of Kurikabuto Kogetsu has reached any member of the Demon Slayer Corps. For Makijuru, who regards Kurikabuto Kogetsu as a deceased relation of the former Mizunoto, his expulsion from the squad raises considerable concern. To address this, Makijuru visited the residence of Kurikabuto Yugo and Sosuke, hoping that they might have received word from Kogetsu. During a previous unexpected visit, he had caught a glimpse of the inferno, so this time he made sure to notify them in advance. Makijuru is not a man to repeat past mistakes. With no oversight, he hoped to avoid a cold reception. Thus, he confidently made his way to the mountaintop where Yugo resided. Is it Kogetsu? Has she finally returned? Kogetsu, it's you from the depths of hell, ah. Do not appear at such a misinterpretable moment, with those furrowed brows, ah. My chest, filled with excitement over the prospect of a passionate reunion with Kogetsu, reads like a naive maideness heart, daring to toy with death. He was met with a chilling reception. Chapter 59. The elder brother's countenance was dark. Bring me tweezers, Yugo. Expel this fellow's eyebrows. Sosuke, you handle the eyebrows. I'll flatten his leg hair. The return of the hair removal danger. Makijuru immediately shielded his eyebrows. For the sake of his firstborn, Kanjuro, who once smiled and remarked that his eyebrows were just like his mother's. He must protect those brows at all costs. Thus, the monstrous parent, Kurikabuto Sosuke, who is expected to be gradually crushed and driven into a frenzy. Along with the former Wind Hashira, Uraha Ichiro, who instantaneously transforms youthful affection into murderous intent, has placed Makijuru in a state of absolute eyebrow peril. However, thanks to Yugo, who was once Sosuke's junior, and the fortuitous mediation of the former Flower Hashira, Kasei Tamaki, he was finally saved. Surely, there are common-sense individuals. Yugo, who smoothly handed the tweezers to the now-compliant Sosuke, is someone I can overlook. I am truly sorry for my former peer, Rengoku. To Rengoku, who was finally allowed to enter, Kasei sighed an apology. It seems this woman also visited the Kurikabuto residence out of concern for Kogetsu and Sosuke's mental state. However, do not come unannounced. As he served tea to his guests, Yugo remarked. He then pouted, saying, as you see, my elder brother and Karma are both like this. So coming here is akin to becoming a sacrifice. Upon receiving the teacup, Makijuru shrugged. Although he had sent a letter in advance. A lie. Oh, could it be that? Is it from Rengoku? How it has arrived. I apologize. The moment I realized it was not a letter from Kogetsu. Karma and my elder brother tore it in half from either side. The significance of prior notification. There are many things to say regarding the tragic conclusion of the heartfelt letter sent, but it is of no use, so I must quickly pull myself together. Realizing that squatting was merely wasting time, Makijuru quickly regained his composure. From this, does it imply that Kogetsu has not received any letters either? Yes. Without even showing their faces, my elder brother and Karma are as you see. In the corner of the room, the typically incompatible Uraha and Sosuke were seated, each holding a piece of paper. Together, they solemnly intoned, Fox deity, as they commenced some peculiar game. Only there, the seasonal sentiment felt distinctly summery during the peculiar hour of the night, and it was damp. The atmosphere was stale. The moon Hashira was nowhere to be found. And the two were engrossed in divination learned in town. Such disgrace for men of their age. If they were to discover Kogetsu, one would presume they would even buy a strange pot. Setting aside the pot for now, they had indeed been sold a broken talisman in town. Yugo mentioned it was from an old woman clad in a wisteria kimono. She seemed to be a well-known fortune-teller in the town, but something about her felt suspicious. The absence of Kogetsu has darkened my elder brother's expression. Thus, they must have been targeted. They were persistently entangled, forcibly handed talismans, claiming they would at least bring peace of mind. Was that not a problem? They were not charged an outrageous price, were they? Do not worry. Rather, my elder brother chased the fortune-teller around in a fit of rage. What should be worried about is the old woman's safety. It was remarkable, at that time. My elder brother's running was unimaginable, as he was on a prosthetic leg. Do not just stand there, stop him. I intervened gently. Stop him more seriously. Do not chase after the old lady. Because that old woman had the audacity to tell my elder brother, you have a sign of lost belongings. Your life, or something more precious, may be taken in a tragic form. Directed at my elder brother, who was troubled over Kogetsu. The tiger's tail, the tiger's tail. He brought it upon himself. Furthermore, after hearing the details, it turned out that the old woman was actually a fraud masquerading as a famous fortune-teller. She seemed to delight in delivering ominous predictions to passers-by, relishing in their fear and suffering, leaving no room for defense. It was said that among those who had received her prophecies, some were so worn down that they succumbed to despair and left this world, marking her as truly wicked. Makijiro cast a glance at Sosuke. Thankfully, he is not a man easily swayed by fortune-telling, although he was currently lamenting to a coin that would not respond. Fox deity. Fox deity, please tell me where Kogetsu is. I will do anything. Concerned that Haoyue might succumb to despair after his expulsion, it appears he is rather spirited. Ah, purgatory. It seems you've forced yourself to accept this, haven't you? Well, it certainly isn't a proper state of mind. Our esteemed leader has sent a message indicating that despite the expulsion, he intends to reinstate Haoyue to the Demon Slayer Corps one day. It seems my elder brother remains relatively calm, thanks in part to this. Is it truly the case that one becomes overly elated in a moment of humility? This fox spirit nonsense? Do not remain silent. Respond before the coin is fractured into 4 pieces. 3, 2, 1. Men are indeed terrifying. Come now, do not fear. O fox spirit, I shall not act maliciously. Honestly, could it be that Haoyue-chan harbors affections for me? No, absolutely not. What on earth? Have you grasped it? You fool. Oh, what a kindred spirit. O fox spirit. Are we to lose our heads over this? Were we not friends in our past lives? Oh. You dare to forcibly move the coin and still spout nonsense, Kirihana? If that is your stance, I shall not hold back any longer. Do not resist. The miraculous power of the right hand bestowed by the fox spirit, the strength to strike Kamar with the left. Those who obstruct others' paths to love shall find themselves trampled by a horse. Having been kicked by a horse demon in my time as a squad member, I fear nothing. Kamar, is that what you call calm? I said relatively calm. It is certainly preferable to being gloomy and morose. Chapter 60, Relentless Demon Hunting. Shujuru felt the judgment of calmness was rather lenient. Yet it was precisely because you and Kisei understood how despondent Sauka had been after losing Rentaki Zero that such leniency was afforded. As they spoke, both seemed to have grown weary of the fox spirit. Yuruga nearby tore apart the paper used for divination, while Sauka mumbled with a sniffle, though there was no news. How was Haoyue faring? Is he eating well? That guy has quite the appetite, just like Zero Senpai. I hope he isn't going hungry. But the usage permit from the Fujiwara family should have arrived, so there is no need for concern. Yet, that guy has a peculiar sense of politeness. Could it be that he lacks funds and is selling himself? Don't be foolish. How much would it cost to secure him permanently? No. I will not allow you to return alive, Kamar. Oh no, my pure heart has been tainted by impure thoughts. I shall offer fish mint at your grave. I will safeguard Haoyue's virtue. Sauka bravely lunged forward, and Yuruga met him in combat. Thus, the two fools grappled as always. By the way, observing the scene with an inexplicable sense of reassurance, Shujuru suddenly remembered something and patted his chest. He had forgotten to retrieve a letter received at the foot of the mountain. From a crow? No, from the postman. It is addressed to Mr. Sauka. How rare to receive a regular letter. Who could it be from? This handwriting. That fool likely has no idea we are worried about where he is wandering. Just as he felt anxious, Haoyue's letter was delivered into Murata's hands. On a day 3 months after his disappearance from the Demon Slayer Corps. Although it was Haoyue's letter, it was not sent by him personally. The letter was delivered through the crow by Murata's master, Kirihana Yu. Why would Haoyue's letter be forwarded through his master? Though Murata found it strange. There was no time to ponder this now. He must inform those who were concerned about Haoyue's well-being that the letter has finally arrived. With this in mind, Murata had just sent a crow from Mikomo and Kyudai, who were particularly close to Haoyue, and perhaps the most worried, Shinobu, when he found himself surrounded by the Hashira. Why? Murata, who did not shout aloud, was impressive indeed. He had called for the Hashira, fearing the overwhelming pressure of choosing someone to deliver the letter. Yet it had turned into this. Looking at the others who demanded an explanation, Kyudai and Mikomo formed their hands in apology, mouthing, "I'm sorry," while Shinobu bowed her head in sincere regret. None of them intended for this to happen. It is likely that the message was relayed from Kyudai to Taketu, from Mikomo to Tanjiro, and then from Shinobu to Kanroji, and other Hashira must have heard it from Kanroji. Thinking of this, Murata bit his lip tightly. His stomach twisted. Such reports and communications should not warrant such discomfort. Murata's eyes became dead fish-like, but the pressure from Taketu, who was present, compelled him to read quickly in an intimidating tone. He could only respond in a small voice. Okay. Not everyone present were Hashira. They were the only salvation. Although there was a disparity in rank, without the presence of ordinary members like Mikomo, Kyudai, or Shinobu, he would have already collapsed, frothing at the mouth. However, returning to the core issue, the presence of the Hashira here was ultimately due to these individuals. Dear all, the letter began with customary seasonal greetings, curiously omitting the recipient's name. It was likely addressed to everyone close to him. It would not be characteristic of that person to neglect writing individual letters. Finding it odd, he continued reading. The handwriting appeared unusually formal, perhaps due to the guilt of a sinner. First, there was an apology regarding the recent expulsion commotion, followed by concerns about whether it had caused trouble to anyone close. Then, he expressed deep regret for the delay in reporting due to the inability to procure paper and writing materials. Everyone was left puzzled. Though Hao Yue had been expelled as a sinner from the Demon Slayer Corps, he had not been relieved of his demon-hunting duties. His possession of the Nichiren blade served as proof of this, to ensure Hao Yue could hunt demons in optimal condition. The usage permit from the Fujiwara family must have been granted by the esteemed leader. Surely, paper and writing materials would be promptly arranged upon request. It was rather strange for him to be overly polite and not prepare paper and writing materials. Wait a moment. The first to succeed in connecting the dots was Kyudai. Hey, could it be that this guy hasn't gone to the Fujiwara house? Huh. Where is he resting then? If he is sleeping outdoors, he could collapse. There is no way he can rest properly. Calm down, Sanemi. We haven't confirmed anything yet. It's simply an infinitely approaching shade of gray. My prediction is pure black. Murata-san, please continue. The expelled individual is unable to delegate the task of monitoring the crow to deliver letters, so it has been sent via post to Mr. Sauka. Wait, is that so? Now I can be angry. Sanemi, that guy didn't utilize the Fujiwara house for confirmation. Just like the crow, he has distanced himself due to a peculiar politeness. I see. So that's why he didn't send a letter directly to the Demon Slayer Corps. The demon hunting headquarters is hidden. He must only know the address of the Kurihana family. But that is another matter, that rascal. There is no need to be polite about the crow or the Fujiwara house. Don't hold back. No one would complain. We all know you are tirelessly hunting demons. Everyone has merely heard rumors. Just as Kyudai shouted beside the sighing Mikomo, the squad members, upon receiving news of a demon's appearance, rushed to the scene. The demon that should have been there had already been dealt with, and while they struggled against the demon, a mysterious shadow swiftly severed its neck and departed. This series of inexplicable events had begun since Hao Yue's expulsion. Therefore, it was only natural to perceive the true nature of the situation. Even after the expulsion, Hao Yue had not slackened in his duties. He had been sighted in one location yesterday and appeared in a distant place the following day, causing concerned squad members to ponder the distance traveled, the time taken to move, and when that person would take a break. That guy is absolutely only resting at the bare minimum. I would stake 1,000 bamboo shoots on it. A man who has served as a Hashira for many years. He would not lose to ordinary demons, but he is not an inexhaustible source of vitality. He needs a secure place to rest. Yet, he throws himself into a filthy gutter. Hao Yue, you truly are. You write as a fool and read as a simpleton. I'm far too concerned. Hao Yue-sensei is always like this. Even the composed shinobu has become drained, simply because Hao Yue's expulsion was to protect his sister. He self-evaluates as a mole, continuing to speak. And everyone shouts, no doubt about it. He is a confused mole frozen in the ground, unable to poke his head out. I want to impose the punishment of a reverse strike on the mole that I knock out from below. I wish to bask in the sun until I am perfectly golden brown, as it should be a virtue to be cautious. Yet, experiencing such excessive concern incites my ire. This is indeed the first time in my life. How can such extremes be permissible? Of course, they cannot be allowed at all. Truly. Hey, Kenroji. You mentioned having lived with Hao Yue before. How did you raise him to become like that? My apologies, Yuzui. It is my lack of virtue that has led us to this situation. To be candid, the time we have spent together has been rather brief, which is a gross misrepresentation. However, as a protector during this finite period, I must sincerely apologize, as the tears I shed are boundless. Akin to the cascading waters of Niagara. When that child returns to the Demon Slayer Corps, what words of caution shall I impart? Ah yes, the esteemed Lord has mentioned that I will inevitably be reinstated. Reflecting upon the heart of Hogetsu, who has chosen to live without relying on crows or the Tojo family. I find myself overwhelmed with sorrow, yet I hope for no more explosive declarations. Listening to Murata read aloud the sorrowful words of Hogetsu brings me a strange comfort, though it may invite discord within our ranks. I have no intention of returning, do I? Gulp. Mr. Haimiyu, gather your spirits. My tears were shattered by the explosive force of Kirimo's thunder. Unable to contain myself, the strongest member of the Demon Slayer Corps knelt, and Butterfly Shinobu hurried to my side. Ignoring the commotion, Murata greedily continued to read the letter's contents. I am eternally grateful for your care thus far. What a shocking conclusion to such a correspondence. Beneath it all, I sensed an apology for any inconvenience caused, reminiscent of a child peering from the shadows, fearful of reprimand, causing my hand to tremble as I clutched the letter, which emitted a creaking lament. My senior has made a resolute decision. I must confront that foolish junior who, though not maliciously cruel, lacks an understanding of the human heart. What jest is this? In my rage, I gripped the rolled-up letter with the strength of 2 hands. Akin to the hardness of a baseball, the legendary right arm that once unleashed the rising dragon punch against Kaneo swung forth, delivering a low sliding ball. Hogetsu is out. Murata, in a fit of anger, met the ball with a direct strike. You shan't take my turn at bat. The pitched fastball was caught by Togai, who silently acknowledged it. Those watching from afar felt dizzy at the mere mention of an apology for any inconvenience caused. Inconvenience? Do not underestimate me. Rather, it is my impatience that has grown. With such thoughts, I raised my fist, yearning to strike that foolish individual. Raise your hand. Oh, Chapter 61, The Benevolent Spirit of Humanity. There were no objections. In an instant, the murderous intent blossomed like a clenched fist, spreading throughout the flower field. Meanwhile, Mako's hand was gently pressed down by Togai beside her. The ripple of droplets posed a lethal threat. It could very well pierce through. Physically, it could open a hole in the stomach. Yet, Togai remained unaware of the frantic smile of Butterfly Shinobu, who raised her hand cheerfully. If the water-breathing technique fails, wouldn't the insect-breathing technique suffice? The words of our esteemed leader must surely be the common knowledge of the Hashira. Ah yes, even if it means chasing to the ends of hell and breaking my legs, I must bring him back, so be prepared. Hey, everyone. During the intervals between missions, please assist in searching for the Moon Hashira. If he has no intention of returning, then we shall forcibly bring him back, as the Wind Hashira has stated. Speaking of which, that individual has not uttered a word about the burdens he bears alone, which he wished to escape. That is where he should apologize. Do not take life lightly. Do you think we are unaware, Hogetsu? Beyond sorrow, I now feel anger, and when the time comes, I shall reprimand him without reservation. Hogetsu, what are your plans for the future without relying on the Tojo family? A shrew that does not eat will perish. Yet when it comes to meals, it becomes like a squirrel, relishing its favorite foods. I can only hope to fill my belly with the spoils of hunting bears or catching boars in suitable mountains. By the way, does that fellow have any money? Surely. He has enough to last a while without worry. Do not utter ominous words, Kyoka. After all, Hogetsu is a polite child, even in peculiar situations. And he would not come with merely a pittance. It is possible. Gah, I must set aside that candidness for now, Togai. For Murata had let out a desperate scream. Collapsing to my knees, I bowed before the blazing sun. Oh, deities, be they gods or Buddha, Amaterasu, in times like these, please grant warmth and sustenance to that individual, as well as a place to rest peacefully. Now, I wonder if the anguished cries of my junior were heard. Only the gods would know. With reddened eyes shining, the young boy spoke. Please allow me to express my gratitude. Thus, to understand how it came to this, I must retrace my steps. I was completely unaware that the Demon Slayer Corps had established the Kirika-Haruko Hogetsu Blood Eye Investigation Committee, a group I designated as a violent faction as I ventured into the mountains in search of the Mansei Kyokyo. However, the search for the Mansei Kyokyo proved challenging, as I could not find a single character. In fact, from the very first stroke of B, there was nothing. Having left the Demon Slayer Corps for 6 months, the world blossomed with spring, and the mountain snow melted. One would think it would be easier to find, yet even so, Chikuchiyo's aerial patrol yielded little success. Perhaps the temple has relocated to outside Tokyo. I thought that perhaps, unexpectedly, I might stumble upon something at the fringes, and on a whim, I found myself in Okudama today. Taking advantage of the overcast sky, I diligently climbed the mountain, during which I encountered a seemingly troubled youth. It seemed that one wheel of his cart, laden with charcoal, had become immobile. How could one sell charcoal in town, let alone return home, with such a predicament? Do you need assistance? I naturally inquired of the tearful, diligent boy. One will still had movement. I grasped the end of the cart with both hands and slightly lifted the immobilized wheel off the ground, though somewhat unstable. This allowed the cart to be pushed once more. The boy, trembling with politeness, insisted it was unnecessary, but I continued to reassure him until he ultimately accepted my goodwill. He expressed his gratitude multiple times along the way, continuously checking if I was tired or needed a break, but I assured him it was no trouble at all. Compared to the training of pushing rocks in the 3-town marathon or squatting with logs, it felt akin to cradling an infant. Such a lie. You underestimate infants. I retorted. It felt more appropriate to compare it to lifting a Holstein cow. Fortunately, the cart was repaired before we reached the town, thanks to an elderly gentleman named Saburo, who lived alone at the foot of the mountain. Once the cart was operational, I thought it was time to bid farewell to the boy and return to my search for the Mansei Kyokyo, but I digress. I mentioned that I had done nothing worthy of thanks, yet the boy's will was unyielding, akin to an infinite loop in a game where the hero repeatedly declares, "Defeat the Demon King. No, defeat the Demon King. No, defeat the demon," until I finally succumbed to his persistent gratitude. I had longed for a life where I could say no. Ah, is it the Mansei Kyokyo? No, it is the Mansei Kyokyo. You don't know? Indeed. I apologize for being unable to assist despite your help. After selling all the charcoal in town, the boy, now pulling an empty cart, hung his head in disappointment as we walked along the twilight mountain path. Why was I walking with the boy? It was because he had invited me. To say invited is an understatement. It was somewhat of a half-coercive invitation. The boy, who had transformed into a formidable presence, realized I had not sought lodging in town and insisted on bringing me to his home, leading to the current situation. My goal of reaching the Kyokyo is not found here, and I wish to hurry to the next destination, but the boy's insistence left me no room for escape. It felt akin to being trapped in a dead-end boss battle, rendered unable to flee. I had to capitulate. The boy's name was Tanjiro Kamado, an amiable lad with an old scar on his left forehead. Yet, Tanjiro, is this truly acceptable? Wouldn't bringing someone like me home provoke your parents' ire? No. Abandoning a benefactor would warrant scolding. What if I turned out to be a villain? That would be dangerous. No problem. Hogetsu doesn't have that kind of aura. I have a keen sense of smell. Tanjiro puffed out his chest. From his declaration that he could discern various matters through scent, I was reminded of the nostalgic Akatenga mask. You remind me of Urokodaki-sensei. Urokodaki-sensei? Do you know him? A former acquaintance. He had an excellent sense of smell. Hey, there it is. He pointed to a standalone house with a thatched roof. The moment the children playing in front of the house saw Tanjiro, their faces lit up, and they rushed over, calling out, "Brother!" The younger siblings gazed in astonishment at the unfamiliar stranger brought by their older brother, who was none other than myself. However, upon Tanjiro's introduction, wherein he declared that I was his benefactor, they all expressed their heartfelt gratitude, thanking me for assisting their brother. Such delightful children they were, nurtured by the bountiful earth of the Komatori Mountains. If only my finances were a little more ample, I could treat them to some turtle shell candy. Alas, my travel funds had recently been depleted in my pursuit of dyeing materials, which, regrettably, have also been exhausted. Unlike the dye provided by Inosuke, this was a cheaper, inferior quality that washed away with the slightest touch of water. Following this, Tanjiro graciously introduced me to his mother, who was working in the kitchen. With a charming beauty accentuated by a mole at the corner of her mouth, she welcomed me warmly, despite her modest means, and encouraged me to relax and rest. Yet, I sensed her gaze linger on me for a moment, as if trying to recall where she might have seen me before. "Mr. Hogetsu, why not meet my father as well?" Tanjiro urged, pulling me along by the arm, leaving me little time to ponder. It appeared that the head of the Kamado household was not in good health. Tanjiro, the eldest son, bore the weight of the family's livelihood at such a tender age. Despite their impoverished circumstances, they graciously offered me shelter. What a remarkable child Tanjiro was, an embodiment of kindness, akin to a benevolent spirit. If I were Santa Claus, I would certainly be the first to visit this child's bedside. Guided through the dwelling, we reached the inner room where Tanjiro's father was resting. "I sincerely apologize for my appearance before guests," he said, introducing himself as Tanjiro Kamado. It was instantly clear that he was Tanjiro's father, his demeanor exuding a gentle warmth. I could not respond appropriately to his earnest greeting, not due to his frail, sunken cheeks from his sickbed, but rather because something about him stirred a distant memory within me. Chapter 62. Could it be that Hogetsu is a doctor? From our very first encounter, Mr. Hogetsu bore an unusual scent. His skin exuded a resistance to sunlight, and his hair carried an air of cheap disguise, with a hint of rust emanating from the bamboo sword bag he carried. Among the myriad of scents, my nose particularly detected a burnt odor reminiscent of worn-out wheels. It was the same scent that lingered on a broken wheel at this very moment. Overwhelmed with fatigue, yet compelled to persevere, such a tragic realization stung deep within my nostrils, nearly bringing me to tears. "Do you need assistance?" Mr. Hogetsu offered, extending his hand to me, despite clearly being overwhelmed with his own burdens. What a gentle soul he was, so gentle that it concerned me. I felt an overwhelming urge to bring him home, not just out of gratitude for his help, but also from a sincere desire to ensure his well-being. I feared that if I did not insist he rest, his excessive toil would eventually lead to his collapse. "Please, Mr. Hogetsu, the bathwater is ready," I urged. "Oh no, I'll handle the water temperature myself. I am the son of the charcoal burners," he protested. To alleviate fatigue, a bath was essential. Though Mr. Hogetsu seemed overly polite, if I indulged his modesty, nothing would be accomplished. Thus, I gently yet firmly guided him to the iron tub in the yard. Despite feeling guilty, as though I were a thief, I devised various means to persuade him to relinquish his garments. The travel-worn attire, frayed from the journey, I promptly entrusted to Nezuko, my sister, who was adept at sewing and could restore any piece of clothing to its former glory. My elder sister smiled reassuringly, assuring me, "Leave it to me." Her reliability beyond question. As Mr. Hogetsu submerged into the hot water, he initially fidgeted, distracted by some concern, but once I, with the authority of a charcoal burner's son, adjusted the water to the perfect temperature, he soon relaxed, displaying a look of sheer comfort. Though he didn't dislike bathing, why the initial resistance? The reason became clear when, as the steam enveloped him, droplets of dark water began to drip from his hair. His hair is melting, Mr. Hogetsu? I felt a tinge of embarrassment, having been unaware of the existence of hair dye at the time. Mr. Hogetsu's once ethereal visage turned pale at my exclamation, and he attempted to rise from the tub, only to be restrained by my family, particularly my mother and Nezuko, who prevented his escape. Trembling, he reluctantly submerged his shoulders back into the water. His apologetic voice was tinged with fear. I had intended to express my gratitude, but ended up causing him distress. It was revealed that Mr. Hogetsu had been disguising his hair with dye. The peculiar scent I had detected emanated from this very concealment. My hair is actually this white, and I apologize for deceiving you, he stammered. No. It is I who must apologize for shouting, I retorted, as we engaged in a bowing contest of apologies in the corridor. My younger brother Rokuta and Shigeru expressed great interest in Mr. Hogetsu's hair, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. I understood. It was indeed beautiful. The hair, once freed from the dye, revealed a pure white beauty that captured the essence of winter's dawn. Upon closer inspection, his eyes shone with a vibrant crimson, reminiscent of the evening glow. Though unfamiliar tones bewildered me, they were not repulsive. At the very least, none of my family found Mr. Hogetsu distasteful. He mentioned that he would leave after resting for a night, but I implored him to stay. Not only did I wish to apologize for the bathing incident, but I also sensed that the fatigue enveloping him could not be alleviated in just a day or two. No matter how urgent the journey, one must seize the opportunity to rest when it arises. Otherwise, the voyage cannot continue. Surely, he must have endured considerable hardship due to his unusual appearance. While he was with us, I hoped he could be free from the burden of others' gazes and enjoy a leisurely respite. Though my family was poor and could not offer grand gestures, our goodwill was abundant. Mr. Hogetsu often gazed at my father. Why? Well, rather than Tanjiro. It seems to be the earrings, he replied, recalling something from long ago. After I explained that they were ancestral heirlooms passed down through generations, Mr. Hogetsu inquired, somewhat puzzled, whether my ancestor had been a swordsman named Yurichi. I presented our family tree to my father, but no such name appeared. Our lineage was one of charcoal burners. The thought of swordsmen was far removed from our reality. I imagined our ancestors were only familiar with hatchets, axes, and kitchen knives. As Mr. Hogetsu's gaze followed the earrings, my mother too regarded him with an expression of wonder. When I inquired about her thoughts, she pressed her forehead, lost in contemplation. I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before, but I cannot recall where. It seemed to be a memory from long ago. Perhaps from when he was very young. Oh dear, Tanjiro. My father jested, prompting laughter from us all. If it was a matter from so long ago, Mr. Hogetsu had yet to be born, for he was still a youth in his mid-teens. At first, Mr. Hogetsu appeared somewhat out of sorts, but after a few days, he acclimated to our home's atmosphere. Perhaps it was the lively chatter from Shigeru and Hanako that helped ease his heart. Ah, that bamboo dragonfly. Wasn't it a gift to me? Why is it with Shigeru? Because my sister never plays with it. It was just sitting there, so pitiful. It's not sitting there because it's sad. It's simply a beautiful decoration. Honestly, give it back to me. All right, let us not squabble. I interjected. Was Mr. Hogetsu's family also a large one like ours? From his attempts to pacify the bickering children, I sensed a fragrance steeped in nostalgia. Our home was nestled behind a mountain abundant with bamboo, and Mr. Hogetsu crafted various items from the bamboo there. He expressed his gratitude for the kindness he had received, stating he sold his creations to supplement his family's income. The bamboo dragonflies he gifted were of exceptional quality and sold swiftly. Merchants from neighboring towns would buy them all up, resulting in a significant sum of money. I had intended to return the earnings to Mr. Hogetsu in full, but he adamantly refused to accept them. Regardless of whether it is stuffed into hands, tucked into belts, or nestled in bosoms, everything was pushed back. Ultimately exchanged for rice and vegetables, returned to him through meals. Although it was clear that the guests were merely to rest, Mr. Haoyue diligently assisted with every household chore. He seemed to possess a sensitivity to light, spending sunny days at home weaving straw sandals or crafting bamboo items. Were it not for that, he would be boiling bathwater or chopping firewood, displaying remarkable diligence, leaving one to ponder who was truly repaying whom. Yet, observing his restless nature, akin to someone who would suffocate if forced to be still, it became a source of frustration that one could not simply compel him to cease. Mr. Haoyue is indeed a man of many talents. It often occurs to me that with his capabilities, nothing is beyond his reach. When Lutai brought back an injured rabbit, Mr. Haoyue swiftly concocted a medicinal paste from herbs collected from the mountains, skillfully tending to the rabbit's injured foot with the finesse of a seasoned expert. Was Mr. Haoyue, perhaps, a doctor? Alas, he lacked a medical license, yet he exuded an aura reminiscent of one, possessing knowledge far beyond that of the average person. Chapter 63. The festival's wife and children were still unreturned. It felt as though the topic had been artfully sidestepped. Often, I sensed a certain obfuscation emanating from Mr. Haoyue, as if he were concealing something profound, a secretive nature despite his inherent goodness. Speaking of sense, there is something concerning Mr. Haoyue that piques my curiosity. He is rarely seen without his bamboo sword bag, from which a peculiar odor subtly wafts, reminiscent of iron after being sun-dried. It likely pertains to his blades. Intertwined with the scent of blood, yet not human blood, it bore the unfamiliar stench of a decayed oil, a visceral aroma from a creature I could not identify. Although I had no concrete evidence of its true nature, my instincts warned me. This was no benign matter. Whenever the noxious odor assaulted my senses, I felt as though my back were drenched in the saliva of a carnivorous beast, an unsettling sensation. What kind of person was Mr. Haoyue? Who could slay such terrifying entities? Having spent considerable time in the Demon Slayer Corps, my body instinctively attuned itself to the presence of demons. The reason for my sudden awakenings in the dead of night stemmed from this occupational hazard. To avoid detection by the Tsuchigumo family, I would stealthily slip out of the house, ready to sever a demon's neck before their mournful wails could echo in the night. Upon confirming the demon's demise and returning home, I found myself at the entrance. Welcome back. Are you unscathed? I was momentarily rendered speechless, taken aback by the unexpected presence of Mr. Tanjiro. Oh, you needn't worry about injuries, he assured me. I merely took a brief stroll. No, there's nothing to concern yourself with. I attempted to downplay the situation, but he pressed. A demon has appeared, hasn't he? You're aware, aren't you? Oh. Although I have not encountered one directly, I replied, my voice low and steady, mindful of the nighttime quiet. With a slight squint of his deep-set eyes, Mr. Tanjiro gestured toward the hallway. Let us discuss it over there, he suggested, and I obediently complied. It was when I was quite young, he began, that demons roamed this area. Although the days are warm, spring nights remain cold. Wrapped in his outer garment, Mr. Tanjiro recounted tales while I listened intently. Do you know the old man who lives at the foot of the mountain? Yes, Mr. Subiru, right? His family was devoured. The wife and children who went to the town festival have yet to return. Finding it strange, Mr. Subiru went to search for them, only to discover familiar pieces of clothing scattered along the mountain path, and further ahead, the remains of his wife and children, gnawed to the bone. The bodies still bore traces of warmth, having been slain not long ago. Yet, curiously, there was neither the scent of beasts nor a single footprint left behind, no trace of fur at all. The townsfolk speculated it was a bear or a wolf. But in our family, we have tales of demons, and only my mother understood that it was the work of one. She desperately prevented Mr. Subiru from seeking revenge with his hunting rifle, insisting that a man-eating demon is not something an ordinary person can confront, that there are demon slayers who can vanquish them. I said, you are one of them, aren't you? Though I am of the lower ranks, I suppose. It is fortuitous to have you here. Thank you immensely. Mr. Tanjiro gestured toward the axe propped against the corridor. This is the only weapon we possess. It was a small axe, suitable for chopping wood. One that even a child could wield. Aiming for a demon's neck with such an unreliable tool seemed futile. Ultimately, an axe cannot fell a demon. Only specialized weapons, poisons, or sunlight can effectively slay them. Then we shall fight until dawn. That's reckless. Your stamina won't hold up. No, I can manage, he replied, nodding with a gentle gaze. I can do it. I found myself at a loss in dealing with him. He hadn't done anything wrong. In fact, he was the type of person I admired as a human being. However, his demeanor reminded me too much of Yurichi, and that earring he wore evoked a vague sense of resistance within me. Yurichi too possessed an aura of stillness, powerful yet toothless, like a plant. What is that earring? I felt compelled to ask, fearing I might miss my chance. Yet I was acutely aware of what I was inquiring about. It was Yurichi's earring, the very item that he never parted with, and I was curious as to why it remained here. In response to my sudden question, Mr. Tanjiro remained unfazed, simply gazing at me, quietly, silently, steadily. This is a promise, he finally stated. A promise? The earring chimed lightly, almost as if responding to my inquiry. From my father, to my grandfather, and so on, we have inherited this promise through generations. What sort of promise? The specifics have been lost to time. No one remembers the details. Only this earring and the kagura must be passed down without interruption. Kagura? Oh. Slowly rising from the corridor, Mr. Tanjiro plucked a branch of sakaki from the ground. It's quite special. Let me show you. His silhouette whispered softly. With dawn still a while away and the moon absent, he lifted the sakaki branch, its leaves creating a symphony as they danced in a semicircle. His footfalls were silent, as steady as the roots of a tree. Yet at times he seemed to leap as if defying gravity, floating, like a spirit unaware of worldly concerns. Mr. Tanjiro, who should have been physically frail, exhibited a strength and lightness that belied his appearance as he performed the Kagura. A swift motion, he slashed the Sakaki branch horizontally, turning back with a gaze that confirmed his presence. This way looking that way looking this way, yet our gazes could not align. As if the world were misaligned in its phases. His eyes mirrored those of Yorichi, and the Kagura echoed the breath of the sun. Even the sound of the earrings swaying was the same. Each time I witnessed his every movement, devoid of doubt, resonating with the essence of life, I wondered why. My heart suddenly throbbed with a distasteful ache. As the Kagura was displayed, transitioning from circular dance to fiery display of the sun's breath. Everything culminated in a blur before my eyes. Tears flowed unbidden from my fingers that covered my face. Cunning. In response to my mumbled remark, Mr. Tanjiro said nothing, simply sitting beside me. It wasn't a matter of being moved or praising him. Rather, I was filled with an entirely opposite sentiment. Resentment, loathing, and a burning jealousy. Didn't I say I didn't need to see that? When the other Hashira, Mr. Kenroji, raised a topic for succession, it was met with a similar indifferent attitude. Yet why did he hold on to it? Wasn't it unnecessary? Mr. Kenroji desired it more. The means of preserving skill through generations is also a testament to humanity's value. The earring emitted a sound. With my face covered, I lowered my head and spat toward it. It's always like this with you. You hold on to what others desire while presenting an air of indifference. It was a misplaced venting of ire. This matter embodies an accumulation of grotesque, tedious jealousy. The severance of Mr. Iwakatsu's legacy is a fault of mine, an oversight that led to the demise of the young Tsukuyami. I possess no right to direct my ire towards Mr. Enichi. All of this is my transgression. I am unaware of the circumstances that befell Mr. Enichi. It is truly unbecoming to wail in such a petulant manner. I am repulsed by my own ugliness. Yet my emotions are like a runaway train, unable to be halted. Why, oh why, did Mr. Iwakatsu not possess a presence akin to that of the Kamadu family for Mr. Enichi? Had there been a successor for Mr. Iwakatsu, perhaps my master would not have transformed into a specter. If there were anyone other than myself to inherit, he might have concluded his life as a human. Reflecting upon events from centuries past, the thought is indeed an unsightly one. I am aware that it is an affront to my master, who, cognizant of his destination in hell, still traverses the path of demons. Chapter 64, Old Man Saburo. Yet, regardless, tears continue to cascade. I envy the encounters Mr. Enichi has had with the Kamadu family, who have cherished and preserved their swordsmanship and ear ornaments over the centuries. How cunning, how sly Mr. Enichi is indeed sly. Only I inherit the breath of the moon. There is no one behind me. In 8 years, when the lifespan of the mark expires, the breath of the moon shall be extinguished once more. When shall the next birth occur? Or perhaps the next will never come to fruition, ending in silence. Merely contemplating the prospect of such a day fills my heart with desolation and dread. Despite my advancing age, I find myself stifling sobs, seemingly awakening those around me. Tanjiro and the others, clad in their night clothes, gather noisily in the corridor. The children chatter, concerned, asking if I am in pain or sorrow. Yet it is only Tanjiro who weeps. He must have accurately sensed my turmoil. I apologize. I must emit a rather unsightly scent. As I strive to stifle my weeping, I feel his hand gently encircle my back. It's all right. I may cry. There is no need to endure. Cradling my white hair to his chest, Tanjiro whispers soothingly. His tears dampen my hair with a soft patter. In a most unbecoming manner, I weep. He continues to stroke my back until my tears cease. Losing to the benevolence of the younger generation, I am overwhelmed with shame and feel that seppuku would be in order. It is a dark history I wish to bury my face in a pillow and stomp my feet over every time I recall it. Once I regain my composure, I deeply bow in apology to the entirety of the Kamadu family. Yet, this particular incident is unavoidable. Tanjiro is the eldest son amongst 6 brothers. He is a boy imbued with the strength forged through countless battles. Nevertheless, having cried freely, I feel rejuvenated. Tears serve as a detox for the soul. My heart, having completed its emotional metabolism, is remarkably clear, transforming my jealousy towards Mr. Enichi into a wellspring of vitality. How could I possibly succumb to such a rival? I am ablaze with determination. I shall assuredly find a successor for the breath of the moon in this lifetime to show you. As Chiyo and Yachiyo, until Mr. Iwakatsu becomes stone, moss growing upon the lunar surface, the legacy shall endure. Watch over me from that world, Mr. Enichi. I shall never, ever be outdone by you. Regarding the events of the Eternal Paradise sect, the matters concerning Kibutsuji Muzan and the likes, there are numerous vexing issues weighing heavily upon me. Yet for now, I am filled with strength born from jealousy towards Mr. Enichi. Such intense anger fuels my vitality. Thus, I informed Tanjiro that I would soon depart. He slightly twitched his nose, comprehending my intent, and nodded with a smile. The scent check was successful. Such a phrase implies that my odor is rather intense, which is somewhat displeasing. I should be free from the scent of aging, I hope. At the very least, my body feels taut and firm. Oh dear. I should remain silent regarding my internal state, maintaining a smile akin to that of a miffy rabbit. The heart of a man is eternally youthful, always eager for adventure. I aspire to become such an old man. Yet, I am concerned for Puggy's injury. I shall wait for that child to regain his strength before embarking on my journey. Puggy is the small rabbit that Rokutakuen rescued. Poor thing. It was injured and limped along. Rokutakuen, the first to discover him, wept excessively, and despite lacking expertise, couldn't help but tend to his wounds, which was a week ago. After regaining his strength, Puggy returned to the forest with remarkable agility, and that occurred 3 days ago. Thus, it is time for me to leave the Kamadu household. But regrettably, the weather on this day is a refreshing Japanese clear sky. Consequently, I was gently persuaded by Tanjiro to wait until sunset to depart leisurely. Although I dislike idleness, I was diligently working on a side project crafting a bamboo helicopter when Nezuko, my sister, and the eldest daughter of the Kamadu family, entered the room. Nezuko, a reliable child adept at sewing, is as charming as her appearance suggests and well known in town for her cuteness. Mr. Kahaku, please use this, Nezuko said with a smile, presenting me with a piece of fabric she cradled in her arms. Upon unfolding it, I discovered it was a haori, though not an ordinary one. The subdued color of mulberry was adorned with a hood. Since you mentioned that you have run out of dye, how about using this to conceal it? How marvelous. It resembles something one would buy in a store. Ahaha, thank you. I am quite skilled at sewing, Nezuko exclaimed with a bright smile, revealing that this haori was modified from her late grandfather's kimono. Truly, she is a master seamstress. I am reminded of Shiryu. That child also excels at sewing, having embroidered a kimono for Rue, transforming what was once my haori into a kimono fit for a child. Such nostalgic memories intertwine with my thoughts of Nezuko, prompting me to reach out and gently stroke her head. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. I will cherish it. Cautiously avoiding disarraying the carefully tied hair, I gently caressed her head, eliciting a squint from Nezuko, as if tickled. Hee. It feels as though I am being patted by an older brother. Is that so? Mr. Kahaku is also like an older brother, I suppose. Do you have a younger brother? A sister? Or perhaps both. Her inquiries, brimming with curiosity, were met with nothing more than an ambiguous smile. Not knowing how to interpret my expression, Nezuko did not press further and returned to the kitchen to prepare lunch. As I was engaging in playful banter with Rokutakuen, the atmosphere outside suddenly grew tumultuous, and Tanjiro came to summon me. Old man Saburo has arrived. It seems he is looking for you, Mr. Kahaku. What could it be? Is there a flaw in the umbrella I assisted in making? I had only met old man Saburo once while he was repairing a freight car and had seen him a few times since. He shares a deep bond with the Kamadu family, forged through mutual connections. Although old man Saburo is somewhat brusque, he possesses a gentle nature. He treats me, with my white hair and red eyes, with a certain reverence and kindness. I have grown fond of him, akin to the grandfatherly figure who found me during my time with Tsukiyomi. What could old man Saburo want with me personally? With a sense of curiosity, I approached him, only to find his expression drastically altered as he shook my shoulders. Hey, this is bad. You need to get out of here quickly. Don't say anything negative. Just run. What? Has the apocalypse suddenly arrived? There are strange individuals in town. They are reportedly searching for you, and if they find you, they will slaughter you in a fit of rage. Such alarming words caused not only Tanjiro but the entire Kamadu family present to turn pale. I too gasped. The only individuals who would seek me out could not be anyone other than those related to the Demon Slayer Corps. I cannot believe that the Lord has only now decided to execute me. There must be someone harboring a grudge against me. Who could it be? As the honorary president of the No Survivors for Rude Girls of the Butterfly Mansion Society, I have undoubtedly drawn ire from unscrupulous male members. Yet, to come all the way to the depths of Okudama with the intent to kill me is quite the endeavor. How did they discover my whereabouts? That individual possesses one of your bamboo helicopters, the very goods hoarded by traveling merchants in town. They claim that only Kahaku could craft such a delightfully whimsical and expertly flying bamboo helicopter. It is unmistakably a familiar face. It is not the notorious male squad from town, but rather someone I am quite familiar with. Who could it be? Old man Saburo, what sort of person is he? A terrifying man. His face is scarred, and his gaze is fierce, especially that haori, emblazoned with the character for kill on his back. He is certainly no ordinary individual. Who exactly is he? Is he from the Kawakawa family, the one who never dies? Or is it someone named Yumi? What business does Yumi have with me? I cannot recall having provoked him to the extent that he would come seeking vengeance. Although harboring demons, letting them escape, and having ties to demons are unforgivable transgressions against Yumi, it seems unlikely he would go out of his way to pursue an exile without cause. I ponder what I might have done, recalling a letter sent 4 months prior. Is he incensed because I, an outcast, dared to correspond with the Demon Slayer Corps? Does he intend to sever all ties with them, treating me like a sinner? Chapter 65. Thank you for your hard work, brother. Yumi, despite appearing to be a nonconformist, adheres to strict discipline. Nevertheless, I wonder if I imagined that Katsu and the others might be concerned, prompting me to write a letter, but letters from exiles are typically unwelcome. The recipient may even be unjustly suspected. My imagination has proven insufficient. I must reflect on this. Just as I was feeling despondent, Tanjiro-kun, with his keen sense of smell, seemed to understand something and widened his eyes. Could it be someone we know, Mr. Hogetsu? Yes, his face and demeanor are fearsome, but at heart, he is a gentle soul. Wait, does that mean his threats were merely jest? No, they were genuine. Is he truly gentle, that man? I cannot have been deceived, Mr. Hogetsu. A truly gentle person would never utter the word kill. Tanjiro-kun, who had raised his voice, was calmed down, and I quickly gathered my belongings. Yumi appeared to be searching for my whereabouts with an innate intensity, but the townsfolk were fiercely protective of their secrets. The chances of exposure here were minimal. It was the merits of the Kamadu family, beloved by the townspeople, that afforded me this skill. I should escape through the mountains. If I take a longer route along the river, I might be able to shake him off for the time being, although it may not be sufficient. I have rice balls for sustenance. If you grow hungry along the way, please help yourself. Tanjiro-kun efficiently directed the route, while Lady Aoi handed me a bamboo-wrapped parcel. Old man Saburo, knowing my skin is sensitive, offered me an umbrella. When I inquired whether it was suitable, he remarked that it was a failed product that could not be sold, thus saving him the trouble of disposal. How cool. Mr. Hogetsu, please take care. Do come again to visit. Tanjiro-kun waved goodbye, while Nezuko-chan covered her mouth and called out. The other children chimed in, bidding farewell in a cacophony. Thank you so much. I am grateful for your kind care. As though to sweep away the emotions welling up from deep within, I waved vigorously. The gentle spring breeze caressed us, and the cherry blossoms blooming behind the mountains were swept away, engulfing the scene of departure. A cliché, tender, and serene family moment. A mundane happiness that seemed unchanging for tomorrow and the day after. Everyone hopes for such a beautiful little world. The circumstances of how Mr. Enichi became acquainted with the Kamadu family remained shrouded in mystery. The only certainty is that he cherished the ancestral heirloom earrings enough to entrust them to them. The name Kumatori Mountain is well deserved, with skies so clear and blue, devoid of clouds. Cherry blossom petals drift like juvenile fish, leisurely spreading out. When they have all scattered, spring shall be exhausted. Even when faced with the imminent severity of summer, the happiness of the Kamadu family shall not crumble. Is that a prayer? A heart that wishes for such? On the opposite side of the cherry blossom storm, I inadvertently heard the sound of the earrings swaying. It struck me as an indescribable provocation, and I smiled. I shall not be outdone. Only to you. Nevertheless, I am truly grateful. Upon discovering the silent Pudgy, it was immediately after Mr. Hogetsu's departure. On my way back from selling charcoal, I was lured by an unpleasant scent to peek into the thicket, where I found a white corpse, seemingly attacked by wild dogs. To assert it belonged to another rabbit would be inaccurate, for I had memorized this child's scent. And Pudgy still bore the fragrances of Mr. Hogetsu and Rokata. The taking and giving of life is a natural principle. The mountains nurture in this manner. As my grandmother used to say, I have eaten rabbit before. Yet, finding a rabbit gnawed upon by beasts is a disquieting thing. It is unreasonable to stand atop such cruelty, consuming life, and to construct a grave for Pudgy. But that is the essence of humanity, regardless of how trivial. I hope for the happiness of those whose lives intersect with mine, particularly for those to whom I have extended my feelings and assistance. I wish for their longevity. Yet the world is merciless. The scent of blood is always ominous, striking without warning. It is taken away before one can prepare. I clasped my soil-stained hands in silent prayer. The boundary between spring and summer. Beneath the sunset, stained crimson, unknown insects chirped. Their sounds akin to a ringing in the ears. Brother, we are not so exceptional. I have spoken foolishly. To my brother, who is concerned about the future, and to my brother who has lost the prospect of succession. In the lengthy annals of history, we are but a trifling fragment. Truly, at that moment, I spoke foolishly. There is no need for any worry. We can rest assured in the curtain call of our lives at any time. When I inquired with a smile whether he felt at ease, my brother's expression remained unchanged, and he quietly replied, "If you say so, then so be it." As he passed by, though I possess a unique vision that allows me to see through human forms, my eyes are blind to my brother's current sentiments. I failed to perceive his feelings, nor did I attempt to fathom them. I assumed my brother shared the same emotions, believing he always accommodated my opinions. Spoiled. I remained oblivious to the fact that the reason he transformed into a demon lay within me. I could not delve deeply enough to draw forth my brother's thoughts, nor could I share in his pain and sorrow, leading to tragedy. I often contemplate. We are in the midst of an accumulation of a long history. It is the cornerstone for one day defeating Muzan Kibutsuji. Thus, I find contentment in fulfilling my duties. I instruct the swordsmen who do not know how to breathe in the appropriate techniques, teach them how to manifest their marks, and enhance their demon-slaying prowess. I naively believe that if I were to decay after this, it would be of no consequence. Foolishly, from the depths of my heart, I am but a fragment of a long, long history. The realization that this was a grand misunderstanding struck me when confronting Muzan Kibutsuji. In that instant, my blood, skin, and entire being screamed in madness. Eradicate this man. My soul trembled. This body was created to kill that man. Understanding the significance of my existence. Comprehending my mission. I am not merely a fragment of history. I am the one destined to put an end to this blood-stained history. Now is not the time to dream of a distant future. It is not someone from the future who will slay Muzan Kibutsuji. It is I, here and now, who must accomplish that task. Yet, I allowed that man to escape. I failed to fulfill the mission that I must complete. The search for the fleeing Muzan Kibutsuji has met with difficulties. Even scouring the underbrush yields no trace of his shadow. I have an intuition. In this lifetime, Muzan Kibutsuji shall not reappear before me. The opportunity to fulfill my mission has been eternally frozen. Burdened with an unfinished mission, I find myself in a futile cycle of breathing. Contemplating my inability to achieve anything, I suspect I too shall soon meet the end of my mark. However, having crossed the age of 25 and waited for around 2 years, this life still persists. My body, crafted with divine fortitude, has repelled even the curse of the mark. Realizing that I cannot perish like other marked ones, a torrent of thoughts surged within me. Abandoning my fellow beings who died unjustly, I feel a profound shame for surviving against the odds. Had I not visited Tanjiro, I would have likely lived with a heavy heart, akin to a wandering spirit. Seeing a blissful family warms my heart. Tanjiro and Nezuko graciously embrace me, as if I am one of their own. It is a comforting sensation. Like a fleeting dream experienced during a brief slumber, my heart finds profound solace in this ephemeral respite. I fervently wish that this family, regardless of the trials ahead, may continue to exist unthreatened by the demons. May the benevolent sun god shield them, entrusting my mother's wishes and her earrings to Tanjiro. Clutching the earrings tightly, Tanjiro calls out, connecting the safeguarded lives to future generations. Brother, do you feel the same? When you regard the young Tsukido as your successor, is it a feeling of such fulfillment? I apologize. Brother, I am sorry. In receiving this faithful connection, I have finally come to realize the extent of your despair at the loss of Tsukido. It is a poignant reflection that comes too late. Tsukido is gone. You have become a demon. All of it is an irrevocable past. The sorrow of not being able to accompany you, of not being able to share your suffering. 60 years spent in regret. Even this body, which has repelled the curse, cannot defy destiny. When I found you, my own demise loomed ominously ahead. My cells fall silent. In the presence of my brother, my soul does not tremble with the same urgency it did before Kibutsuji Muzan. Recognizing that this is not my mission, I feel a dim sense of relief. But whose mission is it? I wonder, jealousy creeping in. Only a breath of time remains. Yet I still lack the resolve to end my brother's life. Even as a demon, he remains my cherished brother. How many worries, how much anguish has this person endured? Time for sharing burdens has all but vanished. Ah, brother, your noble visage, swollen and crimson, smiling despite it all. I could not even soothe the pain of that day. Yet it seems I cannot even muster the strength to take your life. As this brother who cannot keep up, you have endured so much, brother. Chapter 66. Kibutsuji Muzan's gaze falls. Regarding Doma, Kibutsuji Muzan has come to a realization. He has discerned why that individual could become so formidable. After millennia of contemplation, Muzan has surmised the characteristics of humans who can transform into powerful demons. The essence of their strength lies in an unwavering desire and obsession for certain things. Kokushibo and Akaza serve as prime examples. Based on this analysis, Doma should have had no chance of attaining such power. He lacks the requisite qualities. Though he is but a mere pawn, he possesses capabilities that would not pale in comparison to the upper ranks, along with the potential for growth and a diligent commitment to becoming stronger. Yet, Muzan predicted he would only reach the rank of upper 6 at best. However, to his astonishment, shortly after Doma ascended to upper 6, he engaged in a bloody battle with Kaneo, emerging victoriously in overwhelming fashion. It should have raised suspicions regarding Doma. Yet at that moment, Muzan was blinded by the news of the white-haired, red-eyed Shiko being eliminated by Kaneo. He could think of nothing else. Subsequently, He became consumed with rage, dealing with the troublesome Kaneo, entirely neglecting other matters. Holding the head of his dear friend, he wept to the point of near dehydration, unable to focus on anything else. The fear of the poison Dr. Shiko creating a demon-killing poison to eradicate Kibutsuji Muzan, facing the imminent collapse of their friendship, left him oblivious. He later discovered the new, shocking truth that Kokushibo and his dear friend shared a master-disciple relationship, which he could not process. He realized that the concoction his friend had created was not poison but a medicine to revert demons back to humans, yet he was unable to grasp it. So preoccupied was he with the glorious victory they had promised each other that he could not see the humor in it. His emotions surged like mountains, twisted and winding. It is precisely because he possesses 5 brains, yet only 1 heart, that he finds himself in such dire straits. Kibutsuji Muzan is truly unfortunate. For that reason, he has been unable to perceive the relationship between Doma and his friend for over a century. But now I understand. It is only natural for Doma to grow strong. From the very beginning, he possessed the tenacity and desire. It is regrettable that Doma himself seems unaware of the name of that feeling, but it matters not. I have no obligation to inform him, and even if I did, that man would not comprehend. Just as one cannot explain calculations to a child who does not understand numbers. Doma possesses no knowledge of emotions. Logically, this should reveal a flaw. Yet he compensates for his deficiencies with intellect. He appears intrigued by the absence of emotions within himself, yet he has yet to acquire them. Even if he were to learn now, it might be too late for him to blossom. If one were to compare the heart to a flower, he would be a worm crawling from the mud, merely mimicking something akin to a flower at the behest of others. The many followers who idolized that worm, with wings resembling immature petals, were once cherished and comforted by but one individual. How he has devoured that one and only person. Ignorance truly is a weapon more fearsome than any other. Kibutsuji Muzan detests the act of harming his dear friend, just as the cunning rat who killed his friend. Doma is unforgivable for having consumed his companion. Yet, Muzan does not punish Doma. The reason is simple. That man is too pitiful. Like a child who cannot distinguish between embracing and choking, his foolishness is so pathetic that it only elicits astonishment. And how can one feel anger? If Doma still intends to devour his friend in the name of salvation, Muzan might consider some form of punishment. However, since Muzan declared that man is to become a demon, he has not seen Doma pursue such an intention. Perhaps it is because he accepts his superior's words as commands, but even so, he shows no intent to resist, even finding the notion of his friend becoming a demon somewhat agreeable. He who once was so fervent about saving him. Though it is disheartening, I vaguely understand the reason. In any form, as long as he can remain by his side, that man finds satisfaction. Whether as a mere hunk of flesh consumed, or as a demon transformed from human, gaining eternal life, it must all be the same to him. To Muzan, this is akin to displaying a bird in a cage versus preserving it as a specimen, yet it matters not, since their intentions in capturing that man align. I have no further remarks. Though differing in form, to Doma, that individual is equally significant. Upon reflection, Doma's bloody battle with the cunning rat may have been for the sake of that man. The reasons behind Doma's severing of Shiko's neck remain unknown. However, the face revealed beneath the removed headscarf is impossible for him to ignore. Revenge. The mere mention of this word brings a bitter taste. As the existence of the Demon Slayer core flits through his mind, Kibutsuji Muzan deeply understands that such feelings can sometimes drive one to confront foes more powerful than oneself. The degree of difficulty and recklessness that defies one's identity. The heart that harbors hatred toward an enemy can erode rational judgment, driving one to madness. Yet, it cannot be simplistically labeled as foolishness, for among demons, there are those who have achieved evolution through such sentiments. Kibutsuji Muzan gently lowers his gaze. As if probing into the consciousness of his bloodbound subordinates, his gaze lingers on 2 specific places. Chapter 67. How much pain does my brother endure? A crimson expanse. Demon slayers engulfed in flames. The scorching fire of burning hatred. Mountains of corpses. The fleeing black-clad swordsmen. Threads pulling them into hell. The little demons who have lost their family core. Today repeats again, spewing forth infinite loathing. No one knows the night is ablaze. There is no proper crimson or brightness, only a dark and shadowy abyss. Not a wisp of smoke ascends, and apart from its flickering movement, it possesses no characteristics of fire. Yet, the man perceives it as flame for a singular reason. The searing heat that consumes him. What else could it be called? Like a shrimp dancing on a hot griddle, he rolls grotesquely upon the ground. In the agony that robs him of consciousness, he is awakened once more by the torment. And no matter how fiercely he struggles, the flames do not relent, despite enduring unimaginable suffering. The reason he has not succumbed to death may well lie in the fact that this is an artifice of the supernatural, transcending human understanding. Do you understand now? The girl crouched beside the inky fireball inquired gently. Her charmingly tilted head might suggest an ordinary maiden. Yet the twin horns adorning her brow signify that she is far from human. Undeterred by the early summer heat, she remains wrapped in a scarf. Clad in a kimono dyed a deep crimson, incongruous with the season, as she asks once more, "Do you grasp our pain, brother?" The man, subjected to the searing torment, emits a mournful wail, yet that sound is consumed by the flames of his otherworldly ordeal. The inferno of the night enshrouds everything like a dark curtain. On this crescent moon night, it is unlikely anyone would venture into the desolate mountains. Even if someone did, they would likely pass by unnoticed. Oblivious to the man's tragic fate, sound and shadow are enveloped by the palm of the night, with demon blood as fuel and the lives of demon slayers as kindling. The blood demon art blazes like a fierce sun. Only when gazing upon this scene does a faint thrill ripple through the girl's heart. I would be so happy if you could understand. I would be so happy if you could know. After all, you burn because you do not comprehend, do you not? There is no response. The impatient girl shakes the man's arm. Hey, hey, as the charred skin crumbles away, revealing the blackened, bloody flesh beneath, exposed like peeling skin. The anguished cries continue to be consumed by the flames. His tear ducts have long since burned away. His pained arms flail against a nearby withered tree. Yet the flames do not spread, tormenting only him. The beautiful Haori and Nicaran blade remain unscathed, the black flames merely charring his body from the outside in, slowly extinguishing his life. Let this be understood. Let this be remembered. It seems the Demon Slayer court did not teach you not to burn humans. Allow me to enlighten you. This is the very blood demon art I acquired for such a purpose. The girl, fervently expressing herself, is met with the man's incomprehension. Even if his consciousness is not consumed by the searing pain, it is likely he would remain equally oblivious. Though she speaks to him, her voice resonates like a soliloquy. Her gaze similarly distant. While her sight captures him, the once pure white of her eyes is tainted red, fixated on him with a maddened smile reminiscent of frosted glass. If you understood how much pain my brother endures, no one would ever wish to set fires again. I have practiced countless times. Burning normally leads to immediate death. But being too gentle is meaningless. The goal is to maximize suffering while prolonging it as much as possible. Suddenly, the heat diminishes. The man's form has, unbeknownst to him, fallen silent, enveloped in black smoke, utterly still. It has come again. A chill washes over her as she sighs, glancing disinterestedly at the corpse. It is always like this with you. You perish before you can understand. We have endured such pain, yet remain oblivious. How regretful. With her irritation expelled, the charred effigy rolls, shedding blackened remnants. Scattered about lie three more figures resembling carbonized chunks. Members of the Demon Slayer Corps come to vanquish her. To those who wield their blades against him, the girl evenly and mercilessly bestows her flames. The flames woven from her blood demon art will not extinguish. Even when doused with water or buried in earth, they eternally torment the demon hunters. Desperate to regulate the flames so they might experience the same suffering inflicted upon her brother, these individuals, however, remain entirely indifferent to her efforts. Dying before her plans can bear fruit. How effortlessly humans succumb to pain. Unlike demons, who endure a twisted existence of prolonged survival. The one she cherishes most, however, suffers in the depths of living hell, charred and consumed. The discordant flapping of wings disrupts the night, drawing her attention to a crow soaring through the inky sky. The Demon Slayer Corps commands these crows. Thus, does that fluttering herald the arrival of more kindling? However, should a Hashira arrive, that would be most unwelcome. Her left eye, etched with numbers, twitches with agitation as she, a lower moon, tugs at her kimono's hem and flees the mountain without a backward glance. Though she has attained the rank of lower moon and received blood from that esteemed figure, she lacks the confidence to confront a Hashira. Contemplating the ease with which she could incinerate her foes, she is acutely aware of how a mighty tree deeply rooted in the earth is difficult to burn. Rather than contend with an uncertain target, she opts for the surety of a small twig. By igniting it from the edges, she believes that one day, she will reach the center. For that day to come, she must escape now. Just wait. Please look forward to it. I have been, always, looking forward to it. Merely imagining the flames engulfing the Demon Slayer Corps warms her heart against the cold. This recalls a frigid winter when the Corps set fire to their home, incinerating everyone, including her brother. Her self-disciplined, non-cannibalistic brother lost himself in the inferno, transforming into a ravenous, frenzied demon. The Demon Slayer Corps showed no hesitation in slaying the man who had become a demon because of them, discarding him as if he were nothing. He was once such a gentle brother, so close he could have provided shelter. Yet on that fateful day, she could only watch in the shadows as he was killed. Paralyzed by fear, her feet frozen, Her throat choked with a weight that rendered her voiceless. She could only witness her brother's demise. Subsequently, she faced severe reproach, being told that one who fails to rescue their family is no family at all. She was expelled from the circle of kinship by the brother she lost, unable to refute a single word. The self who stood by while her family perished was no longer permitted to touch that warmth. In her effort to escape the desolation of solitude, she could only burn with her hatred for the demon slayer core. I will incinerate many. I will kill many. Just watch. 0. The gentle soul she cherished would never desire such a fate. Even understanding this, she may still be seeking the flames to heal the cold that gnaws at her spirit. The gentle breeze of early summer caresses her, and she wraps her arms around herself, tucking her chin into her scarf, her rounded back resembling someone left alone in an endless, frigid wind. Underestimating this seemingly simple task, she had presumed it would conclude with an exceedingly straightforward extermination. How did it come to this? I am so sorry. I am so sorry. As he squeezed out the words, the man swung his blade, severing the lifeless bodies of 5 comrades who had fallen silent. Instead of striking demons as intended, the Nicaran blade was turned against humanity, against the remains of his companions, a grievous sin. Yet, he had no choice. If he left them connected, they might spring back to life at any moment. This was a necessary measure to safeguard his own survival. He thoroughly dismembered the corpses, scattering the small spiders as he fled down the mountain path, brushing past a massive cocoon. Despairing cries for help echoed from within. Let me out. Do not abandon me. What hell lies entombed within that silken white sphere? Ignoring the anguished wails that vibrated the cocoon, the man savored the metallic taste of blood and fled. I do not want to die. I do not want to die here. The target was but a single creature, a white-haired boy demon residing in the mountains. This information had been relayed beforehand. To be cautious, a group of demon slayers had been assembled for the task, believing that the boy would surely flee upon encountering several members of the corps. However, he revealed himself effortlessly, much to their dismay. Whether it was the folly of underestimating the delicate, playful demeanor or the desire to strike first, one squad member lunged at the demon, hastening his own demise. Accompanied by the cheerful chime of a broken blade, blood splattered, and the remains of what were once his comrades lay scattered like dice. The uniforms, which should have deflected the feeble demon's attacks, were torn apart like paper, awakening everyone to the terrifying reality that this demon was anything but ordinary. From that moment forth, they had succumbed to the web. As the team members wavered, a terrifying roar echoed from somewhere nearby. In an instant, a figure, towering over 9 feet, descended upon them with the agility of a mountain ape. Its sharp fangs glistened eerily in the moonlight. A fearsome spider-headed demon, endowed with an otherworldly 9 eyes, effortlessly severed the head of one of the team members with its excessive strength. Demons do not congregate. This is a natural order, as it should be. Chapter 68, The Straggler. The bewilderment that defied common sense nearly halted their thoughts, forcing the members to retreat in a haphazard split. Dispersing their combat strength was not a wise strategy, yet it was a bitter decision made to regain control of the situation. As if mocking these men, the demon's malevolent hands tormented them further. The one pursuing the fleeing individuals was a comrade whose head had been twisted off, a being that should have perished. Although they recognized that the corpse's movements were due to the blood demon technique manipulating the threads, no matter how many times they severed those threads, they would reattach. The corpse executed sword techniques of extraordinary prowess, and one by one, comrades fell. The sole survivor was a man fortunate enough to remain free from the thread's control. Faced with the life-threatening predicament posed by the puppeteered corpse, the man could only destroy the dignity of the deceased. Blood splattered as he raced along the beast path. The irritating sweat clung to his skin. In the dampness of the rainy season, the mountainous air felt stifling, but in the face of a life-threatening crisis, such discomfort was trivial, too trivial to concern himself with. The bites of insects on the nape of his neck spoke of pain, yet he paid them no heed. An unfamiliar mountain, direction sense stripped away. In this lush world of trees, it was unclear whether he was ascending or descending. Damn it, which way? Where should I go? Suddenly, rustling sounds stirred before the man. For pairs of writhing legs and hollow eyes gazed up at him from a cluster of heads. Emerging from the underbrush were human-faced spiders, plunging the man into a frenzy. With a scream, he swung his blade. The human-faced spiders at his feet offered no substantial counterattack, easily dispersed like mere insects. Blood stained the green grass. The human-faced spiders, crushed like watermelons, ceased to live. Even when their necks were severed, they did not vanish. Consumed by fear, the man had no time to question, continuing his frenzied slaughter of the human-faced spiders. G-U-H-ha, G-U-H-ha-ha-ha. The absurd laughter echoed as he shattered the last skull. Gasping heavily, filled with dread, the man turned to face the source of the sound. Behind him loomed a colossal tree. The shadow hanging from its branches was not human in form. Did I kill them all? Did I eradicate every last one? The twisted face of a human-faced spider mocked him with a sinister chuckle. The man found himself devoid of even the strength to scream. Truly impressive, the Demon Slayer core. To eliminate even those who were once comrades without hesitation. Comrades. Ah yes, comrades. One of the long-legged creatures pointed to the remains rolling on the ground. Those beings were your comrades who entered the mountain alongside you. Haha, those bitten by the venomous spiders all end up like that. The words of the demon were not to be taken lightly. He chanted this in his heart. Yet the sight of the scattered corpses at his feet overwhelmed him with dizziness, marking his defeat. The realization that the color of the hair left on the shattered bald head matched that of one of his comrades brought his end. Unable to suppress the violent urge to vomit, the man was met with the sharper, more wicked laughter of the human-faced spiders. Fear not. Soon you too shall become just like those fellows. The spider giggled as it wiggled its body. The man's trembling hand, compelled by its words, reached towards his neck. The moment his fingers made contact, a sharp, searing pain surged through him. What he had thought was merely an insect bite had swollen abnormally. The pain pulsing like a second heart. First, his limbs felt numb, then nausea and dizziness ensued, followed by excruciating pain. Once he reached that point, it would all become easy. When he awoke, he would be a spider, a slave to the Demon Slayer core, bearing his fangs. Better to die than transform into a spider. Though he was loath to perish, the unknown terror swiftly altered his mindset. He attempted to direct the blade towards his chin, but it was too late. The unbearable pain was akin to having his limbs ground to dust. The knife slipped from his grasp. The sight of the man, howling like a crushed frog, sent the spiders into fits of laughter, curling up with glee. What humor exists in human suffering? The man's face contorted in agony and fear as he spat out his resentment. Mad demons, it is you who are the true monsters. The voice that reached him was not that of the colossal spider's disdain. Looking up to the branches higher than those where the giant spider hung, he beheld another demon. Upon closer inspection, he noticed shadows on other branches as well. A boy demon playing with a string, a young girl demon, a voluptuous female demon, and a robust male demon with a spider's head, all gazed down upon the man from their respective perches. Those who killed my brother have no right to speak like that. The boy demon grumbled in discontent. Had that merely been a typical demon-esque taunt, the man might have retained some composure. However, a gust of wind blew by, ruffling the boy's stubborn bangs, revealing the numbers in his eyes, causing the man to swallow a cry of despair. The lower moon. They set fire to our home and chased us as we fled from the blaze. They were so gleeful, as if it were a jest. The boy's expression was one of unrestrained joy, as if reveling in the act of slaying demons. No, it wasn't me. It wasn't my doing, I swear. But you are with the Demon Slayer Corps, aren't you? But it wasn't me. I didn't kill anyone. It was my first mission. Whether due to the agony or the poison clouding his mind, the boy scoffed at the man. I don't understand. Our family was slain by the Demon Slayer Corps, simply because they were demons. It has nothing to do with me. I'm innocent. And thus, we must do the same. Just because you are with the Demon Slayer Corps. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. The repetition of the phrase, like a malfunctioning phonograph, echoed in an instant, and his consciousness abruptly ceased. The man, drooling at the corners of his mouth, had shrunk to half his size and would soon be completely absorbed by the blood demon technique. Casting a cold gaze upon the increasingly formless entity, the boy turned to the sister demon perched on the opposite branch. Sister, is this the last one of the Demon Slayer Corps wandering in the mountains? Yes, indeed. No stragglers left. What about the crow? One less. Apologies. Don't worry about it. Let us move quickly. It will be troublesome if they start searching the mountains at dawn. Wait a moment. The one expressing dissatisfaction was the brother demon, who had jumped down from the branches, wriggling down the threads. His 4 pairs of legs and puffed cheeks no longer resembled a brother, but rather a spoiled youngest sibling. What about that one? He hasn't fully transformed into a spider yet. Is it all right to discard one? The Demon Slayer, referred to as that one, was given a disdainful glance, and the sister demon replied, a worthless being that desecrates the corpses of comrades and does nothing to save them. Not that we are in the desolate woods, right? Just a little longer, we are almost there. No is no. If it were an hour or 2, I could relent. But he is less than 5 minutes from full transformation, the brother demon insisted. However, the sister demon remained resolute, believing that if the Demon Slayer Corps arrived within those 5 minutes, it would be unimaginable. What are you doing? You realize that because of this one, all my spiders will perish, right? Who told you to play such a twisted game? Give it up already. Don't you want time to eat too? After making so many cocoons, I ate a few while you were playing, so it's fine. Unfortunately, time is short. Some are only half formed. Such a strange way of eating. Are you an old lady with a weak stomach? Please, it's called external digestion. It's the most efficient way to eat. At this point, you're more of an old hag than a sister. Stingy hag, would you like me to rub your shoulders? Thanks. But can I pay you with my fist? Can your front legs even reach my shoulders? Brother, sister. The younger demon, appointed to the lower rank, was sternly reprimanded, and the two immediately fell silent. The younger brother is usually gentle, but when provoked, he becomes quite fearsome. Ultimately, he decides to abandon the demon slayer who is destined to become a spider. The elder brother, despite his transformation into a demon, remains reluctant to part ways, comforted by the mother demon's words that they can simply expand their territory next time. The father demon, with a puffed chest, assures him that he will protect them until that expansion occurs, leaving him with nothing more to say. Even though the core of their family, the Zero, is no longer present, the game of pretend continues. The survivors of that tragic event gather once more, without anyone proposing it, each taking on their predetermined roles. They know that continuing this flawed charade will only lead to suffering and reopen old wounds, yet they still strive to be a family. If they could distance themselves from the memories of the past that will never return, if they could separate and scatter, how much lighter their hearts would feel. Nevertheless, their stubborn adherence to the family form must stem from a reluctance to lose even the shape of what they have lost. Chapter 69, The Butterfly Core. The moon Hashira has been exiled, and the flower Hashira has fallen into a deep slumber. The seasons have changed thrice. Is this a prelude to the intense summer heat? The sunlight after the rainy season is now fiercely announcing the onset of the fourth season. The world shifts from the sound of rain to the chorus of cicadas, and the pine trees of the Kainmori estate are thickly adorned with their cries. The grand symphony swirling in the garden can only faintly reach the corners of the estate where the warehouse is located. In the dimness that can fend off the summer heat, the mist Hashira, Tsuyuri Kaneo, gazes pensively at the book before her, an ancient tome laid open. Hello. The greeting came shortly after she left the warehouse. As she walked along the corridor of the Kainmori estate, Kaneo turned back and lowered her gaze slightly. Are you here to see the master as well, Mr. Ayase? The hues of her haori, reminiscent of a flower mantis, and the blooming smile she wore led to a momentary misconception. She almost called out to the flower Hashira, but raised her chin slightly, smiling back at her sister instead. Not quite. Speaking of which, are you one of the butterfly corps? Yes. I have been officially appointed as the insect Hashira and just want to pay my respects. Hashira, that is, congratulations. The words of congratulations caught in her throat, as despite being 15 years old, her petite and unfortunate physique drew attention. Although she has established a combat style utilizing poison to sever the neck, uncertainties still linger. It is not that she believes combat prowess relies solely on muscular strength. But surely the outcome of battle is influenced by one's physical stature. Please, do not overexert yourself. Thank you very much. I am sure I have many shortcomings, so I would appreciate your guidance and encouragement. Perceiving Kaneo's concern, Shinobu lowered her head deeply, determined not to let her expression falter. Shinobu was already acutely aware of her own deficiencies. Though she had honed her speed and thrust through grueling training, her muscle mass remained sparse, and her endurance was somewhat lacking. In terms of her capabilities as a swordsman, the highest rank of the corps was indeed within her grasp. Her appointment as a Hashira was largely due to her achievements in developing poison to slay demons, as well as the limited research funding she received during her time as a ranker. Becoming a Hashira would ensure unlimited resources. Surely, this too was the intention of the master. You certainly have a plethora of responsibilities. The development of poisons, foundational training, the operation of the butterfly mansion. After becoming a Hashira, you will likely be busier than ever. At least let the treatment of core members be entrusted to others. Thank you for your concern. But the healing medicine for blood demon arts is a task only I can undertake. That is the only matter. Indeed, to heal someone who was nearly transformed into a spider by blood demon arts, there is no one else capable aside from you or the moon Hashira. Due to their cannibalistic tendencies, demons, who should not congregate, formed factions, pushing the demon slayer corps to the brink of annihilation. This matter has become the topic of discussion within the demon slayer corps. Although a raven managed to escape and immediately sent for aid, the mountains were left as mere shells. All that remained were the dice-shaped corpses, bones shattered as if by blades, and the cocoons containing liquid and Nicarin blades. Among these, the most haunting were the core members who had been transformed into grotesque forms by blood demon arts. Given the peculiar circumstances, everyone had abandoned that core member. But thanks to the presence of Shinobu, who was also a Hashira, they barely managed to save a life. Rescuing something that had nearly lost its humanity is nothing short of a miraculous feat, however. Contrary to Kaneo's praise, Shinobu's expression was far from pleasant. Yet, we are still far from recovery. To this day, consciousness has not returned, and numerous aftereffects remain. Regular medication is required. If it were the blood demon arts of a deceased demon, it would be relatively easy to eradicate, but the blood demon arts of a living demon are remarkably resilient. A sense of impatience, akin to poison, seeped into her smile, perhaps due to memories of her sister suffering from the torment inflicted by blood demon arts. Although her expression darkened with anger, the girl donned a mask of smiles once more, attempting to lighten the atmosphere as she cast her violet gaze towards Kaneo. Mr. Ayase, what is that you are holding? A book of military strategy? It is a report. I borrowed it from the warehouse. Ah, the one rumored to exist. It is said to contain past investigation reports. Hashira can enter and exit freely without application. You might as well take advantage of it. The warehouse of the Kanemori estate holds numerous reports, and the one Kaneo possessed was among them. Remembering that she had heard from the grieving Tsujikuni that Kaneo had read most of the reports from past to present, Shinobu nodded in admiration. Indeed, information on battling demons is invaluable. Whether one knows it or not makes a difference in how they respond. I have heard that Mr. Ayase has nearly read all the reports in the warehouse. I wish to emulate that. Nearly. That is an exaggeration. Is that report newly archived? But it is an old item. When was it from? The 16th year of the Meiji era. Oh dear, I was not even born then. Likewise, Shinobu's light-hearted jest inevitably reminded Kaneo of her sister, Kane. This girl was not originally so talkative. As she mirrored Kane's contours in her mind after her sister fell ill, she felt a pang of sorrow yet found a strange resonance, perhaps because Kaneo herself had a sister too. Then why are you only looking at such old materials now? Is there something you are particularly concerned about? I have never read it. This one matter, ultimately, I failed to see its value. Today is the first time I have opened it. Value, you say? Perhaps it could also be called credibility. In other words, is it a false report? Only I have assumed so on my own. I acted independently. I am curious. Whose report is it? Chapter 70, The Swordsmanship Dojo. From the inquiry woven from lips like petals, Kaneo awkwardly diverted her gaze. A feeling of guilt stemming from having contemptuously regarded that man as a traitor until just a few months ago. Kanroji 0. The name Kaneo uttered elicited no response from Shinobu, who merely repeated it in her mind. It was the name she had heard when everyone gathered at the Kanemori estate after the moon Hashira was exiled. The ability to recall the name of someone she had never met immediately was due to the connection of Zero's name with the tales her father had once told her about his teacher. He was a user of the breath of the moon from the past. He was exiled due to suspicions of being involved with demons. He is said to be the most heinous traitor seeking revenge against the Demon Slayer Corps, and I foolishly accepted my master's words without question. Thus, I disregarded any reports concerning that despicable man who allied with demons. As Kaneo bit her lip in regret, Shinobu blinked in disbelief. As the most senior among the Hashira, the Mist Hashira, despite her gentle demeanor, was indeed a woman who would pour boiling oil onto a monk she loathed, throwing him into the scorching depths of hell. What a remarkable shift in perspective it was for such a person to consider reading the report of one regarded as a traitor. Although she did not voice it directly, the change was apparent on her face. Kaneo, locking eyes with Shinobu, felt a bitter smile tugging at her lips. The master had once proclaimed him to be an arrogant swordsman, and her curiosity led her to inquire with the seemingly knowledgeable Tsujikuni and Kuriyama Corps members, only to discover that the character of the supposed traitor was entirely contrary to her expectations. Perhaps I was mistaken, she reflected, thinking of herself as someone easily swayed by others' words. Would it not be better to remain oblivious? So what are your thoughts after reading it? If you believed it to be worthless, you would not have brought it from the warehouse. The report, weakly lifted with a forced smile, had been perused once before in the warehouse, its contents somewhat familiar to me. Nevertheless, it was worth bringing out, for it contained valuable information that would be a pity to overlook after a single reading. No matter how many times I read it, I always felt it insufficient, yearning to absorb every word as if in greed, for its contents were precisely what Ryurihiko sought. Even Mr. Ikeda, who was accustomed to reading such reports, remarked on its profound substance, detailing matters of familial enmity. The report, tightly clutched, whispered away amidst the sounds of cicadas. Holding my breath, I widened my eyes in anticipation. For someone like me, whose parents were slain by demons and whose sister also fell victim to their malice, such words were painfully familiar and etched deeply in my memory. I too had a sister. Why I confided so openly to a girl I was not particularly close to was a mystery, even to Ryurihiko himself. Perhaps it was because in the girl's eyes, who was in pursuit of her sister's enemies, he sensed a shared fervor akin to his own. The smile that had faded from Shinobu's face returned momentarily as she hesitated before softly parting her lips. Was your sister killed by a demon? To this, Ryurihiko shook his head in denial before adding, but something similar. Her death was indeed the work of that demon. What kind of demon? Just as Ryurihiko sensed a kindred spirit in Shinobu, she too perhaps shared his sentiments. Her brows, sharp as a sword's edge, invoked memories of his sister Kaname. Gazing at the resolute, unadorned visage of the girl before him, Ryurihiko quietly spoke her name, Mizunoto, the third upper moon, Akaza. Let us converse briefly, he suggested, to which Shinobu nodded in agreement. When recollecting family, it was always his sister that first came to mind. Upon leaving the butterfly mansion to head to the butterfly estate, Ryurihiko began recounting his story as Shinobu listened intently. There was a significant age gap of nearly a decade between them. Perhaps it was due to the sympathy for her early deceased mother. She had never married and often cared for him. Their household consisted of just him, his father, and his sister. His father, a busy instructor at a kendo dojo, often left his memories filled with thoughts of his sister. Although merely average in skill as a swordsman, he was an exceptional mentor, and his students, having their potential fully realized, became skilled swordsmen. The dojo earned a reputation for invincibility, with countless individuals seeking his guidance. Unlike his father, Ryurihiko possessed a natural talent for swordsmanship. As he matured, he frequently visited the dojo, nurturing his abilities under his father's tutelage. Yet, the swords wielded by a child were nothing more than twigs against the seasoned students, and he was swiftly defeated in challenges. Though filled with frustration, he found joy in the pursuit of strength. It is good to grow stronger, but one must never become brutish, was his sister's mantra, often uttered as she carefully tended to his injuries from training. That was their daily life, a routine they believed would never change, until it was shattered one stormy night. The rain began in the afternoon, intensifying as the hours passed. Unable to bear the thought of his students being drenched, his father allowed them to stay at the dojo. It was the first time the students remained overnight, and amidst their revelry, his sister chastised them. Outside, amidst the thunderstorm, a man arrived. He bore no weapon. Yet his presence was anything but ordinary. With a peculiar visage marked by blemishes, his hair shimmered like boiled cherry blossoms, and his eyes resembled shattered glass. Before he could decipher the words inscribed in his gaze, Ryurihiko's father stood before him, demanding to know his identity. The man introduced himself as Akaza and stated he was there on the orders of a higher authority. In an instant, his father's head flew from his shoulders, grotesquely severed. The sight of flesh and sinew still vivid in Ryurihiko's mind. Do not speak with the weak, the man had said coolly, as he stepped over his father's lifeless body, casting a cruel smile at the students. His expression was one of perverse delight, as if savoring the moment. How could he forget? How could he ever forget? The dojo was instantly filled with cries of despair and rage, his voice echoing inappropriately amidst the chaos. Some students were paralyzed with fear, while others boldly brandished bamboo swords to confront him. Before he could process the unfolding tragedy, he was enveloped in his sister's protective embrace. Perhaps the man was afraid as well. The tumultuous beating of his heart mirrored his sister's terrified scream. Though she had plugged her ears and averted her gaze from the horror, who could shield her from the gruesome sights? Perhaps one could close their eyes, but in retrospect, Ryurihiko believed his sister must have witnessed every moment of the massacre that transpired at the dojo, the rain of blood that fell that night. Everything had led to this. For reasons unknown, the man spared his sister and him. Subsequently, under the protection of the Demon Slayer Corps, they were taken to live with relatives. Despite the tragedy, his sister displayed remarkable resilience, yet the extraordinary trauma transformed into nightly nightmares that tormented her spirit. Within a month, she succumbed to poison. The visage of her death, devoid of the beauty she once possessed, was seared into his memory, the image of the cord tied around her kimono knee still vivid. With their father slain, the students he admired taken from him, and now his sister lost as well, the lonely boy felt that without nurturing his rage towards demons, he could not survive. In his quest for vengeance, he devoured the texts in the warehouse, driven by the desire to confront his family's enemies. The irony that his selective reading led to delays in his discovery felt almost laughable. After hearing his tale, Shinobu bowed her head in sorrow. Struggling to find the right words, she finally spoke. To survive an encounter with an upper moon is a testament to Mr. Zarataki's strength. Not only to survive, Ryurihiko added. It is said he even managed to sever their neck before escaping, all while alone. Shinobu, who had bowed her head, lifted her face at this revelation. Did the Demon Slayer Corps truly allow such a powerful individual to roam free? Is that not foolish? Her eyes, nearly bursting with intensity, articulated her thoughts. If she were to speak without restraint, her emotions would undoubtedly spill forth. Feeling a sense of warmth towards her youthful and candid demeanor, Ryurihiko's lips softened momentarily before he quickly adopted a stern expression. Following subsequent events, Zarataki was suspected of being a demon's accomplice. The Corps likely acted upon the incident where he confronted the upper moon and emerged unscathed. Yet even so, the fact that he failed to sever the upper moon's neck only fueled suspicion. Is it truly the third upper moon? Surely, they are not easily defeated. That is not the case for the insect Hashira. He should have been able to strike. Though there was a fleeting moment of vulnerability, he squandered the opportunity to act, all to protect ordinary people exposed to indiscriminate demon attacks. It was said that the sounds of battle between Zarataki and the upper moon echoed like a thunderous boom. An ordinary girl named Aoi, mistaking the noise for fireworks, reportedly witnessed the scene. In a critical moment, she was saved by Zarataki, but as a result, he allowed the upper moon to escape. Many criticized him for his poor judgment, arguing that sacrificing one girl to defeat the upper moon would save countless lives. The rationale of sacrificing the few for the many was understandable, yet difficult to accept. Noticing Shinobu's furrowed brow and silence, Ryurihiko spoke gently. I too once thought, if that upper moon had been slain, perhaps no one else would have died. I understand, she replied. But to say that the girl's death would have been inconsequential is not so simple. That too, I comprehend. With a bitter expression, Shinobu clenched her fists on her lap. One life against many. If one were to reduce human lives to mere numbers, the answer would be all too evident. Even with a clear understanding, one cannot help but feel that handling matters in such a manner disturbs a certain measure within the heart. Perhaps one could call it the scale of conscience. Yet, in this present moment, to dwell on past discussions is futile, as one cannot return to what has already transpired. It merely serves to cast a shadow on the present. Linlang Zero chose the life of a young girl over the neck of a lower moon. This is the stark reality. Those who live in the moment can only depict the hypothetical scenarios of what has been lost or confront the unforgiving nature of reality and forge ahead. There lies no other path. Liu Yin opted for the latter. The tongue-cut sparrow, indeed. Just as I pondered how my sister would consider this situation, I was abruptly drawn in by Liu Yan's words. In that tale, a small box contained treasures. The man, his face reflecting confusion, gazed intently at the garden trees. The blooming hydrangeas were in full season. The faintly tinted flowers reminded one of the long-closed eyes of Kane. Larger may seem better, yet without opening it, one cannot know. It is merely a discussion of replacing quantity with quality in the value of life. No dramatic resolution can arise. The worth of the rescued young girl remains unknown. After all, how could one innocent girl surpass the lives of many who may perish in the future? Nevertheless, Linlang Zero chose to protect the girl. He swung his sword not for the value of lives or their quantity, but solely for the sake of the girl before him. Even with the potential deterioration of his standing within the ranks after a failed endeavor against Lower Moon 3, he disregarded that as well. Thus, the gentle swordsman found himself compelled to pray. That young girl must surely be the small box. The choices you make will become irreplaceable treasures. By the way, Insect Hashira, if you have the opportunity, I recommend reading the report on the dead thief. It lies upon the shelf of the 17th year of Meiji. The dead thief? A demon that steals corpses? It seems they have a particular interest in the bodies of those who have taken their own lives. They are a gathering of demons. Such a peculiar predilection. Moreover, as a gathering, the demons' territorial instincts should prevent them from clustering. Considering the events prior, should we not re-examine this? Yet, it is unnecessary. Those demons and the dead thieves of yore are indeed one and the same. Oh, really? Ahem, the dead thief dates back to the 17th year of Meiji, correct? So, for 30 years, have the demons been maintaining their clustering? The report of the dead thief records the causes of death for the members of the task force involved. This aligns with prior missions, hence. What purpose do the demons serve in their aggregation? And for such a prolonged period? That remains unclear. However, the report contains observations regarding team members whose limbs have atrophied, nearly resembling spiders. This may serve as a reference for your pharmaceuticals. Yes, thank you very much. I shall peruse it on my way home. Thus, this conversation concluded a month later, as the calendar shifted from 7 to 8. On a certain night, amidst the intensifying summer heat, the Mist Hashira encountered his long-sought nemesis. To convey the results succinctly, the Mist Hashira suffered defeat. He was unable to avenge his family nor sever the demon's neck, though his life was spared. He sustained injuries to his dominant hand and leg, making it unlikely for him to continue his work as a demon slayer. Yet even so, he managed to minimize the suffering inflicted. Had it not been for his prior in-depth reading of Linlang Zero's report and the strategies he established, his life would have surely been lost before dawn. With the addition of the insect Hashira, the ranks of Hashira were once again diminished by one. However, if one were to ask whether all was lost, the answer would not be so bleak. There were indeed gains. I surmise that this demon has a particular weakness for women. The Mist Hashira articulated this upon regaining consciousness in the Butterfly Mansion. Akaza, this demon, seems to possess certain stipulations regarding females. When the Mist Hashira, as a relative and enemy, mentioned his sister who died of poison, it is said that Akaza displayed a noticeable disarray. The Mist Hashira's survival at the hands of Lower Moon 3 was likely aided by this demon's loss of composure. Whether it is a creed of not killing or a physical inability to do so, various explanations could arise if that were the case. The report by Linlang Zero also notes that Akaza revealed a flaw upon seeing the young girl manifest. For years, I have pondered why only my sister and I remained unscathed during the assault on the dojo. It seems my sister's femininity and my own protection by her shielded us from harm. Even knowing the weakness, one cannot use female comrades as shields. And with no female Hashira capable of confronting Lower Moon 3, every minuscule piece of information should be preserved. Even if one does not know how to employ it now, it may prove useful in the future. Yet, I have become a mere shadow of my former self. Ultimately, I must summon the Moon Hashira, lest the foundation of our ranks begin to waver. I am unaware of his current whereabouts or activities, just as the Mist Hashira whispered in this moment. The Moon Hashira, Tsujikuni Yorichi, was facing Lower Moon 5. I desire money, desperately. As I think this, I am undertaking waterfall training to escape the summer heat. Alas, my worries remain unresolved. The comfortable and easily passable season has long since waned, and now it is summer. The scorching heat is so intense that even cold jokes fail to bring relief. The sweltering temperatures have reached alarming levels. One can only conclude that the Earth has preemptively embraced warming. The summer mountains can be summed up in one word: dreadful. The cacophony of cicadas and the throng of insects, coupled with lush vegetation, obstructs the path ahead. Yet amidst this, I must seek the teachings of eternal bliss. Furthermore, I must camp in the wild, but the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes makes it impossible to rest well. How vexing. When it comes to resting in town, as mentioned earlier, I lack the funds to secure lodging. My dye has run out, and I cannot disguise my hair color. Although the gift of a hooded Haori from Nezuko allows for some concealment, it is evident that I require full coverage to blend into the crowd. Thus, I crave money. Money for dye, money for lodging, and money to savor delicious food. I once contemplated crafting bamboo helicopters for profit, but should I be detected by Shinobu, it would spell disaster, a threat to my life. I am but an unremarkable individual, unable even to produce bamboo helicopters. Completing my heat-dispelling waterfall training, I emerged from the river like a nobleman, pouring my current state of mind into song. I crave money. Oh, how I crave money. And by the way, my stomach is also hungry. Is the Moon Hashira hungry? Would you care for this? Just caught. Is that a giant earthworm? Something I can actually eat if I try? Having sampled most of the food during the flower and snow eras, I have no blind spots. Insect cuisine falls within my purview. However, in the past, when I demonstrated to Kaneo and Shinobu the emergency knowledge of edible versus inedible insects and how to identify dangerous ones, they were whisked away to a set meal restaurant in tears due to the overwhelming shock, and I was sternly instructed that if they were ever hungry, I would treat them and they must never eat such things again. Thus, earthworms have become my last resort, though I stored it in my pocket. It vanished after a few hours, leaving my belly empty like the bamboo chio. Thus, even with empty pockets and a hollow stomach, I must continue the search for eternal bliss while concurrently seeking out Tenjin and the others. After exploring that place, I arrived at a certain mountain. No, young man. Entry is prohibited here. As I ventured a bit further along the mountain path, I was met with the furious shout of an elderly man emerging from a small cabin at the mountain's base. Chapter 72, The Demon Slayer Exposed. Oh no. He must be the mountain's caretaker. I am neither a wild vegetable thief nor a wood thief. Please do not call the police. As I contemplated sliding down the mountain path to escape, it seemed that was not an option. Above, the esteemed Lord Tamakuro was finishing his work, and thus no one was allowed to enter. Lord Tamakuro? Finishing? Caught in a whirlwind of confusion, I listened as the old man elaborated. This mountain belongs to a renowned potter named Tamakuro, an artist. He is usually absent, but occasionally he returns abruptly to close off his workshop at the summit. The creation of his works demands extraordinary concentration. Therefore, Lord Tamakuro decreed that no one may enter the mountain until he is finished, and this old man was hired by him to monitor and deter any reckless intruders. It is said that one must never gaze upon Lord Tamakuro's crafting process. It feels akin to the crane's repayment of kindness. Tamakuro, where have I heard that name before? Oh, of course. He is a well-known master among enthusiasts. Though I am not well informed, I have heard that his pots are especially beautiful. Hey, are the pots truly beautiful? Beautiful pots? Repeating the old man's words, I suddenly recalled a conversation from the Zero era with Muzan. What was Muzan's occupation again? A loan shark? No, it was trade. Was it the smuggling of organ types? No, it was pots. The exquisite vessel crafted by the fifth upper moon, Yuhui, is indeed a marvel, both beautiful and costly. Ah, what troubles you, young one? Oh, it's nothing. If that is the case, I shall return another day. Please do your best, old man. With the utmost urgency, I descended the mountain, taking a circuitous route to once again ascend the path from the rear. The Yuhui that the old man spoke of the same as the one mentioned by Muzan, is a certainty that cannot be established, yet the name Yuhui is not a mere product of digital conversion. My life does not require two such identities. Yuhui. Fifth upper moon. In this encounter, during the time of the 12 Kazuki, do we not share a bond as fellow upper moons? Do you know the whereabouts of the Extreme Bliss sect? Are there New Year greeting cards to send? Greetings during the Mid-Autumn Festival would suffice. With such hopes, I pressed forward along the arduous path. Behind me, Take-Chio flapped his wings with great fervor, calling out to the bright moon, but I had no time to respond. However, as Lord Yuhui, the fifth upper moon, an Oni diligently pursues the art of pottery. Is it a pastime born from an eternity of undying existence? Or has it been a pursuit since the days of humanity? Speaking of which, the gentleman I encountered earlier, Mr. Hyuka, also dabbles in novel writing. Perhaps there are many such literary souls among the Oni. Though I apologize for intruding upon the creative process, and extend my apologies to those who eagerly await Lord Yuhui's new work, should tonight's creation become a posthumous piece. But wait. Did Muzan not mention it could fetch a high price? If it were to be a posthumous work, would its value not increase? How much could it possibly sell for? Could it not cover my living expenses? Contemplating this, I shook my head. No. Regardless of how dire my circumstances may be, I cannot resort to such thievery akin to murder. Here, I must emulate my master and undertake my task with a more ascetic spirit. Yet, a posthumous work, indeed a premium. Quality pigments, delectable meals, warm bedding, and a cozy inn. If acquired with consent, would that not be safe? But alas, as a demon slayer, I am bound by the code to directly demand, give me your vessel. This new form of coercion feels dangerously theatrical. Amid our tender smiles, we find ourselves entwined in a deadly game of dead or love. The truth is singular. No, I am not that kind of Yandra. I desire a love that transcends the fleeting fear of separation, one rooted in genuine affection. Slaying the fifth upper moon is a certainty. Yet I must secure that vessel to sustain my life. Legally, of course. I must not summon a lawyer. However, if one were to say, if you want it, pay for it, I, being utterly broke, would be left in a bind. What kind of character would one possess to ask for something meticulously crafted for free? Those who create without care are not human, but demons. Yet, regardless, whether crafted by human or demon, to receive something for free would surely anger anyone. Moreover, to seek it for monetary gain, how disgraceful of me. If I were subjected to the same fate, I would undoubtedly force-feed them the raw materials in the most inexpensive manner. How infuriating it is, living far below the cultural minimum, rendering my heart akin to that of a savage. In the depths of the Amazon rainforest, screaming like Tarzan. Calm yourself. I must be like a still mirror. It is not a dense forest, but a bamboo grove. I always carry the spirit of the old bamboo cutter within me. Welcome back, Amazonian warrior. But alas, today I have no connection with the rabbit, deer, pig, or bear. My extreme hunger renders my thoughts nearly fractured. The more I ponder, the less viable my options appear. To demand both a demon's life and a vessel, and to profit from it, what insatiable greed. Even the arrangement of a complete bowl of ramen adheres to more decorum than this. Lost in such thoughts, I finally reached the mountaintop. The workshop, built in an open space, was far larger than I had anticipated, with a hazy light spilling from the windows. The shadow on the opposite side swayed, exuding an aura of demonhood. How splendid. In my life, one Yuhui is more than sufficient. Now, how might I persuade the demon to part with the vessel? Should I offer lavish praise? First impressions are vital. Perhaps I should begin with a greeting. The celestial phenomena today. Does the moon appear as it does now? I gazed gently into the sky. A crescent moon, perhaps? The lunar conditions seem unfavorable. Who goes there? Came a voice from within as I lingered at the entrance. I believed I had concealed my presence, yet the essence of an upper moon cannot be easily masked. Are you a demon slayer? The voice, laced with intrigue, was interrupted by a splash of cold water. However, it mattered little. The posthumous work was complete, good. Yet the demon slayer's presence was immediately revealed. A perceptive fellow, employing rhetoric to gain the vessel. What a foolish tactic. It seems that I must go for broke. Come. If you have the resolve, step inside. With the creaking of ancient wooden hinges, the door swung open. Is that an automatic door? Perhaps a manifestation of your blood demon art? I held my breath, not because the light that should have illuminated the room had extinguished, but due to the fathomless darkness that expanded within the workshop beyond the open door. My disarray was perhaps a result of failing to organize my greetings. It felt akin to being called upon to speak at a friend's wedding, only to find my mind blank. Yet, once summoned, even with an empty script, one must stand before the microphone. Similarly, in this inviting home, I must enter. I cannot allow my trepidation to be perceived. I must compose my expression and step into the workshop. The air was thick with an unfamiliar, medicinal scent. I had expected a chaotic interior, yet it was surprisingly tidy. There was a wheel, a table, and a chair. On a shelf against the wall, pots and vases, indistinguishable in their artistry, were lined with care. The deeper recesses appeared to serve as a workspace, filled with enigmatic tools of unknown purpose. And there, the demon stood across from me at the lone long table. No, it existed. The demon, with tiny hands resembling those of a centipede, had its lower limbs obscured by the vessel, reminiscent of a divine lantern. Its skin was as pale as the belly of a mackerel, and its features, with the eyes and lips in a most peculiar arrangement, were remarkable. Yet more than that, my mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how much the vessel beneath it could sell for. The vessel belonging to the fifth upper moon was of no ordinary value. The clinking of my mental abacus rang in my head. Speaking of the vessel at the feet of the fifth upper moon, is it a part of that being, or merely a shell akin to that of a hermit crab, regardless of which, it would contribute to the total sales? Entering a human dwelling, yet failing to extend a greeting. How cruel this unrefined expectation of a savage. But that matters little. I apologize. I was captivated by the vessel. Forgive my lack of a greeting. Please don't be angry. Just give me the vessel. I wished to shout, yet I feared being considered a nuisance. In this tranquil and secluded place, inhabited by a demon engrossed in creation, noise would surely be unwelcome. I must conduct myself with the utmost gentlemanly decorum. Oh yes, I am the gentleman of the bamboo cutter. Listen closely. Such trivial tactics are of no use with an artist of this caliber. Let me speak plainly. Grant me my life and the vessel. However, to say it outright is not permissible. Perhaps I should express it in a manner akin to, the moon is ever so beautiful, with a touch of literary flair. A punishment in lieu of the vessel? No, I must reject that. Okay, I must compose myself. I must become as cold as the moonlit night. Telling myself to be cold is a rule that has persisted since the era of word games. Yet I shall not falter in spelling K and C, so it is of no concern. It's merely a matter of R and L being ambiguous. When intruding upon another S home, it is basic etiquette to remove one S hat. Unfortunately, I wore a hooded garment, but it suffices. Gently, I brushed back my hood, locking eyes with the fifth upper moon. Wait, which of your features is the eye? The eye of the lips? The lips of the eye? Confused, I bestowed a gentle smile upon the eye at the corner of the lips. The lines I was meant to say remained undetermined. Yet the sentiments I wished to convey were clear. Grant me the vessel and my life. Grant me the vessel and my life. The vessel and my life. That is what I seek. Can you give me everything? I desire you. Ah, how cool this is. Chapter 73, Sublimation. It was my father who taught me the beauty of art. Not to mention art, he lacked even the ability to read and write. My father, a widowed fisherman, perished in a tempest while fishing before I had even become the fifth upper moon, before I was even a demon. He was swallowed by the raging waves. His body cast ashore, eroded by water, worn by the waves, and devoured by fish. My father, who had lost all semblance of humanity, brought tears to the eyes of everyone in our fishing village, myself included. Everyone's faces turned pale, while mine flushed red. Is there truly such beauty in this world? I was so moved that my tear ducts felt as if they might burst. It was the first time I had ever felt this way since my birth. Though these memories are but faded echoes from centuries past, the image of my father remains as vivid as ever, serving as the very foundation of my understanding of beauty. Had it not been for that fateful encounter, I fear I would have languished in a desolate existence, utterly ignorant of true beauty. The realization that my father, a mere fisherman, could embody such exquisite beauty left me in a state of restless excitement. Transforming what was once dismissed as refuse into a profound and soul-stirring art can only be described as divine craftsmanship. Under the divine's hand, everything can be resurrected as the highest form of art. Yet, the divine is capricious, seldom bestowing upon me works that move me to tremor. Awakening to the beauty of art through the death of my father became unbearable. Thus, I resolved to create art with my own hands. For my debut piece, I chose the lowly fish, cast aside due to their lack of worth. I meticulously removed their heads and tails, sewing them onto other fish. The scales, painstakingly peeled away, were reattached at the most aesthetically pleasing points, resulting in a work whose completion was utterly mesmerizing. I bestowed upon these disregarded fish a value beyond measure. From the sweet fulfillment surging from the base of the spine to the navel, I found certainty. Art could indeed be created without divine intervention. I could infuse beauty into what was deemed worthless. Every mundane object in this world was transformed through my artistry, and I was destined to breathe life into all that was considered trivial. I was indeed a vessel of divine hands, a chosen existence. Thus began my obsession with creation, my heart brimming with a sense of mission as I devoted myself to the path of art. The villagers regarded my endeavors with disdain, viewing them as the madness of a peculiar individual, but that mattered little to me. How could those who spoke in the filth of the fishing village comprehend true art? I was acutely aware of the beauty I was conjuring, and thus felt no unease. If they could not understand, I would forgive them. Such ignorance only added color to art. Yet, I would not tolerate insult. Such an affront deserved death 1,000 times over. One day, children from the fishing village invaded my home, their malice not indiscriminate. Their actions stemmed from an anger born of mocking my unwavering belief in beauty. While I could forgive ignorance of art, I could not excuse the child who, having heard of my father's death, laughed as if it were some grotesque jest. That art, which was beautiful enough to make one forget to breathe. In a fit of passion, I killed and dismembered the child, stuffing the pieces into a jar. At that moment, an inexplicable affection surged within me for the flesh I had just mutilated, akin to a parent's love for a child. If even such a loathsome entity could be transformed into a compelling work, I was left in awe of the depths of my own talent. If I could feel such affection for an object of hatred, perhaps it was a reflection of the pride inherent in an artist's soul. When I crafted something I cherished into a piece, I wondered what brilliance that art would wield as a sharp blade, etching ecstasy into my heart. Yet, such reveries remained elusive for centuries. The destiny I had only dreamt of suddenly materialized before my eyes. A demon slayer, who should not have entered my forbidden workshop, stood there, clad in the drab uniform typical of demon slayers. The only distinguishing feature was the hood sewn onto his mulberry-colored haori, concealing his visage entirely. At that moment, I felt no sentiment for the man bearing a bamboo sword on his left shoulder. My thoughts were consumed with how to transform his less than 6 feet frame, adorned with supple muscle, into a work of art, my contemplation halting the instant he removed his hood. Locks of hair cascaded down his cheeks, as clear as ivory bathed in moonlight. The tips of his shoulder-length hair were jagged, reminiscent of a beast's fangs. Though somewhat unkempt and slightly painful to behold, it was just as it should be. His skin was pale, almost translucent like a deep-sea jellyfish, devoid of blemishes, its delicate texture evoking images of fine porcelain. I imagined that running my fingers through it would yield a smoother sensation than even that of a woman. The very thought of inflicting harm upon such skin sent chills down my spine. Yet the notion that I might be the one to do so ignited a thrill in my lower back. As he lifted his long lashes, my heart raced without end. More captivating than his hair or skin were his eyes, like the glistening orbs of a salmon preparing to spawn. They shone with a beauty that made me yearn to carve them into earrings. Yes, the man was exquisite, perfectly aligned with my artistic vision. I had cherished him even before he became my muse. If he were merely a handsome man, there would be countless others to rival him. Yet this man, who stirred my heart so fiercely, was a singular marvel I feared I might never encounter again. But alas, I was a demon, and he was a demon slayer. The burning longing within me could not be conveyed. Even if I translated my passion into words, they would surely be met with cold rejection. An unattainable love? What a tragedy. Normally I could accept such a fate, but this time, I found myself utterly ensnared by the man. Without exchanging a single word, what we experienced was akin to love at first sight. Before my unwilling tears, the man blinked his white lashes several times. Then, with the hunger of a starved maiden, he gazed at my lips and eyes, smiling as he whispered, "Can you give me everything? I want you." Thud. Was this mutual affection? Oh no. A grave slip of the tongue. Regretful words that could not be retracted. Why did I have to blunder so? Perhaps my empty stomach had dimmed my wits. But this was beyond reckoning. Cursed be it. I should have made an effort to consume the large earthworm given to me by Take Chio. If only I could indulge in forbidden insects, I might sacrifice my dignity as a human, but could ensure a minimum level of intellect. But wait. There was still a chance to redeem myself. Our conversation had only just begun. I would change the topic as if my previous words had never been spoken. 3, 2, 1. By the way, what are your interests? Why did such a common matchmaking phrase escape my lips? Your entrance is not meant for such trivialities. Yet, here we were, locked in a gaze across the table, a scene reminiscent of an arranged marriage. Well, ceramics, just a little, I stammered. You don't have to answer honestly. What a cooperative fellow. As the demon slayer's unexpected confession caused my composure to waver, I squirmed in confusion. Right. A demon slayer confessing to a demon and a demon confessing to a demon slayer. This must be a first for both of us. Under normal circumstances, this would have been the kind of scandal that would make last week's tabloids. Even Kanai would shake her head in silence at this. If it were Kanai, she would support us both. I would gladly accept the role of friend representative, even shedding tears. But let there be no misunderstanding. My interest lies solely in that man's life, his remaining works, and the information about the revered leader. What do you know about the whereabouts of the second upper moon? I must retract my earlier confession. With my mind racing, I would only fumble and err. I needed to get to the point. Thus, the upper moon 5, who had been twisting in odd motions, abruptly halted. The temperature in the workshop dropped sharply. Had I said something terribly wrong? To speak of other demons with the mouth that sought me with such fickleness. All right, answer quickly. I don't know. Even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. Oh, how irritating. You're looking so displeased. Just moments ago you were squirming and smiling. And now those veins are popping up, indicating your fury. Such incomprehensible emotions were like a torrential rain of guerrilla warfare. Oh no, if he becomes displeased. It could jeopardize my chances of obtaining the jar and the life I sought. I must find a way to appease him. But flattery would only backfire. Thus, after a blink of an eye, I devised a plan. From the shoulder of the jade jar, a small hand emerged, producing the jar it held. From the seemingly bottomless depths of the jar, 2 golden threads appeared, intertwining like a mating pair. The grotesque colors, dancing in the air, were undoubtedly the products of blood demon arts. Just as I braced for an attack, one of the golden threads puffed up its cheeks like a balloon, preparing to launch. You boastful fool, eat 1,000 needles. Ha ha ha. As its laughter echoed, it spat forth 1,000 needles. I knew well that such a strike would be laced with poison. Planning to negotiate for the jar, my Nicaran blade remained in the bamboo sword bag. Drawing my sword to deflect the needles was too late. Fortunately, my workshop was spacious enough for me to evade. Just as I dodged the first needle, it embedded itself into the wall with the sound of a ninja's shuriken. The assault was relentless. A second thread followed, spraying needles as it circled the room. This was no longer the time to discuss the jar. My opponent was an upper moon. It was time to draw my sword and reveal my mark. I was already weakened from hunger, and if this continued, I would surely perish. Ah, farewell to the comforting warmth of dreams and delectable meals. Today, my resting place is a mossy cavern, and tomorrow's breakfast shall consist of freshly grilled cicadas on skewers. I feel myself reverting to a primal state. Even the monkeys at the tourist spots seem to lead a more prosperous existence. As I swallow the bitter tears of reality, I steady my breath while unsheathing my weapon from its bamboo sheath. With the finesse of a pearl illuminating the moon, I ensnare the 1,000 needles sent forth from both directions, striking down the golden-eyed foe in one swift motion. Ah, it is you, the pillar. Ha, as an adversary, you are hardly formidable. The blade inscribed with the words of demon extermination invigorates me as I lift the new vessel. But what is that mottled mark on the cheek? Appearing so suddenly? Ugly, yet it possesses a certain beauty. This time, several tentacles burst forth from the vessel. If I exert myself, can I partake in this feast? As I swallow hard, I sever the seemingly delectable, plump morsels, aiming for the neck of the jade vessel. Yet, just as I am about to strike, the demon vanishes like a flickering lantern, disappearing into the depths of the vessel beneath my feet.